A prodigious young talent, celebrated by all, finds himself awakening as the most ordinary of mages under the watchful eyes of a crowd. Yet, no one knows he's been granted an extraordinary hidden ability that defies all expectations. In Jiangxing, Huaxia, the Awakening Plaza of the Interstellar Technology University is bustling with people. Social elites have gathered here, eager to witness this grand event of profession awakenings. Ever since the merging of games with reality a century ago, society has entered an era of universal professions. Lin Yi stood at the forefront of the freshman Class 5 lineup, as upright as a pine tree. Even as one of the most outstanding freshmen, he could not suppress the turmoil in his heart. Around him, whispers filled the air. That's Lin Yi. He's mastered elemental analysis, shadow magic, and even advanced spatial theory doesn't stump him. Several girls stared at him with admiration. He's not only handsome but also incredibly gifted. Even Principal Chun said he might awaken a unique profession. Lin Yi had long grown accustomed to such attention. His soul had undergone a mutation when he transmigrated, granting him an extraordinary memory and comprehension. Over the years, he had consistently outshone his peers and earned the title of Jiangcheng's genius. Wang Dong nudged Lin Yi's shoulder and whispered, "Brother Yi, are you nervous? I just hope I can awaken as a warrior." This was the dream of most students. Professional awakenings granted entry into a privileged class, but the success rate was only 30. Professions were divided into combat roles like mages and warriors, and support roles like alchemists and enchanters. Don't worry, your swordsmanship and close combat skills are top-notch. A warrior profession is practically guaranteed for you, Lin Yi reassured him. Wang Dong nodded repeatedly, though a trace of envy flickered in his eyes. Nearby, Li Kuang snorted coldly. As the son of a golden-tier professional, he often found himself overshadowed by Lin Yi, a commoner. As the awakening ceremony progressed, successes were rare while failures were abundant. Lu Wanning awakened as a unique profession, Storm Archer, and Li Kuang became a flame mage. Wang Dong achieved his dream of becoming a berserker. Finally, it was Lin Yi's turn, the moment everyone had been waiting for. With his head held high, Lin Yi stepped into the formation. Instantly, a spectacle unfolded. A radiant glow illuminated the area, and the shadow of a mystical tome appeared, far surpassing the phenomena seen during Lu Wanning's awakening. However, as the vision dissipated, only two unremarkable words remained in the void mage. The crowd was stunned. Even Principal Chun found it hard to believe. How could such an extraordinary phenomenon result in such an ordinary profession? Yet, at that moment, Lin Yi gazed at his attribute panel and suddenly understood. The dazzling spectacle just now was not caused by the profession awakening, but by his unparalleled hidden talent. At this moment, Lin Yi's heart was filled with a surge of joy, blooming like a flower. The disappointment of becoming an ordinary mage instantly dissipated, replaced by boundless anticipation for the future. In this world, professionals gain levels by defeating monsters, but advancing their skills requires a deeper level of understanding. The basic skill cap is level 10, and reaching level 5 is already considered rare. One of the key steps to advancing from a novice to an iron-tier professional is to raise one's basic skill to level 3 or higher. This threshold leaves many stuck, with those lacking insight possibly training for decades without breaking through. As a result, true powerhouses are as rare as phoenix feathers, and those who can push their skills beyond level 5 are even rarer than those with hidden professions. Yet Lin Yi soared beyond expectations, directly reaching level 10. This not only perfectly compensated for the shortcomings of the mage profession, but also increased every metric tenfold. Mana consumption, attack power, casting speed, cooldown time, everything underwent a qualitative leap. This meant Lin Yi's potential far exceeded any hidden profession, with the possibility of advancing to even higher-tier roles in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's lips curled into a smile, and a confident glint shone in his eyes. "Lin Yi, are you all right?" Principal Chen Yin asked with a hint of concern. Lin Yi snapped out of his thoughts and replied with a smile, "I'm perfectly fine, Principal." He decided to keep his secret to himself for now. Chen Yin nodded. "As long as you're okay. Remember, there's more than one path in life. Even with a non-special profession, you can still achieve greatness." "I understand," Lin Yi responded, stepping out of the ceremonial circle. Whispers immediately broke out around him. Some were shocked, others skeptical, and a few were gloating. The prodigy everyone had admired had awakened as nothing more than an ordinary magia, stark contrast to their expectations. Who would have thought it'd turn out like this? Do you think his past achievements were fake? Maybe. Otherwise, how could he fail to awaken a high-level profession? Li Kuang burst into laughter, as if Lin Yi's perceived failure soothed his own regret of not awakening a special profession. "Huh, so-called genius? Turns out he's just an ordinary mage. He's not even better than me." Lin Yi smirked disdainfully, his gaze cold and indifferent. He knew it wouldn't be long before someone like Li Kuang was nothing more than an insignificant insect in his eyes. If they ever crossed paths in the outside world, Lin Yi would make sure Li Kuang understood the true meaning of power. However, most people refrained from mocking Lin Yi. He was known for his helpfulness and had a good reputation among his peers. Those who took pleasure in his perceived misfortune were generally the ones with questionable character. Wang Dong approached, concern written all over his face. Yaij, are you really okay? Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. I'm not that easy to knock down. At that moment, Lu Wanjing walked over gracefully, her words full of encouragement. Lin Yi, I believe that even with an ordinary profession, you can still become incredibly strong. Don't give up. Her long-standing admiration for Lin Yi was evident, and her words carried a deep emotional undertone. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed with a shy blush, making her beauty even more striking. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned but quickly smiled. Don't worry, I won't give up. Lu Wanjing gazed at Lin Yi's confident smile, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly realizing her own distraction, she quickly covered her face and hurried away, fearing she might accidentally confess her feelings if she stayed any longer. Watching Lu Wanjing's shy retreat, the surrounding students couldn't help but feel envious. Wang Dong grinned and teased Yaij, that's the storm archer herself. If I were you, I'd just live off her support. Lin Yi shook his head lightly, his tone calm. We'll see. But inwardly, he thought to himself, are you kidding me? With my max-level talent, it's only a matter of time before I become one of the top powerhouses in this world. At this moment, Principal Chen Yan announced the conclusion of the ceremony. Students, the awakening ceremony has come to a successful end. 1 week from now, all awakened individuals in Jiang City will participate in a unified trial. Many notable figures will be present to observe. Starting tomorrow, the school's special training dungeons for newcomers will be open to you all, free of charge. I hope everyone puts in their best effort and brings honor to Xingji Technology University. The principal's words ignited a wave of excitement among the students. Many immediately began forming teams. Although the school dungeons ranged only from levels 1 to 5, their difficulty was not to be underestimated. For novices, even level 1 monsters could pose a significant challenge, and teamwork was often the most efficient approach. But Lin Yi was different. With his max-level basic skill, he declined Wang Dong's invitation to team up. He was eager to return home and share the news of his successful awakening with his mother. Before long, Lin Yi arrived at a rundown apartment complex. Mom, I'm home. From the kitchen, a woman emerged, her face full of concern. Son, how did the awakening go today? Yang Mai's eyes were filled with nervous anticipation, worried about hearing any disappointing news. What mother wouldn't hold high hopes for her son? Lin Yi's lips curved into a smile, a hint of pride shining through. Of course, I succeeded in awakening. I'm a mage now. Joy sparkled in Yang Mei's eyes, her face lighting up with a relieved smile. A mage is great. Even though it's not a rare profession, you can cast spells from a safe distance. That's very secure. Though she was an ordinary person without any special abilities and didn't fully understand the intricacies of professions, in her heart, as long as her son became a professional, that was more than enough. Lin Yi glanced at the strands of gray appearing in his mother's hair, and a wave of tenderness swept over him. Silently, he made a vow once he became powerful enough, he would find a transfer scroll for his mother, enabling her to become a professional too. Even if it were just a support class, it could extend her life and strengthen her health. The mother and son shared a simple homemade dinner, chatting softly about daily life in a warm and peaceful atmosphere. After the meal, Lin Yi was about to return to his room to plan his outdoor leveling strategy for the next day when his mother called out to him. Xiao Yi, wait a moment. Yang Mei hurriedly went back to her room and returned with a metal box. This was left for you by your father. Lin Yi froze, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. My father? Since his transmigration, all he knew about his father was his name, Lin Jinan. Beyond that, he knew nothing of the man, though he could sense the deep bond his parents had shared. My father? Didn't he pass away before I was born? Lin Yi's words trailed off as he noticed a trace of sorrow flash across his mother's face. Yang Mei fought to keep her emotions in check as she explained. He was an incredibly powerful professional, even stronger than a gold-ranked one. A flicker of anger appeared in Lin Yi's eyes as he couldn't help but ask, then why hasn't he come back? How could he leave you alone for so many years? Yang Mei's eyes turned red, and her voice trembled slightly. I don't know if he's still alive or not. I only remember that the day he left, he seemed rushed. He said he had to undertake an important mission at the border. She paused before continuing, don't blame your father. Before he left, he gave me this and said he hoped you would become a mage. That's why I encouraged you to study mage courses back then. Seeing his mother so fragile and sorrowful, Lin Yi immediately decided not to press further. Yang Mei soon retired to her room to rest, leaving Lin Yi alone to process this sudden revelation. Since his mother was unwilling to say more, uncovering the truth behind it all could wait for another day. After all, so many years had already passed, and Lin Yi felt no urgency. Taking a deep breath, his attention shifted to the metal box in his hands. With careful fingers, Lin Yi unfastened the latch and slowly opened the lid. In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth from within, and a mysterious parchment scroll hovered in midair. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the scene before him. The scroll radiated an ancient, otherworldly aura, its surface inscribed with glowing runes that seemed to whisper of a forgotten power. Holding his breath, he focused intently on deciphering the text on the scroll. Arcanist Transfer Scroll. Lin Yi took a deep breath, his gaze firmly fixed on the job change scroll in his hands. His eyes sparkled with an excitement he could hardly conceal. The Arcanista profession, regarded as the origin of all mage classes, felt almost within his grasp. Legends spoke of a group of mighty arcanists who could rival the gods, annihilating demons with a mere flick of their fingers. Yet, such power came with immense challenges. The difficulty of mastering their skills was astronomical, and the scope of knowledge they encompassed seemed boundless. Even for those fortunate enough to acquire a job change scroll, making meaningful progress on this path was nearly impossible for the average person. Every level an arcanist gained meant their skills multiplied in power by several times, sometimes even tenfold. This kind of exponential growth was unmatched by any other profession. It was precisely because of the difficulty in mastering the arcanist class that simplified mage classes later emerged. However, Lin Yi dismissed these challenges as trivial. His innate max-level talent allowed him to effortlessly master any skill. His heart brimmed with joy as he realized that as soon as he became a gold-tier professional, he could transition to the arcanist class. And with his talent, that day would come far sooner than anyone could imagine. Carefully, Lin Yi tucked the job change scroll away and drifted off to sleep, filled with anticipation for the future. The next morning, as sunlight bathed the earth, Lin Yi was already prepared to set off. "Mom, I'm heading out," Lin Yi called into the house. "Shall we? Be careful out there." Young Mai's voice carried a hint of worry. "Got it." Under his mother's concerned gaze, Lin Yi stepped out of the house. He had told her he was heading to the school's beginner dungeon to train and wouldn't be back for a week. In truth, his destination was a far more perilous wilderness. With a dazzling beam of white light shooting skyward, Lin Yi, along with several dozen others, was teleported to Wulong Town. This frontier outpost leading to the wilds was bustling with adventurers of all classes coming and going, creating a lively atmosphere. Striding confidently, Lin Yi headed toward the outskirts of town, his destination set on the nearby village of Chaos. The monsters there were at least level 5 perfect for his current training needs. Lin Yi's solitary march caught the attention of many. Nearby adventurers whispered among themselves, their words dripping with mockery toward the fearless rookie mage. But Lin Yi ignored their remarks, his steps unwavering. Suddenly, a cheerful voice called out behind him, "Hey, little brother, want to join us?" Lin Yi turned to see a smiling young woman waving at him. Judging by her attire, she was a healer. Clearly, her offer came from a place of kindness, wanting to help him. However, her companions were less enthusiastic about the idea. They believed Lin Yi would be a burden, especially since their mission was to hunt the formidable blood-marked Wolf King. Smiling warmly, Lin Yi responded, "Thank you for your kindness, but it'll be fine on my own." With that, he turned and continued toward the village of Chaos. Lin Yi understood that joining a team would significantly dilute the experience points he could earn. His priority was to level up quickly. Besides, with his level 10 shielding technique, which could absorb up to 500 damage points, he could easily handle most threats hidden. As he ventured deeper, Lin Yi encountered his first monstera Kino-goblin. This grotesque, green-clad creature wielded a hefty club and charged at Lin Yi with ferocity. Eager to test the power of his shielding technique, Lin Yi didn't dodge. Instead, he swiftly chanted a spell in his mind. Instantly, a radiant white shield enveloped his body. Bang! The Kinogoblin's powerful strike dealt a hefty 130 damage, but Lin Yi stood unshaken. "That's incredible!" Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel. With a flick of his finger, he conjured a searing fireball the size of a basketball. Fireball spell. Activate. At Lin Yi's command, the massive fireball tore through the air, leaving a scorched trail in its wake as it hurtled toward the Kino-goblin. The fireball exploded violently on the Kino-goblin's face, sparks flying in every direction. The devastating impact instantly wiped out the creature's health bar. Lin Yi gasped in shock, his eyes filled with awe. Staring at the charred, unrecognizable corpse consumed by flames, he fully grasped the overwhelming power of a max-level fireball spell. With a base damage of 200 points, combined with a triple critical hit to the vital head area, it effortlessly one-shotted the level 5 Kino-goblin. A system notification promptly appeared. Defeated level 5 Kino-goblin, gained 79 experience points. Lin Yi couldn't help but grin. Compared to his classmates still grinding in the school's beginner zone, his leveling speed was incomparable. Over there, killing a single low-level creature might only yield 1 or 2 experience points. The real training starts now. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Since his skill had been tested, there was no reason to waste any more time. He immediately plunged back into battle, launching relentless waves of fiery explosions, eradicating every threat in his path. Defeated level 5 Flame Goblin, gained 75 experience points. Defeated level 5 Frost Goblin, gained 72 experience points. Lin Yi's experience bar filled rapidly with each kill, his leveling speed leaving others in the dust. Efficiency like his was nothing short of extraordinary. Suddenly, a dazzling white light erupted around Lin Yi had leveled up. Name, Lin Yi. Class, Mage. Level, LV2372000. With the level up, the power of his fireball spell doubled, reaching a staggering 400 damage points. If a critical hit triggered, his damage could exceed 1,000. Achieving such power during the novice phase was almost unthinkable. If others heard about this, they'd likely dismiss it as a wild exaggeration. Now stronger than ever, Lin Yi's monster-slaying efficiency soared. Creatures that had previously required precise attacks to their weak spots could now be easily defeated without targeting vital areas. Blazing fireballs rained down relentlessly, reducing goblins to nothing but ash. If not for the brief moments spent locating new targets, Lin Yi's leveling speed would have been even more astonishing. Defeated level 6 Green Goblin, gained 81 experience points. Defeated level 7 Red Goblin, gained 84 experience points. Before long, another burst of white light enveloped Lin Yi had reached level 3. In just half a day, Lin Yi had advanced 2 levels. Meanwhile, his classmates had likely only managed to gather a handful of experience points, the gap between them as vast as a chasm. Onward. Lin Yi licked his lips, pulled some rations from his backpack, and took a few bites before diving back into the fray. The feeling of growing stronger with every moment was utterly intoxicating. Boom. That day, the goblins in Chaos Village faced an unprecedented nightmare. Fireballs erupted endlessly, mercilessly reaping lives one by one. Lin Yi's experience points skyrocketed before his very eyes. With a series of white flashes, his level surged to 5. In just one day, Lin Yi had accomplished what would take most people months of grinding. For the average person, battles were far from as effortless as they were for Lin Yi. The mental and physical toll was immense. Upon reaching level 5, the system announced the unlocking of a new skill arc lightning. Lin Yi was overjoyed. For a mage, level 5 was a significant milestone. The newly unlocked arc lightning was his first area effect attack skill. But just as he was reveling in his progress, a chorus of roars echoed around him. Lin Yi's senses heightened as he scanned his surroundings. Dozens of glowing green eyes emerged from the shadows, encircling Hyman's entire horde of goblins. Just in time. Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smirk, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He silently calculated in his mind this newly mastered skill, Arc Shock, would drastically increase his efficiency in hunting monsters. This group targeting skill was nothing short of a battlefield destroyer. At level 10, Arc Shock could simultaneously strike 15 targets, dealing cumulative damage nearing 10,000 points while leaving enemies paralyzed, significantly enhancing his crowd control capabilities. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi began chanting the incantation for Arc Shock. In an instant, a brilliant blue bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, tore through the void and roared forward. The nearby goblin horde, sensing the ominous presence of death, let out uneasy growls. The lightning bolt shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, crossing a dozen meters in a blink and striking a goblin deaden. The blue lightning then danced wildly, weaving nimbly through the goblin group. In mere moments, over a dozen goblins were reduced to ashes, while the remaining few were left barely clinging to life. Without hesitation, Lin Yi launched 2 fireballs, which streaked through the air and sent the remaining goblins to the afterlife. System notifications chimed one after another as experience points from defeating goblins of various levels surged in like a tidal wave. Lin Yi's heart raced as he watched his experience bar climb rapidly. He couldn't help but calculate there was a good chance he might level up again today. Like a grim reaper, Lin Yi rampaged through the village of chaos, mercilessly reaping the lives of goblins. Alternating between fireball and arc shock, he wove a deadly dance that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. The goblins' anguished cries echoed incessantly, deterring many other explorers from venturing near. Suddenly, a flash of dazzling white light signaled that Lin Yi had reached level 6. Rising from level 1 to level 6 in a single day, this kind of leveling speed was nothing short of miraculous. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Compared to him, others were probably still stuck around level 1. Even Lu Wanjing, who had awakened as a storm archer, had likely just barely reached level 2. Just as Lin Yi was lamenting the lack of elite monsters, it was as if the god of fate had heard his call. Before him appeared a towering goblin wielding a massive battle axe, standing at an imposing 3 meters tall. Behind it trailed a group of a dozen ordinary goblins. The system immediately identified it as a level 7 elite monster with a staggering 9,310 health points. My loot has arrived, Lin Yi exclaimed excitedly. Without wasting a moment, he cast shield armor, enveloping himself in a layer of radiant white light. He then unleashed Arc Shock once more, the blue lightning streaking through the air and instantly taking down the smaller goblins. Enraged by the scene, the giant goblin roared and swung its massive axe down at Lin Yi with tremendous force. Despite the menacing blow, Lin Yi remained calm and composed. With his shield armor providing up to 3,000 points of damage reduction, he easily withstood the potentially fatal strike. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi launched a counterattack. A basketball-sized fireball materialized in midair and struck the giant goblin just as it completed its swing. The resulting explosion sent the massive creature staggering backward, depleting a third of its health. Not giving it a chance to recover, Lin Yi unleashed another arc shock. The thick bolts of electricity coiled around the giant goblin, not only dealing severe damage but also inducing paralysis, slowing its movements. Lin Yi pressed his advantage, hurling 2 more fireballs that struck true. The critical hits drained the elite monster's remaining health, reducing it to 0. Defeating the level 7 elite giant goblin earned Lin Yi 671 experience points. After swiftly dealing with the remaining smaller goblins, he eagerly approached the giant goblin's corpse. Beneath its hulking body, he discovered 2 pieces of equipment shimmering with an eerie black glow: a pair of gloves and a set of boots. The Gale gloves and the exquisite leather boots, 2 pieces of black iron-grade equipment, emitted a faint energy fluctuation. Lin Yi carefully examined these spoils of battle, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The gloves added 5 points to strength and 1 point to attack speed, while the boots increased agility by 5 points. Though not specifically designed for mages, such attribute bonuses were immensely valuable to any professional. In this world, the grade of equipment was closely tied to the strength of its wielder. The hierarchy ranged from black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, legendary, to divine. Even the lowest-tier black iron equipment was a coveted luxury for many novice professionals. Lin Yi gently held the tusk in his hand, calculating its worth. This giant goblin tusk could easily sell for 40,000 huasha currency, equivalent to 2 years of his mother's hard-earned wages. By defeating just one elite goblin, he had gained such a substantial reward. Factoring in the value of the equipment, the earnings could multiply several times over. Just as Lin Yi was about to gather his loot and leave, a sudden system alert interrupted his thoughts. Excessive goblin kills within a short period have provoked the Goblin Lord's wrath. Please retreat immediately. The jungle was suffused with an intense killing intent, but instead of backing down, Lin Yi's eyes lit up with determination. To him, this wasn't a crisis, it was a rare opportunity. A Goblin Lord was the perfect opponent to test his current abilities. Opportunities like this don't come twice. Lin Yi muttered under his breath before charging decisively toward the strongest energy fluctuation. He was determined to seize the initiative and take the offensive. Deep in the jungle, an even fiercer battle was about to unfold. Meanwhile, 3 remaining adventurers who had yet to leave the area keenly noticed the sudden disturbance. Leading the group was a young level 11 black iron warrior, followed by a level 10 black iron mage and an archer. The leader's eyes gleamed with barely contained excitement as he murmured, "It's a goblin priest. Someone has provoked the boss monster." The slightly chubby mage leaned closer to the leader and whispered, "Brotherly Xiao, how about we play the mantis stalking the cicada while we act as the oriole behind? With the 3 of us, taking down this boss-level goblin priest should be a breeze." Li Xiao's lips curled into a cold smirk, his voice laced with frost. "Move out. Keep it clean." In this dungeon world, conflict among adventurers was commonplace. Survival of the fittest was the unyielding law. Elsewhere, Lin Yi, agile and swift, moved with enhanced speed thanks to his finely crafted leather boots. After passing through a dense thicket, the view ahead opened up. Nearly 100 goblins gathered around a bonfire, their angry howls filling the air. At the center stood a goblin cloaked in dark fabric, gripping a mysterious staff while chanting in a low voice. Goblin Priest. Level: LV8 Boss. HP: 18,471. Skills: Fireball, Ice Arrow. Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel at the stats. This boss-level monster's health was double that of an elite monster. As he observed the goblin horde, a fighting spirit ignited within him. "Let's deal with the small fry first," Lin Yi muttered to himself. Zap! A flash of electricity surged, instantly reducing over a dozen goblins to charred remains. His experience bar jumped wildly, the numbers skyrocketing. Lin Yi's lips curved into a smirk as he taunted, "Foolish creatures, come and catch me if you can." With that, he turned and dashed deeper into the ruins. The goblin priest screeched sharply, its eyes burning with uncontrollable fury. A blood-red light engulfed the entire tribe, boosting the goblin's strength as they charged towards Lin Yi's location en masse. Unfazed, Lin Yi cast another electric arc. Another wave of goblins fell in an instant. Soon, the small fry were entirely wiped out. At this point, the goblin priest was in a state of utter madness. Raising its staff high, it chanted a spell, launching a blazing fireball hurtling toward Lin Yi. Good timing. I can use fireball too. Lin Yi chuckled as he flicked his fingers. With the boost from his gale gloves, his casting speed had significantly improved. A fireball materialized instantly and shot out, intercepting the incoming attack. The two fireballs collided midair, erupting into a fiery explosion. The surrounding ruins were set ablaze, transforming into a sea of fire. Watching the chaos, Lin Yi sneered, "Not bad for a boss monster, but my fireball is instant cast." As the cooldown ended, another fireball struck the goblin priest with precision. 937. Despite the goblin priest's decent magic resistance, the fireball still dealt nearly 1,000 damage. Electric arc, 1,127. The paralysis effect took hold, slowing the goblin priest's movements, making even lifting its staff a struggle. Lin Yi alternated between fireball and electric arc, causing the goblin priest's health to visibly plummet. 998. 1,574. 1,896. The goblin priest finally shook off the paralysis and fired a pale blue, crystalline ice arrow that struck Lin Yi's armor. Thump! The white light armor was exceptionally durable, shattering the ice arrow upon impact. Although the ice arrow dealt more damage than the fireball, it failed to penetrate the protective shield. Lin Yi's shield armor was overwhelmingly strong, capable of absorbing up to 3,000 damage. The goblin priest howled in agony as its health continued to drop steadily. Finally, with one last massive fireball exploding over its head, the goblin priest fell lifelessly to the ground. Boss-level goblin priest defeated. Gained 2,785 experience points. Level up to LV7. Encased in a brilliant white glow, Lin Yi leveled up once again. He eagerly approached the goblin priest's corpse, picking up a bronze-colored staff. Goblin's Resentment Staff. Grade, Bronze. Attributes, 10 Spirit, 10 Magic Resistance. A glimmer of delight flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. This staff seemed tailor-made for him. He then scanned the other loot. Heavy Steel Sword. Grade, Black Iron. Attributes, 10 Strength, 1 Attack Speed. Worn Bracers. Grade, Black Iron. Attributes, 5 Magic Resistance. Rare Mage Robe. Grade, Black Iron. Attributes, 100 Mana, 5 Magic Defense. Among these, the bracers and robe were perfect for his use. As for the Heavy Steel Sword, selling it could easily fetch him 150,000 Huaxia credits. However, what truly made his heart race wasn't the equipment, it was the skill book lying quietly at the bottom. Ice Arrow. With a clap of his hands, the skill book dissolved into a stream of light, merging into his mind. The moment Lin Yi's innate talent activated, he felt a surge of icy power coursing through his body. His Ice Arrow skill instantly reached its maximum level, with its single target damage even surpassing that of Fireball. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he calculated silently. With 100 points of mental energy, a single arrow could deal 2,000 points of damage, enough to overwhelm even an Iron-tier combatant. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Lin Yi bent down to retrieve the goblin priest's Ayabala, rare and valuable material highly sought after by enchanters, worth as much as a piece of Iron-tier equipment. The thought of using the money to buy his mother a small house, where she could finally enjoy the life she deserved, filled him with anticipation. Just then, a sharp shout shattered the forest's tranquility. "Stop right there, kid." 3 figures rapidly approached. It was Li Xiao and his group. They arrived at the scene, panting, their eyes gleaming with joy and greed. Though they hadn't landed the killing blow on the goblin priest, as long as they obtained the loot, their objective would still be achieved. Li Xiao scanned the surroundings cautiously, ensuring there were no other threats. He fixed his gaze coldly on Lin Yi, his tone menacing. "Kid, I suggest you don't try anything stupid." The short and stout mage muttered an incantation under his breath, and a faint white glow spread outward from him in a circle. "Boss, there's no one else around," he reported quietly. Lin Yi instantly understood their intentions, sighing inwardly at how the hearts of men in the wild could be more dangerous than the monsters themselves. Lowering his gaze, he feigned a frightened expression. "Please don't kill me. I'm willing to hand over all the loot." A smug smile crept onto Li Xiao's face as he spoke with feigned reassurance. "Don't worry. I swear on the honor of the Li family of Jiangcheng, if you hand over the loot, we won't harm a single hair on your head." His greedy eyes locked onto the staff in Lin Yi's hand. "My cousin Li Kuang is a fire mage, and this bronze staff would suit him perfectly." Lin Yi pretended to be surprised. "The Li family of Jiangcheng? What's your relation to Lord Li Haishan? Li Xiao, growing impatient, replied, he's my uncle, of course. Stop wasting time and toss the loot over. Upon hearing this, the fear in Lin Yi's eyes vanished, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. So, you're Li Kuang's cousin? In that case, I have no reason to hold back. Before his words had fully left his mouth, a blazing fireball had already formed in his palm, hurtling straight toward the stout mage. Lin Yi decided to take out the troublesome support character first, his patience for pretense completely exhausted. His earlier display of weakness had been nothing more than a ploy to lower their guard. Now, the battle was inevitable. Seeing the blazing fireball whistling towards him, the short and stout mage's face turned pale with fear. In a panic, he cried out loudly, "Brother, help me!" Before his words even finished, his hands were already moving frantically, casting a spell in an attempt to defend himself. However, his ordinary mage reflexes were no match for Lin Yi's lightning speed. Stop! Li Xiao's eyes widened with fury as he shouted harshly, "How dare you!" Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Yi's deliberate feint earlier had left them with no time to even assume a defensive stance. Boom! The fireball hit its mark, leaving the short mage charred black, with a horrifying crater in his chest. 3,481. The damage number appeared, revealing the frailty of the mere level 10 mage, who was even weaker than an average level 8 or 9 goblin. Having succeeded, Lin Yi let out a subtle sigh of relief, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Seeing his companion fall in an instant, Li Xiao realized they had encountered a formidable foe. He immediately turned to the female archer and ordered, "I'll engage him, Hedon. You flank and provide support." Ferocious tiger charge. A faint glow enveloped Li Xiao, boosting his speed as he left behind afterimages in his wake. The female archer responded swiftly, her longbow gleaming coldly under the sunlight as she prepared her shot. Their coordination was seamless, presenting the most effective counterattack. It's often said that a mage is doomed once an enemy closes the distance, but Lin Yi was no ordinary mage. In an instant, his entire body was covered in a white light armor. Completely ignoring the charging Li Xiao, he lightly waved his staff, conjuring a thick arc of lightning that condensed in the female archer's horrified gaze. With a crackling sound, the lightning arc struck faster than the eye could follow, piercing through the female archer's neck. A short, sharp scream escaped her lips as her head was split brutally in two. 3,179. Another devastating one-shot kill. Lin Yi remained calm, but his composure sent chills down Li Xiao's spine. Watching his companions fall one after another, Li Xiao roared in rage, "You'll pay for this." Twin blade slash. The strength of an 11th level bronze warrior was not to be underestimated. Even with basic gear, his attack power could reach 300 to 400. With the addition of equipment and skill bonuses, his damage could easily surpass 2,000, enough to obliterate any fragile mage. Yet, when his all-out attack landed on Lin Yi, it was as if he had struck an impenetrable wall. Not a scratch was made. This is impossible. Li Xiao's face turned pale with disbelief, unable to accept that the man before him was just an ordinary mage. Lin Yi smirked coldly, using the momentum to create some distance. With a flick of his staff, he conjured an ice crystal arrow, radiating an intense chill. Ice arrow technique. The arrow shot out with a piercing whistle, its speed second only to the lightning arc. It was Lin Yi's most powerful single-target skill at the moment. "Block it!" Li Xiao shouted in despair, but the ice arrow was unstoppable. Even with damage reduction from his block, the arrow pierced through his skull with a sickening thud. 3,765. The damage number appeared, and Li Xiao collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. In mere seconds, Lin Yi had annihilated 3 bronze-class professionals with overwhelming force. His strength was nothing short of astonishing. With a smirk of disdain, he remarked, "With skills like yours, you dare to resort to robbery?" He then began methodically looting their belongings. Moments later, Lin Yi had reaped a significant haul, 7 or 8 pieces of equipment, some of which were of exceptional quality. As expected, robbing others is much faster than farming boss monsters, he thought smugly, as he meticulously examined the equipment's attributes. Refined steel sword bronze, strength 7. Crimson belt bronze, HP 120. Storm ring bronze, attack range 1. Mana ring bronze, MP 120, regen 0.1 seconds. Lin Yi was elated. 2 of the bronze items were immediately usable, with one being particularly impressive. After all, a single piece of bronze equipment could fetch tens of thousands of huaxia currency. After tidying up, he glanced at the sky. The sun was setting, its light fading. Lin Yi's heart tightened as he realized that lingering any longer could lead to an encounter with powerful nocturnal monsters. The night's poor visibility would put him at a severe disadvantage. Making a decisive choice, he grabbed only the most valuable materials and swiftly left the chaotic village. Before long, the surroundings grew brighter as he approached Wulong Town. The number of returning professionals increased, each exuding a fierce aura, their clothes stained with blood. Everyone maintained a wary distance from one another, their eyes filled with vigilance. Lin Yi's bulging backpack naturally drew a lot of attention. The townsfolk didn't think much of it, assuming the newcomer had simply picked up some worthless items at random. The town's entrance was now within reach, and the professionals collectively let out a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with the joy of having narrowly escaped danger. Just then, an excited female voice suddenly called out from behind Lin Yi, "Little one, you actually made it back alive." Lin Yi turned around to see Bai Jia and her group, their faces weary and their eyes filled with disappointment. It was evident that their mission had not gone well. This team of 6 black iron rank professionals had a balanced lineup, yet their dejected expressions were hard to miss. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said casually, "Just lucky, I guess." Hearing this, a trace of concern flickered in Bai Jia's eyes. She suggested again, "How about joining us tomorrow? You've experienced the dangers out there. Luck like that doesn't come around every time." Her gaze was filled with concern as she looked at Lin Yi, as though she were reminded of her younger brother who had ventured into the wilderness alone years ago and was never heard from again. At that moment, a few young men impatiently urged, "Jia, let's go already. Why waste time with this trash? We've got plenty to do tomorrow." Lin Yi paid them no mind. Instead, he smiled lightly at Bai Jia and said, "Thanks for your kindness." With that, he quickened his pace and walked away. Bai Jia watched his figure fade into the distance and sighed softly, "Just as stubborn as my brother." The other young men scoffed dismissively and muttered, "A useless mage, acting all high and mighty." At that moment, Lin Yi had only one thought in his mind, to quickly convert today's haul into Huaxia currency. He moved briskly through the brightly lit streets of Wulong Town. Night had fallen, and the returning professionals were indulging in celebrations. Laughter echoed from the taverns, while heavily made-up women in the alleys waved at passing men. But none of this interested Lin Yi. Soon, he stopped in front of an opulent building. Wanbao Pavilion, the largest commercial empire in Huaxia, known for auctions, rare item trades, and intelligence exchange. Rumor had it that it operated with official backing. Most importantly, its prices were fair. Though slightly lower than those on the black market, it was safe and reliable, with no risk of being tracked after transactions. As Lin Yi stepped into Wanbao Pavilion, a bunny girl in a sleek, black outfit approached him with a respectful smile. "Good evening, sir. How may I assist you?" "I'd like to sell some equipment and materials," Lin Yi replied, placing his heavy backpack on the counter with a loud thud. The bunny girl's eyes lit up. This was clearly a big deal. "Please wait a moment, sir. I'll calculate everything for you right away." She hurried off eagerly. Lin Yi took a sip of the complimentary black leaf tea, rare delicacy said to be imported from the Elven lands. Only a place like Wanbao Pavilion would be so generous. Before long, the bunny girl returned, her voice brimming with excitement. "All right, the total value of your equipment and materials comes to 980,000 Huaxia currency. Let's round it up to an even 1 million. She handed over a sleek, black card with both hands, her expression full of respect. Lin Yi's face lit up with joy, his heart racing with excitement. 1 million Huaxia currency. His mother, young Mei, earned only 2 to 3,000 a month. It would take her 30 to 40 years to save up this amount. Yet, he had earned it in just one day. However, Lin Yi didn't immediately accept the black card. Instead, he asked, "Do you sell skill books here?" "Of course." The bunny girl's eyes lit up with excitement as she enthusiastically said, "Please, follow me." Lin Yi followed closely behind her, walking through several hallways until they arrived at a hidden library. As the heavy wooden door creaked open, the rich aroma of books filled the air. Inside, a variety of skill books were neatly arranged on rustic bookshelves, their abundance dazzling to the eye. Magic Missile, Earth Spike, Wind Blade, Detection Spell, Delay Spell. Lin Yi's gaze scanned over the titles, mentally calculating. Each book was worth a hefty sum, about 600,000 Huaxia credits each, meaning he could only choose one. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Yi quickly made his decision. "I already have single target and area effect attack skills, and for defense, I have shield armor. What I lack now is a control skill." His eyes stopped on the delay spell. Even at level 1, this skill could reduce an enemy's movement speed by 5, making it a valuable choice. "I'll take the delay spell," Lin Yi said decisively. He then spent an additional 100,000 Huaxia credits on 5 small health recovery potions. Each potion could restore 300 health points. While he wasn't sure if he'd need them, it was always better to be prepared. Finally, Lin Yi deposited the remaining 300,000 Huaxia credits onto his black card. He chose not to spend more and instead turned to leave. He intended to save this money as a safety net for his mother, ensuring she wouldn't struggle too much if anything happened to him. Although Lin Yi was confident in himself, planning ahead was always wise. As Lin Yi left, In another part of the Wanbao Pavilion, a short-haired girl with a lively appearance suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? Was that Lin Yi?" She caught a fleeting glimpse of him and wasn't entirely sure. This girl was Cheng Muqing, the cherished daughter of the Cheng family, one of the four prominent families in Jiangxing. Her beauty was on par with Lu Wanqing, each with their own unique charm, though Cheng Muqing's figure was particularly striking. Shaking her head, Cheng Muqing muttered to herself, "It probably wasn't him. I heard Lin Yi only awakened as an ordinary mage. Why would he be in Wulong Town?" At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped out of a nearby room, a smile on his face. "Miss, there is indeed a black iron-level dungeon in the Swamp Plains. However, the entrance isn't fixed and will require some time to locate. Dungeons can either remain stable or spawn randomly. They're filled with numerous small monsters, but the real treasures lie with the elite monsters and the dungeon boss. For the strong, it's a true gold mine." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Cheng Muqing's eyes. "I didn't expect Wanbao Pavilion to have such information. If I can conquer this dungeon, my strength will improve by leaps and bounds. I might even reach the black iron level. At the trial competition next week, I'll have no problem outshining that girl from the Huang family." With a determined nod, Cheng Muqing issued her orders. "There's no time to waste. Assemble a team immediately. I'll personally lead the expedition into the dungeon." Meanwhile, Lin Yi had no idea he had almost been recognized by Cheng Muqing. At this moment, he had already checked into an inn in Wulong Town and was quietly resting. Taking out the delay spell skill book, he tapped it lightly. The book dissolved into glowing streams of light, instantly leveling the skill to its maximum. The upgraded delay spell now halved an enemy's speed and lasted for 3 seconds. "That's more than enough time to obliterate my opponent," Lin Yi thought with satisfaction. Having a diverse skill set would prepare him for the challenges ahead. After calling his mother to let her know he was safe, Lin Yi spent some time browsing through a monster compendium before drifting off to sleep. The day's battles had left him thoroughly exhausted. The next day dawned bright and sunny. Wulong Town was bustling with life once again. After packing his belongings, Lin Yi set off toward the swamp plains. The creatures there, even the weakest, were level 8 perfect for his current leveling needs. Before long, Lin Yi encountered his first target, a level 9 swift wind wolf. For most mages, defeating such a creature solo would be nearly impossible. But Lin Yi was far from ordinary. "Delay spell, activate," he chanted. A grayish-white aura enveloped the swift wind wolf, drastically slowing its movements until it crawled like a snail. A smirk tugged at the corner of Lin Yi's lips. This spell really packs a punch. With a swift cast, a fireball spell struck the wolf, finishing it off completely. 2457. Defeated a level 9 swift wind wolf. Gained 135 experience points. Licking his lips, Lin Yi said excitedly, "I'll definitely hit level 10 today. Once I absorb a black iron magic orb, I'll officially become a black iron level class holder." While black iron magic orbs were expensive, costing around 2 million credits on the market, they weren't entirely inaccessible. One option was to purchase them outright. The other was to perform well in trials hosted by the Adventurers Guild, which sometimes rewarded them. Lin Yi wasn't in a rush once his experience points were sufficient. Advancing to black iron would be a breeze. "Let's keep moving." Lin Yi dashed through the plains, hunting down wolf after wolf. His progress steadily climbed as the numbers in his log updated with each victory. As the last bloodstripe wolf collapsed under the icy arrow, a brilliant white light suddenly radiated from Lin Yi's body. He felt a surge of energy coursing through him. His level had risen to LV8. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the scene before him shifted dramatically. From behind a boulder, 3 more bloodstripe wolves emerged silently. Their pale red markings shimmered under the sunlight, exuding an air of mystery. One of them stood out with its massive, muscular frame, its size rivaling that of a young bull. Lin Yi instantly recognized it. Giant bloodstripe wolf, an elite monster at LV10 with a staggering 13,416 health points and a special skill called Bloodthirsty Rush. A hint of excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, and a small grin crept across his face. "Well, looks like my luck's not too bad. I've run into an elite monster." Before he could finish speaking, the giant bloodstripe wolf detected his presence. A deafening roar echoed through the forest as all 3 wolves lunged at Lin Yi with astonishing speed. But Lin Yi remained calm, his expression unchanging. With a subtle motion, he waved his staff, and a gray-white aura enveloped the wolves. Slow spell activated. The once lightning-fast wolves were instantly hindered, their speed halved. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi's staff began to crackle with electricity. He muttered softly, "Arc shock." In an instant, 2 dazzling arcs of lightning shot forth, striking the 2 regular bloodstripe wolves with pinpoint accuracy. 2148. 2371. The system's notifications rang out as the 2 wolves disintegrated into nothingness. A playful glint appeared in Lin Yi's eyes as he turned to the remaining giant bloodstripe wolf. Looks like it's just you now. Without hesitation, he began to channel an ice crystal arrow. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air, and with the slow spell still in effect, the giant blood-striped wolf failed to dodge. The arrow struck its head squarely, shattering into a flurry of icy shards and dealing a heavy blow. 4,163. The system notified him nearly a third of the wolf's health was gone in a single strike. The next moment, the giant blood-striped wolf shook off the effects of the slow spell. Its eyes turned blood-red as it entered a frenzied, bloodthirsty state, its strength and speed drastically enhanced. However, Lin Yi's tactical prowess far outmatched its newfound aggression. After releasing the ice crystal arrow, he quickly retreated, all while conjuring a fireball. Boom! The searing fireball exploded on impact, engulfing the wolf in flames and releasing the acrid stench of scorched fur and flesh. 2,156. Another critical hit. Lin Yi knew that defeating the wolf outright wasn't his primary goal. Driving it back was the priority. He maintained a safe distance, and just in time, his slow spell cooled down. The gray-white aura once again surrounded the giant blood-striped wolf, reducing its speed to a crawl. Oh, whoa! The wolf howled furiously at the sky, its frustration palpable, but it was powerless against Lin Yi's tactics. At this moment, it was entirely at his mercy. Lin Yi capitalized on its vulnerability, firing 2 consecutive ice crystal arrows. Both struck true, piercing the wolf's eyes with devastating precision. Blood and shards of ice scattered in all directions. 3,021. 3,149. The system notifications confirmed the inevitable. The giant blood-striped wolf's health dropped to 0. As Lin Yi approached the lifeless body of the elite monster, 2 glimmering lights caught his attention. Smiling, he bent down to retrieve the loot. 2 pieces of black iron gear, another satisfying victory. Lin Yi carefully examined the spoils in his hands, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The swift blade, an assassin's weapon of black iron grade, wasn't something he could use, but selling it at the Wanbao Pavilion would easily fetch 400 to 500,000. What thrilled him even more was the Scarlet Totem Ring, also a black iron grade item, which granted a 4-spell vamp effect. He quickly calculated. With his high attack power, a single arc shock could deal tens of thousands of damage, restoring hundreds of health points instantly. Considering his total health was only 500 after equipping the Scarlet Belt, this healing effect was nothing short of a lifesaver. Without hesitation, Lin Yi slipped the Scarlet Totem Ring onto his finger and resumed his journey of leveling up. Fireballs and frost arrows alternated as they flew through the air, reaping the lives of the wolf pack like a relentless harvester. His experience points kept jumping. Defeated level 9 Swift Wind Wolf, 69. Defeated level 10 Blood Pattern Wolf, 101. Suddenly, a bright white light enveloped Lin Yi. He had leveled up to level 9. Now, he was just one step away from unlocking new skills at level 10. Taking a few bites of jerky, he threw himself back into battle. However, he soon noticed something unusual. The number of blood-patterned wolves seemed to be increasing. Could it be the legendary lore-tier beast, the blood-patterned Wolf King? Remembering the rumors he'd heard in Wulong Town, Lin Yi's heart stirred as he cautiously advanced. Not far ahead, a small valley shaped like a gourd came into view. As he drew closer, the sound of fierce snarls grew louder. Holding his breath, Lin Yi crept toward the valley entrance. What he saw made his pupils contract sharply. A brutal battle was unfolding in the valley. 3 charred corpses lay on the ground, while 3 survivors were on the brink of despair. Among them, a young woman in white Baijia was chanting a healing spell, a green light enveloping her 2 companions. However, her own condition was dire. Her mana was nearly depleted. Opposite them stood a well-equipped 6-person team, their eyes fixed on the survivors like predators. The leader, a man in purple, let his gaze linger on Baijia with a look of greedy desire. Suddenly, an arrow sliced through the air, piercing the throat of a young assassin in Baijia's team. Blood spurted out, staining his leather armor, and he collapsed lifelessly on the spot. Cowards! Baijia cursed furiously. They had originally discovered traces of the blood-patterned Wolf King, but were ambushed by this team. Now, only she and the team captain were left. Watching her teammates fall one by one felt like a knife to her heart. The man in purple smirked disdainfully. Stop resisting. Hand over your gear, and I might give you a quick death. The captain gritted his teeth. Take the blood-patterned Wolf King and let us go. If you give her to me, they'll let you leave alive, the man in purple replied, his tone dripping with mockery. Behind him, his team burst into laughter, their jeers echoing in the valley. Baijia's body trembled slightly, the man's gaze making her feel sick to her core. She turned to the captain, her eyes filled with hope, but the captain avoided her gaze. Jia, I just want to survive, he muttered. Baijia felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. The pain of betrayal was even worse than the fear of death. The captain, who had once pursued her, was now ready to hand her over to the enemy to save himself. Don't blame me, the captain roared, closing his eyes tightly as he rushed at Bai Jia with his greatsword raised high. As a priest, Bai Jia had almost no means to fight back. She gripped her staff in reverse, aiming it at her own neck. She would rather die with dignity than submit to humiliation. At that critical moment, an ice crystal arrow whistled past Bai Jia's ear, heading straight for the charging captain. Lin Yi, moved by Bai Jia's selflessness, couldn't stand by any longer. This sudden intervention caught the captain off guard. In the heat of the moment, he couldn't stop his charge. Lin Yi's eyes were cold and resolute. The captain, who had mocked him earlier and was now betraying his teammate, was utterly despicable. Thwack! The ice crystal arrow pierced through the captain's throat, leaving a bloody hole. Blood, on the verge of gushing out, was instantly frozen by the icy energy. 3785. Despite being a level 12 black iron warrior with exceptional physique and decent gear, the captain's health was only slightly over 3000. Cough cough, clutching his throat, the captain fell to the ground in agony. The sight of his gruesome death, with his throat pierced and frozen, was chilling. Lin Yi's intent was clear: protect the equipment at all costs, as it was his most valuable treasure. His swift and decisive actions left no room for anyone to react. Lin Yi stepped into view at a measured pace, his youthful face and novice attire immediately sparking a wave of astonishment. The crowd murmured in disbelief. So young? And just a rookie? How could he possibly take down a level 12 warrior in seconds? At the black iron rank, every level up increased primary attributes by 100 points. This stark difference left the onlookers speculating, could it be one of those legendary hidden classes? Beyond that, they couldn't fathom any other explanation. Even the rare special classes couldn't achieve such extraordinary results. A chill ran down their spines as they silently marveled. This young man is a monster. The mage insignia on Lin Yi's outfit was completely ignored. No one believed he was just an ordinary mage. After all, certain mystical artifacts could alter a professional's outward appearance, and playing the role of an underdog wasn't unheard of. Bai Jia was utterly stunned, unable to utter a single word. Her eyes widened, her small mouth slightly agape as she stared blankly at Lin Yi's handsome face. Suddenly, she remembered how she had invited him to join her team earlier, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. With power like his, he clearly didn't need her help. Before Bai Jia could recover from her daze, Lin Yi's calm, gentle voice broke the silence. Stay behind me. His gaze swept over the 6 opponents, quickly analyzing the situation. Most of them were level 11 or 12, with only one at level 13. Although they were stronger than Li Xiu and his group, Lin Yi was confident in handling them. After all, in a low-level area like the Marsh Plains, high-ranking professionals were rarely seen. The man in the purple cloak eyed Lin Yi warily, his gaze full of apprehension. Forcing a strained smile, he said, "Sir, if you wish to take her away, be my guest." Lin Yi's display of power left him too intimidated to act rashly. If Lin Yi could one-shot a level 12 black iron warrior, he himself likely wouldn't last more than 2 hits. But Lin Yi had no intention of leaving just yet. Earlier, he had clearly heard that the Bloodstreak Wolf King was hiding deeper within the valley. There was no way he was giving up the rewards for defeating a boss-level monster. His voice turned icy. "You'd better leave. Otherwise, die." The man in purple's face darkened with fury. "You go too far. Do you think we're pushovers?" Before he could finish, a bone-chilling aura swept over them. Lin Yi's staff began to glow, and a thick arc of blue lightning crackled at its tip before shooting toward them. ZZZZT. The terrifying blue lightning struck, wreaking havoc on the backline of the opposing team. Their anger instantly turned to sheer terror as the scent of death permeated the air. 3152. 2896. 2957. The priest, archer, and mage in the rear collapsed to the ground in an instant, the acrid smell of burnt flesh lingering in the air. The remaining 3 reacted swiftly, using acceleration skills to create distance and narrowly evading the attack. Though the Arc Lightning's chain attack range was limited as a basic skill, Lin Yi's priority to eliminate the support classes had already paid off. Lin Yi smirked coldly, raising his staff for another strike. The man in purple, now furious, barked orders at the remaining warrior and assassin. "Damn it! Tear him apart! Kill that brat!" The 2 professionals charged at Lin Yi with all their might. Witnessing the scene before him, Lin Yi remained exceptionally calm, his gaze sharp and focused. To him, the 3 opponents, now without any backup, were like lambs to the slaughter. He murmured an incantation under his breath, and a ripple of grayish-white light expanded outward. Delay spell. The purple-robed youth, charging at the forefront, suddenly felt as though invisible shackles bound his limbs, making every step an arduous effort. Another warrior gritted his teeth and pressed forward with all his might, while the assassin silently vanished into the air, attempting to launch a sneak attack from behind Lin Yi. With a casual wave of his staff, Lin Yi conjured a searing fireball that roared through the air. The warrior was instantly engulfed in blistering heat, his skin cracking like dried wood. 3117. Another enemy fell. The purple-robed youth's pupils shrank in disbelief as he stared at the overwhelmingly powerful mage. Just then, the invisible assassin crept up behind Lin Yi, his jet-black dagger raised high. "Watch out!" Bai Jia shouted anxiously. She had just cast a mental boost spell, adding 5 points to Lin Yi's spirit when she saw the assassin's ambush. "Die!" "Backstab!" The assassin sneered maliciously, thrusting his dagger forward. But Lin Yi had anticipated this all along. With a hum, a thick layer of white light armor enveloped him. The assassin's dagger was caught in the radiant glow, rendered immobile. "You're not escaping this time," Lin Yi said coldly, a smirk tugging at his lips. The assassin's face turned pale with terror as an icy arrow materialized at Lin Yi's fingertips. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, piercing the assassin's eye and shattering his skull. His eyeball burst instantly, but the blood froze before it could even spill. 3795. The assassin was killed on the spot. Now, only the purple-robed youth remained. Feeling Lin Yi's frosty gaze lock onto him, he trembled uncontrollably and began retreating in desperation. Lin Yi had no intention of letting him go. A bolt of lightning surged forth, paralyzing the youth and making his movements stiff and sluggish. 1679. His health dropped by half in an instant. Delay spell. The grayish-white glow enveloped the youth once more, sealing his fate. "Spare me," he pleaded, but before he could finish, a scorching fireball hurtled toward him. With a deafening explosion, flames consumed him entirely. 2973. His limbs were blown apart, scattering across the battlefield. Bai Jia stood stunned, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. From start to finish, she had only cast a single mental boost spell and hadn't even had the chance to use healing magic. Was this truly a mage? She stared at Lin Yi's back, her heart filled with confusion. Unfazed by Bai Jia's astonishment, Lin Yi began searching the corpses for loot. Before long, a pile of equipment lay before him. 12 pieces of black iron gear and 18 beginner items. 2 of the black iron pieces were exactly what he needed, especially the enchanted ring, which reduced casting time by 0.2 seconds. For other mages, 0.2 seconds might seem negligible, but for Lin Yi, whose base casting time was already under a second, the improvement was significant. With the ring equipped, his spells would be nearly instantaneous, drastically enhancing his combat prowess. A grin spread across Lin Yi's face as he stowed the equipment into his inventory. After keeping the 2 pieces he needed, the rest could be sold for at least 2 million. He then remembered the Bloodstreak Wolf King lurking deeper in the valley and turned to look at Bai Jia. Watching Lin Yi's bountiful haul, Bai Jia couldn't help but feel envious. Such a windfall could surpass what others earned in a year or even several years soft grinding. When Lin Yi finally finished and looked at her, a shy smile bloomed on her blood-streaked face, her heart quietly fluttering. "My name is Bai Jia. Thank you so much for saving me," she said softly. Lin Yi nodded with a smile and introduced himself. "My name is Lin Yi. Could you tell me the exact location of the Bloodstripe Wolf King? I know it's hiding deep in the valley, but the area is vast, and searching blindly would take too much time." Bai Jia immediately responded, "It's in a cave within the valley. We sprinkled some tracking powder on it earlier, so I can lead you there." She explained. Originally, the Bloodstripe Wolf King was guarding the entrance of the valley, but during our conflict with the purple-clad youth's team, it took the chance to escape deeper into the valley. After a brief hesitation, Bai Jia added, "But are we really going in alone? Shouldn't we head back to Wulong Town to gather a few teammates first?" It wasn't that she doubted Lin Yi. In fact, his combat prowess earlier had truly impressed her. However, as a mage, Lin Yi might struggle to withstand heavy damage. Typically, a team would require warriors to tank at the front, healers to provide support, and other range combatants to deal damage from the back. Even with such a setup, unexpected situations often arose when dealing with a boss-level monster. Lin Yi shook his head decisively. "No need. The 2 of us are enough." He thought to himself that going back to recruit others would not only waste time, but also mean sharing the loot, something he was unwilling to do. Confident in his own strength, Lin Yi believed that taking on a boss-level monster alone was no big deal. Seeing Lin Yi's firm stance, Bai Jia refrained from saying more and led him deeper into the valley. The valley was eerily quiet, dotted with sparse trees. Occasionally, a gentle breeze carried the fresh scent unique to the swampy plains. As they entered the cave, Bai Jia lowered her voice and warned, "The Bloodstripe Wolf King is elusive and has a habit of targeting lone adventurers." Lin Yi couldn't help but reflect that without Bai Jia's guidance, finding the Wolf King's lair might have been an arduous task. A small flame flickered to life in Lin Yi's palm, illuminating the dark tunnel. Before long, they reached the deepest part of the cave. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he spotted a massive wolf beast covered in blood-red patterns, resting quietly. Its fangs gleamed with a menacing, bloodthirsty light, signaling that it was no easy foe. Bloodstripe Wolf King. Level: LV10 Boss Monster. HP: 39,175. Skills: Bloodthirst, Swift Assault, Summon. Bai Jia marveled silently at the sight. That health pool was massive. Even though she had encountered the Bloodstripe Wolf King before, its imposing presence still left her in awe. A trace of unease crept into her voice. Are you sure we can handle this? Just the two of us? But Lin Yi showed no fear. In the contrary, he seemed exhilarated. He knew that the stronger the boss monster, the more valuable the loot it would drop. Lin Yi signaled to Bai Jia with his eyes, and she understood immediately, beginning to chant a spell. Mental Fortification. A faint blue light enveloped Lin Yi, instantly boosting his spirit points by 10. He smiled, appreciating the advantage of having a healer nearby. With this enhancement, his spirit points reached 120, further amplifying his damage potential. Lin Yi softly instructed, "Stay back and keep yourself safe." His gaze turned sharp as he locked onto the sleeping Bloodstripe Wolf King. A glint of determination and killing intent flickered in his eyes. Ice Arrow Technique. In an instant, a frosty arrow formed, radiating a chilling aura. With the aid of his enchanted ring, Lin Yi's casting speed was remarkably swift, leaving Bai Jia momentarily stunned. Whoosh! A faint sound of air being sliced echoed as the icy arrow shot across the distance, embedding itself deep into the Wolf King's flank. 4,379. The arrow exploded upon impact, tearing a finger-wide, bone-deep wound into the beast's side. The substantial damage caused by Jia's eyes to widen, and Ashi could hardly believe such a powerful attack came from a novice adventurer. Howl! The Bloodstripe Wolf King roared in pain, jolted awake from its slumber. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Lin Yi and Bai Jia, blazing with fury. Howl! The blood-striped Wolf King threw its head back and let out a deafening roar that echoed through the cave. In an instant, a streak of crimson flashed through the air, its razor-sharp claws gleaming menacingly. Under such a ferocious assault, even a seasoned level 12 Black Iron warrior would likely meet their end in despair. Bai Jia's face turned pale, unable to hide her anxiety. Lin Yi, however, remained calm and composed. With a slight wave of his staff, a gray-white aura swirled around his wrist before enveloping the Wolf King's claws. Delay spell. The Wolf King's speed abruptly faltered, as if burdened by a massive weight. Arc lightning. A streak of electricity shot forth, striking the Wolf King's old wound on its abdomen with precision. The injury tore open further. 3,357. While not as lethal as an ice arrow, the damage was still significant. Fireball. Lin Yi chanted softly, and a blazing fireball ignited the air in the cave. It struck the same wound, scorching the Wolf King's fur black. 3,519. In just 3 spells, the Wolf King had already lost more than 10,000 health points. Bai Jia stared in awe. Such results, what would have taken an ordinary team an hour of bloody combat, had been achieved in mere moments. Suddenly, the situation shifted dramatically. The Wolf King not only regained its speed, but also activated its bloodlust mode. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Lin Yi. Bai Jia gasped, instinctively covering her mouth to avoid distracting him. Lin Yi, however, remained unfazed, exuding confidence. With Bai Jia's buffs enhancing him, his shield armor spell could withstand up to 6,100 damage points. Even the blood-striped Wolf King, in its frenzied state, would struggle to break through this impenetrable defense. Boom! The crimson claws struck with hurricane-like force, only to be stopped cold as if hitting solid rock. Bai Jia couldn't help but admire Lin Yi silently. He actually blocked Itho incredible. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi stepped back and shouted, "Fireball!" The fireball exploded, forcing the Wolf King to retreat. By now, the delay spell had cooled down, and the gray-white aura once again immobilized the Wolf King. Alone, Lin Yi was proving as effective as an entire team. In no time, the blood-striped Wolf King's health dropped to 30, its wounds worsening. It let out a mournful howl, and a blood-red magic circle appeared around it. Moments later, one blood-striped wolf after another leapt out. It was the Wolf King's summoning skill. Seeing this, Bai Jia quickly cast another mental buff on Lin Yi, though she could do little else. Lin Yi remained unharmed, rendering healing spells unnecessary. The 10 summoned blood-striped wolves charged at Lin Yi, buying precious time for their leader to recover. Lin Yi, however, looked at them with disdain. With a flick of his staff, blue sparks crackled. The arc lightning jumped through the pack, dealing devastating damage. 2,758. 2,361. 2,193. In an instant, the wolf pack was obliterated. What might have been a headache for others was merely a trivial matter for Lin Yi. Taking down 10 blood-striped wolves earned him 500 experience points. Leveling up to 10 was turning out to be faster than anticipated. These summoned wolves saved him the trouble of searching for targets. Lin Yi's eyes burned with anticipation as he looked at the blood-striped wolf king, as though eyeing a golden pig ready for slaughter. So, you like summoning? Then keep going, summon more. Fireball. The fiery explosion barely missed the wolf king, leaving scorch marks on its side. Lin Yi had deliberately aimed off target, baiting the wolf king to summon again. Sure enough, the blood-red magic circle reappeared, and another wave of 10 wolves surged forth, charging at Lin Yi. He grinned inwardly and unleashed another arc lightning, effortlessly earning another 500 experience points. Come on, bring more. Summon as many as you can, or prepare to die. Lin Yi shouted, his voice brimming with confidence. Bai Jia was utterly stunned. Lin Yi was using the blood-striped wolf king as a leveling farm. Was this even real? A boss-level monster, being exploited like this? She felt as though today's events had surpassed everything she'd learned in the past 20 years. Crackling lightning flashed again, delivering yet another 500 experience points. Lin Yi's experience bar climbed rapidly. Finally, a brilliant white light erupted from his body. Level up to LV10. New skill unlocked. Swamp Domain. After countless rounds of the Wolf King's summons, Lin Yi had broken through his bottleneck. Still immersed in battle, he didn't rush to inspect the details of Swamp Domain. It wasn't the right moment to use it. Summon more wolves for me. Don't think you can play dead to escape. Lin Yi yelled at the now visibly thinner blood-striped Wolf King. This exhilarating leveling spree was not something he wanted to end prematurely. Just thinking about his classmates, most of whom were still struggling at levels 1 or 2, while he was about to ascend to the Black Iron rank, filled him with satisfaction. Another fireball detonated near the Wolf King, nearly setting its fur ablaze. At this point, the Wolf King's eyes betrayed deep fear. Howl! The blood-red magic circle appeared once more, but the Wolf King's body noticeably shrunk. Summoning more blood-striped wolves drained not only its mana but also its life force. It was reaching its limit. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed another arc lightning. This time, it only granted 300 experience points. After leveling up, the wolves' experience yield had diminished. Keep going. But no matter how much Lin Yi pressured it, the blood-striped Wolf King refused to summon again. Looking at the trembling blood-patterned Wolf King, Bai Jia's eyes revealed a trace of pity. The creature's fate was truly tragic. Once a majestic lord-level beast, it now resembled a spent soul, utterly drained of any remaining value. Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly. It seems you're really done for. Since you've lost your worth, let me send you on your way. With that, he swiftly cast 3 spells, each striking the Wolf King's wounds with precision. 3,354, 3,127, 4,936. The damage numbers popped up one after another, and the Wolf King's health was instantly depleted. As it collapsed, Lin Yi caught a fleeting glimmer of relief in its eyes. The system notification chimed in. You have slain the level 10 blood-patterned Wolf King. Gained 3,951 experience points. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy, but what truly thrilled him was the glimmering array of lights surrounding the Wolf King's corpse. Among them, the bronze-colored glow stood out prominently, and there was more than one source. He quickly examined the loot. The first item that caught his eye was a black robe adorned with blood-red patterns. The Wolf King's robe. Wolf King's robe. Grade, bronze. Attributes. Spirit 5. Mana 300. Magic resistance 40. The robe's attributes far surpassed the rare mage robe Lin Yi was currently wearing. Without hesitation, he put it on. Instantly, his aura transformed, and his already handsome features became even more captivating. Bai Jia, standing nearby, couldn't help but stare. Next, Lin Yi discovered another bronze-grade item, the blood-patterned ring. Blood-patterned ring. Grade, bronze. Attributes. Spirit 5. Spell power 20. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. This blood-patterned Wolf King really lived up to its reputation as a lore-tier creature. It not only provided a great leveling opportunity, but also left behind some excellent gear. Honestly, it deserves an award for outstanding contribution. If the Wolf King's spirit were aware, it might just rise from the dead in fury. In addition to the 2 bronze items, there were 4 black-grade pieces of equipment. After carefully inspecting them, Lin Yi found a pair of boots with decent attributes and immediately swapped them in, giving his stats another small boost. Among the remaining 3 black iron items, 2 were currently of no use. The last was a black iron staff. Noticing Bai Jia's envious glance, Lin Yi smiled and handed the staff to her. Take it. You deserve this. After all, without Bai Jia, he might never have found the blood-patterned Wolf King. Sharing the spoils was far more satisfying than hoarding them, and Lin Yi was never one to be selfish. Bai Jia accepted the staff in surprise, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. This, this is for me? Thank you, Lin Yi. She knew well that others might not have been so generous. Lin Yi said nothing more and turned his attention to the final piece of loot. Lightfoot technique. His eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly absorbed the skill book into his hand. In a flash of light, the skill was learned and instantly leveled to its maximum. Lightfoot technique. Effect. Increases movement speed by 100 for 5 seconds. This is absolutely incredible. Lin Yi couldn't contain his excitement. This skill would undoubtedly enhance both his combat prowess and survival capabilities. Lin Yi's figure sprang into action, his light body technique pushed to the limit, making his speed rival that of a phantom assassin. On the battlefield, his movements flickered like an illusion, significantly enhancing his ability to control the flow of combat. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, remembering a newly unlocked skill marsh domain. Hurriedly checking the skill details, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. The skill allowed him to create a marshy area with a 50-meter radius in front of him. Enemies trapped within would be immobilized and have their movement speed reduced by 85 for 5 seconds. He smirked to himself, thinking, once an enemy steps into this marsh, they'll be sitting ducks. 5 seconds is more than enough for me to unleash 2 arc strikes. Lin Yi realized he had quietly transformed, no longer the greenhorn he once was. Even among Black Iron level professionals, he now stood as a formidable force. Opening his personal stats panel, he reviewed his progress with satisfaction. Level, LV 10479, 110000. Attributes, Strength 60, Spirit 140, Stamina 70, Agility 75. HP, 800. MP, 1650. His fully maxed out skills glowed brilliantly, and his equipment mostly black iron grade with 3 bronze pieces made him the envy of those still wandering in low-level wilderness areas. Compared to the level 12 or 13 professionals struggling out there, Lin Yi's setup was leagues ahead. Closing the panel, Lin Yi crouched down to dissect the bloodstripe wolf king. Bai Jia, wisely keeping her distance, wandered idly inside the cave, not daring to overstep. The wolf king's fur and claws were valuable materials, and combined with the equipment they'd gathered earlier, today's haul was worth a staggering 3.5 million. Purchasing a black iron orb was now well within reach. Just as Lin Yi was about to call Bai Jia over to leave, her startled voice echoed through the cave. Lin Yi, come here, quick. His senses heightened as a flame flared up at his fingertips, illuminating the dim cavern. In front of Bai Jia, 2 small grasses glowing with a faint purple light swayed gently in the breeze. Purple orchid grass. Lin Yi exclaimed in delight. It's packed with potent life energy, capable of curing all ailments in ordinary people and restoring peak health. He suggested splitting the find equally, to which Bai Jia happily agreed. The 2 carefully harvested the plants, sealing them in special storage bags. Suddenly, Bai Jia pointed ahead and shouted, "Look, there's light over there." Dirt began crumbling from the stone wall, revealing a gentle white glow. Lin Yi, ever cautious, instructed Bai Jia to step back before casting a fireball spell to strike the wall. Dust and debris rained down as the glow intensified. A second fireball shattered the wall completely, releasing a surge of radiant white light. Before them appeared a glowing vortex, about 2 meters in diameter, suspended midair and emanating an almost magnetic pull. Exchanging a knowing glance, they realized they had stumbled upon a rare dungeon entrance. Gripping his staff, Lin Yi reached out to touch the shimmering white glow. The heroic image of Lin Yi single-handedly battling the blood-patterned wolf king lingered in Bai Jia's mind, giving her the confidence to make a firm decision. All right then, it's settled. Let's leave right now. Lin Yi, wary of unforeseen changes, immediately stepped into the mysterious white glow. Instantly, he was enveloped in an intense spinning sensation. Meanwhile, the hidden forest in the swampy plains had become a gathering point for adventurers. Cheng Muqing and a middle-aged Manching stewed in the central clearing. The area had already been cordoned off, and no one dared to approach, a testament to the authority of the Cheng family from Jiang City. Both of them stared intently at the white glow ahead, their anticipation evident. The intelligence from Wanbao Pavilion was spot on. That million was well spent. Chengda muttered under his breath. With this secret realm, the young lady will advance to a black iron tier professional within a week, perhaps even beyond. He frowned slightly as he read the system notification. Dark Altar? Limited to 6 participants below level 12? After receiving the same information, Cheng Muqing pondered briefly. No matter what, let's go in and take a look. With the teleportation talisman father gave me, we're guaranteed safety. Chengda nodded and summoned 4 level 12 young professionals. Lei He, Wu Ji, the 4 of you will escort the young lady. Remember, there's another entrance to this secret realm. If you encounter others, your top priority is to protect her. Understood, Master Cheng. The 4 youths, each with different professions, responded in unison. Their team composition was flawless, and their strength formidable. With a graceful wave of her jade-like hand, Cheng Muqing stepped into the glow. Chengda watched her departure, then barked orders sharply, maintained strict vigilance around the area. No one is to approach. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, Cheng Muqing had also entered the same secret realm. As Lin Yi recovered from his dizziness, he found himself in a dark, eerie forest. Ghostly green flames floated between the trees, and the oppressive atmosphere could terrify even the bravest of souls. Bai Jia instinctively grabbed Lin Yi's hand, her quickened heartbeat betraying her nerves, though she shyly let go moments later. Lin Yi chuckled softly as he checked the system log. You have entered the Dark Altar secret realm. Stop the demon mage Cassio from completing the sacrificial ritual. A demon mage? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Boss-level mages often drop mage equipment. Leading Bai Jia cautiously forward, he prepared to traverse the unsettling forest. Though Black Iron Tier secret realms were relatively small, one still had to clear minor enemies before reaching the boss. Suddenly, a peculiar whoosh-whoosh sound echoed through the forest. Bai Jia clung nervously to Lin Yi's sleeve, while Lin Yi quickly summoned a white light armor to envelop himself. A squad of skeletal knights emerged, wielding bone lances and riding skeletal warhorses, their hollow eye sockets flickering with pale flames, their appearance terrifyingly sinister. At level 10 and above, monsters' power had grown significantly. Lin Yi's expression turned serious. The real challenge had begun. Lin Yi made a swift decision, could not allow the charge of the 8 skeletal knights to go unchecked. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he muttered coldly, "Intruders, prepare to die." The skeletal knights let out garbled, low growls as their jaws opened slightly, then surged forward with terrifying speed. But Lin Yi was even faster. He raised his staff high and shouted, "Swamp Domain!" In an instant, a radiant green light swept across the ground, striking the area beneath the skeletal knights. Within moments, the 50-meter radius transformed into a bubbling quagmire. The knights' charge was rendered useless as their skeletal horses sank into the mire, flailing helplessly. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Yi's face. The newly unlocked swamp domain had proven to be remarkably effective. Without hesitation, he waved his staff lightly, and thick arcs of lightning roared forth, striking the struggling skeletal knights with pinpoint accuracy. The air filled with the crackling sound of electricity and the sharp snaps of bones shattering. The lightning magic's natural advantage against undead creatures became evident as damage numbers flashed rapidly. 3,965, 4,173, 4,051, 4,227. Bai Jia's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the scene unfold. With just one round of attacks, Lin Yi had inflicted over 20,000 damage points in total. She gazed at Lin Yi's calm and composed figure, as if witnessing the birth of a godlike mage. Lin Yi didn't stop. Alternating between fireball and ice arrow spells, he maintained a relentless assault. An ice arrow struck true, instantly killing one of the skeletal knights. While fireball's damage output was slightly lower, it hardly mattered. After all, the cooldown for arc lightning was over. Another round of devastating lightning followed, reducing the pale skeletal remains to nothing but dust. The high damage numbers appeared once more. 3,861, 3,613, 3,972. With 2 uses of arc lightning, every skeletal knight had been obliterated. System notifications popped up in rapid succession. Killed level 15 skeletal knight. Gained 873 EXP. Killed level 15 skeletal knight. Gained 912 EXP. The 8 skeletal knights not only filled Lin Yi's level 10 experience bar, but also provided a significant overflow. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel exhilarated. What a satisfying battle, he thought, though a twinge of regret followed. After reaching level 10, he would no longer gain experience unless he advanced to the Black Iron class. Lin Yi approached the skeletal knight's remains and noticed a glimmering Itima Black Iron tier weapon, the skeletal spear, with 35 attack power. His eyes lit up with excitement. This dungeon truly lived up to its reputation. Even minor enemies could drop valuable Black Iron gear. This spear alone was worth at least 500,000. With his inventory nearly full, Lin Yi handed the spear to Bai Jia for safekeeping. Though Bai Jia couldn't contribute much in combat, she served as an excellent mobile storage unit. The two pressed deeper into the Ghostfire Forest. While the ominous and eerie atmosphere might have unsettled most, Lin Yi saw the place as a treasure trove. His swamp domain, combined with arc lightning, proved to be an unstoppable combination of crowd control and area damage. Even the formidable level 15 monsters stood no chance against his relentless onslaught. Bai Jia could barely keep up, her head spinning as she watched. The young man before her was terrifyingly powerful. Lin Yi cleared 2 more waves of skeletal knights and felt that this dungeon run might yield rewards worth over 10 million. As they ventured further, Lin Yi and Bai Jia defeated 3 additional waves of skeletal knights. They finally reached the heart of the forest, approaching a mysterious altar. Lin Yi could feel the dark elemental energy in the air growing stronger. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance, "Miss, go on without me." The cry immediately caught Lin Yi's attention. Another group of people? Were they battling the dungeon's boss? Lin Yi made a quick decision. Let's check it out. Bai Jia followed closely as the two moved stealthily toward the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Cheng Muqing and her team had just stepped into the dungeon, only to find themselves surrounded by skeletal knights. To make matters worse, a demon mage named Cassio lurked nearby. Despite the team's impressive strength, they were quickly overwhelmed. Under the barrage of spells, Cheng Muqing's team members fell one after another. In a desperate moment, Cheng Muqing reacted swiftly, pulling out a random teleportation scroll. Grabbing the nearly unconscious Lin Yi, she escaped the hellish battlefield. Yet fate was cruel. The teleportation landed them in the midst of another group of skeletal knights, leaving them in an even more precarious situation. Cheng Muqing was filled with unwillingness, her brows tightly furrowed. The golden teleportation talisman could take her directly to the safe zone, but fleeing in such a disgraceful manner was something she could hardly accept. She quickly contemplated other options, only to see Lin Yi drenched in sweat, barely able to stand. At this critical moment, the corner of Cheng Muqing's eye caught sight of two figures quietly approaching from afar. In the dim light, their faces were indistinguishable, but she immediately realized they were explorers from another entrance. Perhaps they could work together. You too. Cheng Muqing called out urgently, her voice tinged with a glimmer of hope. I am Cheng Muqing of the Cheng Group in Jiangqing. Please help us fend off these skeletal knights, and I promise a generous reward afterward. As soon as the words left her mouth, her heartbeat quickened as she anxiously awaited a response. It's her. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with surprise, recalling the rumors about this prodigious girl from Donghai University in Jiangqing. It was said that she had awakened as a holy priest, with exceptional support abilities. Lin Yi pondered whether to lend a hand, reminding himself that he wasn't the kind of man to act impulsively just because of a pretty face. Meanwhile, Cheng Muqing's pleas grew more desperate. We can only get through this secret realm by working together. If you need anything, just name it. Lin Yi frowned slightly before asking, do you have a black iron orb? Without hesitating to question why he needed the orb, Cheng Muqing nodded quickly. Yes, I'll give it to you as soon as the fight is over. Lin Yi felt a surge of delight. Talk about luck falling into my lap. He made up his mind swiftly. All right, tell your companion to fall back. He gestured for Bai Jia to retreat with the equipment back. With a single thought, his staff began to glow with an eerie green light. Whoosh! A streak of green light pierced through the night sky, striking the ground beneath the skeletal knights. In an instant, the area transformed into a bubbling swamp. Gurgle, gurgle. The once menacing skeletal knights were immediately trapped in the mire. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Yi dashed back to Cheng Muqing's side. The two of them stared at the swamp in astonishment. This is incredible. But the shock was far from over. Lin Yi's mana surged, and massive arcs of electricity seemed to materialize out of thin air, striking the skeletal knights with precision. Crackle! In the blink of an eye, the damage numbers erupted wildly. 3,792, 3,918, 3,356, 3,547. The lightning arcs leapt between multiple targets, dealing a cumulative damage of over 40,000 points. Cheng Muqing was utterly dumbfounded. She had never seen such a devastating lightning attack. Lin Yi wasn't done yet. Fireball. Ice arrow. One high-damage spell after another bombarded the enemies, leaving Cheng Muqing and Lin Yi in a daze. Cheng Muqing even began to doubt if these skeletal knights were real. Before long, Lin Yi's lightning strike was ready again. Crackle! The terrifying bolts of electricity surged once more, wiping out nearly all the skeletal knights, leaving only a few barely clinging to unlife. Cheng Muqing was completely stunned. Who is this guy? How is his skill cooldown so fast? Stop gawking. They're crawling out of the swamp. Go hold them off. With a warrior to lead the charge, Lin Yi naturally had no need to step onto the front lines himself. Lin Yi snapped to attention and charged forward. As the distance closed, Cheng Muqing finally got a clear view of the two figures' faces. Her shock and disbelief reached an all-time high. Lin Yi? How could it be you? Cheng Muqing rubbed her eyes, trying to dispel the illusion before her. However, the person standing there was unmistakably Lin Yi. A fleeting image of that mysterious figure at the Wanbao Pavilion crossed her mind, and she silently confirmed to herself. It really was Lin Yi. She stomped her foot in disbelief, utterly baffled. He's only awakened for 2 days? How could he be so powerful already? Even with a hidden class, it shouldn't happen this fast. Lin Yi noticed her reaction and curved his lips into a faint smile. He reminded her, Cheng Muqing, stop daydreaming. Your bodyguard can barely hold on. Lin Yi, fighting on the front lines, was filled with mixed emotions. He was risking his life in battle, while the young lady seemed to be exchanging flirtatious glances with someone in the rear. Cheng Muqing snapped out of her daze, quickly raised her staff, and the tip began to glow brilliantly. She softly chanted a spell, and a healing light enveloped Lin Yi, restoring him with an effect comparable to a level 11 healer like by Jia. Lin Yi's gaze swept over Cheng Muqing, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, this holy priest is actually quite skilled. Meanwhile, Bai Jia was also busy casting another healing spell, significantly stabilizing Lei He's condition. Taking the opportunity, Lin Yi turned his attention forward, quickly analyzing the attributes of the Skeleton Knight Captain. Skeleton Knight Captain. Level: LV 15 Elite Monster. HP: 61,354. Skills: Undead Charge, Bone Lance Pierce, Arc Lightning. Lin Yi commanded in a low voice. The tip of his staff shimmered with brilliant blue light as he unleashed a powerful attack on the remaining skeleton knights. The skeletons were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving only the Skeleton Knight Captain on the battlefield. Lei He, feeling the weight on his shoulders lighten, was emboldened and began to counterattack. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. He cast a gray aura that enveloped the Skeleton Knight Captain's mount, drastically slowing the skeletal steed's speed. Fireball. Ice Arrow. Lin Yi followed up with consecutive spells. A blazing fireball, radiating intense heat, slammed into the Skeleton Knight Captain's bones, scorching them black. Immediately after, icy arrows shot forth, freezing its skeletal frame and further hindering its movements. Damage numbers appeared in quick succession. 4,571. 4,193. Cheng Muqing boosted Lin Yi's spirit stat by 10 points, amplifying the power of his spells. The Skeleton Knight Captain let out a mournful wail, struggling futilely in its final moments. Yet under Lin Yi's slowing spells, its resistance was in vain. As a shield warrior, Lei He boasted impressive defense. With two priests supporting him with continuous healing, he was nearly unbreakable. Lin Yi alternated between casting delay spells and Swamp Domain, immobilizing the Skeleton Knight Captain completely. Finally, with a final ice arrow slicing through the air, the Skeleton Knight Captain crumbled into a pile of scattered bones. Defeated level 15 Skeleton Knight Captain. Gained 3,745 experience points. A flash of light revealed that the Skeleton Knight Captain had dropped a piece of bronze equipment. The three of them locked eyes on the loot, and Lin Yi naturally bent down to pick it up. After all, this was a testament to his strength. Even without Cheng Muqing and the others, Lin Yi could have handled these skeleton knights. It would have just taken more time. Cheng Muqing didn't bother contesting the ownership of the spoils. Skeleton Battle Armor. Grade: Bronze. Attributes: 40 Stamina, 400 HP. The equipment details appeared in the shared team interface, and Lei He's eyes glimmered with undisguised longing. Lin Yi found it amusing and was about to stash it in his bag when Cheng Muqing spoke up. Lin Yi, could you sell me that armor? She intended to use the bronze armor to strengthen Lei He's capabilities. Lin Yi didn't refuse. Sure, name your price. How about 3 million? I'll transfer it to you as soon as we leave the secret realm. Cheng Muqing quickly offered. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. The price was well above market value clearly. Cheng Muqing knew her stuff. He handed the skeleton battle armor to Lei He and turned his attention to the remaining loot. One of the items was a robe, but its attributes were inferior to his Wolf King robe, so he gave it to Bai Jia instead. Now, there was an even more pressing matter: the acquisition of the Black Iron Advancement Orb. Once Lin Yi advanced to a Black Iron class professional, his strength would take a massive leap forward. With this in mind, he turned his gaze toward Cheng Muqing, his eyes burning with determination. Cheng Muqing's heart skipped a beat, and a faint blush crept up her cheeks. Lin Yi was not only strikingly handsome but also undeniably powerful. What young maiden wouldn't secretly feel a flutter of admiration? Noticing her reaction, Lin Yi rolled his eyes and said, Hey, don't you even think about backing out on that Black Iron Advancement Orb? Cheng Muqing's forehead twitched with irritation. She felt both annoyed and exasperated, thinking, this guy has no sense of romance. She pulled the Black Iron Advancement Orb out of her bag and shoved it into Lin Yi's hand, silently grumbling, what a blockhead. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she exclaimed in astonishment, wait, you're planning to use it to advance right now? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. Of course. Why wouldn't I? Cheng Muqing was filled with both surprise and envy. Here she was, still struggling at level 2. Lin Yi had already reached the critical threshold of level 10, and was about to step into the ranks of Black Iron professionals. Cheng Muqing stood there, watching Lin Yi's back with a mix of emotions swirling in her heart. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, are we really professionals who awakened at the same time? This is just insane. As a prodigious girl from one of Jiangqing's 4 great families, Cheng Muqing was experiencing an unprecedented sense of defeat. A faint bitterness touched her lips as she curiously studied Lin Yi. This seemingly ordinary mage, what kind of profession did he have? How could he possibly be this powerful? Sensing Cheng Muqing's gaze, Lin Yi merely smiled faintly without saying a word. His full attention was focused on the small, egg-sized black iron ascension orb in his hand. The orb emitted a deep, black radiance and contained a mysterious power capable of helping a professional break through their bottleneck and ascend to a new realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi began channeling his mana, guiding the orb's energy into his body. Instantly, a brilliant white light erupted from around him, enveloping him completely. The light quickly condensed and surged into his body. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura burst forth like a tidal wave. Successfully ascended to Black Iron Professional. Level increased to LV12. The system notification echoed in Lin Yi's mind. With the accumulated experience points from before, he had not only ascended but also jumped 2 levels, reaching level 12 in one go. The ascension to Black Iron Professional brought a significant boost to Lin Yi's attributes and unlocked a series of new skills: Meteor of Fire, Ice Lance, and Radiant Shield. Even more astonishing was the automatic activation of his talent, instantly maxing out all his skills. Lin Yi immediately opened his attribute panel to review his stats. Level: LV12. Attributes: Strength 175, Spirit 350, Stamina 180, Agility 195, HP 2050, MP 3,700. These numbers were staggering, especially for someone who had just ascended to Black Iron. What thrilled Lin Yi even more were the 3 newly unlocked Black Iron skills. Unlike basic skills, Black Iron skills had a much higher level cap up to level 20. This allowed his talent to shine to its fullest potential. Lin Yi understood that becoming a Black Iron Professional marked the true starting point for an ordinary mage. But for him, it was an extraordinary beginning. As he glanced over the descriptions of his maxed out Black Iron skills, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Meteor of Fire. Summon flaming meteors to strike an area within a 50-meter radius. Ice Lance. Cast an icy spear that pierces through your target. Radiant Shield. Form a shield of light to protect yourself. Just the Meteor of Fire alone, with its area effect damage, could easily deal tens of thousands of damage points. At max level, Ice Lance could inflict nearly 20,000 damage per attack. If he were to face that skeletal knight captain from earlier, 3 Ice Lance casts would be enough to obliterate it. As for Radiant Shield, it could absorb over 30,000 damage, making it nearly impossible for any Black Iron level opponent to break through his defense. Feeling the monumental leap in his power, Lin Yi was ecstatic. He knew that his talent would only grow more advantageous as he progressed. Higher tier skills had even greater level caps, and their maxed out effects would be nothing short of awe-inspiring. From this moment on, this challenging dungeon was no longer a threat to him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi prepared to unleash his newfound strength and sweep through the dungeon. Just as he was about to continue exploring with Bai Jia, Cheng Muqing, who had been watching anxiously, couldn't hold back any longer. "Lin Yi, wait," she called out urgently. When Lin Yi didn't respond, Cheng Muqing gritted her teeth and made up her mind. "If you take me through the dungeon, they'll give you a storage pouch. Deal?" A storage bag. Lin Yi's eyes lit up suddenly, and his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. For days, his overfilled backpack had been a constant headache. Last time, he had to discard many valuable materials just to make room for those Black Iron items. Although Bai Jia was helping carry some of the load this time, he would still face the same problem when adventuring alone. A storage bag would completely solve this issue. Cheng Muqing quickly noticed Lin Yi's interest and immediately said, "I have a storage bag with 5 cubic meters of space. If you help the 2 of us clear this dungeon, it's yours." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, clearly hoping to share in the generous experience rewards. Lin Yi did some quick calculations in his mind. Such a storage bag would cost at least several million at the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, and ordinary players wouldn't even have the qualifications to buy one. But he wasn't keen on bringing 2 people along, especially since Lin Yi, a level 12 Black Iron class player, would significantly siphon off his experience points. "Deal, but I'll only take one of you," Lin Yi said, laying down his terms. "And you must follow my instructions, no acting on your own." Before Cheng Muqing could respond, Lin Yi interjected anxiously, "No way. Miss, you can't agree to this. What if something dangerous happens?" Lin Yi remained expressionless and turned to leave. He had the strength to back up his decisions, and he wasn't about to compromise. Cheng Muqing frowned slightly and, in a playful tone, said, "Don't go. I agree to your terms, okay?" Then she turned to Lin Yi. "You go back. Tell Uncle Da not to worry, I have my own ways to stay safe." Lin Yi, though unwilling, didn't dare disobey her orders as her subordinate. In the end, he left the dungeon reluctantly, his figure dissolving into a beam of light. Once Lin Yi was gone, Cheng Muqing quickly pulled out a cross-shaped pendant from her chest and handed it to Lin Yi without hesitation. Here, take it. She didn't seem the least bit worried that Lin Yi might go back on his word. A flicker of excitement crossed Lin Yi's eyes as he accepted the pendant. A system notification immediately appeared. Space pendant contains a 5 cubic meter interdimensional space for storing non-living items. Lin Yi hung the pendant around his neck, and it complemented the Wolf King robe he was wearing, adding an air of nobility to his appearance. He retrieved his equipment from Bai Jia and instantly felt much lighter, no more lugging around that cumbersome backpack. With the deal sealed, the three of them set off once again. They had now crossed the central area of the dense forest and were getting closer to the Dark Altar. The number of patrolling skeleton knights had noticeably increased. Another wave of 20 skeleton knights appeared, charging toward them. Cheng Muqing tensed up and instinctively wanted to call out for the already departed Lin Yi. Lin Yi chuckled softly, and flames ignited at the tip of his staff. In an instant, violent fire elements converged in midair, forming massive fireballs half a meter in diameter. Fire meteor, Lin Yi muttered under his breath. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the sky seemed to be raining meteors. Lin Yi didn't even bother using his swamp field to restrict the skeleton knight's movements. The fireballs rained down like a torrential storm. The terrifying impact shattered the skeleton knights into burning fragments of bone. 9,781. 9,356. 10,153. 9,975. High damage numbers floated up continuously as the skeleton knights were annihilated in an instant. Lin Yi's strength had improved tenfold compared to before. His power was simply unbelievable. The system notifications came in rapid succession. Killed level 15 skeleton knight. Gained 321 experience points. Killed level 15 skeleton knight. Gained 303 experience points. By the end of the attack, Lin Yi had amassed nearly 6,000 experience points. As Lin Yi sifted through the pile of bones for loot, Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia looked on in awe. This guy, was he even human? How could a mage be this ridiculously powerful? Meanwhile, Lin Yi had arrived at the dungeon's exit. Upon seeing him, Chengda's heart sank, and he quickly asked, "Why are you the only one back?" Lin Yi smiled bitterly and gave a brief account of what had happened in the dungeon. Chengda's expression grew heavier as he listened, falling into deep thought. He knew Cheng Muqing was always cautious in her actions. If she had made such a decision, then this young man named Lin Yi must be extraordinary. Find out everything about Lin Yi and report back to me. Also, inform the family head about today's events. Chengda ordered. One of the Cheng family warriors nodded and quickly left to carry out the task. Well, wait here for the young lady, Chengda said, taking a deep breath. Though curiosity gnawed at him, he could only wait patiently for now. Back in the dungeon, after watching Lin Yi obliterate another group of skeleton knights in an instant, Cheng Muqing couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer. Lin Yi, what kind of class are you? Exactly? The moment she asked, she regretted it. After all, this was a personal question, and it was rude to pry into someone else's private information. Sorry, Cheng Muqing said quickly, apologizing for her abruptness. Lin Yi waved his hand with a relaxed smile on his face. I'm just an ordinary mage. Isn't that obvious? However, the expressions on Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia's faces were filled with doubt. They exchanged a glance, clearly not buying Lin Yi's words. After all, how could an ordinary mage be this powerful? Lin Yi noticed their skepticism, but only smiled faintly without offering further explanation. He turned around and gestured for the two women to follow him. Under Lin Yi's lead, the difficult level dungeon became remarkably easy. Cheng Muqing was astonished to find that even simple dungeons had never gone this smoothly before. She and Bai Jia even had time to chat, only needing to occasionally cast support buffs on Lin Yi. As the dungeon progressed, Cheng Muqing's experience points soared, and she quickly leveled up to level 3. Lin Yi's strength also grew significantly, and it looked like he was about to level up again. There was no denying that this dungeon was an excellent place to enhance one's abilities. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps broke the calm. Thud, thud, thud. The sound grew closer, the ground trembled, and fallen leaves scattered in all directions. Lin Yi immediately became alert, realizing that the final boss was approaching. In difficult level dungeons, there were usually 2 boss monsters. This was likely one of them. Soon, a group of skeletal knights emerged from the forest ahead. Cheng Muqing silently counted them. 1, 2, 3. She gasped in shock. There were 30 in total. Among them were 3 skeletal knight captains. Even more alarming was the figure at the front of the group, a massive skeletal knight. It rode a nightmare steed covered in raw, sinewy flesh, its hooves ablaze with black flames. Through the gaps in its armor, faint traces of regenerating flesh could be seen. This was undoubtedly a boss monster, the skeletal knight commander. Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia exchanged a glance, their earlier ease replaced by a sense of gravity. The system displayed the skeletal knight commander's stats. Level: LV 15 boss monster. Health points: 169,810. Skills: Nightmare Charge, Bone Spear Assault, Undead Armor. The nearly 170,000 health points made the two women uneasy, even though they had confidence in Lin Yi. Intruders, perish! The skeletal knight commander roared suddenly. Yet Lin Yi's gaze remained fearless. Ever since advancing to the Black Iron rank, he had never truly gone all out. Step back and find a safe spot to hide, Lin Yi instructed in a low voice, raising his staff slightly. In an instant, dense light elements gathered around him, forming a milky white shield of light. Firefall! With a deafening boom, fire elements surged wildly as massive fireballs hurtled toward the charging skeletal knights. 12,135. 11,009. 11,357. 12,085. The staggering damage numbers popped up in rapid succession, and half of the 30 skeletal knights were instantly annihilated. Defeated level 15 skeletal knight. Gained 298 experience points. Defeated level 15 skeletal knight. Gained 287 experience points. Lin Yi's experience bar skyrocketed, and a burst of radiant white light erupted from his body. Level up. Reached LV 13. Lin Yi smirked as he looked ahead. Swamp Domain. In the blink of an eye, the remaining skeletal knights were trapped in a mire, unable to move. At that moment, the skeletal knights trapped in the muddy swamp struggled desperately, even their captain unable to escape the mire. Only the commander, mounted on his nightmare steed with ancient blood coursing through its veins, moved effortlessly through the muck. The eerie red glow in the steed's eyes sent a chill down anyone's spine. Suddenly, the commander drew a bone spike from his back and hurled it fiercely at Lin Yi. The spike tore through the air with a deafening sonic boom. This strike was powerful enough to deal tens of thousands of damage, a fatal blow even for a seasoned Black Iron tier warrior. Chang Muqing let out a gasp, instinctively covering her mouth. However, Lin Yi remained unfazed, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. With his current strength, a mere bone spike posed no threat. In the next instant, the bone spike collided heavily with Lin Yi's light shield but failed to leave a mark. Lin Yi let out a low shout, arc shock. In a flash, a web of blue lightning spread outward, engulfing most of the skeletal knights. Damage numbers began to pop up incessantly. 7,150, 6,908, 6,517, 7,032. Chang Muqing and Bai Jia stood dumbfounded as the crisis was resolved in mere moments. Now, only the three knight captains and the commander remained, their health already reduced by over 30. But Lin Yi's assault was far from over. Ice Lance. A 3-meter-long ice spear materialized in midair, shooting like an arrow toward one of the knight captains. With a thunderous crash, the ice spear pierced its target, pinning it against a nearby tree. 36,753. Eliminated level 15 skeletal knight captain. Gained 1,573 XP. Immediately after, meteor fire rained down, blanketing the remaining targets. 17,934. 16,852. 18,753. Even the commander struggled to withstand such a devastating barrage. Lin Yi then cast slow, sending out a gray aura that drastically reduced the nightmare steed's speed. He decided to take out the remaining two knight captains first. Undead Charge. Fireball. Spell after spell was unleashed, and the knight captains were soon reduced to piles of bones. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. What was once a force of over 30 skeletal knights was now reduced to just the lone commander. Letting out a piercing shriek, the commander faced Lin Yi, who smirked coldly and cast Ice Lance once more. The Ice Lance shot forward, piercing through the commander's body in an instant. 35,196. The commander's health was now critically low, unable to mount any resistance against Lin Yi's relentless assault. With one final Ice Lance, the commander's head was obliterated in a burst of ice shards. 31,709. Eliminated level 15 elite boss skeletal commander. Gained 7,130 XP. As the commander fell, a burst of radiant light illuminated the battlefield. Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised to see not only multiple green glows, but also a rare white flash indicating a piece of silvered equipment. He quickly picked it up and discovered it was a pair of Phantom Strider boots, boasting impressive stats. After equipping the new boots, Lin Yi gave a small jump, feeling an extraordinary lightness in his body. Chang Muqing and Bai Jia looked on with envy but refrained from saying anything, understanding the situation. They helped Lin Yi gather the scattered loot, bringing this intense and thrilling battle to a close. The Shadowbone ring emitted a faint, eerie glow as it rested in Lin Yi's hand. Carefully, he slid it onto his left hand and immediately felt a surge of immense energy coursing through his body. His mental attributes skyrocketed, causing him to inhale sharply. This bronze tier ring, unrestricted by class, provided a 25 boost to spirit and 300 to mana, practically tailor-made for mages. Next, he picked up a small, translucent bottle filled with a shimmering blue potion and examined it closely. It was a bronze-tier mental elixir, capable of increasing spirit by 300 points for 3 minutes upon consumption. A glint of excitement flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. Such a burst-type potion could be a lifesaver in critical moments. He gently placed it into his storage pendant, treating it as if it were a priceless treasure. The last item made Lin Yi's heart race with excitement. A skill book exuding a dark, ominous aura. The words, Bone Spike Technique, were emblazoned boldly on the cover. This was a rare Iron-tier dark magic spell. Without hesitation, Lin Yi clasped the book with both hands, and its pages disintegrated into radiant light, flowing directly into his mind. Thanks to his innate talent, the Bone Spike Technique instantly reached its maximum level. Lin Yi quietly savored his newly acquired skill. The Bone Spike Technique could launch bone spikes imbued with a corrosive effect. While its damage output couldn't match that of Ice Lance, the unique corrosion property made it an intriguing addition to his arsenal. With a mere 3-second cooldown, it promised high-frequency attacks, a powerful enhancement to his combat capabilities. After assessing his spoils, Lin Yi tallied a total of 11 pieces of equipment from this venture. Alongside the 2 previously mentioned items, he also acquired 2 Iron-tier pieces that were immediately usable: the Spectre Gloves Magic Resistance 15, Strength 10, and the Commander's Bracers HP 300, Mana 200. Donning these new pieces of gear, Lin Yi felt his strength ascend to a whole new level. Seeing Lin Yi's upgraded equipment, Chengmucheng and another companion couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy in their eyes. Generously, Lin Yi handed his old Iron-tier bracers to his companion, but all he could offer Chengmucheng was an apologetic smile. She had only gained experience points this time, leaving her with a hint of regret and a wistful gaze directed at Lin Yi. Pretending not to notice Chengmucheng's reaction, Lin Yi shifted his focus to the black barrier ahead. The final challenge of this difficult dungeon awaited the demon sorcerer Cassio. It was clear that this final boss strength would far surpass that of the earlier commander. Time's running out. Let's move, Lin Yi commanded, leading his 2 female companions forward. Before long, a massive altar, roughly 100 meters in diameter, came into view. Its ominous presence loomed before them, silently heralding the arrival of the ultimate showdown. The altar before them was constructed from bones and jade, exuding an ominous aura. As it rose higher, the intricate carvings adorning its surface became increasingly detailed. At the very top, a gaunt figure in a black robe sat cross-legged, muttering incomprehensible and arcane incantations. Scattered around the altar were several mangled corpses, lying lifelessly, their remains fueling the dark ritual in progress. Chengmucheng immediately recognized some of the mutilated bodies. It was their missing companions, Wu Ji and others. Her face turned ashen, and her fists clenched involuntarily, nails digging deep into her palms. Damn it, that wretched demon mage. Chengmucheng gritted her teeth, her eyes turning to Lin Yi, filled with the hope of avenging her fallen comrades. Lin Yi's expression was grave. While he felt confident in dealing with Cassio's sinister methods, the mysterious altar posed an entirely different challenge. He carefully examined the patterns carved into the altar and suddenly exclaimed, This is an attempt to establish a connection with the abyss of hell." At that moment, Cassio ceased his meditation. His pale, bloodless face snapped upward, revealing a twisted grin. A ghostly light flickered in his eyes, like twin will-o'-the-wisps, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. Chengmucheng and Bai Jia gasped simultaneously, instinctively stepping back half a pace. Demon mages were often accompanied by the undead, existing like spectral phantoms. The figure before them might very well have once been a human traitor. Cassio slowly descended, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "Ah, 3 fresh bodies. Your arrival marks the completion of my ritual." At that moment, Lin Yi obtained critical information about Cassio. Demon Mage Cassio. Level: LV 15, Lord Monster Purple. HP: 215,719. Skills: Levitation, Summon Skeleton Knight, Mental Decay. A purple tire Lord Monster? Lin Yi's heart sank. Typically, adventurers encountered ordinary or elite monsters. However, Lord Monsters were further divided by tiers. While a standard Lord Monster might still be manageable for an adventuring team, Purple Tire or even Gold Tier Lord Monsters were far beyond the capabilities of ordinary professionals. Chengmucheng couldn't hide her shock and blurted out, "He's grown stronger. The last time we faced him, Cassio wasn't this powerful." Clearly, Cassio had absorbed energy from the corpses, significantly enhancing his strength. Lin Yi's eyes glimmered with determination, and a hint of excitement crossed his face. A Purple Tire Lord Monster means at least silver tier loot, maybe even better. Despite Cassio's formidable power, Lin Yi showed no signs of fear. In fact, The sight of Cassio's summoning skill reminded him of the time he defeated the Bloodfang Wolf King. A confident smile tugged at the corner of his lips. This could be another chance to level up swiftly. Boy, that look in your eyes is irritating me, Cassio sneered, his staff glowing ominously as he prepared to attack. Irritating? Just wait, you'll be even more irritated soon enough. Lin Yi retorted coldly, striking first. His spell activated almost instantaneously, faster than Cassio could react. Fireball. Boom. A massive fireball shot forth, interrupting Cassio's spellcasting. 6,153. Lin Yi frowned slightly. Cassio's magic resistance was remarkable. That attack had only chipped away 3 of his health. Still, it was merely a probing strike. You insolent whelp. You're courting death. Cassio roared in fury, his staff radiating a dark light. The surrounding temperature seemed to plummet. Meanwhile, Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia quickly cast mental boosts on Lin Yi. In an instant, Lin Yi's spirit stats surged to 510 points. The two then retreated. They knew this level of battle was beyond their ability to intervene. Lin Yi remained composed, a radiant glow of light elements forming a protective shield around him. As Cassio continued his incantations, Lin Yi's fully leveled skills allowed him to cast with lightning speed. Even a purple tire lord monster couldn't compete with him in terms of casting speed. Ice arrow. Whoosh. A crystalline arrow of ice shot through the air, piercing Cassio's staff-wielding hand. 9,175. The high damage not only hurt Cassio but also disrupted his spellcasting once again. This was Lin Yi's greatest advantage, his unparalleled casting speed. From a distance, Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia watched in stunned silence. Was this really happening? A purple tire lord monster being completely suppressed with no chance to retaliate? This was insane. Arg. Cassio's rage was palpable. Having his spells interrupted twice in a row nearly drove him to madness. But Lin Yi was just getting started. Bone Spear. A spear of white bone materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward Cassio with a piercing screech. 20,165. This attack packed even more power, and to make matters worse for Cassio, the bone spear carried a corrosive effect. Greenish light flickered around him, eliciting both shock and fury. Yet with Lin Yi's relentless assault, there was nowhere for him to escape. His spells came like a relentless storm, leaving Cassio no time to recover. Ice Lance. Boom. The ice lance shredded through the eerie glow surrounding Cassio, effortlessly piercing his body. His tattered robes were torn apart, revealing his decaying, frost-bitten flesh beneath. 51,085. Lin Yi's attack was as fierce as a thunderstorm, and the impact of the ice spear slammed Cassio violently against the altar behind him. The battle had barely begun, yet Lin Yi had already dealt an astonishing 80,000 damage. Cassio was pinned to the altar, his eyes filled with terror. Suddenly, an invisible force yanked the ice spear out of Cassio's body. He immediately floated into the air, quickly putting distance between himself and Lin Yi. It was a levitation spell. Though not fast, it was an excellent escape technique. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Once he had gained some distance, Cassio hastily began chanting a spell. Lin Yi could have interrupted him again, but chose to hold back. He recognized it as a summoning spell. Sure enough, one skeletal knight after another emerged from the magic circle, their numbers quickly reaching 20. This is practically a gift of free experience. Lin Yi thought gleefully. Fire meteor. In an instant, a massive flaming meteor tore through the air, causing the temperature within the barrier to skyrocket. The skeletal knights, barely stepping out of the summoning circle, were annihilated in the blink of an eye. Killed a level 15 skeleton knight. Gained 197 XP. Killed a level 15 skeleton knight. Gained 215 XP. The 20 skeletal knights contributed roughly 4,200 XP to Lin Yi. His gaze toward Cassio burned with excitement. A few more waves like this and he could level up again. With this thought, Lin Yi decided not to finish Cassio off just yet, intended to squeeze every last ounce of utility out of him. Seeing Cassio preparing to cast another spell, Lin Yi smirked coldly. Don't bother. Go ahead. Summon more skeleton knights. With that, an ice crystal arrow shot out, striking Cassio's staff with pinpoint accuracy and interrupting his spell once again. Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia exchanged stunned glances, their eyes filled with awe. Interrupting a mage's spell was no easy feat. It required not only immense power but also incredible precision and perfect timing. Lin Yi's spells, maxed out in level, were far more potent and accurate than those of ordinary mages, resulting in the jaw-dropping scene before them. As Cassio summoned another wave of skeletal knights, a strange glint began to shine in Bai Jia's eyes. She recalled the last time, with the blood-patterned Wolf King, which had also been milked for every bit of experience before being taken down. For Cheng Muqing, witnessing this for the first time was nothing short of unbelievable. Fire meteor. With each successive assault, Lin Yi's experience points soared. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves. By the end of the 7th wave, a brilliant white light enveloped Lin Yi. Level up to LV14. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with joy as his strength reached a new peak. He felt he could level up once more after all. Cassio's mana reserves seemed far from depleted. I swear I'll kill you. Cassio was on the verge of madness. He felt utterly humiliated. Every time he tried to cast a spell, the boy in front of him would interrupt it. Only the summoning of skeletal knights managed to succeed, and even that was being used against him. At first, he thought it was because summoning spells were faster to cast, but when he saw the bright light of Lin Yi's level up, he realized he had been played. With this realization, Cassio spat out a dark, necrotic energy, infusing it into his staff. Spirit decay. A black aura spread out, descending upon Lin Yi like a suffocating shadow. At that moment, a pitch-black aura suddenly appeared, exuding an overwhelming sense of death. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Lin Yi, effortlessly piercing through the light shield he had meticulously constructed. Lin Yi's heart tightened sharply as he felt his mental energy rapidly draining away like a receding tide. Cassio has cast Mind Decay. Your mental energy is halved instantly, and the effect lasts for 60 seconds. The system notification echoed in Lin Yi's ears. Lin Yi drew in a sharp breath, his expression shifting slightly. He noticed that after Cassio unleashed that necrotic breath, it came at a heavy cost to himself. Yet, a smug grin spread across Cassio's face. Let's see how you interrupt my spellcasting now. Cassio thought triumphantly as he began chanting his incantation aloud. Standing nearby, Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia were on edge, their hearts pounding in their chests. They could clearly see that Cassio's strike had caused Lin Yi significant trouble. With half of his mental energy gone, an ordinary mage would struggle even to focus. However, Lin Yi remained remarkably composed. To his surprise, despite his mental energy being halved, it didn't hinder his spellcasting. Even with only half his mental attributes, his damage output was still formidable. Glancing at the self-satisfied Cassio, Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smirk. Bone spear, Lin Yi shouted in a low voice. A glowing bone spear, shimmering with an eerie light, shot forward like the kiss of death, slamming heavily into Cassio's staff. 14,157. The damage numbers floated up, and the attack also successfully interrupted Cassio's spellcasting. How is this possible? Cassio's eyes widened in disbelief. Even with his mental energy halved, Lin Yi still displayed such power. Immediately, an ice lance hurtled toward Cassio's vital point. Terrified, he hastily cast levitation to retreat and summoned a skeletal knight in a panic. Watching this unfold, Cheng Muqing patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. She exchanged a glance with Bai Jia, both of them smiling wryly. This roller coaster of events was more thrilling than any amusement park ride. Meteor flame. Lin Yi struck again. Fiery meteors descended upon the altar, obliterating the newly summoned skeletal knights and sending them back to the underworld in an instant. Lin Yi's experience points skyrocketed like a rocket, filling him with exhilaration. Although Cassio attempted to retaliate, each time he made a move, Lin Yi would counter with an ice lance, forcing him to retreat. After 25 intense waves of battle, Lin Yi was enveloped in a dazzling white light once more. Level up to LV15. The system notification chimed. Lin Yi saw his mental energy surge to 700 points and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Cheng Muqing, who shared the experience points, also leveled up to level 5. She was content with her progress, as many adventurers of the same era were still struggling at levels 1 or 2. However, comparing herself to Lin Yi, who had already reached level 15, she couldn't help but feel inadequate. By now, Cassio had been reduced to a grotesque skeleton. His emaciated frame was nothing more than a skeletal shell, and his gaze toward Lin Yi was filled with a mix of hatred and fear. Lin Yi noticed this and displayed a hint of regret on his face, as though lamenting the lack of further value to extract. Pathetic, he sneered, his disdain nearly driving Cassio to tears. Who's the real master here? Cassio cried out in despair. Well then, they'll just send you on your way. Lin Yi's tone was mocking, but his eyes gleamed with deadly intent. Bone spear. The glowing bone spear struck with precision, sending Cassio flying. 31,057. Ice lance. This time, the ice lance pierced straight through Cassio's body, pinning him to the altar. 63,189. Human, you cannot escape death. Cassio uttered his final words before dissolving into a cloud of black mist, vanishing entirely from the altar. Defeated level 15 demon mage Cassio. Gained 13,482 experience points. The system notification rang out. Moments later, a brilliant light burst forth, scattering loot across the ground. Silvered items. The lowest quality was bronze. Lin Yi's eyes lit up with excitement as he noticed 2 skill books among the spoils. What a haul! Lin Yi exclaimed in delight, eagerly approaching a silver glowing staff. Demon Staff. Grade. Silver. Attributes. 165 mental energy, 850 attack power. Skill. Mind Decay reduces the target's mental energy by 25. After reading the description, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with joy. This silver staff was incredible. Its matte black surface shimmered faintly, and a black crystal embedded at its tip pulsed with a blood-red glow from deep within. The staff's appearance was strikingly cool, and its attributes were even more extraordinary. As expected of a silver item, it instantly elevated Lin Yi's combat power significantly. What thrilled him even more was the staff's unique skill. Even a 25 reduction in mental energy was a terrifying ability, capable of turning the tide in critical moments. Having just reached level 15 and already acquiring such a powerful new weapon, Lin Yi was over the moon. After equipping the staff, his mental energy surged to 865 points. Now, even a simple fireball spell could deal 16,000 to 17,000 damage. For opponents with iron tier professions, encountering Lin Yi was like a chick facing an eagle utterly helpless. With that, Lin Yi turned his attention to the next piece of equipment. The silver attributes of the nether robe shimmered in Lin Yi's hands. Spirit 65, magic resistance 125, and it also granted the mystical skill of levitation. This robe not only allowed the wearer to float in the air, up to a height of 50 meters, but its black back was adorned with a striking skull flame motif, exuding an aura of dominance. Eagerly, Lin Yi donned the robe, and in an instant, he was enveloped in an air of mysterious allure. His already handsome features now carried an extraordinary charm, as if he were a messenger from the underworld. Next, Lin Yi began inspecting his other equipment. While they were all bronze tier, each had its own unique attributes. Bone Ring, Spirit 30, Mana 300. Quick Cool Belt, reduces skill cooldown time by 25. Giant Bone Greatsword, Strength 120, Ignore Defense 35. Skeleton Boots, Agility 30, Stamina 25. Lin Yi's gaze lingered momentarily on the Bone Ring and Quick Cool Belt. Though their tiers weren't high, they offered substantial boosts to his combat power. The Quick Cool Belt, in particular, was a gamma changer. Its cooldown reduction alone was enough to double his combat effectiveness, rivaling that of silver tier equipment. Without hesitation, Lin Yi immediately equipped the 2 items. As for the Giant Bone Greatsword and Skeleton Boots, he stored them in his spatial pendant to trade for valuable rewards later. With his gear sorted, Lin Yi turned his attention to 2 rare skill books. The mage-exclusive Iron Tier skill, Nether Meditation, and the assassin's Iron Tier skill, Shadow Stealth. Clasping his hands together, Lin Yi decisively chose to learn Nether Meditation. With his exceptional talent, the skill instantly leveled up to its maximum. The effects of Nether Meditation left Lin Yi pleasantly surprised. While active, it restored 50 mana per second and boosted dark magic damage by 20. This was a massive improvement compared to the standard meditation skill, which only restored 2 mana per second, a 25-fold increase. Lin Yi quickly calculated. With his current maximum mana pool of 12,000, it would take just 4 minutes of Nether Meditation to fully replenish his mana. Moreover, since all his skills were already maxed out, their mana consumption was astonishingly lonely, about 1/10 of what others required, if not less. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through him. His level had risen to LV 15, unlocking a new skill, Daze. Under the influence of his innate talent, Daze was instantly leveled to the maximum. Daze ignores defense, rendering the target stunned for 10 seconds. The effect ends if the target is attacked. Cooldown, 10 seconds. This is a hard crowd control skill. Lin Yi's excitement was palpable. Compared to his previous skills like Delay and Swamp Field, Daze offered far superior control. Not only could it immobilize enemies, but it also created a crucial 10-second window for him to strike. With this new skill in his arsenal, Lin Yi's combat strategies became even more dynamic and versatile. He couldn't wait to take a look at his newly updated attribute panel. Lin Yi suppressed the excitement surging within him and quickly opened the attribute panel. The data appeared before his eyes. Level LV 151348250000, Strength 350, Spirit 1060, Stamina 400, Agility 410, Health points 3600, Mana points 12500. These numbers clearly demonstrated that his power had reached a whole new level. Since entering the dungeon's secret realm, his growth had been nothing short of tenfold. With only a week remaining until the official start of the trial tournament, Lin Yi was confident that he would advance to the rank of Bronze Mage. By then, those rookie competitors of his generation wouldn't stand a chance against him. Now, even a casual fireball spell from him could deal nearly 20,000 damage. Newly promoted bronze class professionals would likely be obliterated in an instant by such power. Compared to Lin Yi, those so-called hidden class players were nearly laughable. Even if others had a slight edge in stats under the same conditions, they could never match the overwhelming power of his max-level skills. Once he transitioned into an Arcanist and closed the final gap, Lin Yi would become an even more terrifying force. The gear Lin Yi wore also drew envious gazes. 3 pieces of silver-tier equipment, with the rest mostly bronze-tier, and only a few lingering black iron pieces. Such a display left Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia in awe. Cheng Muqing, in particular, felt a deep sense of admiration. She knew that it had only been 2 days since Lin Yi's awakening, yet he was already capable of single-handedly defeating a level 15 purple tire boss monster. His growth rate was simply staggering. She could hardly imagine what he might achieve with more time. Even surpassing Jiang City's 4 great families didn't seem out of reach. At that moment, her regard for Lin Yi reached an unprecedented height. Just as Cheng Muqing was about to speak, Bai Jia suddenly let out a puzzled huh and asked, "Strange, why haven't we received the dungeon clearance rating yet?" By all accounts, the demon mage Cassio should have been the final boss of this secret realm, right? Bai Jia's question hit Lin Yi like a wake-up call, snapping him out of his blissful reverie. The lack of a clearance rating could only mean one thing. The secret realm dungeon wasn't actually over yet. Lin Yi's gaze instinctively shifted to the altar. He had felt something was off when they first entered, and now it was clear the altar was a medium for communicating with abyssal creatures. From the place where Cassio fell, faint traces of necromantic energy were subtly seeping into the underground altar. Though the demon mage Cassio had been defeated, in his final moments, he had completed a sacrificial ritual. Suddenly, as if sensing their attention, the long-dormant altar revealed its true nature. The intricate runes carved into it began to emit a blinding black light, and an overwhelming abyssal aura surged forth. A series of system notifications flashed before their eyes. Level 15 Black Iron Dungeon, Secret Realm difficulty, upgraded to Hell level due to unforeseen anomalies. The dungeon has been sealed by an unknown force. Explorers are temporarily unable to exit. Cheng Muqing was on the verge of tears. She had only intended to find a place to practice, but now she was caught in this nightmare. Hell level? Are we doomed? Faced with the inability to retreat, both Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia were overcome with panic. They had thought they were about to clear the dungeon, only for this twist to shatter their hopes. Before meeting Lin Yi, even completing a hard-level dungeon was a struggle for them. Now, with the difficulties spiking to Hell level, the prospect was utterly terrifying. Cheng Muqing tried to activate the golden teleportation charm in her hand, only to find it completely ineffective. Her heart sank instantly. Lin Yi's expression grew serious, but he remained composed. A Hell-level dungeon was undoubtedly daunting, but how could he surrender without trying? His newfound strength filled him with confidence. Gripping his staff tightly, he fixed his determined gaze on the altar undergoing its ominous transformation. The cause of the anomaly was undoubtedly the abyssal creature summoned by Cassio. But what kind of monster could it be? Lin Yi and the others held their breath, their eyes locked on the altar, as anxiety churned in their hearts. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Changde and his group were waiting patiently. Suddenly, an unusual energy wave shattered the tranquility. The portal to the dungeon, which had been glowing white, erupted with an intense light before gradually being shrouded in an ominous black glow. A flicker of alarm crossed Changde's face as he stepped forward, trying to decipher the meaning behind this sudden change. Trouble. The young lady is in danger. Realizing the dungeon's difficulty had skyrocketed, Changde's expression turned grave. He immediately spun around and barked orders, "Quick, we're going in now." Despite his injuries from protecting the family head Qingbatian in the past, which had left his level stuck at 20, Changde showed no hesitation as he prepared to act. The dense black light emanating from the altar gradually faded, replaced by an eerie chorus of low growls and teeth grinding from the depths of the magic circle below. Suddenly, an unknown creature leapt into the air, revealing its terrifying true form. The creature radiated a dark, purplish glow, with a pair of curved horns atop its head gleaming menacingly. Its tail bristled with sharp spikes, swishing back and forth as if ready to strike at any moment. Most horrifying of all, a pair of massive bat-like wings unfurled from its back, flapping slowly as it hovered in midair. Netherfiend, Cheng Muqing gasped, instantly recognizing the dreadful being. The creature opened its gaping maw, its voice booming like thunder. "Pitiful humans, was it you who killed my servant Cassio?" The sound reverberated through the air, distorting Cheng Muqing's expression and forcing her to take a step back. Netherfiend. Level. LV 15 Lord Tier Gold. HP. 534,907. Skills. Dragon's Roar, Netherfire, Brutal Charge. Seeing the overwhelming stats displayed before her, Cheng Muqing's heart sank. This Netherfiend was far stronger than any opponent they had faced before. Its massive health pool of over 500,000 was enough to strike fear into even the bravest adventurers. Just as Lin Yi was about to speak, the sky suddenly tore open, and a new group of adventurers was transported into the scene. Uncle De. Cheng Muqing cried out in relief, recognizing the newcomers as Cheng De and his team. Young miss, are you all right? Cheng De exhaled in visible relief upon confirming her safety. He then fixed his gaze on the nether fiend hovering above, stepping protectively in front of the group. This is an abyssal creature. Everyone, stay alert. Excellent. The nether fiend sneered, flapping its wings mockingly. Another group of humans seeking their doom. Today, I shall feast to my heart's content. Before Lin Yi could act, Cheng De raised a hand, signaling him to stand back. He and his 9 companions quickly formed a battle formation, layers of buffs and auras lighting up around them. These level 20 black iron warriors all boasted attributes surpassing 1,000. Cheng De was acutely aware of the threat posed by a gold-tier lord monster, but retreat wasn't an option. If anything happened to the young miss here, he would never be able to face the family head. Taking a deep breath, Cheng De roared, "Attack!" Following his command, the warriors charged forward, their weapons gleaming with energy. Assassins vanished into the shadows, seeking the perfect opportunity to strike. Behind them, mages and archers prepared their attacks, while the 2 priests, sweat beading on their foreheads, stood ready to cast healing spells at a moment's notice. Boom! A dazzling array of multicolored skills surged forward like a tidal wave, crashing toward the nether fiend. Yet the creature stood there arrogantly, arms crossed, waiting for the attacks to land. Bang! 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 The flurry of skills struck the nether fiend, but the resulting damage was negligible. 453, 512, 397. The string of 3-digit damage numbers left everyone stunned. After an entire round of attacks, they had only managed to inflict a little over 2,000 damage. Compared to the nether fiend's colossal health pool, it was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. This must be a demon's physique. Cheng De felt a chilling dread rise in his heart. The nether fiend's body was far more formidable than anticipated, with defense and resistance that defied logic. This is bad. What are we supposed to do now? Cheng De's anxiety mounted as he found himself trapped in a desperate situation with no clear way forward. Cheng De was filled with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. No matter how many times they unleashed their skills, they could barely leave a scratch on the monstrous nether fiend. The towering creature spread its arms wide, unfazed by their attacks, even showing a hint of enjoyment on its grotesque face. Ha ha ha! The nether fiend let out a chilling laugh. You pitiful ants, haven't you eaten? Even your attempts to tickle me are so feeble. Don't worry, I'll savor you bit by bit. It's been ages since I've had such a delicious feast. To the fiend, adventurers were the ultimate delicacy. Even better, devouring them would allow it to grow even stronger. The creature suddenly snapped its massive wings together, instantly dispelling the carefully crafted spells of the mages. Then, with a sweeping backhand, it launched a fireball straight at Cheng De and his group. 2,137, 2095, 2071, 2,286. Damage numbers floated rapidly above their heads as their health bars were nearly depleted. This wasn't because the nether fiend was holding back in strength, it was deliberately toying with them, relishing the thrill of the hunt. The nether flames igniting their bodies ensured that any health they regained was instantly burned away. Fresh prey is the finest delicacy. The fiend inhaled deeply, savoring the moment as it lunged toward Cheng De. Though fear flickered in Cheng De's eyes, it was overshadowed by regret that he couldn't protect the young miss. Uncle De. Cheng Muqing cried out sharply, her voice trembling with despair, tears streaming down her face. Just as the group was about to succumb to hopelessness and the fiend prepared to indulge in its feast, a thunderous roar tore through the sky. Boom! Amid the sizzling sound of burning air, a massive, blazing fireball the size of a millstone came hurtling toward them. Lin Yi had finally made his move. Cheng De and the others stared in shock, their eyes wide as they watched the enormous fireball. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. The sheer power of this attack was terrifying. Before this moment, Cheng De had instinctively dismissed Lin Yi. After all, how strong could a newly ascended bronze-tier adventurer be? He hadn't even considered asking Lin Yi to join the battle. But now, he realized just how foolish he had been. Boom! The nether fiend was equally stunned. The colossal fireball struck its chest directly, vaporizing the blood in its veins in an instant. 25,739. The staggering damage number left Cheng De and his group speechless. One fireball spell had dealt over 20,000 damage. It was beyond comprehension. A glimmer of hope sparked in Cheng De's eyes. Perhaps there was still a chance to escape this nightmare. Seeing this, Cheng Muqing burst into tears of relief, grateful that Lin Yi was there. Lin Yi quickly pulled out a bottle of mana potion and downed it in one gulp. His mana surged by 300 points. Cheng De, quick to adapt, commanded all support classes to focus their buffs on Lin Yi. A kaleidoscope of brilliant lights enveloped Lin Yi, boosting his stats dramatically. His mana soared past 1,500 points, far surpassing his previous limits. On top of that, he gained enhancements such as reduced casting time, shorter skill cooldowns, and increased movement speed. For the first time, Lin Yi truly felt the power of teamwork. As energy coursed through him, a confident smile appeared on his lips. Using the levitation ability granted by his nether robe, combined with a lightning spell, Lin Yi's movements became incredibly agile. Bone Spear. With the buffs amplifying his abilities, the already swift spell was cast with lightning speed. The mages behind Changda could hardly believe their eyes as they watched the spell's rapid execution. Whoosh! A bone spear shot out, piercing through the nether fiend's shoulder in an instant. Splurt! Dark purple blood sprayed like rain, sizzling and hissing as it hit the ground. 51,853. The nether fiend let out a deafening roar, but Lin Yi's relentless assault gave it no chance to retaliate. Ice Lance. Fueled by immense mana, the Ice Lance seemed to freeze the very air around it, its power far greater than before. Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia couldn't help but shiver, their eyes filled with awe. The Ice Lance tore through the fiend's wounded shoulder, ripping it apart violently. Rip! One of the fiend's wings was severed, hanging by only a few tendons. The sight was both horrifying and awe-inspiring. 127,863. The combined force of Bone Spear and Ice Lance unleashed catastrophic damage. Cheng De and the others were utterly stunned. Was this really the work of a bronze-tier adventurer? Gulp! The sound of collective swallowing broke the tense silence, oddly comical yet undeniably real. In just 3 spells, the Nether Fiend had lost nearly a third of its health. Even with its extraordinary vitality, it couldn't withstand such devastation. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Yi, filled with shock and disbelief. They couldn't stop wondering what kind of adventurer was he? A simple mage? That seemed impossible. How dare you, humans, injure me? The Nether Fiend roared furiously. You will die, and I will rip your soul apart. Dark flames erupted around the fiend, even more ferocious than before, as if it intended to consume everything in its path. Lin Yi, however, merely smirked, raising his staff with a calm demeanor. Stun spell. In an instant, a dazzling burst of light shot forth from the tip of his staff. Before the Nether Fiend's words had fully dissipated, a wave of dizziness struck it. Though it tried to resist the effects, the glowing halo above its head signaled a forced slumber lasting 5 seconds. This brief window of opportunity was more than enough for Lin Yi. His figure darted through the air like lightning, swiftly pinpointing the optimal position to cast his spell. With a low, commanding shout, he declared, Bone Spear. Instantly, a spear of pure white bone materialized, its tip shimmering with an eerie glow under the force of his immense mental energy. It seemed almost tangible, its sharpness undeniable. Whoosh! The spear streaked through the air like a shooting star, piercing directly into the Netherfiend's grotesque, gaping maw. By the time the creature jolted awake from its stupor, the spear had already impaled its throat, emerging violently from the back of its neck. 91,753. The massive damage number hovered in the air as purple blood sprayed in all directions. Half of the fiend's head was nearly torn apart, with shredded flesh and shattered bone creating a grisly sight. The Nether Fiend writhed in agony, attempting to let out a howl of pain, but the spear lodged in its mouth reduced its cries to muffled, guttural whimpers. Lin Yi, unrelenting, gave it no chance to recover. With another sharp command, he shouted, Ice Lance. Harnessing the power of extreme cold, an icy lance rapidly materialized and shot toward the fiend. The remaining half of its face was etched with sheer terror, as if the memory of the last Ice Lance's excruciating pain still lingered vividly. Nether Shield. In desperation, the fiend summoned a flaming shield of dark fire in an attempt to block the incoming attack. While the shield managed to mitigate some of the damage, it couldn't fully deflect the blow. Crack! The Ice Lance shattered through the fiery shield and struck the fiend's skull with devastating force. 124,580. Yet another staggering damage number appeared. If not for the shield absorbing part of the impact, the outcome would have been even more catastrophic. In less than a minute, the Netherfiend's health had plummeted to just 30. Changda and the others stared in disbelief, their minds racing with questions. Was this truly the same boss monster they had struggled against for so long? How could Lin Yi handle it with such ease? A fellow mage, unwilling to accept the disparity, launched an Ice Lance of his own. But the resulting damage, a mere 861, left him mortified. Compared to Lin Yi, his attack was laughably insignificant, and he wished he could disappear out of embarrassment. Lin Yi, however, remained focused, refusing to let the fiend catch its breath. With another command, he invoked Slow Time. The fleeing Netherfiend's movements instantly became sluggish. It was filled with regret, cursing whoever had claimed that humans were weak. Why, of all opponents, had it encountered such a monstrous adversary? If only it could drag its summoner, Cassio, out and beat him to death 1,000 times over. Lin Yi's onslaught continued relentlessly, like a storm that showed no signs of abating. Frost, fire, lightning, an array of elemental forces intertwined and bombarded the fiend. Its once mighty form was now riddled with wounds, its health bar nearing depletion. Then, with a sudden and decisive attack, a massive ice lance drove straight through the fiend's body, pinning it against the altar wall. The Netherfiend collapsed instantly, its life extinguished on the spot. Level 15 Netherfiend slain. You've gained 38,951 experience points. The system notification chimed as Lin Yi glanced at his nearly full experience bar, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Whoosh! As the Netherfiend's corpse disintegrated, it left behind a brilliant cascade of multicolored light. Among the treasures were equipment, skill books, and even a rare golden item. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. This battle's rewards had far exceeded his expectations. The radiant glow emanating from the equipment left everyone in awe, especially the young mages, whose eyes burned with uncontainable desire. Yet, no one dared to act recklessly. These spoils of war were the hard-earned glory of Lin Yi's strength. Lin Yi carefully examined each piece of equipment. The first item to catch his attention was a dazzling abyssal cloak, shimmering with golden light. This gold-tier item significantly boosted stamina and agility while enhancing movement speed. Most impressive, however, was the attached skill Abyssal Eye, which could detect hidden enemies below the silver tier. Unable to resist, Lin Yi donned the cloak immediately. He felt as light as a feather, and when combined with his agility techniques, his maneuverability even surpassed that of an assassin. Next, his gaze fell upon a silver-tier scorching flame ring. In addition to a substantial boost to his mental strength, the ring granted his attacks a burning damage effect, marking a significant leap in his offensive capabilities. Although the Storm Dragon Bow was a legendary weapon for archers, Lin Yi decided to keep it as a bargaining chip for future trades. The remaining two bronze-tier items, while not as extraordinary, were still worth millions apiece. Beyond the equipment, Lin Yi uncovered two rare treasures. One was an abyssal core stone, about the size of a dragon's eye, capable of significantly upgrading silver-tier or lower equipment. Lin Yi immediately considered using it to enhance his demon staff to gold tier. The second treasure was a ticket to the first level of the abyss, which, while not useful at the moment, filled him with anticipation for future adventures. Finally, the highlight of the spoils came in the form of two skill books. Lin Yi promptly learned Infernal Brand, a devastating skill capable of dealing 5 times the normal damage, instantly becoming his new trump card. Although he couldn't yet utilize the skill Netherwings, a rare flying ability, he carefully stored the book for later use. After organizing his spoils, Lin Yi exhaled deeply, his heart brimming with joy. The rewards from this expedition far exceeded his expectations, significantly enhancing his strength. At that moment, Chengde approached with Cheng Muqing and others in tow. Sincerely impressed by Lin Yi's prowess, Chengde sought to strengthen their relationship. Lin Yi humbly replied that it was merely a small effort, and that he was simply fulfilling his promise to Cheng Muqing. Hearing this, Cheng Muqing couldn't help but feel grateful for her good fortune. Although Lin Yi's teammates spent most of their time as bystanders, they still reaped significant rewards, all thanks to Lin Yi's exceptional performance. Cheng Muqing's eyes were filled with admiration, and Bai Jia was deeply impressed by Lin Yi's flawless spell bombardment. While it wasn't exactly admiration in the romantic sense, their growing fondness for Lin Yi was evident. Seeing the situation, Chengde quickly seized the opportunity and said, "Brother Lin, the reward Miss offered really doesn't match the value of this dungeon. When we return home, I'll definitely report this to the family head. By then, we must invite you to visit the Cheng family, and well prepare a generous gift for you. Please don't decline." Hearing this, Lin Yi, though mature and composed, couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. He nodded and replied, "All right, I'll definitely come when the time comes." However, inwardly, he speculated what kind of gift the Cheng family might prepare. A ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Could they be planning to match Cheng Muqing with him? At that, Lin Yi chuckled to himself, silently chastising his own wild imagination. Just then, the dungeon's secret realm erupted in a dazzling golden light as the worlds will began scoring their performance. The brilliant light shot straight into the sky, converging into a massive glowing screen on the horizon. One by one, the team's scores were revealed. First up were Chengde and his group. The screen showed how they had nearly been wiped out the moment they landed in front of the Nether Fiends. Chengde's face turned slightly red. This was an undeniable blow to their pride. In the end, they received the lowest grade rating, though the rewards were still decent. Next came Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia. Throughout the dungeon, the two had mostly taken on a supporting role, occasionally casting buffs for Lin Yi. The entire experience for them had been more like a vacation. On screen, the two covered their faces in embarrassment as they ended up with a grade rating. Even so, their rewards were slightly better than Chengda's group, and the joy in their eyes was hard to hide. Finally, it was Lin Yi's turn. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. The screen displayed Lin Yi's inspiring feat single-handedly taking on hundreds of enemies. Whether it was Cassio or the Nether Fiends, they were all blasted into oblivion by him. Chengda and the others watched in stunned silence, finally realizing just how terrifyingly powerful Lin Yi truly was. The golden screen slowly settled, and to everyone's utter shock, the rating gleamed brightly. Says grade. My goodness, a triples rating? Witnessing this, everyone was utterly astonished. Achieving an S level rating is already a rare feat, let alone the elusive SS level rating. Suddenly, a line of dazzling golden text appeared before Lin Yi's eyes. Congratulations on clearing the Hell level dungeon. You've earned an SS level rating. Rewards, 30,000 experience points. Platinum treasure. Skill fusion stone. Platinum treasure. Wind spirit card. Lin Yi couldn't help but swallow, his Adam's apple moving slightly, and his eyes filled with astonishment. The rewards were far more generous than he had ever imagined. Out of nowhere, a burst of radiant white light erupted from Lin Yi's body, accompanied by the system's notification. Level up to LV16? Before Lin Yi could recover from the joy of leveling up, his attention was drawn to the two platinum treasures. He had initially thought receiving gold-grade equipment would already be a stroke of immense luck, but 2 platinum items? That was beyond his wildest dreams. First came the Skill Fusion Stone, a fist-sized red gem glimmering with golden hues. Within its core, a faint energy seemed to ripple. The system described it. Skill Fusion Stone. Grade. Platinum. Attribute. Confuse 2 bronze skills into a higher-tier skill and allows mastery regardless of level restrictions. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Normally, adventurers could only learn skills that matched their current level, and learning higher-level skills was extremely challenging. However, the Skill Fusion Stone broke this barrier. Lin Yi carefully stored the treasure, as if afraid of losing this valuable gift. Next was the second treasure, the Wind Spirit card. The system explained. Wind Spirit card. Grade. Platinum. Attribute. Grants the holder favor with the Wind Spirit, which can be used to exchange for moon water. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. It was a token of trust. Such treasures were incredibly special, with their value entirely dependent on how they were utilized. Moon water? Lin Yi murmured. I've heard it can permanently enhance a mage's mental attributes. For me, it's absolutely priceless. He made a mental note to investigate the whereabouts of the Elven tribe and gather information during his planned visit to the Cheng family. Meanwhile, the surrounding adventurers finally snapped out of their shock, their gazes toward Lin Yi filled with awe and respect. This young man's future was boundless. Cheng De's regard for Lin Yi deepened further. With renewed enthusiasm, he extended another invitation. Young hero Lin, when you return to Jiang City, you must visit the Cheng family as our guest. Beside him, Cheng Muqing chimed in with a bright smile. Looking forward to our next meeting. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Absolutely. Moments later, Cheng Muqing and her group transformed into streaks of light and exited the dungeon. The secret realm was on the verge of collapse, making it unsafe to linger. Whoosh! Lin Yi and Bai Jia reappeared in the Bloodfang Wolf King's lair. Bai Jia let out a long breath, the tension melting away. This adventure had been far more thrilling and rewarding than any she had experienced before. She glanced at Lin Yi standing beside her, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar gleam. She couldn't help but wonder, what kind of extraordinary person could ever be worthy of him? Let's go, Lin Yi said softly. This dungeon run had not only propelled him to level 16, but also upgraded his gear and skills significantly. His overall power had soared by tens of times. Even a casually cast fireball spell now packed a destructive force of 2,000 to 3,000 damage points. This staggering growth filled Lin Yi with confidence. In this world, strength was the ultimate guarantee, everything else was mere illusion. On their journey back, the monsters of the swampy plains were no match for Lin Yi. Unfortunately, due to his higher level, slaying these lower-level creatures no longer yielded experience points. Occasionally, they encountered adventurers, but sensing the intimidating aura emanating from Lin Yi, they all kept their distance. The convenience brought by overwhelming power was undeniably. No one dared to provoke him. From time to time, Lin Yi cast a Lightfoot spell, doubling their travel speed. Before long, the silhouette of Wulong Town came into view. Lin Yi, until next time. After exchanging contact details with Bai Jia, Lin Yi headed straight to the treasure pavilion, intending to sell off some of his loot. As he stepped through the grand entrance of the treasure pavilion, he was greeted by the same rabbit-eared receptionist as before. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, clearly surprised by Lin Yi's quick return. Welcome to the treasure pavilion. How can I assist you today? she asked with a professional smile, bowing gracefully. Lin Yi responded with a calm smile. This time, he planned to offload some of the valuable yet redundant items he had accumulated. At the same time, he wanted to search for mage skill books and inquire about blacksmiths. Let's start by selling some equipment. As soon as the words left his mouth, the rabbit-eared receptionist froze in shock. Clang! One item after another spilled onto the polished counter, glinting brilliantly. Dozens of iron-grade items, a considerable number of bronze-grade ones, and even a silver-grade piece. Esteemed customer, please hold on a moment, the receptionist stammered, her voice trembling slightly as her chest heaved with emotion. This is a significant transaction, and am not authorized to handle it. He'll immediately inform the manager. Please wait in the VIP lounge. The scene was simply too astonishing. Such expensive equipment was piled up as if it were mere trinkets. Even for someone as experienced as her, this was beyond belief. Lin Yi smirked inwardly, amused. If he were to reveal his gold-grade equipment or worse, his platinum treasures, she might very well faint on the spot. After demonstrating his prowess, Lin Yi was promptly escorted to a lavishly decorated private suite. In the private room, Lin Yi sat comfortably on a chair meticulously crafted from high-grade magical beast bones. He enjoyed the attentive massage provided by a professional while sipping on an exceptionally rare cup of white jade spirit tea. The exquisite quality of this tea was leagues beyond anything he had tasted before. Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel in this was the privilege and luxury that came with power. Before long, a lean middle-aged man hurried into the room, slightly out of breath. It was evident he had rushed over the moment he received the news. Esteemed guest, my deepest apologies for failing to welcome you properly, the man said apologetically, before quickly shifting gears. Let's not waste time, shall we proceed directly with the transaction? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi retrieved a large assortment of equipment and materials from his spatial pendant. The sheer volume was staggering, and the supervisor, Mr. Jiang, couldn't conceal the astonishment in his eyes. In that moment, he made a firm decision, had to establish a connection with this young man. Only by doing so could he elevate his performance, leave the small and remote Wulong town, and secure a transfer to the bustling Jiang city. Mr. Jiang began meticulously tallying the items Lin Yi had laid out. 20 pieces of equipment under level 10, valued at 4.91 million. I'll round it up to 5 million for you. Hearing this figure, Lin Yi's face lit up with satisfaction. This batch of equipment alone had earned him a cool 5 million. Mr. Jiang continued with the inventory, his speech quickening as he went on. 13 pieces of black iron equipment above level 11, 8 million. 7 pieces of bronze equipment, 16 million. He paused briefly, gesturing toward the final 2 items. Now, as for this Shadow Stealth skill book and the Silver Grade Storm Dragon Bow, I currently can't assign them a value. Perhaps we could consider a trade instead? Items like these are often priceless and rarely converted into Huaxia currency. His tone grew increasingly respectful as he spoke, fully aware that this was a deal of extraordinary magnitude. The young man before him was either backed by incredible connections or possessed unfathomable strength. Either way, he was not someone to be underestimated. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy as he mentally calculated his gains. This haul was nothing short of extraordinary. Including the equipment and treasures he carried on his person, his assets now easily surpassed the billion mark. These 2 rare items alone, when traded for a bronze advancement pearl, would still leave him with surplus resources perfect for bolstering his gear and skills. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Let's do a trade then. I need a bronze advancement pearl. Also, please help me locate equipment and skills suitable for a mage. If there's anything appropriate, I'll exchange for it with these items. Nearby, the attendant couldn't help but be captivated by Lin Yi's confident demeanor and generosity. She thought to herself with a sense of admiration, handsome and wealthy, he's the perfect dream man. As Lin Yi finished speaking, Manager Zhang's face lit up with a delighted smile. He gestured for Lin Yi to take a seat and then turned to signal a nearby bunny girl, instructing her to prepare a detailed inventory list. Turning back, he joined Lin Yi for tea, chatting and laughing in a pleasant atmosphere. During their conversation, Lin Yi learned that the manager's full name was Jiang Fu. When Jiang Fu discovered that Lin Yi was a newly awakened college freshman, his surprise was unmistakable. To achieve such accomplishments in just 2 days was beyond anything he had ever encountered. After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Fu made a decision. I hope you don't mind, but I'll call you Brother Lin from now on, he said with a warm smile. Given the value of the items you're selling today, Wanbao Pavilion would like to gift you a black gold card. With this card, you'll enjoy a 10% discount on all future purchases at our pavilion. Jiang Fu's smile grew even warmer. This was clearly a long-term investment. Normally, a single transaction exceeding 1 billion yuan was required to obtain a black gold card. However, Jiang Fu recognized the immense potential in Lin Yi and decided to make an exception, confident that Lin Yi was destined for greatness. Quietly, he calculated that establishing a connection with Lin Yi might even pave the way for him to become a senior manager at Wanbao Pavilion's Jiangcity branch. Lin Yi, sharp as ever, immediately caught on and responded, "Thank you, Brother Jiang. I'll always remember your kindness." Soon, the bunny girl gracefully returned, carrying the inventory list and a black sandalwood box in her hands. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he saw the box's contents, a gemstone the size of a longan resting quietly inside. Zhang Fu explained in detail, "Brother Lin, this bronze advancement gem is valued at 20 million yuan on the market. However, considering our friendship and your exclusive black gold card discount, I'll offer it to you for just 16 million. This generous deal saved Lin Yi a substantial 4 million yuan. Grateful, Lin Yi said sincerely, "Thank you, Brother Jiang. If I ever have items to sell in the future, you'll be the first person I think of." Zhang Fu laughed heartily at Lin Yi's words, clearly pleased. Handing over the inventory list, he said with a relaxed tone, "Take your time, Brother Lin. No rush." Lin Yi carefully reviewed the list, feeling increasingly excited. The permissions Zhang Fu granted him were extraordinary, and every piece of equipment and skill on the list was incredibly tempting. After weighing his options, Lin Yi quickly made his decisions. He used the Storm Dragon Bow to exchange for 1 silver tier item and 2 bronze tier items. 1. Mage's Crown Silver, Magic Resistance 80, Defense Penetration 50, 15 chance to replicate the current spell when casting. 2. Swift Gloves Bronze, Spirit 5, Casting Speed 10. 3. Sturdy Bracers Bronze, Health 600, Mana 650. The attributes of these items were remarkable, especially the Mage's Crown. If Lin Yi triggered its replication effect while casting Ice Lance, it could deal devastating damage to his enemies. The casting speed boost from the Swift Gloves was also invaluable, while the Sturdy Bracers, though less impressive, still provided a solid enhancement to his overall gear. With these upgrades, all of Lin Yi's equipment had now reached bronze tier or higher. Such a setup would undoubtedly draw envious gazes if made public. After upgrading his equipment, Lin Yi also exchanged for an immunity barrier skill book, along with 2 others, Thunder Light Spell and Swift Aura. These purchases cost him a total of 6 million yuan. With 7 million left, Lin Yi decided against spending it all immediately. Instead, he planned to use the remaining funds to buy a high-end residence for his mother, ensuring her a comfortable life. Clapping his hands together, Lin Yi instantly mastered and maxed out the 3 new skills. 1. Immunity Barrier. Grants immunity to all control effects, including stun, shock, and fear. Cooldown, 10 seconds. 2. Thunder Light Spell. Summons lightning within a 50-meter radius of the target. Cooldown, 3 seconds. 3. Swift Aura. Applies an aura to the target, increasing speed by 200. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Originally, Lin Yi had hoped to find a teleportation skill for mages, but such skills were beyond the reach of Blackarontier adventurers. As a compromise, he opted for Swift Aura instead. Suddenly, Lin Yi remembered the Abyss Core Stone and asked, "Brother Jiang, is there a high-level blacksmith in Wulong Town?" Zhang Fu replied with a smile, "As it happens, Kong Yuan, a gold-tier blacksmith from Jiangcity, is currently here gathering materials. You can find him at the Emerald Courtyard on the eastern side of town. Just mention my name." A glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. He knew that the higher the blacksmith's level, the greater the success rate of gemstone embedding. Expressing his gratitude, Lin Yi bid farewell after a brief conversation. As he watched Lin Yi leave, Zhang Fu couldn't help but sigh. This young man is no ordinary talent. One day, he'll surely rise to fame in Jiangcity and even across all of Huaxia. Night had fallen, and Lin Yi decided to visit Kongyuan the next day. He found an inn, took a refreshing bath, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. At dawn, Lin Yi made his way to the Emerald Courtyard. This serene haven for adventurers was a picturesque retreat, with birdsong and fragrant flowers creating a paradise-like atmosphere. 2 burly men stood by the door, their muscles bulging and their eyes sharp with vigilance, clearly seasoned close combat professionals. Lin Yi, calm and composed, stepped forward with a polite demeanor and said, "I'd like to request Master Kong Yuan to embed a gemstone. Jiang, the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion, recommended me. May I trouble you to inform him?" One of the men showed a flicker of surprise in his eyes, then gestured with a wave of his hand. "Please come in." Lin Yi walked into the small courtyard and soon encountered Master Kong Yuan. The master greeted him with a hearty laugh. "Haha, that sly old Zhang Fu actually sent someone my way. Young man, what kind of gemstone do you want embedded in your treasure?" Lin Yi smiled in response. "I am Lin Yi, paying my respects to Master Kong." As he spoke, he retrieved a demonic staff and an abyss core stone from his pocket. Instantly, a chilling, eerie aura emanated from the items, as if they carried a summons from the depths of hell. Kong Yuan's previously calm gaze sharpened, and an unusual gleam lit up in his eyes. A golden tier gemstone. As a master craftsman of the golden tier, Opportunities to work with such rare treasures were exceedingly rare. Initially, he assumed Lin Yi was just a junior recommended by Jiang Fu and had planned to handle the matter casually. But now, his perspective shifted entirely. Kong Yuan's professional instincts kicked in. His mind raced as he envisioned various combinations and strategies to enhance this equipment to its utmost potential. After a brief moment of thought, he suddenly spoke. "Young man, how about we strike a deal?" Lin Yi looked puzzled but remained courteous. "Please, Master Kong, feel free to explain." Taking a deep breath, Kong Yuan slowly laid out his proposition. "I'm willing to upgrade your equipment for free. I'll even use my personal stash of rare minerals to significantly boost its power. However, there's a small favor I'd like you to do for me in return." Lin Yi's guard went up immediately, and he cautiously asked, "What kind of favor?" While the offer of upgraded golden tier equipment was tempting, he knew better than to accept anything without understanding the risks. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Kong Yuan spoke frankly. "To be honest, I have a project that's just one step away from completion. The missing material is the fang of a thunder crocodile beast. If you can retrieve it for me, they'll upgrade your equipment." "What do you say?" Hearing this, Lin Yi fell silent in thought. He was well aware that the thunder crocodile beast resided deep within the Thunder Ruins, a level 18 lore-tier monster. Even more challenging, this beast was notoriously cunning, often evading high-level professionals. It was said that even a silver expert once hunted it for an entire month, only to return empty-handed. This predicament had left Kong Yuan deeply frustrated, and the task had been posted in the mercenary hall for a long time without anyone succeeding. However, sensing the latent power within Lin Yi, Kong Yuan decided to take a chance and propose the collaboration. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yi finally spoke. "I agree to your terms, but I ask that you upgrade my staff first. If I fail to obtain the Thunder Crocodile Beast's fang, they'll reimburse you for the materials and costs at market value." He had already planned to venture into the Thunder Ruins to level up, aiming to advance to a bronze-tier professional in the coming days. Kong Yuan observed the young man's calm confidence and realized he wasn't one to make reckless promises. After a moment of deliberation, the master decided to take a leap of faith. "All right, follow me. Let's upgrade your staff right away." Before long, the backyard was engulfed in roaring flames, accompanied by the rhythmic and powerful sound of hammering. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Kong Yuan was fully immersed in his craft, swinging the hammer with precision. Each strike landed squarely on the demon staff, sending sparks flying in all directions. Lin Yi stood nearby, his eyes fixed on the master blacksmith, captivated by his extraordinary skill. Inwardly, Lin Yi mused that whether it was blacksmiths, alchemists, or enchanters, these auxiliary professions were highly sought after. The scarcity of high-level auxiliary professionals even surpassed that of combat professionals. In Jiang City, there were nearly 100 combat professionals of gold rank, yet there were only about 20 auxiliary professionals at the same level. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire backyard. Lin Yi leapt to his feet in excitement and exclaimed, "It worked!" Kong Yuan emerged with a wide smile, carefully holding a newly reforged staff. The once plain black staff was now adorned with intricate golden patterns, glowing with a mysterious radiance. As Lin Yi took the staff, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through him. Unable to contain his excitement, he immediately checked the attributes on his panel. The numbers left him stunned. Abyssal staff. Quality: gold. Attributes: Spirit 330. Attack power 1800. Skill: Spirit Decay reduces the target's spirit power by 35. New skill: Abyssal Mark temporarily increases spirit by 350 points for 20 seconds. Cooldown: 24 hours. The enhancement had far exceeded Lin Yi's expectations, especially the Abyssal Mark skill. Although it could only be used once a day, it was undoubtedly a secret weapon in his arsenal, like carrying a personal spirit-boosting potion. Kong Yuan gazed at Lin Yi, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. "Young man, you must help me find the fang of the Thunder Crocodile Beast. To maximize the potential of this staff, I even used my precious mithril." Lin Yi, filled with gratitude, replied resolutely, "Master Kong, rest assured, I will bring it to you within 5 days." Without further delay, he turned and left. The next 5 days were a relentless race against time for Lin Yi. His goal was to advance to the bronze rank before the upcoming trial. While he had no intention of joining any faction for now, the trial presented a rare opportunity. A strong performance would yield generous rewards, and Lin Yi was determined not to let it slip by. Walking along the cobblestone streets of Wulong Town, Lin Yi felt entirely different from 2 days ago. Back then, he was just a level 1 novice. Now, he was confident he could easily face bronze professionals. At least in Wulong Town, Lin Yi had become one of the strongest. Soon, Lin Yi reached the outskirts of town, only to find a large group of professionals dressed in matching uniforms gathered at the entrance. Their chest emblems bore a menacing wolf head, and they were stopping and questioning every explorer who came and went. The leader, with a stern expression, repeatedly asked, "Have you seen a young warrior in purple clothing, about 1.8 meters tall and around 23 years old?" Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm. "I haven't seen him," he replied. The leader's tone turned sharp. "Think carefully. If you can provide information about this person, the Blood Wolf mercenary group will reward you handsomely. But if you dare to hide anything, you'll learn what it means to cross us." Though Lin Yi knew the person they sought had indeed fallen by his hand, the man's threats left a bitter taste in his mouth. Without a word, Lin Yi shook his head and walked away, thinking to himself, "This isn't the place to cause trouble. Better to lay low for now." The leader's face darkened, and he let out a cold snort before turning to interrogate the next person. Inwardly, he cursed, "Arrogant brat. If we meet in the wild, I'll make you beg for mercy." The other explorers, though visibly displeased, dared not voice their discontent. Once outside the town, they began to complain in hushed tones. "That's Lin Yi, the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group. I heard their leader's youngest son was killed in the wild yesterday. The scene was reportedly gruesome. Serves them right. The Blood Wolf mercenary group has been bullying people for ages. Sooner or later, karma catches up. Shh, keep your voice down. Do you want to die?" Their leader is a bronze professional. "If the Blood Wolf mercenary group hears you, you're done for." Hearing this, the group fell silent and quickly dispersed into the wild. The Blood Wolf mercenary group's arrogance was backed by their undeniable strength. Lin Yi listened quietly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He had already made up his mind. A bronze professional? So what? If they dare provoke me, they should be ready to face the consequences. With my current strength, even a bronze professional is nothing to fear. Since this grudge has already been formed, why not strike first and take the initiative? The thought barely crossed his mind before Lin Yi sent a message to Jiang Fu. "Brother Jiang, can you share any information you have about the Blood Wolf mercenary group?" Receiving the message, Jiang Fu felt a pang of unease. He now understood why some of the equipment Lin Yi used yesterday had seemed so familiar. Now, things were starting to make sense. Jiang Fu stood firmly by Lin Yi's side, his tone heavy with caution as he warned, "Brother Lin, the Blood Wolf mercenary group has 82 members, all of them Iron Tier professionals. Their leader is a level 27 Bronze Tier expert, with 7 or 8 more Bronze Tier powerhouses under his command. You must not act recklessly, think carefully before making a move." In Jiang Fu's eyes, while Lin Yi was undoubtedly strong, he was far from being a match for the Blood Wolf mercenary group at this point. However, Lin Yi's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied, "Brother Jiang, you seem to be underestimating my abilities." His gaze shifted toward the direction of the nearby town before he turned and walked away, his eyes flickering with a faint fiery glow. Activating his abyssal gaze, Lin Yi instantly detected 2 shadowy figures trailing behind him. His expression turned icy as he thought to himself, "Come on, I'll take care of you all at once when the time is right." Outwardly, he maintained an air of ignorance, continuing his journey deeper into the Thunder Ruins. As he ventured further, the surrounding monsters grew increasingly powerful. When he found himself surrounded by level 18 and above creatures, including venomous green snakes and massive lizards, Lin Yi came to a halt. For him, challenging higher-level foes was the fastest way to gain experience. Activating Abyssal Gaze once more, he noticed that the stalkers behind him had vanished without a trace. Lin Yi steadied his mind, no longer concealing his strength. With a light tap of his staff, a pale, white glow formed a protective shield around him. Enhanced by a speed-boosting aura, his previously sluggish levitation spell became remarkably agile. Light Shield. This shield could absorb over 110,000 points of damage, enough to withstand even the attacks of a bronze-tier professional. Before long, 3 to 4 dozen monsters had gathered behind Lin Yi. Without hesitation, he unleashed his Thunderlight spell. Electric currents surged wildly from his abyssal staff, coalescing into a massive lightning sphere. Boom! The thunderous blast struck the monster horde like a meteor, violet lightning erupting in all directions. The ruins were engulfed in dazzling light as the air filled with the stench of scorched flesh and blood. In an instant, the monsters were annihilated, reduced to ashes. A barrage of damage numbers appeared: 51,376, 50,425, 51,294, 52,383. This single wave of monsters granted Lin Yi nearly 5,000 experience points. Quickly calculating, he muttered, "At my current level, I need 80,000 more experience to level up. About 16 or 17 more waves should do it. Each wave takes around 15 minutes. If I keep this up, I can level up twice today." The efficiency was astounding, far surpassing that of an average person by more than 100-fold. Brimming with confidence, Lin Yi felt that reaching the bronze tier was within his grasp. Excitement coursed through him as he alternated between his meteor fire spell and thunderlight spell, turning the terrified monsters of the Thunder Ruins into stepping stones for his advancement. Though the wide-open wilderness made luring monsters time-consuming, Lin Yi's progress remained remarkable. As he leveled up, he kept an eye out for the elusive thunder crocodile beast. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from within him. Level up to LV-17. Lin Yi was ecstatic, the thrill of constant growth filling him with satisfaction. Just then, the ground ahead began to quake violently. Green sludge splattered in all directions, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed sharply as a massive thunder crocodile emerged with a deafening roar. The creature was over 20 meters long, its barrel-like body exuding a menacing aura. Its violet scales shimmered under the sunlight, while foul mud oozed from its body, eliciting a grimace from anyone watching. Yet this sight only fueled Lin Yi's excitement. A boss monster, the thunder crocodile beast, has appeared. His eyes gleamed with determination, ready to face this thrilling challenge head-on. The thunder crocodile beast, a level 19 boss monster, had a health pool of 227,835. Its skills included Thunder Flash Burst, Crocodile Tail Strike, and Death Roll. A smirk played on Lin Yi's lips as his eyes gleamed with excitement. This time, I'll use you to test my Hellbrand skill, he thought to himself. All my previous battles ended in instant kills, leaving me no chance to showcase my newly learned abilities. Just then, a burst of hearty laughter echoed from a distance, growing louder as it approached. Ha ha ha, finally caught you, kid. A booming voice called out. Well, well, and you've even brought a boss monster with you. What a pleasant surprise. Lin Yi turned his head calmly toward the source of the voice and locked eyes on the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Leading nearly 20 men, Lin Yi sauntered into view. His greedy gaze first swept over the thunder crocodile beast before shifting to Lin Yi with a mocking smirk. Clearly, Lin Yi's attitude at the town gates earlier had rubbed him the wrong way, prompting him to secretly send 2 black iron assassins to tail him. More importantly, Lin Yi had keenly noticed the extraordinary quality of Lin Yi's gear. Despite the subdued glow, its exceptional nature was unmistakable. Judging by appearance alone, the equipment was at least bronze grade, which only fueled Du Ling's avarice. A brat like you, strutting around in bronze equipment, clearly oblivious to how deep the waters run, Lin Yi thought with a sneer. Over the years, the Blood Wolf mercenary group had risen rapidly through plundering, carefully avoiding major clans and instead targeting the offspring of smaller families. A sinister grin spread across Du Ling's face as he casually fabricated an accusation. Kid, you killed our commander's son and think you can just walk away? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly saw through the lie. He smirked coldly. Done talking? If you have any last words, better spit them out now. This is your only chance. With those words, Lin Yi's killing intent began to rise. After all, weakening the Blood Wolf mercenary group had already been part of his plan. Such an opportunity delivered itself to his doorstep. How could he let it slip away? Lin Yi licked his lips and snarled. You've got quite the attitude, kid. Let's see if your sharp tongue can hold up against my blade. The mercenaries burst into laughter, fully aware of their deputy commander's ruthless tendencies. They were certain this handsome young man was in for a world of trouble. Without hesitation, the group spread out, blocking all of Lin Yi's escape routes. A wave of disgust surged through Lin Yi, his killing intent intensifying. These people must be eliminated, he resolved silently. At that moment, Lin Yi's peripheral vision caught the thunder crocodile beast attempting to sneak away. I can't let it escape. Finding it again would be a hassle, he quickly decided. You all can live for a few more seconds. Before anyone could react, Lin Yi moved with lightning speed. The abyssal staff in his hand radiated a dense demonic aura. Hellbrand, he growled. A low hum resonated as dark energy coalesced into an ethereal demonic rune and shot toward the thunder crocodile beast. The black mark latched onto the beast's body, causing it to thrash anxiously, as if sensing the approach of death. Lin Yi didn't stop there. He continued chanting spells in rapid succession, his swift incantations enhanced by his swift gloves, allowing him to cast nearly instantaneously. Ice Lance. With a sharp whistle, the Ice Lance tore through the air, its impact rippling audibly. The spell's power had grown significantly, dealing over 60,000 damage. In the next instant, the Ice Lance struck precisely where the Hellbrand was imprinted. Boom! The Hellbrand's effect activated, amplifying the damage 5-fold. The Ice Lance, now monstrously large, pierced through the thunder crocodile beast's skull without resistance, embedding itself deep into the swamp below. 312,574. 61,057. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but inhale sharply. With the Hellbrand's multiplier, the damage had skyrocketed to a staggering 310,000. The additional 20 burning effect from his blazing ring triggered, dealing another 60,000 damage. The thunder crocodile beast, with only 220,000 health, was instantly obliterated. A level 19 boss monster had been one-shotted. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the surrounding area. Du Ling's eyes widened in shock, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Hiss! He sucked in a cold breath. Who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? The once arrogant mercenaries now looked utterly terrified. This can't be real, right? They thought, swallowing nervously. Recalling their earlier threats toward the young man, they felt their throats tighten. One by one, they turned their gazes toward Du Lingyi. Under the weight of so many stares, Du Lingyi felt his scalp tingle. Forcing a stiff smile, he stammered, "Thighs is just a misunderstanding. Clearly, you're not the killer. I made a mistake. Well, leave right now." Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smirk. This was the power of strength. Before revealing his capabilities, they had treated him like prey. Now, they revered him like a god. "Your turn," Lin Yi murmured, his gaze piercing. The abyssal staff in his hand glowed with an increasingly ominous black light. Bone spear. As his words fell, a spear of glowing white bone materialized out of thin air, radiating a chilling aura as it hurtled toward Du Lingyi. Du Ling's heart sank as panic overtook him. Du Lingyi, a level 23 bronze tier warrior, even at full strength, only boasted a health pool of just over 30,000. Faced with this lethal strike, even with damage-reducing skills, survival seemed impossible. He roared at the top of his lungs, "You fools! What are you standing around for? Attack that kid now!" Before his voice had fully faded, Du Lingyi swiftly pulled a longbow from his back, knocking an arrow imbued with fiery elemental energy. He aimed at the incoming bone spear and released. The arrow streaked through the air with a sharp whistle, while a watchful priest nearby cast a protective shield over Du Lingyi. However, these defensive measures failed to provide any solace. The bone spear hurtling toward him sent chills down his spine, his pupils contracting in terror. In the blink of an eye, the fire arrow was effortlessly pierced, shattering into fragments. The bone spear continued its unstoppable path, accompanied by faint cracking sounds. The protective shield shattered instantly upon impact, lasting barely a second. With a sickening thud, the bone spear tore through Du Lingyi's throat, unleashing a fountain of blood. 30,681. The damage number hovered ominously in the air. Under Lin Yi's precise control, Du Lingyi was not killed outright but was instead pinned to the ground, writhing in agony. His anguished screams echoed, a fate far more torturous than death. Lin Yi's eyes were as cold as ice. Though he took no pleasure in killing, he lived by the principle of delivering retribution in kind. The onlooking mercenaries were frozen in fear, their throats dry as they swallowed hard. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Brothers, attack together. This guy won't let us live. Avenge Vice Captain Du. Kill him." Perhaps a shared fury momentarily outweighed their terror, as nearly 20 Iron-tier mercenaries unleashed their skills in unison against Lin Yi. Blazing fireballs, razor-sharp arrows, and dazzling greatswords abilities from various professions surged toward Lin Yi like a torrential storm. Levitation. Lin Yi remained calm, his figure moving nimbly through the air, dodging over half the incoming attacks with ease. The remaining strikes, unavoidable as they were, collided with Lin Yi's light shield, causing no damage whatsoever. "Impossible!" gasped the mercenaries, their faces filled with disbelief. A cold smirk tugged at Lin Yi's lips. "Now, it's my turn." Meteor firefall. The abyssal staff in his hand erupted with radiant crimson light as fire elements converged wildly. Massive fireballs, like meteors from the heavens, began raining down. The deafening explosions boomed one after another, and the intense heat from the fireballs made the air itself seem to tremble. The mercenaries tried to flee, but the fireballs were densely packed, leaving no avenue for escape. 38,153, 40,173, 37,952. Damage numbers flashed repeatedly in the air. Even those who raised shields found them utterly useless. The sheer damage was far beyond what Iron-tier warriors could withstand. In mere moments, over half of the mercenary group had been wiped out. If the barrage intensified further, they would likely face complete annihilation. The surviving mercenaries were consumed by overwhelming fear, their eyes wide with panic. One of them, trembling uncontrollably, shouted, "Run! Run for your lives!" The remaining individuals were utterly terrified, their spirits shattered. Yet Lin Yi's assault showed no signs of slowing down. A brilliant spell struck Du Lingyi in an instant, killing him on the spot. The next attack followed swiftly, sweeping through like the scythe of death, and most of his companions fell to the ground in an instant. Lin Yi's overwhelming power was nothing short of demonic. Some attempted to flee, but Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smile as he unleashed his Thunderlight spell once more. A blazing sphere of lightning, the size of a millstone, took shape, crackling with dense, frenzied electricity. Boom! The lightning sphere shot forward with precision, striking the center of the fleeing group. The devastating explosion of lightning ensnared the mercenaries, eliciting agonized screams. In the blink of an eye, the few remaining survivors were reduced to ashes. A terrified assassin, eyes filled with dread, tried to sneak away unnoticed. However, Lin Yi activated his abyssal gaze, easily piercing through the assassin's invisibility spell. Whoosh! An icy arrow silently shot forth, piercing the assassin's heart in an instant. A deathly silence blanketed the area. Lin Yi's squad of nearly 20 Blood Wolf mercenaries had been entirely wiped out. Scattered across the ground were charred, twisted corpses, each frozen in a unique death pose. Lin Yi's heart remained calm and unshaken, his approach to enemies merciless and resolute. Exhaling softly, Lin Yi began collecting the spoils of battle. From the corpses of the thunder crocodile beast and the mercenaries, he gathered dozens of items. Among them, the most striking was a silver-deer piece of equipment called the Mask of the Veiled. Thin as a cicada's wing, the mask was interwoven with eerie red threads and emitted an ominous aura. Lin Yi put on the mask and activated his mana. To his surprise, the mask merged seamlessly with his skin. This piece of equipment not only reduced the chance of his spells being interrupted, but also blocked detection skills below the gold level, a perfect countermeasure against the Blood Wolf mercenary group. In addition to this, Lin Yi acquired 4 or 5 bronze tier items and over 50 iron tier ones. The haul was substantial, with an estimated total value of at least 25 million. What excited Lin Yi the most was a bronze ring, the Mana Leech Ring, which was an ideal replacement for his Bloodstained Ring. This ring not only increased his mana pool by 600 points, but also provided a 0.2 mana absorption effect. For someone like Lin Yi, whose spells could deal tens of thousands of damage, this effect was almost comparable to that of an artifact. Determined to eliminate the Blood Wolf mercenary group once and for all, Lin Yi decided to take the initiative. He sent a message to Jiang Fu, requesting assistance in locating Renmingshan and gathering information on the group's activities in the Broken Soul mountain range. Though Jiang Fu was shocked by Lin Yi's resolve, he agreed to help. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Broken Soul mountain range, the Blood Wolf mercenary group was resting. Their leader, Renmingshan, was deep in conversation with his deputy, Su Huai, whose eyes burned with fury. The news of Lin Yi's death had reached them, making the gravity of the situation unmistakable. Renmingshan, his tone heavy, pressed for details. Upon learning it might be connected to Xiaojua's death, his expression grew even more grim. Big brother, let's go avenge him right now. Su Huai clenched his fists, his eyes burning with the fire of vengeance. The Xiaojua he referred to was the young man in purple who had been killed by Lin Yi earlier. Renmingshan's eyes immediately filled with murderous intent upon hearing this. The deaths of Lao San and Xiaojua. All because of this man, he growled through gritted teeth. It seems that people have forgotten the might of the Blood Wolf mercenary group because we haven't taken action in so long. Once this matter is resolved, I'll personally tear him to pieces. Su Huai, unwilling to back down, argued, Big brother, why don't we act now? That young dragon, it's nothing but an illusion. We've been wandering around the outskirts of the Broken Soul Mountains for days, and several of our brothers have already died for it. The Gao family is clearly toying with us. Smack! Renmingshan slapped Su Huai across the face with such force that a bright red handprint immediately appeared. The surrounding team members looked on in shock. Rising to his feet, his towering frame looming over Su Huai, Renmingshan barked, We'll deal with this after the fact, do you not understand? This pertains to my promotion to Silverdeer. If anyone dares to interfere, even you, my second brother, I will not spare them. The deaths of Lin Yi and his young son had already ignited a raging fury within Renmingshan. However, in his mind, finding the young dragon remained the top priority. The matter of his children could wait. Once he advanced to Silverdeer, he could always have more. As for Lin Yi, if not for the morale of the rest of the team, Renmingshan would have already berated him harshly. He had ordered him to bring reinforcements quickly, yet Lin Yi had gone off to intercept someone instead, only to fail and lose his life in the processed display of sheer incompetence. Feeling immense pressure, Su Huai swallowed nervously, forcing a smile as he said, Big brother, I didn't think things through. I'm sorry. Renmingshan's tone softened slightly as he explained, the Gao family, being one of the 4 great families of Jincheng, has spared no effort for their heir's upcoming trial. They've invited numerous mercenary groups and wouldn't risk deceiving us. Based on the intelligence we've received, we just need to keep searching. Once I advance to Silverdeer, the Blood Wolf mercenary group will rise to a whole new level. At that point, I will do everything in my power to help you achieve Silverdeer as well. As long as you're my brother, following me will guarantee you a life of luxury and ease. Rest assured, anyone who dares to cross the Blood Wolf mercenary group will wish they were dead. Renmingshan's words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly lifting the spirits of the previously demoralized team. The leader is wise. We'll follow you to the ends of the earth, they shouted in unison. Meanwhile, deep within the Thunder Ruins, Lin Yi continued tirelessly honing his skills. Alternating between his Firefall spell and Lightning Flash spell, he racked up experience points at an astonishing rate. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of white light erupted around him. Level up to LV18. Finally, Lin Yi thought with excitement. As night fell, Lin Yi decided to return to Black Dragon Town. He needed to handle some equipment and investigate the latest movements of the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Knowing their notorious reputation, Lin Yi worried that his mother might be caught in the crossfire. Resolving to eliminate the group entirely, he set off with determination. Activating his swift aura, Lin Yi sped toward the town. As he passed the town gates, he overheard a few adventurers speculating about why the Blood Wolf mercenary group hadn't come out to patrol. Lin Yi smirked inwardly, thinking, they're long gone dead and buried. By the time he arrived, Jiang Fu was already waiting outside. Seeing Lin Yi return safely, Jiang Fu let out a long sigh of relief and quickly ushered him into a private room. Brother Lin, the Blood Wolf mercenary group is no small matter. You mustn't act recklessly. Jiang Fu's voice was filled with concern. Lin Yi let out a faint smile and tipped over dozens of pieces of equipment onto the table, each gleaming with a radiant glow. Hey, take a look at these treasures, brother. Jiang Fu froze for a moment, then his eyes widened in shock, his eyelids trembling uncontrollably. Good heavens, Lin, you didn't rob someone, did you? Raising an eyebrow, Lin Yi explained succinctly, Lin Yi brought his men over to cause trouble. Well, you can guess how that turned out. After hearing Lin Yi's account, Jiang Fu took a sharp breath. A young man who had only awakened 3 days ago had managed to effortlessly take down black iron level professionals, even defeating a few bronze level ones. It was simply unheard of. Brother Jiang, give me a valuation first, Lin Yi said directly, his eyes filled with ambition. Then, let's talk about the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Suppressing his astonishment, Jiang Fu began examining the equipment. After a while, he looked up and said, Lin, there are 47 pieces in total, and 7 of them are bronze grade. Based on market value, they're worth around 37.2 million. How about I round it up to 38 million for you? Lin Yi shook his head and chuckled. 35 million is enough. Consider the extra as payment for providing me with information. Jiang Fu was taken aback but quickly smiled. All right, whatever you say. He handed over a piece of parchment densely packed with written details. Lin Yi studied it carefully, his expression growing serious. The Blood Wolf mercenary group was formidable, but he was confident he could handle them. However, their presence near the outskirts of the Duanhuan mountain range definitely hinted at ulterior motives. The Gao family from Jiangxing is sparing no expense. They've hired the Blood Wolf mercenary group at a high price to help them track down a sacred dragon hatchling, Jiang Fu explained. Lin Yi frowned. The Gao family? What are they up to? Clearing his throat, Jiang Fu continued. Word is that the Jiangxing Rookie Professional Trial Tower this time isn't just connected to other cities in the country, it might even have links to other nations. The 4 major families in Jiangxing have been preparing for this in secret. Gao Jiping, the eldest son of the Gao family, awakened as an extraordinary beast tamer. His ability to command beasts is 3 to 4 times greater than that of an ordinary beast tamer. The sacred dragon hatchling is meant specifically for him. Lin Yi's thoughts churned. This trial was shaping up to be far more intense than he had anticipated. Jiang Fu tried to offer advice. With your strength, you are bound to shine in the professional trial. Once you join a major faction, the Blood Wolf mercenary group wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. Lin Yi smiled faintly. No need to say more, brother. Just keep an eye on their movements for me. The moment you have their exact location, let me know. By the way, do you have any books on beast taming here? Jiang Fu decided not to press further and simply reminded him, all right, Lin, but be careful. It'll probably take 2 or 3 days to pinpoint their whereabouts. No problem, Lin Yi replied with a light laugh. Besides beast taming, do you have any other skills to recommend? Jiang Fu promptly instructed someone to retrieve 2 skill books. Shortly after, a bunny girl arrived gracefully, carrying a wooden box and throwing Lin Yi a flirtatious glance. Lin Yi quickly scanned through the descriptions of the skill books and decided to purchase them all: beast taming, mirror projection, and detoxification. The total cost came to a hefty 17 million. Though his wealth had nearly halved in an instant, Lin Yi didn't mind. He was confident that once he dealt with the Blood Wolf mercenary group, even greater riches awaited him, perhaps enough to break into the billion range. Tapping the skill books lightly, Lin Yi instantly upgraded all 3 skills to their maximum level, making his abilities even more balanced. He planned to train steadily in the Thunder Ruins while waiting for Jiang Fu's update. As Lin Yi's figure disappeared into the distance, Jiang Fu's eyes briefly reflected a hint of worry. However, he ultimately resolved to continue gathering information for him. The next day, after a good rest, Lin Yi arrived at the edge of the Duanhuan mountain range. Levitation, he murmured softly, and then shouted, "Meteor fire! Lightning strike!" The fiery meteors and electric bolts lit up the area with a deafening roar, causing the creatures in the vicinity to tremble in fear. You've slain a level 20 Thunder Serpent. Gain 237 experience points. You've slain a level 20 Giant Lizard. Gain 251 experience points. Each wave of monsters brought Lin Yi around 4,000 to 5,000 experience points. Adventurers in the distance, witnessing Lin Yi's ferocious hunting style, were left in utter disbelief. Lin Yi felt the steady climb of his experience points, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. The powerful auras flickering deep within the swamp only served to ignite his excitement. Today, the chance to level up was within reach. Suddenly, a thick column of lightning shot up violently from beneath the swamp. Lin Yi had anticipated this. With a swift wave of his staff, he cast Mirror Reflection. In an instant, a translucent mirror coalesced in front of him. The lightning column struck the mirror, vanishing as though it had been absorbed into another dimension. Then, as fast as it had disappeared, an even thicker purple lightning bolt rebounded from the mirror, speeding toward its target, a crocodile-like monster ahead. 38,531. The damage number flashed in midair as Lin Yi nodded to himself in satisfaction. His newly acquired Mirror Reflection spell had truly lived up to expectations. At that moment, the crocodile monster's full form was revealed. Its sheer size was 5 times that of a standard thunder crocodile, stretching over 20 meters long. Its body was covered in gleaming purple scales, and its claws and fangs were dangerously sharp. Thunderlord Rivas. Lin Yi instantly recognized the creature as a lower-tier monster. Level: LV 20. HP: 389,252. Skills: Thunder Beam, Thunder Armor, Bloodthirsty Bite. Faced with Thunderlord Rivas's formidable stats, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with determination. If he could tame this beast, it would undoubtedly give him a significant edge against the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Even if he failed to locate the young sacred dragon, this Thunderlord would still be an excellent alternative. The Gao family had once attempted to capture it, but had given up due to its cunning nature. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on Thunderlord Rivas, as dark energy began to surge around his staff. "Hellbrand," he muttered firmly. The Thunderlord roared furiously, its tail thrashing against the water. Yet the intangible mark emitted only a faint sound as it securely affixed itself to the creature's head. Enraged, the Thunderlord lunged at Lin Yi with ferocity. The sharp whistling of the air was enough to tear through weaker mages. But Lin Yi was no ordinary spellcaster. A radiant shield of light instantly enveloped him, absorbing the brunt of the monster's ferocious assault. What was even more astonishing was that, thanks to the Hidden Mask's special effect, Lin Yi's spellcasting remained uninterrupted. Normally, such a powerful attack would disrupt any mage's casting. However, with all his skills maxed out and the Hidden Mask reducing the chance of interruption by 50, Lin Yi managed to complete his Ice Spear spell without a hitch. In the next moment, an ice spear materialized in the air, radiating intense cold. Enhanced by the Hellbrand, this attack would deal over 400,000 damage. Without defensive skills, it could even instantly kill some silver rank professionals. Even factoring in Thunderlord Rivas's magical resistance, this spear was guaranteed to inflict devastating damage. A flicker of anticipation crossed Lin Yi's eyes as he thought, "This is the perfect moment to use beast taming." Whoosh! An icy spear shot through the air, tracing a frosty white arc in the void with astonishing momentum. Ravo's pupils contracted sharply as he swiftly cast Thunder Armor. Sparks of electricity converged instantly, forming a shimmering suit of armor that enveloped him layer by layer. Boom! Crack! Even with the protection of the Thunder Armor, bolstered by the Hell Imprint, Ravo's body was torn apart, flesh and bone grotesquely exposed. 215,769. Fear flashed in Ravo's eyes as it let out an earth-shattering roar. Its tail lashed violently, releasing a cloud of toxic gas, and it began retreating toward the depths of the swamp. Lin Yi smirked disdainfully. Trying to escape? Not so fast. The wand in his hand glowed brightly. Stun spell. Ravo's froze abruptly, trapped within a 5-second stunning aura. Lin Yi quickly cast a detoxification spell to dispel his minor poisoning, then calmly approached the immobilized Ravos, pointing his wand directly at its massive maw. Ice Spear. Magical energy surged as the ice spear detonated in Ravo's mouth, rousing it from its stunned state. Its eyes filled with terror as the icy attack erupted. Boom! 127,951. Lin Yi had held back. Otherwise, Ravo's health would have been reduced to 0. With the timing just right, he didn't hesitate any longer. Beast Taming Spell. Buzz. The wand radiated a soul-binding force, imprinting itself deep within Ravo's spirit. The creature thrashed desperately, its soul racked with excruciating pain. For most adventurers, taming a purple tire boss monster with a beast taming spell was nearly impossible, but Lin Yi's skill was maxed out, greatly increasing his chances of success. As time passed, Ravo's resistance weakened until it could no longer fight back. A trace of resentment flickered in its slit-like pupils, but the beast taming imprint left it no choice but to submit. Lin Yi paid no mind, thinking, taming a fully grown beast like this rarely earns loyalty anyway. It's just a stepping stone. If you don't behave, I'll kill you and loot your gear. He carefully examined Ravo's stats. Giant crocodile Ravos. Level: LV 20 purple boss monster. Health: 23, 57, 1389, 252. Skills: Thunder Beam, Thunder Armor, Bloodthirsty Bite. Note: enhanced by Beast Taming Spell, all attributes increased by 20. Lin Yi's expression lit up with satisfaction. The max-level Beast Taming Spell was indeed formidable. Ravo's stats had improved by 20, making it as strong as some lower-tier gold bosses. Although its current health was low, that wasn't a concern. Boss monsters had incredible vitality and recovered quickly. In mere moments, its health had already climbed to around 40,000 and would likely reach full strength within an hour. Not bad. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed coldly as a smirk curved his lips. When the time comes, I'll prepare a special gift for the Blood Wolf mercenary group. The sky gradually darkened, though there was still time before nightfall. Lin Yi resumed his grinding, focused on leveling up. Meteor Fireball. Thunder Strike. Flames and lightning illuminated the battlefield as Lin Yi moved with increasing agility, like a dancer weaving through the chaos of combat. An hour later, a surge of radiant white light burst from his body. Level up to LV 19. Since Ravos joined him, Lin Yi's leveling speed had skyrocketed. The giant crocodile's mere presence, exerting its oppressive aura, was enough to draw waves of monsters toward Lin Yi. Just then, a message arrived from Jiang Fu. Brother Lin, we've got a lead on the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Where are they now? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. They're active on the outskirts of the Soulbreaker mountain range, near Camp 178. Be careful, brother. If anything feels off, retreat immediately. Jiang Fu emphasized his warning before sending a map with a marked route. Lin Yi glanced at Ravos beside him and chuckled inwardly. If anyone needs to be careful, it's them. Let's move out. Lin Yi set his sights on the camp's location and rode atop Ravos. The giant crocodile's speed was astonishing, its 4 powerful limbs leaving deep gouges in the ground. The sheer pressure it exuded kept lesser monsters at bay, allowing them to travel unimpeded. Lin Yi reached the outskirts of Camp 178 before nightfall. To keep his trump card hidden, he quickly recalled Ravos into his beast taming space and stealthily infiltrated the area alone. Before long, a settlement came into view. In the distance, clusters of small, gray stone huts were scattered across the terrain. These huts were offered free to adventurers on a first-come, first-served basis. Many people had set up stalls outside, trading the spoils of their daytime hunts. Lin Yi's arrival went unnoticed. He casually chose an empty stone hut to rest. According to Jiang Fu's intel, the Blood Wolf mercenary group used this camp to rest every night. Tonight wasn't the time to act. The priority was pinpointing their exact location. The night deepened, and the occasional growl of monsters echoed from the wilderness. Clang, clang. Suddenly, the sound of disorganized footsteps approached from outside. Lin Yi's senses sharpened as he held his breath and listened intently. Hurry and get inside. We've lost another brother. These nights in the wilderness are far too dangerous. With a loud, gruff shout, the gates of the camp creaked open. A group of blood-soaked figures stormed in, their faces grim and their curses echoing through the air. Even in the dim, flickering firelight, it was clear that these individuals were at least Iron-tier professionals, with a few nimble Bronze-tier experts among them. The man leading the group was particularly striking. Towering and powerfully built, his muscles bulged like carved stone, each step he took seeming to shake the ground beneath him. Lin Yi's eyes swept over him, a flash of astonishment flickering in his heart. Runming Shan, the legendary Stone Titan warrior. His reputation certainly seemed well-deserved. A cold glint flashed briefly in Lin Yi's eyes as his fingers instinctively brushed the staff hidden in his sleeve. I wonder, could this Stone Titan warrior withstand my Iceland spell? He quickly averted his gaze, quietly observing the situation around him. The members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group spoke loudly and carelessly, their conversations overflowing with valuable information that delighted Lin Yi. This baby sacred dragon is nearly impossible to track down, grumbled one scruffy-faced mercenary. Ha! If it were easy, why would the Gao family offer such a hefty bounty? Retorted another man with a sharp, rodent-like face. Good thing our boss has the skills to even find sacred dragon droppings. If we're this close, catching it can't be far off, a short, stocky mercenary said smugly. Haha, just wait until the boss becomes a silver-tier professional. Our standing in Jiangsheng will skyrocket along with him. Their chatter spread freely through the camp, with Runmingshan making no effort to stop them. A smug smile played on his face, his mood clearly lifted. After all, after days of searching, finding a lead on the baby sacred dragon was a significant breakthrough. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of Lin Yi's lips. What luck they actually managed to stumble upon it. But that baby sacred dragon is mine. He closed his eyes and leaned back, calmly waiting for dawn. As the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, the adventurers began packing their gear, preparing to set out. The Blood Wolf mercenary group, in particular, moved with eager urgency. Hurry it up. Don't waste time. Renmingshan barked. Continue yesterday's search bush harder, brothers. If we find the baby sacred dragon today, I'll take you all to the best club in Jiangxing to celebrate. Long live the boss. The mercenaries roared in unison, their morale soaring. Lin Yi followed them silently, maintaining a safe distance. Last night, he had discreetly sprinkled tracking powder on one of their members. With a simple spell to activate it, he could effortlessly trace their movements. I'll let you run around a little longer. Once you find the baby sacred dragon, I'll deal with you all properly. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly, trailing them leisurely but steadily. Renmingshan led the Blood Wolf mercenary group as they marched swiftly through the desolate landscape of the Duanhuan mountain range. The barren scenery stretched around them as they approached the spot they had scouted the day before. In a low voice, Renmingshan called out, "Hongyang, come here." A short-haired woman dressed in red quickly stepped forward. Donning a pair of gloves, she carefully picked up the droppings of a young sacred dragon from the ground. Her lips moved silently as she chanted an incantation under her breath. Almost immediately, a faint trail shimmered into visibility in the air. Excitement flashed in Hongniang's eyes. "Over there!" she exclaimed, pointing into the distance. Renmingshan followed her gaze, a surge of exhilaration rising within him. "Move out," he commanded, and the group advanced along the trail. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of spectral eyes watched their every move from the shadows. Through the spectral vision granted by his ghostly step boots, Lin Yi observed their actions with eerie precision. Su Huai glanced around nervously, forcing a flattering smile onto his face. "Big brother, we're so close to capturing the sacred dragon hatchling. Looks like your promotion to a silver-tier professional is just around the corner." Renmingshan allowed a faint smile to tug at his lips, his tone carrying a hint of pride. "This is a rare opportunity for me. We cannot afford any mistakes." Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of a massive cave, towering nearly 30 meters high. Renmingshan issued an order with urgency. "Everyone, take a rest here and prepare yourselves. We could be facing a tough battle ahead." As the group lowered their guard to recover, Lin Yi made his move. With a subtle motion of his staff, fire elements coalesced at its tip. Despite Renmingshan's sharp reflexes, it was already too late. "Watch out! We're under attack!" Renmingshan shouted, muscles tensing as he raised his shield to cover his head. "Fire meteor!" Lin Yi chanted. Boom! A fiery barrage rained down like meteors, accompanied by agonized screams and the acrid stench of burning flesh. 57,341. 53,622. 51,673. 49,035. In just one strike, half of the Blood Wolf mercenary group was wiped out. The survivors stared in terror at the source of the attack, a lone figure cloaked in robes, standing motionless with a staff in hand. Renmingshan's brow furrowed deeply as he barked out, "Who are you? When did the Blood Wolf mercenary group ever offend you?" Lin Yi remained silent, raising his staff once more. Lightning strike! A crackling surge of electricity erupted from the staff's tip, snaking through the air like a furious serpent. "Scatter!" Renmingshan roared, his body swelling with power as a gray aura enveloped him. He charged toward Lin Yi with relentless determination. Boom! The explosive force of the lightning spell shattered the battlefield, sending shockwaves through the group. 51,275. 53,904. 49,156. 50,358. Though the group had braced for the attack, the successive spells had already claimed over 30 more lives. The remaining dozen or so members, now trembling with fear, finally rallied themselves to counterattack. Renmingshan brandished his massive sword, charging headlong at Lin Yi. Su Huai, a mage, began chanting a spell, while the rest of the group unleashed a barrage of attacks, arrows, wind blades, earth spikes, all converging toward Lin Yi in a coordinated assault, a testament to their battle-hardened experience. Lin Yi smirked coldly as he watched Renmingshan's charge. "Lavos the Thunder Crocodile, come forth." In an instant, a colossal crocodile, covered in shimmering violet scales, materialized out of thin air. The sight left Renmingshan and his group stunned. Roar! The thunder crocodile, Lavos, let out an earth-shaking bellow before charging into the fray like a living war machine, buying Lin Yi precious time to cast his next spell. With a casual tap of his staff, Lin Yi activated 2 spells in quick succession. Levitation, light shield. His body lifted into the air, surrounded by a radiant barrier that deflected every incoming ranged attack with ease. Ren Mingshan's heart sank as he witnessed the display. This man, he doesn't seem like a silver-tier professional. How is he this powerful? Hovering above the battlefield, Lin Yi evaded a flurry of spells with calculated precision. His mind raced. I need to take out that mage first. If he keeps casting, the situation will only get worse for me. Resolving to act, Lin Yi pointed his staff directly at Su Huai. Hell's brand. Su Huai hastily conjured a shield, only to watch in horror as the brand pierced through it and marked him directly. Fear consumed him. A damage amplification skill? Ice Lance. Lin Yi's next spell took form in an instant, a massive spear of ice that sent shivers through the crowd. The mages watching from afar were dumbfounded. Is that the same Ice Lance I know? Big brother, save me. Su Huai's voice trembled with desperation, his shield offering no sense of security. Gritting his teeth, Ren Mingshan surged forward, muscles bulging as he reached Su Huai's side. Rock shield defense. He knew that losing Su Huai would spell certain defeat. With a sickening crunch, the ice lance pierced through Ren Mingshan's muscular frame as though it were paper. A gaping, frozen wound opened in his chest, blood crystallizing as it spilled. 51,732. His health plummeted, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground dozens of meters away like a broken kite. Sensing Lin Yi's intent, Lavos roared and lunged at Ren Mingshan without hesitation. The fierce battle between man and beast shook the earth, leaving the leader in a disheveled state that shocked everyone. Lin Yi brandished his magic staff, and a dark light burst forth. Bone Spike, he chanted. As the incantation echoed, Su Huai's spell had just begun to take shape when a thick yellow earth shield materialized in front of him. However, the bone spear easily pierced through this defense, shattering the subsequent magical barrier in an instant. 93,172. Alongside the devastating damage number, Su Huai's body was impaled in an instant, the overwhelming force tearing him into pieces. His internal organs scattered across the ground, and his life force was extinguished in the blink of an eye. The horrifying scene left everyone present utterly stunned, fear spreading through their eyes. Even the leader, locked in relentless combat with Lei Wozi, could not prevent the growing urge to flee that overtook the members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group. But Lin Yi had no intention of letting them escape so easily. Not a single one of you is getting away. Leave no trace, he commanded coldly. Meteor firestorm. In an instant, flaming meteors rained down, covering a 50-meter radius. Despite the mercenaries scattering in all directions, many were still struck down, their screams echoing as they fell. 61,835. 63,972. The damage numbers continued to flash. Without hesitation, Lin Yi unleashed Lightning Surge next. A ferocious ball of lightning swept through, annihilating the black iron-ranked fighters before him without resistance. Even the more specialized professions among them proved powerless in the face of absolute strength. After 2 rounds of magical onslaught, the battlefield fell silent. Only the distant roars of Ren Mingshan and Lei Wozi echoed faintly. The air was thick with the acrid stench of fire and scorched ozone, crackling faintly. The members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group lay lifeless in pools of blood, none surviving. Lin Yi remained vigilant, his expression cold. Abyssal Eye, activate, he commanded. Black flames erupted from his eyes, instantly revealing everything around him. Detecting a glimmer of hostility, he noticed 2 assassins attempting to flee in opposite directions, their cover blown. A trace of mockery flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Ice Arrow. The spell was cast almost instantaneously. Though it was a basic skill, its maxed-out power was nothing short of terrifying. With 2 sharp whistles, the ice arrows struck true, ending the assassins' lives without mercy. At this point, the Blood Wolf mercenary group was completely wiped out, save for their leader, Ren Mingshan. Lin Yi had single-handedly crushed his opponents with overwhelming force. His gaze shifted to the distant figure of Ren Mingshan, still locked in battle with Lei Wozi. A thought crossed his mind. Only you remain. Taking him down would mean yet another staggering fortune for Lin Yi to claim. Ren Mingshan's eyes were filled with shock. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Within just a few minutes, the entire Blood Wolf mercenary group had been wiped out. The sheer efficiency left him instinctively swallowing hard, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. Taking hurried steps back to put some distance between himself and Lin Yi, Ren Mingshan's voice trembled slightly, tinged with fear. You? Who are you? Really? Lin Yi's gaze was cold and unyielding, his tone as icy as his stare. Who have you provoked? Take your time to figure it out. Wasting words is the mark of a fool. Hearing this, Ren Mingshan's expression twisted into one of madness. Gritting his teeth, he growled, If you want my life, you'll have to pay the price. Without waiting for a reply, he swiftly pulled a bottle of vivid red potion, bubbling furiously, from his coat. It was a berserker potion, capable of boosting strength by 20 in an instant, though at the cost of leaving the user severely weakened for the next 2 weeks. Without hesitation, Run Mingshan downed the potion. Immediately, his grayish-brown muscles began to glow with a blood-red hue, and his already bulky frame swelled to monstrous proportions. Die! Ren Mingshan roared, charging at Lin Yi with his greatsword, his movements a blur of raw power and fury. Lin Yi, however, remained unfazed, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Despite Ren Mingshan's sudden surge in strength, Lin Yi had anticipated every move. Roar! At Lin Yi's command, Rivos, his mighty companion, opened its jaws wide and unleashed a blinding beam of lightning. The electric blast collided violently with Ren Mingshan's greatsword, sending sparks flying in all directions. Slow! Lin Yi uttered firmly. A pale gray light enveloped Ren Mingshan, and in an instant, his movements became sluggish, his attack and movement speeds sharply reduced. Taking advantage of the opening, Rivos struck with a powerful swipe of its claw. Unable to dodge, Ren Mingshan was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing to the ground. 16,321. A massive damage number floated above his head. Rivos leaped into the air again, preparing for another strike. Lin Yi followed up with a bone spear spell. Before Ren Mingshan could even raise his greatsword, the sudden bone spear tore through his armor and ripped into his flesh. The spear's potent corrosive effect turned half of Ren Mingshan's body pitch black. 47,231. Another staggering damage number appeared. By now, Ren Mingshan was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Yet Lin Yi's gaze remained devoid of mercy. His staff glowed once more as he cast Ice Arrow. Whoosh! The icy arrow shot through the air. Fear filled Ren Mingshan's eyes as he struggled to dodge, but the combined effects of the slow spell and the searing pain from the corrosion left him almost paralyzed. The ice arrow grew larger in his vision, blotting out all light. With a sickening thud, the arrow pierced through Ren Mingshan's eye, exiting the back of his skull and leaving a trail of blood in its wake. His body convulsed violently before Rivos pounced, slamming him with a claw and splitting him in two. Ren Mingshan was dead on the spot. Lin Yi exhaled softly, his work done. The Blood Wolf mercenary group was no more, and Jiangsheng would no longer live under their threat. He no longer needed to fear any retaliation from them. With my current strength, dealing with low-level silver-class professionals is a breeze, Lin Yi thought to himself, gaining a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. Achieving such a feat in just a few short days seemed almost miraculous. But this was only the beginning of his journey as a professional. In the forest, the remnants of the battle sparked a wildfire, and the flames quickly spread. Lin Yi, however, wasn't concerned. He trusted that nature's rain would soon extinguish it. Before long, the area would return to its former vitality. For now, his priority was to assess the spoils of war. The equipment left behind by the 50 or 60 professionals was undoubtedly a fortune. Even with some damage from the battle, the overall value was still astonishing. I've really hit the jackpot this time, Lin Yi thought as he began searching through the corpses one by one. Rivos proved invaluable in this task. With a single sweep of its massive tail, the equipment was gathered into neat piles, saving Lin Yi the trouble of scouring the area. As one item after another came into view, Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. The haul was even more impressive than he'd imagined. First, there were nearly 100 pieces of black iron equipment, worth at least 50 million. Then, there were 23 pieces of bronze equipment. Though most were of average quality, they still added up to over 60 million. The most thrilling finds, however, were 2 pieces of silver equipment. One was Ren Mingshan's greatsword, the Green Flame Greatsword, a silver-tier weapon with attributes of 600 strength, 350 armor penetration, and a skill called Berserk Charge. The other was Ren Mingshan's armor, the Light Shadow Armor, a silver-tier item with attributes of 650 vitality, 400 defense, and a skill called Guardian Shield, which reduced incoming damage by 30. This guy really hoarded all the good stuff for himself. The others didn't even have one decent piece of equipment among them, Lin Yi muttered to himself. Still, he was more than satisfied. The total value of the equipment alone was easily 2 to 300 million. In addition to the equipment, Lin Yi discovered a skill book and a treasure that caught his attention. The skill book was titled Hymn of the Wind Spirit. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he immediately learned it, and the skill automatically reached its maximum level. Hymn of the Wind Spirit was a black iron passive skill, granting the user the blessing of the wind spirit and increasing the power of wind-based spells by 40. This is incredible, Lin Yi exclaimed. Looks like I'll need to focus on learning more wind-based spells in the future. The treasure, on the other hand, was a green teardrop-shaped pendant. The Tear of the Elf, an extraordinary treasure, shimmered faintly in Lin Yi's hand. He carefully examined this precious gem, crystallized from the tear of a wind elf, silently calculating its worth in his mind. This unique artifact not only enhanced the wearer's wind element skill comprehension speed by 10, but was also a truly rare and invaluable item. A glimmer of excitement flashed through Lin Yi's eyes, quickly followed by a trace of concern. He murmured to himself, for a prominent family, this would be priceless, easily worth tens of millions. However, his brows furrowed as an unsettling thought crept into his mind. Could Rin Mingshan have killed a wind elf to get this? The idea sent a chill down Lin Yi's spine. Recalling the wind elf card he had obtained earlier, he realized this could be a perfect opportunity to trade with the elves for moon water. Carefully tucking the tear of the elf away, a hint of anticipation surfaced on his face. After taking stock of all his gains, Lin Yi stretched his body and fixed his determined gaze into the distance. Next, it's time to find the young holy dragon, he muttered under his breath, casting a wary glance at the massive crocodile, Levos, beside him. A small flame flickered to life at Lin Yi's fingertips, dispelling the darkness of the cave. Levos led the way, carving a path forward, while Lin Yi followed closely behind. Activating his Ghost Scout skill, a spectral phantom silently materialized in the air, serving as his indispensable reconnaissance ally. Suddenly, an enraged roar echoed from up ahead. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he darted toward the source of the sound. Deep within the cave, he stumbled upon a breathtaking sight. A young holy dragon locked in fierce combat with Levos. Though still young, the dragon's size nearly matched that of Levos, stretching approximately 15 meters in length. Its entire body was covered in pale golden scales that gleamed brilliantly under the colorful reflections of the surrounding minerals. Despite being a lower level than Levos, the young holy dragon held the upper hand. Several bloody gashes already marred Levos' body. Lin Yi watched the intense battle intently, admiration gleaming in his eyes. He quickly assessed the young dragon's attributes. Young holy dragon. Level: LV-15 elite boss. Rarity: gold. HP: 561,793. Skills: Holy Dragon's Breath, Rolling Charge, Earth Spike Assault, Rending Claw. These stats look impressive, Lin Yi murmured to himself. This dragon will undoubtedly become a powerful ally in the future. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if he could already envision the immense potential of this young dragon. Lin Yi watched as the two beasts fought fiercely, his magic staff itching in his hand. Yet he ultimately chose to stay out of it and observe. His gaze shifted back and forth between the young holy dragon and the giant crocodile, Leviathos, calculating his next move. On one hand, this was a perfect opportunity to reduce the young dragon's hostility toward him, paving the way for its future taming. On the other, it was a chance to severely injure Leviathos, allowing Lin Yi to deliver the final blow. After all, the beast taming spell could only bind one pet at a time, and if he recklessly broke his contract with Leviathos, there was no guarantee the creature wouldn't retaliate. Inside the cave, the battle grew more intense, with boulders crashing down as if an earthquake had struck. Fortunately, the young holy dragon's nest was extraordinarily sturdy and remained intact. Leviathos was covered in wounds, its violet scales scattered across the ground, yet it resisted tenaciously. Although the holy dragon had the upper hand, it was also battered, its body marked with scorch marks and its pale golden scales peeling away. Suddenly, a despairing roar cut through the air as Leviathos's tail was forcibly torn off. The young holy dragon's eyes gleamed with ferocity as it swallowed the severed tail in one gulp. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, knew the time had come. Without hesitation, he severed his contract with Leviathos and muttered, "Ice Spear." Before Leviathos could savor its newfound freedom, the chilling sensation it knew all too well spread through its body, causing it to tremble. Fear flooded its eyes. In the next moment, an ice spear pierced through its skull, pinning it firmly to the ground. 87,935. The damage value floated in the air as Leviathos's health dropped to 0. A flash of light followed, and several pieces of equipment scattered on the ground, some of them gleaming with a silvery glow. Though Lin Yi's face showed delight, he refrained from picking them up immediately. The young holy dragon, now somewhat bewildered, glanced at him. What had started as a peaceful rest in its lair had turned into a life-or-death struggle with an intruder, only for a human to suddenly appear and end the fight. This unexpected development seemed to lower its guard slightly. Lin Yi grinned at the young dragon. "Come with me, and I'll help you become the Dragon King. How does that sound?" Without waiting for a response, he pointed his staff at the dragon, and a pale white ring of light quickly enveloped it. Stun spell. The young holy dragon fell into a dazed state, but the ring above its head only displayed a duration of 3 seconds, surprising Lin Yi. As expected of the holy dragon bloodline knight's resistance to such skills is incredible. Growing more excited, he immediately cast the beast taming spell. Waves of energy radiated from the tip of his staff, encasing the young dragon. It regained consciousness and began to struggle violently, its massive claws carving deep grooves into the ground. However, before long, it ceased resisting. When it opened its eyes again, a hint of docility replaced the hostility in its gaze, a stark contrast to the resentment Leviathos had shown. Satisfied, Lin Yi gently stroked the young dragon's head. Go on, eat it. The holy dragon needed to devour powerful creatures' flesh and rare resources to grow stronger. Lin Yi pocketed Leviathos's fangs. They were far more valuable than those of ordinary thunder crocodiles. The task assigned by Kong Yuan had been completed with flying colors. The young holy dragon began feasting, quickly consuming Leviathos entirely. Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel. What an appetite! Suddenly, a brilliant golden light burst from the dragon's body. Young holy dragon leveled up to LV-16. It had leveled up instantly. Clearly, Leviathos had been an exceptional source of nourishment. Lin Yi watched as the dragon's wounds gradually healed and its body grew over a meter larger. Unable to contain his curiosity, he opened its attribute panel. Young holy dragon. Level: LV-16 elite monster. Rarity: gold. HP: 675,173. Skills: Divine Dragon Breath, Rolling Impact, Earth Spikes, Rending Claws. With its level increased to 16, the young dragon's attributes had improved across the board. Combined with the 20 attribute boost provided by the beast taming spell, the results were nothing short of astonishing. Roar! The holy dragon let out a deep growl, feeling the surge of power within itself. Lin Yi smirked and waved, sending it into the beast taming space. A formidable ally. During the upcoming trials, it'll surely amaze everyone. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi began inspecting the equipment dropped by Leviathos. 1 silver item, 3 bronze, and 2 iron in impressive haul. He carefully examined the attributes of the silver equipment. Crocodile Fong Bracers. Grade: Silver. Attributes: 1200 HP, Passive Skill, Thunder Shield blocks 1 skill damage. A built-in defensive skill? Quite practical. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction and immediately equipped it. He was now one step closer to his goal of being fully outfitted in silver gear. The 3 bronze items, though not tailored for mages, would fetch a good price on the market. The Traveler's Wind Hood, Rune Battle Boots, and Dark Ghost Cloak, 3 bronze-tier pieces of equipment, shimmered faintly, catching Lin Yi's attention. He examined their attributes carefully. The hood enhanced agility and ignored defense, the boots increased agility and movement speed, while the cloak not only boosted strength but also improved the level of the backstab skill. This Dark Ghost Cloak is a treasure made for assassins. Lin Yi murmured to himself in excitement, his fingers gently brushing over the surface of the cloak. Equipment that could enhance skill levels was extremely rare and often priceless. He quickly stored these treasures in his spatial pendant, already calculating the massive gains from this trip to the Soulbreak mountain range. Not only had he successfully wiped out the Blood Wolf mercenaries and acquired a wealth of equipment, but he had also unexpectedly captured a young sacred dragon. Even more thrilling was the discovery of a lead on the Wind Spirit. As soon as the trial tournament ends, he'll go search for it, Lin Yi silently planned. Just as he was about to leave, the young sacred dragon in his beast space suddenly became restless. Lin Yi grew alert, scanning his surroundings carefully, and soon noticed something unusual among a pile of unremarkable rocks deep within the cave. Crouching down for a closer look, he quickly broke into a delighted grin. Amid the ordinary stones were several rare ores. 2 pieces of radiant golden ore stood out, surrounded by 5 or 6 pieces of silver ore. Lin Yi quickly identified the types: lava purple gold, earth emperor mithril, gravity crystals, black sandstone. Each one was worth a fortune. Jackpot! Lin Yi exclaimed with a wide grin, swiftly gathering all the ores into his storage. These will be perfect for upgrading equipment back in Wulong Town. He was already planning how to enhance his bronze tier gear to silver tier quality. After thoroughly scanning the area to ensure nothing was overlooked, Lin Yi strode out of the cave. Activating his speed aura, he raced toward Wulong Town, leaving behind an empty cavern littered with scattered stones and wild grass. Not long after, a group of explorers was drawn to the area by the flickering firelight and the heavy scent of blood outside the cave. "Captain, look over there!" a sharp-eyed archer in the group suddenly exclaimed. Following his gaze, the others were greeted by a gruesome sight: chaos and carnage, with severed limbs scattered everywhere, as if wild beasts had gone on a rampage. "It's the Blood Wolf mercenaries. That one looks like Run Mingshan," someone identified one of the corpses. "Who could possibly have the strength to annihilate the entire Blood Wolf mercenary group?" The group exchanged uneasy glances. Judging by the evidence, the perpetrator was most likely a powerful mage. "Shanshan, use your shadow projection to investigate," the captain ordered. A young girl in a white robe stepped forward and began chanting a spell. Moments later, a distorted image appeared in the air. a black-robed mage wielding a staff, locked in fierce combat with the Blood Wolf mercenaries. Who is this person? The group gasped in astonishment, their eyes glued to the mystical scene above them. The image was somewhat blurry, yet it couldn't mask the overwhelming aura of the mage. This was merely a low-level mirage spell, capable of capturing only a vague outline. Even so, everyone present was left in awe. The female adventurers in particular had a glimmer of admiration in their eyes. This gentleman has eradicated the Blood Wolf mercenary group, ridding Jiangxing of a major scourge, an onlooker exclaimed excitedly. Spread the word immediately. How about we call him the Shadow Demon Lord for now? Another suggested. Before the words had fully settled, the name Shadow Demon Lord began to circulate rapidly within the mercenary circles of Jiangxing. Although the Blood Wolf mercenary group wasn't a top-tier force, it was still notoriously well known in the industry. Its sudden downfall left everyone curious about the true identity of the Shadow Demon Lord. The scenes of Lin Yi's battle were crafted into projection crystals, which unexpectedly became a hot commodity. His masterful spellcasting techniques mesmerized countless mages, and many rookie adventurers began idolizing the Shadow Demon Lord. After all, the Blood Wolf mercenary group had committed numerous atrocities, and anyone with a sense of justice had long hoped for its demise. Speculations abounded in the outside world, with many guessing that he was at least a silver-rank adventurer, or perhaps even a gold-rank one. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was speeding across the wilderness atop a baby holy dragon. Upon entering Wulong town, he immediately noticed the strange gazes directed his way. Another one pretending to be the Shadow Demon Lord. Huh? A passerby muttered under his breath. I've already seen several of them. At least this guy's outfit looks decent. The last one was just ridiculous. Hearing these remarks, Lin Yi's face was filled with confusion. Shadow Demon Lord? What on earth are they talking about? He had no idea that his feat of annihilating the Blood Wolf mercenary group had already spread throughout Wulong town. At first, a few people tried to imitate the Shadow Demon Lord, donning similar black cloaks. Gradually, more and more admirers began copying the look. Ironically, this wave of imitation inadvertently helped Lin Yi conceal his true identity. Shaking his head, Lin Yi chose not to dwell on it and headed straight for the treasure pavilion. As soon as he stepped inside, Jiang Fu greeted him with a beaming smile. Once they were seated in a private room, Jiang Fu couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Haha, welcome, Shadow Demon Lord. Jiang Fu's eyes sparkled with admiration, tinged with a hint of reverence. You've become the talk of Wulong town, and soon you'll be the center of attention in Jiangxing as well. To Jiang Fu, Lin Yi was a rare gem. He was convinced that Lin Yi was destined to become an extraordinary and unparalleled figure. A small place like Jiangxing could never contain someone like him. Lin Yi frowned slightly, puzzled. Brother Jiang, what's going on here? With a chuckle, Jiang Fu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took out a projection crystal and began explaining everything to Lin Yi, step by step. By the time he finished, Lin Yi was utterly dumbfounded. He had earned the nickname Shadow Demon Lord simply by taking down the Blood Wolf mercenary group, and now people were even imitating his attire? After a moment of shock, Lin Yi let out a self-deprecating laugh. I just sought revenge, that's all. It's not such a big deal. Anyway, I've brought a significant haul this time. Can you handle it? Before Jiang Fu could respond, Lin Yi emptied the contents of his spatial pendant onto the table. Clang! In the blink of an eye, a mountain of equipment piled up. Jiang Fu was completely stunned, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. Even though he had anticipated Lin Yi would bring back substantial loot, the sheer volume of equipment before him left him momentarily speechless. The dazzling array of colors from the gear was mesmerizing. Receiving such a massive haul all at once was unprecedented for Jiang Fu. A quick estimate put the total value well over $1 billion. Jiang Fu's breathing grew rapid. Recently, he had been receiving accolades from his superiors for his outstanding performance. Completing this transaction would undoubtedly secure his promotion to Jiangxing. At that moment, Jiang Fu's gaze toward Lin Yi was filled with gratitude. Lin Yi smirked and teased, brother. Why are you staring at me? Start sorting it out already. Ah, right? Of course. Jiang Fu snapped out of his daze and dove into the meticulous task of item appraisal. As time passed, he finally looked up and reported to Lin Yi, brother. I've counted 108 pieces of black iron equipment, 25 pieces of bronze equipment, and various materials from different monsters. Well, let's settle it at 1.5 billion. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed. This was even more than he had anticipated. Jiang Fu continued, as for the 2 silver items, the green flame greatsword and the light shadow armor, we can use them to trade for equipment or treasures more suited to you. What do you think? Sounds good. Lin Yi nodded. Brother, help me find some suitable bronze skill books and level 21 equipment. You'll pick them up next time. There were only about 3 days left until the Rookie Adventurer Trial Tournament. Lin Yi was confident that he would advance to bronze rank before then. Preparing the necessary skills and gear in advance was essential. Based on Lin Yi's assessment, this trial tournament might differ significantly from previous ones. The heirs of those prominent families, even if they gave it their all, would find it nearly impossible to catch up. In previous trial competitions, the most outstanding professional talents in Jiangxing barely managed to reach the threshold of the black iron level. Even with a frenzied investment of resources now, they might only scrape by to reach level 14 or 15 by the time the trials began. Even the exceptional professionals would have no choice but to bow before Lin Yi's prowess. Zhang Fu's eyes were filled with shock as he listened to Lin Yi's words. In just a few short days, Lin Yi was about to break through again. He marveled silently, his attitude becoming even more respectful. "Don't worry, brother. I've got your back. I promise I'll handle it perfectly," Zhang Fu assured him with unwavering confidence. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Although his relationship with Zhang Fu was still relatively new, he was quite impressed with Zhang Fu's efficiency. Zhang Fu had played no small part in Lin Yi's rapid progress. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Yi headed straight for Emerald Villa. "Hey, what brings you here?" Kong Yuan, who was hammering away in the backyard, looked up in surprise at Lin Yi's unexpected visit. He thought to himself, could this kid have already completed the task? The thunder crocodile beast was hidden deep within the thunder ruin. Surely, it couldn't be dealt with in just a day or two. But in the next moment, Kong Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, almost drooling at the sight before him. Lin Yi held several neatly arranged purple fangs in his hand, crackling with traces of lightning power. "No way. These are the fangs of a thunder wraith beast. They're worth at least 10 times more than the thunder crocodile beast." Kong Yuan quickly dropped his hammer and rushed over, carefully taking the fangs from Lin Yi. Lin Yi chuckled and said, "Master Kong, I've brought you the fangs. How about upgrading a few pieces of equipment for me? I've brought my own materials." "Of course." Kong Yuan, already overcome with excitement, agreed enthusiastically. "Forget upgrades, I'd craft you brand new gear if you wanted." Lin Yi waved his hand with a smile. "That won't be necessary." As he spoke, he poured out a pile of mining materials. Kong Yuan's excitement turned into stunned disbelief as he laid eyes on the heap before him. Molten purple gold, Earth Emperor mithril, gravity crystals, black sandstone, rare minerals of all kinds were present. "You brat, did you raid some lord-level monster's lair?" Kong Yuan exclaimed. The sheer quantity of these materials probably exceeded even his own private stash. At that moment, Kong Yuan regretted his earlier words. With so many rare minerals, charging a processing fee could have netted him a fortune. But since he'd already spoken, there was no taking it back. Feigning annoyance, Kong Yuan said, "You sly kid, setting me up like this." Lin Yi chuckled sheepishly and handed over the 5 remaining pieces of bronze equipment he had. "Just these 5, Master Kong. I'll leave them in your capable hands." Kong Yuan, ever the professional, took the equipment and inspected them carefully. His eyes lit up in surprise. "Wow, all of them are bronze gear. This guy's loaded," he thought to himself before addressing Lin Yi. "With materials of this quality, I can easily upgrade these to silver level. If you have any silver gear, we might even attempt a gold level upgrade." Lin Yi's eyes lit up with excitement, and he immediately removed his netherworld robe. "Thank you, Master Kong." Kong Yuan waved dismissively. "I'll do my best." With that, he carried the equipment and materials off to the backyard. Lin Yi knew crafting this batch of gear would take time, so he settled into a chair in the room, closing his eyes to rest. Before long, the sound of hammering echoed from the backyard. Time passed quietly, and flashes of silver light occasionally illuminated the yard. Finally, a golden glow streaked through the air, followed by Kong Yuan's booming voice. "Kid, your luck is incredible. All 6 pieces of equipment have been successfully upgraded." Kong Yuan strode over, the upgraded equipment in hand, radiating a much stronger aura than before. Lin Yi opened his eyes, took the equipment, and began inspecting their new attributes one by one. The netherworld robe was rejuvenated in Lin Yi's hands. Its golden air attributes were highly coveted: 200 spirit, 300 magic resistance, and a 20 boost to fire spell power. Even more astonishing, it came with a built-in levitation spell, allowing the wearer to float up to 50 meters in the air. The robe's appearance had also undergone a dramatic transformation. What was once a plain black surface was now adorned with intricate gold and crimson patterns, and the fusion of lava and purple gold added an additional 20 fire spell power boost. Eagerly, Lin Yi donned the upgraded netherworld robe and instantly felt a surge in his aura. He meticulously inspected his other equipment and discovered that they, too, had advanced from bronze to silver tier. The swift gloves granted 20 spirit and a 20 increase in casting speed. The cooling pants reduced skill cooldowns by 30. The bone ring added 120 spirit and 1000 mana, while the mana drain ring provided 1500 mana and a 0.3 mana absorption effect. The upgrades not only elevated the gear's tier, but also exponentially enhanced their attributes. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel elated as he calculated his newfound strength. A basic fireball spell could now deal 40,000 to 50,000 damage, while his most powerful ice spear spell could hit for 150,000. He turned to Master Kong with heartfelt gratitude. Master Kong waved his hand modestly, though his eyes betrayed a hint of envy. He reminded Lin Yi, "If you come across any rare materials in the future, don't forget about me. If I could forge platinum tier equipment, I might finally have the chance to ascend as a platinum blacksmith." Having been stuck at the gold tier for years, his desire to advance was palpable. Lin Yi solemnly promised not to forget Master Kong's assistance. He understood the value of befriending a platinum tier blacksmith. After a brief farewell, he left without lingering, the netherworld robe billowing behind him. As Master Kong watched Lin Yi depart, a startling realization struck him: this young man might very well be the Shadow Demon Sovereign. Recalling how Lin Yi had mentioned his recent awakening, Master Kong couldn't help but draw sharp breaths. The revelation left him deeply shaken, and he foresaw that the upcoming trial tournament for novice professionals could disrupt the long-standing dominance of the four great families. As a son-in-law of the Gao family, Master Kong had endured years of neglect due to his low status. Even after becoming a gold-tier blacksmith and being invited back, he had resolutely declined. Deep down, he secretly hoped the Gao family would suffer a setback in the tournament. Meanwhile, Lin Yi returned to the inn, utterly exhausted. He quickly fell into a deep sleep after a day spent tracking the Blood Wolf mercenary group, battling for his life, sorting through spoils, and upgrading his equipment. Even with his remarkable stamina, he couldn't help but feel drained. The next morning, Lin Yi packed up briefly and headed straight for the Thunder Ruins to level up. With the addition of a baby holy dragon to his team, his leveling speed increased dramatically. Although the experience gained from individual monsters gradually decreased as his level rose, his overall efficiency actually improved. The little dragon, constantly growing stronger from devouring the flesh of thunder crocodiles, became increasingly robust. Within the ruins, Lin Yi's meteor firestorm and thunderbolt spells roared incessantly, reaping the lives of countless monsters. His quest log rapidly filled with notifications of experience gained from defeating level 20 creatures. Suddenly, Lin Yi was enveloped in a dazzling white light, had reached level 20. Overcome with excitement, Lin Yi realized he was just 120,000 experience points away from advancing to a bronze-tier professional. Determined, he plunged back into battle, resolved to achieve his goal as quickly as possible. Over the next 2 days, the number of monsters in the Thunder Ruins dropped sharply. Rumors spread of an exceptionally powerful mage rampaging through the area, scaring away other adventurers. When Lin Yi heard the rumors, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. "I'm just minding my own business, grinding levels," he thought. Time flew by as Lin Yi made remarkable progress. A brief exchange with his friend Wang Dong revealed that Wang Dong had also reached level 5. With the trial tournament drawing near, rumors swirled everywhere. It was said that the trial tower would connect to other cities, giving the winners a chance to represent Huaxia in a competition against the elites of 4 other nations. There were even whispers that the city lord's mansion and the 4 great families had prepared platinum-tier treasures as the reward for first place in Jiang City's tournament. These rumors ignited everyone's enthusiasm, and this generation of awakened professionals boasted higher levels on average than previous ones. Lin Yi greeted these rumors with a smile. Though he didn't know the exact format of the trials, he felt no fear. He continued casting Meteor Firestorm, its power amplified by the Netherworld Robe's 20 fire attribute bonus. When his experience bar finally maxed out, the system notified him that any additional experience would go into a storage pool capped at 240,000. Seeing this, Lin Yi felt a wave of exhilaration. He had spent the past 2 days endlessly slaughtering monsters, nearly to the point of numbness. If not for the Holy Dragon assisting with pulling aggro, he might have reached his breaking point. At last, Lin Yi was ready to ascend to bronze tier. In comparison, most of his classmates were still hovering around levels 3 or 4, and even the elite talents from the 4 great families or top universities had only recently become iron tier professionals. The gap between them was staggering tenfold, at least. Without hesitation, Lin Yi used the bronze ascension orb, absorbing its energy. A surge of unparalleled power coursed through his body as he successfully advanced to a bronze-tier professional, reaching level 21 and unlocking 3 new skills: Whirlwind Strike, Violet Flame Meteor, and Sky Shield. Excitedly, Lin Yi examined his updated attribute panel. As a level 21 mage, his stats had undergone a significant transformation: Strength 1200, Spirit 3500, Stamina 1300, Agility 1250, HP 24,000, and MP 36,000. Fantastic! Lin Yi exclaimed. 3 new skills unlocked. I can't wait to see their effects. The moment Lin Yi advanced to the bronze rank, 3 powerful skills burst into his consciousness like fireworks: Whirlwind Slash, Violet Flame Meteor, and Sky Shield. These max-level bronze abilities surged within him, as if eager to unleash their overwhelming power. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the magic staff in his hand as he calculated the terrifying potential of Whirlwind Slash. With a mental attribute of 3,500, a single attack could deal over 300,000 damage. Adding the 40 boost from the Song of the Wind Spirit, it was enough to instantly defeat a young sacred dragon. The violet flame meteor was even more astonishing. Closing his eyes, Lin Yi envisioned a fiery meteor shower covering a 120-meter radius. The screams of enemies engulfed in flames echoing in his mind. Meanwhile, Sky Shield was like an indestructible barrier, capable of absorbing over 600,000 damage, ensuring Lin Yi's invincibility in battle. Suddenly, Lin Yi remembered the prize skill book he had kept for so long. Nether Wings. Unable to contain his excitement, he quickly retrieved the book and clasped it in both hands. A mysterious mark instantly fused into his consciousness. With the boost from his innate talent, Nether Wings reached its maximum level in an instant. Muttering an incantation under his breath, Lin Yi felt energy surging through his obsidian staff. A pair of 5-meter-wide demonic wings unfolded from his back, exuding an intimidating aura. With a gentle flap, his body shot into the sky like an arrow, soaring to an altitude of 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Flying among the clouds, Lin Yi experienced an unprecedented sense of freedom and power. With excitement coursing through him, Lin Yi flew toward Wulong Town. As he approached, he cautiously retracted his wings and stepped into the skill-restricted safe zone. On the bustling streets, every few steps he passed a black-cloaked shadow demon lord, prompting Lin Yi to shake his head with a wry smile. Entering the treasure pavilion, a bunyard receptionist's eyes lit up with admiration, her enthusiasm almost overwhelming. Before long, Jiang Fu appeared with a warm smile, walking up to Lin Yi. "Brother Lin, you're here." Jiang Fu greeted warmly, but his expression quickly froze. "Wait, you've become a bronze-rank professional?" Jiang Fu's voice was filled with disbelief. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. Advancing from a rookie to bronze rank in just 7 days, this is nothing short of a miracle. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, watching Jiang Fu's astonished expression with a hint of pride. He knew that his strength was growing at an incredible pace, and this was only the beginning. "Come over here." Jiang Fu called out with enthusiasm, his face beaming. "Brother Lin, have a seat first. I'll grab some skill books for you right away." Lin Yi could clearly sense the sudden warmth in Jiang Fu's attitude. He was well aware that this wasn't just about personal courtesy, it was the harsh reality of the world's unspoken rules. A firm thought took root in his mind. Only by increasing his own value could he earn respect and assistance in this world. Strength was the ultimate key to everything. In no time, Jiang Fu returned, carrying a heavy stack of skill books in his arms. "Take your pick, brother," he said with a broad smile. Lin Yi's eyes scanned the pile quickly, a flicker of excitement flashing across them. After a brief but careful consideration, he made his choices: Rapid Blink, Mist Formation, and Immunity Dispel. These 3 skill books were undoubtedly priceless, costing an additional 80 million. Even with the 10 discount granted by his black gold card, the price was staggering. But Lin Yi didn't mind at all. In his eyes, it was worth every penny. Once the transaction was complete, Lin Yi eagerly flipped through the books and swiftly mastered all 3 skills. Rapid Blink, max level, LV 30. Mist Formation, max level, LV 30. Immunity Dispel, max level, LV 30. Lin Yi carefully reviewed the attributes of each skill. Rapid Blink allowed instantaneous movement in a chosen direction, with a maximum range of 100 meters and a cooldown of just 3 seconds. This was an incredibly rare teleportation skill for mages, and the long range significantly boosted his survival capabilities. Combined with the Sky Shield, which could absorb over 600,000 damage, alternating between the 2 skills would make him nearly invincible. Mist Formation covered a radius of 60 meters, causing enemies to fall into chaos and attack those around them randomly for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of just 2 seconds. Lin Yi couldn't help but think that if he had possessed this skill earlier, he wouldn't have struggled so much against the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Immunity Dispel created a mana-infused aura that automatically dispelled control skills below the gold tier, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. By maintaining this aura, Lin Yi effectively gained a passive immunity to one control ability. At this point, Lin Yi's strength had reached a steady peak. As a newly minted bronze-level professional, he now possessed 7 bronze-tier skills, a truly astonishing achievement. He was ready, prepared to face the trials of the Tower of Trials alone. Everything was in place. All that remained was the announcement of the novice trial tournament. Snapping back to reality, Lin Yi turned to Jiang Fu and said, "Brother Jiang, I'm heading back to Jiangcheng today." Jiang Fu's lips curled into a smile as he replied cheerfully, "Thanks to your good fortune, I've been assigned to Jiangcheng as well. When the time comes, I'll be there to cheer you on in person." Lin Yi kept the farewell brief, exchanging a few words before heading straight to the teleportation portal. Whoosh! A dazzling white light engulfed Lin Yi, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. When Lin Yi opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely different setting, one that felt almost surreal. After days of intense battles and constant tension, he could finally relax. At last, he was home. Pushing open the door, Lin Yi called out, "Mom, I'm back." Hearing his voice, Yang Mei peeked out from the kitchen, her face lighting up with surprise and joy. "Xiaoyi, you're back. Why didn't you let me know in advance? We'll start cooking right away." Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly stopped her. "No need, Mom. Let's go out to eat." A bright smile spread across Lin Yi's face, his joy unmistakable. He couldn't wait to share his achievements with his mother. After all, money was no longer a problem for him now. "Why are you spending money like this?" Yang Mei frowned at Lin Yi, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Lin Yi, unfazed, curved his lips into a slight smile. "Mom, don't worry. We're not short on money anymore." As he spoke, he casually pulled out a black gold card from his pocket and handed it to his mother. Yang Mei took the card and examined it curiously. When her eyes landed on the number printed on it, they widened in shock. She gasped audibly, 80 million. The sheer amount was astronomical to her, leaving her momentarily speechless. Snapping out of her daze, Yang Mei's expression turned anxious. "Xiao Yi, you didn't sign some kind of contract selling yourself, did you?" Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh at his mother's reaction. "Mom, what are you thinking? Your son is a genius. This is just a small reward I got from a beginner-level quest." Suddenly, as if remembering something important, Lin Yi slapped his forehead. "Oh, right, Mom. Here, eat this." He pulled out a small, glowing purple plant from his pocket and handed it to her. Though curious, Yang Mei didn't hesitate and swallowed it immediately. In an instant, a warm current surged through her body, washing away years of accumulated ailments. She walked over to the mirror and gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? The silver strands in her hair had vanished, replaced by a rich, dark hue, and her complexion had become vibrant and rosy. Watching his mother's transformation, Lin Yi's face lit up with joy. "Come on, Mom, let's eat and chat." He took her hand and led her straight to Jiangqing Grand Hotel. The hotel's exterior exuded luxury and grandeur, while the interior dazzled with opulence, making guests feel as though they had stepped into a royal palace. Sitting at the lavish dining table, Yang Mei couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "If your father could see how outstanding you've become, he would be so proud." Lin Yi's movements paused for a moment before he asked, "Mom, could you tell me more about him?" Although his father had left behind the arcane master transition scroll, Lin Yi felt little emotional connection to the man he had never met. Yang Mei fell silent for a moment, lost in thought, before speaking softly. "Back then, I didn't know your father's true identity. He seemed gravely injured, hiding his strength while wandering into this small town. We fell in love at first sight and quickly became inseparable." Her voice faltered, and her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. "Honestly, I didn't care whether he was powerful or not. I only wished he could have been an ordinary man, staying by my side to raise you together, so you wouldn't have to suffer alongside me." Seeing his mother's eyes brimming with tears, Lin Yi hurried to comfort her. "Mom, don't be sad. You still have me." Yang Mei wiped the corners of her eyes and continued. "I know now that your father likely perished in battle. I used to say his fate was uncertain, but that was just me refusing to face reality." Lin Yi was stunned. "Mom, maybe he's still alive. Don't lose hope." Yang Mei shook her head. "If your father were alive, those people wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly. Before you were born, someone broke into our home searching for something. Fortunately, I had hidden the arcane master scroll well. That was the moment I realized something terrible must have happened to him." Hearing this, a flicker of cold determination flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Who were they? He was desperate to uncover the truth behind it all. Realizing she had said too much, Yang Mei quickly grabbed Lin Yi's hand. "Xiao Yi, it's all in the past. There's no need to dwell on it. Look at us now, we're doing fine. And we still have the scroll." Lin Yi, however, was unwilling to let it go. "Mom, please tell me." Seeing her son's persistence, Yang Mei sighed heavily. "Xiao Yi, they're incredibly powerful. I don't want you to get involved. I can't bear the thought of losing you too." Lin Yi reassured her firmly. "Mom, I won't act recklessly. Just tell Methy'll be the motivation I need to grow stronger." After a long pause, Yang Mei finally relented. "Xiao Yi, if you really want to know, then there's one condition. You must come in first place in the trial tournament. Only then will I feel safe telling you." Lin Yi nodded resolutely. "Deal. It's a promise." To him, securing the top spot in Jiangqing was hardly a challenge. The conversation shifted, and the atmosphere lightened. Yang Mei suddenly remembered something. "Oh, by the way, Xiao Yi, a girl named Lu Wanjing has been looking for you several times over the past few days. Is she your girlfriend?" Lin Yi froze for a moment, puzzled as to why Lu Wanjing would be seeking him. "She's just a classmate." He'll ask her what she needs later. As for a girlfriend, Lin Yi wasn't in a rush, believed in letting things happen naturally. After finishing their meal, the two took a taxi home. Lin Yi had originally planned to deal with selling their property and finding a new place to live that day, but seeing that it was getting late, he decided to postpone it until tomorrow. Just then, Lin Yi's professional contact list began flashing. It was a message from Cheng Muqing. Lin Yi, are you back in Jiangxing? If you are, remember to come to my house tomorrow. My dad wants to invite you for dinner to thank you for saving my life. This wasn't the first time he had received a message like this. About 2 days ago, Cheng Muqing began intermittently asking Lin Yi whether he had returned to Jiangxing. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile at her eagerness, thinking to himself, I just arrived today, how could I have already returned tomorrow? He replied cheerfully, I'll be there on time. How about 10 a.m. tomorrow? I'll come pick you up. Cheng Muqing's message lit up on his screen. Sure. Lin Yi agreed happily and soon drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Cheng Muqing clenched her fists in excitement. Ever since Lin Yi had helped her clear that dungeon last time, the image of him wielding his staff with such confidence and grace had been etched in her mind. The feelings she was experiencing were a mix of anticipation and nervousness. She was beginning to realize that she might have developed a special fondness for him. Tossing and turning on her pink bed, her heart brimmed with excitement for their reunion the following day. The next morning, just as Lin Yi finished tidying himself up, he heard a deep roar from downstairs. Curious, he leaned out the window and saw Cheng Muqing waiting for him atop a majestic phantom tiger. Although the Cheng family owned a wide variety of luxurious vehicles, Cheng Muqing had specifically chosen this mythical beast to pick him up, a choice that spoke volumes. The two rode together on the phantom tiger, and the atmosphere quickly grew somewhat ambiguous. The tiger's broad back meant they didn't have to sit too closely, but the occasional brush of their arms left Cheng Muqing's cheeks flushed. Lin Yi noticed and chuckled inwardly, then casually changed the subject. Is your father a strict person? He asked. Hearing this, Cheng Muqing quickly reassured him. Don't worry, my dad's really nice. He knows you saved me, and has been wanting to thank you properly. He even said the 2 million he gave you before was too little. She playfully stuck out her tongue, looking both adorable and mischievous. Lin Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. Considering the value of the equipment he was wearing, which had long surpassed the billion mark, 2 million indeed seemed trivial. My dad's also prepared a surprise for you this time, Cheng Muqing added mysteriously. Lin Yi nodded, his curiosity piqued. Beyond the gratitude, he also planned to use this visit to gather information about the wind spirit. Before long, the phantom tiger stopped in front of an extravagant private estate. The tiger was handed over to a caretaker, while Lin Yi followed Cheng Muqing into the manor. Rare plants adorned the grounds, vibrant flowers bloomed in competition, and magical fountains shimmered under the sunlight, all showcasing the Cheng family's opulence. Soon, Lin Yi met the head of the Cheng family, Cheng Batian. As a fearsome warrior, Cheng Batian was among the platinum-ranked powerhouses of Jiangxing. With a hearty laugh, Cheng Batian greeted him, haha. So this is Lin Yi. Truly impressive, reminds me of myself back in the day. Hearing this, Cheng Muqing furrowed her brows and muttered under her breath, Dad, could you tone it down a bit? Lin Yi chuckled inwardly at the interaction. Cheng Batian seemed easygoing. Politely, he said, It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Cheng. No need to be so formal, just call me Uncle Cheng. Cheng Batian replied warmly. He had been curious about Lin Yi ever since hearing about his solo victory against the Golden Tier boss. Now that he was meeting him in person, his impression of Lin Yi only grew stronger. After all, Lin Yi's equipment alone spoke volumes. From what Cheng Batian knew, Lin Yi came from an ordinary single-parent household. Yet, in such a short time, he had achieved a level that surpassed even the most talented individuals from the 4 major families. His potential was undeniable. Internally, Cheng Batian marveled. This kid's class is definitely extraordinary. A regular mage? Impossible. Something must have happened during his awakening ceremony. He made up his mind then and there. I'll be the first to recognize this hidden gem. I won't let anyone else get ahead of me. I'll just call you Xiaoyi. Come, let's chat over some food, Cheng Batian said enthusiastically. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, joining Cheng Batian and Cheng Muqing at the dining table. As soon as they sat down, Cheng Batian cut straight to the chase. Xiaoyi, do you have a girlfriend? The question nearly made Lin Yi choke on his drink. But the next question took him entirely by surprise. If not, what do you think of Muqing? Lin Yi froze, stunned. Could this be the surprise Cheng Batian mentioned? Offering his daughter to me, he thought. Cheng Muqing's face turned crimson as she puffed up her cheeks in embarrassment, stomping on Cheng Batian's foot. Dad, what are you even saying? Cheng Batian winced theatrically, though the pain was minimal, and exaggerated his reaction to appease his daughter. Observing the stark contrast in the reactions of the two young people, a knowing smile crept onto his face. This has potential, Cheng Batian thought smugly. Outwardly, he chuckled and said, just joking. It all depends on fate, of course. Lin Yi was left momentarily speechless, offering only a helpless smile. Thankfully, the conversation soon returned to a more normal tone. When the moment felt right, Chung Batian clapped his hands. A servant stepped forward, carrying 3 intricately crafted wooden boxes. Adjusting the original plan for the thank you gift after meeting Lin Yi, Chung Batian grinned and said, "Xiao Yi, go ahead and open them. Take a look." Chung Batian's generous gift caught Lin Yi completely off guard. With a warm smile, Chung Batian explained, "First, it's to thank you for saving Mu Qing. Second, it's just a small gesture from an elder." Before he could finish, Chung Muqing eagerly interjected, "Lin Yi, just accept it. My dad's got plenty of money. Don't feel bad for him." Her blunt words left Chang Batian momentarily speechless, and he couldn't help but sigh at how daughters tend to have a mind of their own as they grow up. Seeing this, Lin Yi decided not to refuse any longer. He carefully opened the lid of the first wooden box, revealing a property deed for a villa. Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp. This was a luxury home worth tens of millions. Noticing Lin Yi's astonishment, Chung Batian chuckled and explained, "I heard you're planning to move to a new place. This villa isn't used, and it'll make us neighbors. You know, when young people spend more time together, feelings naturally grow over time." His intentions were clear, was creating an opportunity for his daughter. Lin Yi understood the implication and felt deeply grateful. The villa was indeed impressive, and it would offer his mother a more comfortable living environment. Turning to the second box, he opened it to find a bronze advancement orb. Chung Batian looked pleased with himself, but, noticing Lin Yi's surprised expression, asked curiously, "Don't tell me you already have one?" Lin Yi gave a wry smile but didn't elaborate. Instead, he casually revealed his current level: bronze tier, level 21. Chung Batian froze in disbelief, rubbing his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. "What?" He took a sharp breath, his eyes filled with shock. "When I advanced to bronze tier, how long did it take me?" "About 6 months, if I recall. You used to brag about it non-stop." Chung Muqing glanced at her own level, which was only 14, and couldn't help feeling a bit disheartened. She had known Lin Yi's level was high but hadn't expected it to be this extraordinary. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she couldn't resist asking, "How did you manage that?" Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Just fighting monsters and leveling up." His casual tone made Chung Muqing roll her eyes. She knew very well that advancing to bronze tier was far more challenging than simply accumulating experience points. The real difficulty lay in raising skill levels. She had sacrificed so much to get a few basic skills to level 3 or higher in a short time. There was no way Lin Yi could have achieved it so effortlessly. Still, she chose not to press further, understanding that it might involve Lin Yi's private secrets. Chung Batian snapped out of his shock and quickly said, "Lin Yi, why didn't you mention you were already at bronze tier?" He gestured for a servant to come forward. "Bring the bronze skill book." Lin Yi's eyes lit up with excitement as he opened the third wooden box. Inside was a skill book for Earthbind. The servant promptly brought out another skill book, Earth Spike. Both were earth element spells, and when used together, their power was formidable. What thrilled Lin Yi even more was that these 2 skill books could be fused. He recalled the platinum-grade skill fusion stone he had acquired, which could merge 2 bronze-tier skills into a silver-tier skill, allowing him to master an advanced ability ahead of time. Lin Yi carefully stored the gifts, feeling a newfound sense of goodwill toward the Chung family. Altogether, these gifts were worth nearly 100 million. He expressed his sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Chung. I truly appreciate these gifts." Chung Batian nodded with satisfaction. "I'm glad you like them. This girl has been wanting to thank you but was too shy to say it outright." He tactfully gave his daughter a little nudge, causing Chung Muqing to blush and mumble, "That's not true." Lin Yi's lips curled into a small smile. He didn't mind the attention. In fact, he found it rather pleasant. Chung Muqing was undeniably beautiful, with a charming personality and a prestigious family background, practically every man's ideal partner. "Uncle Chung, do you know anything about the rumors of wind spirits in the Duanhuan Mountains?" Lin Yi couldn't suppress his curiosity about the platinum-grade wind spirit card he was seeking. He planned to embark on the search as soon as the trial competition ended. Chung Batian furrowed his brows. "Wind spirits? I can't say I know much about that, but I can help you look into it and let you know if I hear anything." He then kindly reminded him, "Lin Yi, for now, your top priority should be the upcoming trial competition. This assessment is crucial and will take place in multiple stages. The first stage is the Jiangqing Trial Tower. Those who emerge victorious will have the chance to compete alongside elite talents from across the nation." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi learned that not only Huaxia, but also Dongyin, Baixiong, Yingjiang, and Yinghua were all planning major moves. The world was accelerating its integration. The Great Game Invasion a century ago, and the Second Fusion 50 years ago, had already brought the 2 realms to over 80 integration. Another wave could potentially achieve complete unification. This would mean that career advancements for professionals would become much easier, and the frequency of dungeon and secret realm occurrences would increase. However, with opportunities came dangers. Another wave of terrifying monster invasions could strike, and even more powerful deities might descend upon the mortal world. Humanity would face both unprecedented opportunities for growth and grave challenges. If handled well, human strength could make a qualitative leap forward, but a single misstep could lead to catastrophic extinction. Lin Yi took a deep breath, suddenly realizing, no wonder this year's assessment has undergone such significant changes. Is the nation aiming to heavily cultivate our generation of professionals? Chung Batian nodded in confirmation. Exactly. Your generation carries the fortune of both realms, and your growth rate far surpasses that of the past. Take you, for example, advancing to the bronze rank in just 1 week is almost unimaginable in earlier times. With your strength, you're sure to rank among the top in Jiangxing, and claiming first place is not out of reach. But beware of others, and stay vigilant. Lin Yi furrowed his brows and pressed. Who, specifically, should I watch out for? Chung Batian cleared his throat and analyzed one by one. Gao Jipeng from the Gao family has awakened as an extraordinary beast tamer. While his level may be slightly lower, the Gao family will undoubtedly spare no expense to equip him with top-tier young beasts, making his combat power formidable. Then there's Nangong Ling from the Nangong family. His identity is shrouded in mystery, and his specific profession has never been disclosed. Most crucially, there's Han Feng from the City Lord's mansion. As everyone knows, the strongest in Jiangxing is City Lord Han Boyan. Through a special method, he helped his son Han Feng complete his career transition 6 months early. Lin Yi was astonished. Is it even possible to transition early? Chung Batian chuckled lightly. This world is full of wonders, and there's no shortage of bizarre treasures. Some can even reverse aging, allowing people to reawaken and transition anew. He then listed several rare treasures, leaving Lin Yi in awe. So, do you have the confidence? Chung Batian wasn't trying to discourage him, but to ensure he understood the caliber of his future rivals. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with determination. Uncle Chung, don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll bring my best game, just wait and see. Now that's the spirit. After some casual conversation, the afternoon had arrived. Lin Yi stood up to take his leave. Watching his departing figure, Chung Batian smiled and waved at his daughter. Snap out of it. He's gone. Chung Muking's face turned crimson as she giggled and playfully chased after her father. Back at home, Lin Yi couldn't wait to pull out 2 skill books and instantly mastered them. Then, he retrieved a skill fusion stone. As a flash of light enveloped him, the skill fusion was completed, and he acquired the Silverder skill, Earth Prison. His innate talent automatically activated, instantly leveling Earth Prison to its max level 40. Earth Prison summons earth elements to form a prison, covering a 200-meter diameter area, lasts for 9 seconds, and generates earth spikes every 3 seconds to attack enemies trapped within. Cooldown, 1.8 seconds. Hiss. Lin Yi took a sharp breath, his eyes filled with shock. As expected of a Silverdeer skill, its power is truly extraordinary. Lin Yi sensed the overwhelming power of the earthen prison cage, and his heart was filled with awe. Once this skill was fully formed, it was as impenetrable as a fortress, nearly impossible to break through. The skill alone could deliver 3 consecutive devastating attacks, each dealing over 500,000 damage. When stacked threefold, the result was truly terrifying. Lin Yi couldn't help but take a sharp breath, calculating silently. If I had this skill earlier, wouldn't the Blood Wolf mercenary group have been wiped out in a snap? A total damage of 1.5 million, who could possibly withstand that? He regarded this move as his ultimate trump card, vowing to use it sparingly. A sense of joy filled Lin Yi's heart as he felt his growing strength and the increasingly diverse strategies at his disposal. Though the news of the world's impending fusion made him feel a sense of urgency, his confidence remained unwavering. He silently vowed, "Give me time, and even the gods will tremble before my maxed out skills." Calming his thoughts, Lin Yi remembered he still had to move house today. He headed straight to the convenience store where Yang Mei worked and, without hesitation, bought the entire store. This left Yang Mei's co-workers envious. With Lin Yi's current financial resources, Yang Mei could easily enjoy a life of leisure at home. However, during their discussion the night before, Yang Mei insisted on keeping herself occupied and not wasting away her days. They came to an agreement to purchase the convenience store, allowing Yang Mei to stay engaged without overexerting herself. On the way home, Yang Mei's eyes sparkled with pride, feeling gratified by her son's growth. The envious glances from her co-workers filled her heart with sweetness. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Come on, let's move." With ample funds, they decided to only bring along some clothes and a few meaningful or valuable items, leaving everything else to be replaced anew. When their neighbors saw the commotion of Lin Yi's family moving, they stepped out to watch. Someone exclaimed, "Mei, your son is amazing. You two have finally made it." Another neighbor turned to their child and said, "Watch closely and learn from Lin Yi. Work hard to become an extraordinary professional like him." As they bid farewell, the neighbors expressed their reluctance to see them go. May, make sure to visit us when you can. Amid the envious gazes, Lin Yi and Yang Mei left the place they had lived for so many years. Before long, a magic-powered car stopped in front of a luxurious villa. Chung Batian had indeed done a reliable job. This villa was located in the heart of Baiguolan Street, not far from the Qing family estate. Chung Muqing was already waiting there. Upon seeing Yang Mei, she greeted her warmly. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Chung Muqing, Lin Yi's classmate. I'm here to help with the move." Yang Mei looked the lively young girl up and down, thinking to herself how much her son attracted girls. She responded warmly, "Thank you so much, Muqing. Stay for a meal, won't you?" Chung Muqing's eyes lit up, and she smiled sweetly. "Sure. I'd love to." She secretly felt pleased her plan was going smoothly. The moving process was completed quickly. Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief and sincerely said, "Thank you, Muqing." Chung Muqing handed him a glass of water and replied with a cheerful smile, "No need to be so polite. You saved me before, so helping you move is the least I can do. Just call me Muqing." Lin Yi smiled faintly, and the two seemed to grow closer instantly. Yang Mei observed this and felt gratified. She thought to herself, perhaps having two daughters-in-law wouldn't be so bad. Though she normally disliked men with wandering hearts, she was willing to make an exception for her outstanding son. As Chung Muqing tasted Yang Mei's cooking, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Auntie, your food is amazing." Pleased by the compliment, Yang Mei responded warmly, "You have such a sweet tongue, Muqing. Come over anytime, you're always welcome here." Chung Muqing happily agreed. "I'll hold you to that." As she was leaving, Chung Muqing said, "Lin Yi, I'll see you tomorrow at the trial competition." Lin Yi nodded. "All right, see you tomorrow." He thought Chung Muqing was a nice girl, and her thoughtful gesture of helping Yang Mei wash the dishes left a positive impression on him. Yang Mei smiled knowingly, then retired to her room to rest. Lin Yi, finally able to relax, lay down and began planning for the next day. By this time, Jiang City was already abuzz with excitement. The upcoming trial competition was a grand event for the entire city and even the whole of Huaxian Nation. Today's official announcement from the city lord's mansion had further stirred the public's enthusiasm. The announcement confirmed a major reform in the professional trial competition. The champion of Jiang City would be awarded a platinum-tier treasure. Additionally, the top 100 contestants would represent Jiang City in a national competition to vie for the #1 spot in the country. The news sent all awakened professionals into a frenzy. Lin Yi's friend Wang Dong had already sent him over 100 messages expressing his excitement. Lin Yi's heart was also racing. If he could dominate the national stage and even outshine prodigies from neighboring countries, that would truly be exhilarating. He speculated to himself, if I claim the national title, could there even be a diamond-tier treasure as a reward? Though the fame was tempting, he was more focused on the tangible benefits. The so-called professional trial involved showcasing one's abilities within the trial tower. This tower, modeled after the legendary Tower of Heaven, was constructed by Huaxian Nation's top-tier professionals. Jiang City's trial tower had a total of 30 floors, and in the past, the best results barely reached the 10th floor. Lin Yi calculated silently. If I can clear more than 20 floors, the title of Jiang City's champion is as good as mine. That shouldn't be too difficult for me, but it's said that the higher the floor, the monsters increase exponentially in both number and difficulty. He had heard rumors that anyone who managed to clear all 30 floors would receive a mysterious reward that was his true goal. Lin Yi, carrying the ambition to challenge the 30th floor, gradually drifted into slumber. The next morning, Jiang City was abuzz with excitement. The trial tournament was being broadcast live, and the entire city had declared a holiday to watch it. The streets and alleyways were filled with an electrifying atmosphere. Lin Yi arrived early at the trial tower plaza, and the scene before him was breathtaking. The plaza was as vast as hundreds of soccer fields, with hundreds of magical screens suspended in the air to ensure that tens of thousands of spectators could clearly witness the performance of each professional rookie. At the center of the plaza stood a towering structure that reached nearly a kilometer into the sky. Its base, approximately 100 meters in diameter, exuded an overwhelming sense of grandeur. Around 40 to 50,000 newly advanced professionals had already gathered, neatly organized into formations by school and class, standing in the central area of the plaza. Lin Yi stood quietly in the queue of Class 5, freshman year, at StarTech University, waiting for the trial to officially begin. Beside him, Wang Dong couldn't contain his excitement and kept whispering non-stop. He had already reached level 6, far surpassing the average person. Stroking the nether shadow cloak draped over Lin Yi's back, he exclaimed in admiration, "Yij, this cloak is so cool. Where'd you get the replica? I didn't know you were a fan of the Shadow Demon Lord too." Lin Yi let out a helpless chuckle, thinking to himself, this is the real deal, not some knockoff. As he looked around, he noticed that various styles of nether shadow cloaks were everywhere. Nearly one in every 3 mages was wearing one. It was, to say the least, excessive. At that moment, Li Kuang sauntered over, breaking Lin Yi's train of thought. He, too, was wearing a nether shadow cloak, but his had been modified with gold and crimson patterns to better suit a fire mage. Li Kuang circled Lin Yi twice, clicking his tongue in a deliberately provocative manner. Well, seems like our genius Lin is also a fan of the Shadow Demon Lord. Lin Yi's lips twitched slightly, choosing not to respond. However, Li Kuang wasn't about to let it go, his tone dripping with condescension. But your cloak looks pretty cheap. What? Your mom couldn't afford to buy you a good one. How about I help her find a better job so she can save up and get you a proper one? These words struck a nerve. A fiery serpent, condensed to perfection, shot out from Lin Yi's fingertip, instantly igniting Li Kuang. You bastard! Are you looking to die? Lin Yi roared, his fury barely contained. Li Kuang screamed in panic as flames engulfed him almost entirely. Hearing the commotion, the class instructor rushed over, demanding, "What's going on here?" He quickly cast a spell to extinguish the flames, but Li Kuang still looked pitiful, his eyes filled with terror. He tried to kill me. Li Kuang stammered, trembling as he pointed at Lin Yi. Suppressing his murderous intent, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, "Teacher, we were just joking around, that's all." However, deep down, he made a silent vow. Once inside the trial tower, it would be the end of Li Kuang. Meeting Lin Yi's cold, menacing gaze, Li Kuang involuntarily shuddered, a deep sense of dread welling up inside him. He cursed silently before hastily retreating back to his class. The instructor scanned the group with a stern expression. The trial tournament is about to start. Everyone, focus and don't cause trouble. Time passed quietly, and soon it was 9 o'clock. A clear bell rang out across the trial tower plaza, and the bustling crowd instantly fell silent. All eyes turned skyward, where a colossal figure hovered above them. It was none other than Han Boyan, the platinum-tier warlord and governor of Jiang City. Behind him stood silhouettes of the city's most influential figures. Han Boyan's commanding voice echoed across the plaza. "Ladies and gentlemen, the significance of this trial tournament is something I trust you all understand. Give it your all, and leave no room for regret. Now, I ask all schools to proceed in an orderly manner to the trial tower's waiting area and prepare for collective teleportation." As soon as Han Boyan finished speaking, a cascade of radiant white light suddenly poured down from the top of the trial tower, transforming into countless glowing halos suspended in midair. Nearly 50,000 students stepped into the circles in an orderly manner, each illuminated briefly by a beam of light to verify their identity for subsequent rankings. Attention, everyone. The trial tower allows a maximum of 3 people per team. Please form your teams quickly. Those who fail to do so within 10 minutes will automatically face the challenge alone. Han Boyan's voice echoed across the plaza. This rule was well known. The trial tower was a rare opportunity for newly awakened individuals to gain experience. The rewards were abundant, and there was no penalty for failure. Even defeating lower-level creatures earned valuable experience. The crowd erupted into animated discussions as their gazes shifted to the large screen displaying the names and faces of various prodigies. "Look, it's Gao Jiping, the young master of the Gao family. I heard he's an extraordinary beast master sure to take first place," someone exclaimed, pointing at a cold-faced young man. The screen shifted to another figure, a boy with a sunny smile. "It's Nangong Ling, the young master of the Nangong family. Don't be fooled by his cheerful demeanors, said to be a shadow assassin at level 16. Then, the appearance of Han Feng caused a wave of commotion. "Now that's a contestant with a head start," someone muttered under their breath. "Shoo, not so loud, or the city lord might hear you." Despite the jokes, everyone knew that Han Feng, who had transitioned 6 months early, was the strongest contender for Jiang City's #1 spot. One by one, the top talents from various academies appeared on the screen. Each familiar face drew cheers from the crowd. Suddenly, someone noticed something unusual. "Wait, isn't that Cheng Muqing from the Cheng family? She's a holy priest, right? Why hasn't she joined a team?" Cheng Muqing stood up alone, heading in the direction of Interstellar Technology University. By this time, most students had already been teleported into the tower, but the trial had yet to commence. Li Kuang glanced at the solitary figure of Lin Yi, his eyes full of mockery. Serves him right. Always acting aloof, and now he can't even find a teammate. But his smug expression quickly froze. To everyone's surprise, Lu Wanqing walked straight toward Lin Yi. Moments later, the campus beauty Cheng Muqing also approached him. Li Kuang's brow furrowed in disbelief as he muttered, "No way, what's so special about him?" Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Wanqing and Cheng Muqing spoke in unison. "Lin Yi, can I team up with you?" The previously noisy area fell into an abrupt silence. All eyes were fixed on the scene, wide with shock. Someone gasped, "Both campus beauties just invited Lin Yi, and they sound like they're pleading with him? My goddess reduced to chasing someone else," someone wailed in despair. "Li Kuang, meanwhile, looked utterly humiliated. His face contorted in anger as he gritted his teeth. Why? He's just an ordinary mage, probably not even above level 5. Are they blind? Or is it just because he's handsome? Faced with the unexpected situation, Lin Yi felt a headache coming on. Teaming up wasn't an issue in fact, it could be advantageous, but the tension between the two girls was palpable. Taking both of them might spark conflict, yet choosing just one seemed equally problematic. As Lin Yi hesitated, Cheng Muqing took a bold step forward. She bit her lip lightly and clung to his arm, shaking it playfully. Lin Yi, please? Pretty please. This display made all the boys around them burn with envy. Not to be outdone, Lu Wanqing blushed slightly, silently admiring Cheng Muqing's boldness. Gathering her courage, she also linked her arm with Lin Yi's other side and softly said, let's work together. Okay? Please. Lin Yi could almost hear the sound of grinding teeth all around him. If looks could kill, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. With no better option, he smiled helplessly and said, all right, let's form a team of 3. Great. The two girls nodded enthusiastically, as if afraid he might change his mind. At that moment, the teleportation circle finally activated for Lin Yi. Under the complex gazes of the crowd, he stepped into the glowing halo with the two beauties by his side and disappeared in an instant. Millions of spectators watched the scene unfold on the screens, their shock evident. Gao Anping turned to Cheng Batian and Lu Jiaoyang, a teasing smile playing on his lips. You two sure have some interesting methods of raising daughters. His words brought to mind the time when Gao Anping personally visited the Cheng family to propose a partnership between Cheng Muqing and his son, only to be turned down. He had assumed the Nangong family or the city lord's mansion might step in first, but to his surprise, it was an unknown boy who beat them to it. This left Gao Anping both frustrated and indignant. Lu Jiaoyang looked utterly baffled, clearly unaware of when his daughter had secretly found herself a young boyfriend. But as soon as he heard Gao Anping's remark, his face turned red with fury, his eyes wide with rage. You old fool. What nonsense are you spouting? Say it again, and I'll chop you to pieces. Cheng Batian immediately echoed the sentiment. Watch your mouth, or old Lu and I will teach you a lesson together. Faced with their combined outrage, Gao Anping's expression soured, and his voice rose. What did I say wrong? You two roughnecks raised daughters with no sense. Instead of choosing a prodigy from a prestigious family, they went for some pretty-faced, ordinary mage. I bet they won't even make it past the 10th level. He couldn't deny Lin Yi's good looks, but in this world, being handsome wouldn't stop monsters from attacking. Lu Jiaoyang was momentarily speechless, unable to refute the claim. After all, he knew nothing about Lin Yi's background. Cheng Batian, however, was different. He was well aware that Lin Yi was a bronze-class professional. With a cold sneer, he retorted, my daughter has excellent judgment and knows what a true genius looks like. Someone like Gao Jiping, that useless waste, would never make the cut. Cheng Batian's sarcastic tone made Gao Anping seethe with anger. Gritting his teeth, he challenged, fine. Since you're so confident, why don't we place a bet? Let's see whose child climbs higher in the trial. I dare you one piece of platinum equipment. The crowd around them gasped audibly. In Jiang City, platinum equipment was exceptionally rare, even among the 4 great families, and was not something easily wagered. Cheng Batian remained unshaken, smirking coldly. Look at you, so miserly. Make it 2 pieces of platinum equipment. If you win, I'll give you 2 beast master items. If I win, you'll owe me 1 mage item and 1 priest item. Deal? Seeing Cheng Batian's unwavering confidence, Lu Jiaoyang chimed in. Count me in 2 4 pieces of platinum equipment. Same terms as old Cheng. If I win, you'll owe me 1 mage item and 1 archer item. Dare to take the bet? The tension escalated instantly, leaving the surrounding dignitaries stunned. Han Boyan, trying to defuse the situation, quickly intervened. Gentlemen, calm down. The trial is about to start. But by now, Gao Anping was too enraged to listen. A bet it is. Do you think I'll back down? If someone wants to gift my son platinum equipment, why would I refuse? With these 4 pieces, Jiping could secure a top ranking nationwide. Let's do it. Twover backs out as a coward. Although he couldn't fathom where Cheng Batian's confidence came from, Gao Anping placed his faith in his son's abilities. Fine. Let's sign a contract, with the city lord as our witness. Han Boyan could only sigh helplessly as he agreed to mediate. Shortly after, the 3 of them signed the contract. Gao Anping sneered repeatedly as he turned to chat with Nangong Zhe, the head of the Nangong family, with whom his family had occasional marriage alliances. Meanwhile, Lu Jiaoyang's initial bravado began to waver. Nudging Cheng Batian, he whispered nervously, Old Cheng, what's going on? Do you know something I don't? Give me some reassurance here. Cheng Batian, secretly amused, feigned seriousness. What could I possibly know? I just can't stand that old fool Gao Anping. Calling my daughter brainless? I couldn't care less. Lu Jiaoyang's face fell as he muttered to himself, Damn it, this time we might have gone too far. Chung Batian, still grinning, added, just wait and see. Miracles might happen. Have a little faith in our daughters. At that moment, as the last student stepped into the glowing circle, the trial tower erupted with an overwhelming radiance that even outshone the midday sun. The professional trial had officially begun. The rankings would only appear, along with live broadcasts, once someone passed the 10th level and reached the 11th. This is so exciting. I wonder who will clear the 10th level first. If only we could watch from the very beginning. It'll be hours before we see anything. Just then, with a flash of light, Lin Yi, Lu Wanjing, and Cheng Muqing appeared in a dense forest. The first level of the trial tower. Cheng Muqing took the initiative, turning to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, what should we do next? Lu Wanjing also looked to him expectantly. Lin Yi's expression turned cold, and his voice was icy. No rush. Follow me. We have someone to take care of first. Take someone out? Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanjing froze in surprise at the question, astonishment flashing in their eyes. Lin Yi, usually composed and gentlemanly, now showed a glint of cold determination in his gaze. Who? Just say the word and we'll help. Lu Wanjing pressed, her tone filled with concern. Li Kuang, Lin Yi said calmly, the name rolling off his lips with chilling steadiness. His expression had returned to its usual calm, but his voice carried a weight that couldn't be ignored. He insulted my mother. That is unforgivable. The two girls exchanged glances, a shared flicker of murderous intent passing between them. Both had interacted with Yang Mei before and knew the significance she held in Lin Yi's heart. How about we split up to track him down? Cheng Muqing suggested. We need to deal with him before we reach the 11th level. If the live stream begins, his father might cause trouble for you. Lin Yi shook his head. No need. I've already made arrangements. With a tap of his wand, an invisible wave of energy rippled outward. A faint white trail of light appeared in the void, stretching into the distance. It turned out Lin Yi had already sprinkled tracking powder on Li Kuang. Let's go. He'll take you there, Lin Yi said, unfurling a pair of wings from his back. He wrapped his arms around the two girls and shot into the sky, following the glowing trail at an astonishing speed. The wind roared around them, and Lu Wanjing was startled to find that even with two passengers, Lin Yi's flight was incredibly swift. Meanwhile, in a dense forest on the first level of the trial tower, Li Kuang and two family bodyguards had just landed. His face was twisted with frustration. Damn it, what's so special about that pretty boy? I'm a level 10 fire mage, and they still chose him? Are Lu Wanjing and Cheng Muqing out of their minds? Remembering Lin Yi's earlier warning, his irritation grew. Especially that Lin Yi. How dare he threaten me? Once this trial is over, they'll show him what true power looks like. In his anger, Li Kuang casually hurled a fireball, instantly incinerating a nearby long-haired rabbit. The sight of the creature's demise seemed to restore some of his confidence. The bodyguards, eager to please, chimed in with suggestions. One of them grinned maliciously. Young master, it seems Lin Yi cares deeply about his mother. Why don't we grab her once we're out of here? We can make him watch and teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Li Kuang's eyes gleamed with sinister excitement as he licked the corner of his lips. Good idea. He'll reward you with some rare gear for that. Thank you, young master. I heard that woman is quite the beauty. Just don't forget to leave us a taste. The other bodyguard added with a smirk. The three burst into raucous laughter, their depravity on full display. But their amusement was abruptly interrupted by a sharp, piercing whistle that tore through the air. An ice arrow streaked towards them with blinding speed. One of the bodyguards froze, his face twisted in terror. He tried to cry out, but it was too late. Thud. The ice arrow pierced his throat with precision, freezing the blood before it had a chance to spill. Under the control of arcane power, he didn't die immediately. Instead, he was left to endure the excruciating agony of his throat being encased in ice. Ugh. The guttural, wheezing sound from his frozen throat sent chills down the spines of Li Kuang and the remaining bodyguard. An 8th-level warrior taken down in one strike. Who's out there? Li Kuang shouted, his voice trembling. Before he could get an answer, another sharp whistle sounded. A second ice arrow zipped through the air. The remaining bodyguard hastily raised his shield, but the arrow pierced through it effortlessly, striking him in the throat. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before succumbing to silence. Li Kuang was drenched in cold sweat, his fear palpable. Who's there? Show yourself, he bellowed, gripping his staff tightly as crimson flames ignited around it. Suddenly, his pupils shrank in terror. From the horizon, a figure descended slowly, flanked by two stunning women on either arm. Lin Yi. Li Kuang's voice cracked with disbelief. The ice arrows that had effortlessly felled his guards had already shattered his confidence. How is this possible? You're just a low-level mage. Lin Yi didn't bother to respond to such a pitiful figure. He raised his wand and swung it with commanding force. A massive fireball roared to life, streaking toward Li Kuang. The sheer size and intensity of the fireball dwarfed Li Kuang's earlier attempts, leaving him in stunned silence. Li Kuang's face turned ashen as panic overtook him. How could his fireball be so overwhelming? What kind of class is he? Then, a horrifying realization struck him. Recalling the projection crystal's images from before, his eyes widened in terror. You're the Shadow Demon Sovereign? In that moment, regret consumed him like a tidal wave. He could see his impending doom, feel the searing pain tearing through his soul, as if his body were being crushed and shredded repeatedly. Ayahawk! His agonized screams echoed through the forest, scattering the nearby monsters in fear. Although defeated challengers could typically surrender and exit the trial, Lin Yi had no intention of granting him such mercy. With a final surge of flames, Li Kuang was reduced to ashes. Only then did the murderous glint in Lin Yi's eyes begin to fade. Yang Mei was his ultimate boundary, a line no one could cross without facing the consequences. Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing exchanged a glance before softly asking, Lin Yi, are you okay? Lin Yi smiled and shook his head slightly, then turned and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, the two girls felt a wave of relief wash over them. Just moments ago, Lin Yi seemed like a completely different person, deepening their understanding of him even further. Lin Yi's presence brought the girls a tremendous sense of security, leaving them quietly mesmerized. Suddenly, Lin Yi proposed, why don't we focus on leveling up first? He explained that the trial tower was a treasure trove of opportunities. Even a bronze-tier professional could gain experience by defeating level 1 monsters. Although each floor imposed a 30-minute time limit, consistent effort could lead to leveling up once or even twice. Cheng Muqing asked hesitantly, wait, Lin Yi, don't you want to aim for first place? What if someone else beats you to it? She elaborated that the trial tower's rules ranked participants on the same floor based on their completion time. As a result, most ambitious contenders aiming for top ranks wouldn't waste any time leveling up on the early floors. Lin Yi responded with a calm smile. Who said I'm not interested? We all have to pass through the same floors anyway. What difference does it make if it's sooner or later? His composed demeanor was a testament to his confidence. Lin Yi wasn't underestimating others. He simply understood that even if others were given a year, they still might not clear the 30th floor of Jiang City's trial tower. So why rush? Let others take the lead. For now, the ultimate victory would still belong to him. You're confident you can clear the entire tower? Cheng Muqing gasped in awe, her eyes filled with admiration. She knew Lin Yi never made empty promises, and his words must have come from absolute certainty. Meanwhile, Lu Wanqing looked completely puzzled. What are you two talking about? Clearing the Jiang City trial tower? Initially, she had joined Lin Yi's team because of her secret crush on him, wanting to lend him a helping hand. After all, she herself was a level 15 storm archer. But now, everything seemed beyond her comprehension. Lin Yi was aiming to clear the entire trial tower, a feat no one had accomplished in decades. She couldn't help but wonder in disbelief. Wasn't Lin Yi just an ordinary mage who had recently changed professions? At that moment, Cheng Muqing suddenly burst into a melodious laugh. Miss Lu, your observational skills are really lacking. She pointed to the team information interface. Lu Wanqing instinctively looked over and immediately widened her eyes in shock. Lin Yi, level 21 mage, she read aloud, turning to him with a stunned expression. Lin Yi, you've already advanced to a bronze-tier professional? Lin Yi nodded lightly, amused by her astonished reaction. Yeah, just the result of putting in some effort over the past few days. Lu Wanqing was utterly dumbfounded. Advancing to bronze-tier in just 7 days? What kind of prodigy was her crush? She pouted playfully. Humph. How could you keep such a big thing from me? Lin Yi chuckled helplessly and spread his hands. I just didn't get the chance to tell you. That's all. All right, Muqing, Wanqing, we need to hurry. There are only 20 minutes left on the first floor. Lin Yi reminded them. Humph. Call me Wanqing. Lu Wanqing protested, clearly displeased with his formal tone. All right. Lin Yi's expression turned serious. Wanqing, Muqing, you two focus on luring as many monsters to me as possible. The more, the better. Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing nodded in agreement and swiftly split up, moving in opposite directions. They appreciated Lin Yi's balanced approach, neither overly pampering nor dismissive, yet always reliable. Those who resorted to constant flattery were the ones they found most off-putting. Lin Yi could already envision his level skyrocketing again. Though the experience points from level 1 monsters were minimal, clearing hundreds or even thousands of them in one go would result in a massive accumulation of experience. Let's go, Lin Yi shouted, and the three of them launched into their trial tower adventure with unwavering determination. Lin Yi suddenly spread his wings, accelerating to an extreme speed. Behind him, over 1,000 monsters surged forward like a tidal wave, frantically chasing him. Not far away, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing were in equally dire straits, pursued by 600 to 700 monsters that formed a dense, shadowy mass. Lin Yi silently felt relieved for having brought them into the team. Otherwise, their efficiency would have suffered greatly. Muqing, Wanjing, move aside. Lin Yi shouted loudly. The two women immediately understood, swiftly retreating to the sides, eager to witness Lin Yi's next move. The three groups of monsters converged into a single torrent, numbering over 2,000 in total, a truly awe-inspiring sight. In Lin Yi's hand, the abyssal staff radiated a brilliant red glow as fire elements gathered instantly. His casting speed was so rapid it seemed almost instantaneous, leaving the two women in awe. With a wave of his staff, Lin Yi shouted, "Meteor strike!" With a deafening roar, massive flaming meteors materialized in the sky, radiating terrifying heat as they crashed down like divine punishment upon the monsters below. Using such a devastating spell against mere level 1 creatures left the two women utterly stunned. 113,576, 124,253, 113,724. Six-digit damage numbers continuously appeared, creating a truly shocking scene. Defeated level 1 long-eared rabbit, gained 1 EXP. Defeated level 1 tabby cat, gained 1 EXP. Defeated level 1 green snake, gained 1 EXP. The system notifications flooded the screen over 2,000 times. With just one strike, Lin Yi gained more than 2,000 experience points. Though leveling up required a daunting 200,000 experience points, every bit added up, and the experience rewards would only grow more abundant on higher floors. Don't just stand there, get ready for the next wave. Lin Yi called out, calculating the time. One more round, and we can think about clearing this stage. Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanjing nodded repeatedly, their eyes filled with admiration. The scene they had just witnessed was simply too overwhelming. While their experience gains weren't as significant as Lin Yi's, they each earned around 200 points. With this pace, they might level up several times after clearing the stage. Motivated by the rewards, the two women quickly took action, luring even more monsters. Meteor strike. Lin Yi cast the spell again, unleashing another devastating wave of fiery meteors that wiped out another 2,000 monsters. With only a few minutes remaining in the half-hour time limit, Lin Yi spoke decisively. Let's go to the next floor. He smiled as he picked up the two women and soared into the air. Along the way, he casually used a fireball spell to instantly kill the floor's boss monster. A brilliant white light enveloped the three of them, not only transporting them to the second floor but also fully restoring their health and energy. Keep going. Lin Yi called out just as the two women, now more confident and skilled, split up and began their tasks with increasing proficiency. 2 hours later, the Trial Towers Plaza finally stirred with activity. Based on past years' experience, it was around this time that challengers would start breaking through the 10th floor. The crowd stared intently at the magical screens, afraid to miss any detail. Suddenly, the entire trial tower emitted a faint glow. All eyes were on it, curious to see which team would be the first to pass the 10th floor. Hundreds of magical screens simultaneously displayed three figures, with the leader exuding an air of confidence. "It's the young master of Jiang City, Han Feng," someone exclaimed. "He's the first to step into the 11th floor." Above the trial tower, a massive golden leaderboard appeared. Leaderboard, rank 1. Team leader, Han Feng, Fierce Dragon Swordsman, LV 21. Han Chong, Flame Mage, LV 14. Han Li, Chain Archer, LV 13. Rank 2. The leaderboard displayed the team's progress and basic information in real time, sparking a wave of astonishment. Wow, Han Feng is already a level 21 bronze tier class. That's insane. Plus, both of his teammates have special classes. They're definitely going to take first place. Shoo. Rumor has it the platinum treasure this year is already predetermined. Even the high-ranking officials watching from above were taken aback, secretly cursing Han Baiyan for being so cunning. Gao Anping, smiling broadly, congratulated him. "Congratulations, Lord Han. Your young master is exceptionally talented. Advancing to a bronze tier class in such a short time, he's sure to become a legendary powerhouse in the future." Han Baiyan shook his head with a modest smile. "Ah, young Feng only advanced early, that's all." Chung Batian smirked to himself, thinking, what's there to brag about? Just wait until you see Lin Yi is also a bronze tier class, you'll be stunned. At that moment, the magical screens displayed Han Feng leading his team closer to the 11th floor's boss monster. The occasional battles along the way thrilled the audience, drawing gasps of admiration. Meanwhile, information about other challengers' teams began appearing on the screens as well. Close behind Han Feng was Gao Jiping's team, whose progress was only slightly slower thanks to several boss monster pets in their arsenal. When the second-place team was announced, Gao Anping's face lit up with a smug smile. The screen displayed Captain Gao Jiping, Extraordinary Beast Tamer, LV 16. Gao Yongfu, Shield Rock Warrior, LV 14. Gao Hua, Scout, LV13. Gao Onping was secretly delighted his son seemed to have held back, or he might have already claimed first place. He cast a provocative glance at Cheng Batian and Lu Jiaoyang, his gaze brimming with arrogance. Shortly after, the third-place team appeared. Captain Nangong Ling, Shadow Assassin, LV17. Nangong Zhan, Gunfighter, LV15. Nangong Shui, Cleric, LV14. The impressive lineup of the Nangong family drew gasps of admiration from the crowd. As Gao Jiping and Nangong Ling continued to advance, it became clear that Han Feng's position at the top was far from secure. The suspense grew, and the audience cheered passionately for their favorite contenders. Before long, more teams cleared the 10th floor. As long as a team had 2 Black Iron class members, they generally made it to the 11th floor. However, Lin Yi's team was still nowhere to be seen. Gao Onping burst into laughter, leaning back in his seat as he taunted, Cheng Batian, where did you get the nerve to bet with me? And Lu Jiaoyang, why did you even bother joining in? With your team's pathetic performance, stuck on the 10th floor after more than 3 hours? What, is your daughter and that nobody in there flirting instead of making progress? Lu Jiaoyang was furious, but had no retort. Cheng Batian, on the other hand, was filled with doubt, unsure of what Lin Yi was up to. Gao Onping, seeing their reactions, grew even more pleased with himself and turned his attention back to the screen to track his son's progress. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's team was battling on the 7th floor. After a fire meteor spell wiped out the final wave of monsters, Lin Yi's body glowed with white light as he leveled up to LV22. Excitement surged through him as he marveled at the efficiency of the trial tower. Time flew by as the trial tower had been open for nearly 5 hours. Han Feng and Gao Jiping were neck and neck on the 16th floor, while Nangong Ling followed closely on the 15th floor. The leaderboard now displayed 34 teams. Gao Onping continued his relentless mockery, leaving Lu Jiaoyang utterly deflated and even Cheng Batian beginning to feel uneasy. Just then, Lin Yi's team broke through to the 11th floor. The leaderboard flashed with golden light, revealing a new entry, 35th place, Captain Lin Yi, Mage, LV23, Cheng Muqing, Holy Cleric, LV16, Li Muan, Storm Archer, LV17. At that moment, everyone was stunned into silence. Just as the final moments of the 5-hour mark approached, Lin Yi stormed into the 11th floor. The sudden flash of visuals on the large screen made the audience's eyes widen in shock. Many even leapt from their seats uncontrollably. A level 23 mage? These few words instantly set the entire venue ablaze. People stared at the screen in disbelief, thinking their eyes were playing tricks on them. Lin Yi had not only surpassed Han Feng but was an entire 2 levels ahead. Who is this Lin Yi anyway? Level 23 and already at this stage? This is insane. I'm barely level 3. Wait a second, I've heard of him. They say something went wrong during his awakening. He's just a regular mage. And now he's pulling this off? A regular mage? How is this even possible? Countless curious gazes fixated on the screen, as everyone desperately wanted to know how Lin Yi, a so-called ordinary mage, had reached such an extraordinary level. At this moment, Lin Yi's team had become the center of everyone's attention. On the screen, Lin Yi, accompanied by Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, stepped steadily into the 11th floor. Seeing this, Cheng Batian finally felt the weight lift from his chest and burst into hearty laughter. He had finally figured out what the trio had been doing earlier, leveling up. And not just leveling up, but pushing their limits on each floor. This kid has limitless potential. Cheng Batian thought to himself, deeply impressed by Lin Yi's choices. To forego immediate fame and focus on long-term growth was a rare quality. Even though he had guessed Lin Yi's strategy, the results still left him speechless. After all, gaining 2 levels meant slaying an unimaginable number of monsters. Meanwhile, Lu Jiaoyang, observing Lin Yi's level, felt his own tense muscles relax. Cheng Batian caught his expression and chuckled loudly. You old fox, stop pretending you didn't know. Leave some suspense, will you? We wouldn't want to scare Master Gao now, would we? What do you say, Master Gao? 4 pieces of platinum equipment. Lu Jiaoyang and Cheng Batian exchanged knowing glances, playfully flaunting 4 fingers in front of Gao Onping. Gao Onping's face immediately turned ashen. He had been so confident of victory, only for the tables to turn at the last moment. His fury was nearly palpable as he let out a cold snort. Don't celebrate too soon. The match isn't over yet. He's just an ordinary class. So what if he's reached bronze? Let's see how he fares against my son. He wasted so much time on the first 10 floors, his combat skills are probably lacking. The more Gao Onping thought about it, the more convinced he became of his reasoning. A high level was meaningless if one lacked actual combat proficiency. With the trump cards he had prepared for his son, his confidence began to return. Cheng Batian merely smiled without responding. He knew that when Lin Yi eventually faced Gao Jiping, the old man would see the truth for himself. Other prominent figures in the room were equally astonished by Lin Yi's level, especially the city lord, Han Boyan. Could he have awakened early as well? Han Boyan immediately dismissed the thought. He distinctly remembered that Lin Yi had only transitioned a week ago, just like everyone else. Beside him, Mage Association President Kuyuenda shook his head in regret. Back during the awakening ceremony, upon seeing that Lin Yi was merely a regular mage, he had left without a second thought. Yet now, in just a few days, Lin Yi had risen to become a bronze-tier professional. Could his talent be so extraordinary that the world itself, out of jealousy, cursed him with an ordinary class? The more Kuyuenda pondered, the more he regretted his decision. The remorse in his eyes grew deeper, and he wished he could go back a week to slap some sense into himself for overlooking such a prodigy. Without a doubt, most people were now brimming with curiosity about Lin Yi. They were eager to uncover what set this dark horse apart from the rest. All eyes were glued to the large screen, knowing that the real-time projection would soon reveal the truth. On the 11th floor of the trial tower, Lin Yi, along with Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, had just stepped in when they immediately noticed the shift in atmosphere. This floor was a vast canyon, seemingly cleaved open by the hand of a god. Lin Yi frowned slightly, quickly picking up on the fact that the density of monsters seemed significantly lower than on previous floors. Unfurling his netherwing, Lin Yi ascended into the air to survey the area. From above, he confirmed that the number of monsters was indeed far less concentrated than on the earlier floors. Cheng Muqing stuck out her tongue and explained, "Of course, once monsters hit level 11, there's a qualitative change. If there were as many as before, barely anyone would make it through. Not everyone's a freak like you." Lin Yi let out a soft snort, acknowledging the logic in her words. The rules of the trial tower were straightforward. Follow the designated path and defeat the floor's boss monster. While countless smaller monsters would block the way, success required breaking through their ranks and defeating the boss. However, this was no easy feat for most professionals. The base attributes of these monsters weren't far off from their own. Even with a 3-person team, taking down monsters of the same level was no simple task, let alone facing a boss of equivalent strength. For anyone without a special or hidden class, or without powerful equipment and skills, clearing a floor of their level was an immense challenge, let alone climbing higher. Because of this, among the 35 remaining teams, most were still struggling on the 11th floor, with some even disqualified for exceeding the time limit. Lin Yi's lips curved into a faint smile as he thought to himself, the same strategy as always. Make every second count. Although the monster density had decreased, Lin Yi didn't see it as a problem. He had a hunch that once they broke past the 30th floor, the challenges would escalate dramatically. Lin Yi's strength was on the verge of breaking through to a jaw-dropping level. When he insisted on sticking to their original strategy, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing were momentarily stunned. Cheng Muqing hesitated before asking if they should allocate more time for the final boss, as an 11th level boss was no trivial opponent. However, Lin Yi confidently waved his hand. "No need to worry, let's keep moving forward." Before his words had completely faded, he had already leapt into the air, his agile figure soaring skyward. In his mind, an 11th level boss with only around 60 or 70,000 hit points was no match for a single fireball spell from him. The two women watched Lin Yi's retreating figure with admiration shining in their eyes. Without hesitation, they continued to lure monsters forward, a massive group of creatures trailing behind them. Meanwhile, the gaze of hundreds of thousands of spectators followed the trio's movements, puzzled by their decision to split up. Minutes later, the screen displayed a stunning scene. Lin Yi was surrounded by a horde of 11th level monsters, including ironback wolves, white bear beasts, and frost goblins. Equally astonishing was the sight of Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing drawing their own crowds of high-level monsters. The audience was left dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend why they were deliberately attracting such a large number of formidable creatures. Could it be that they think the challenge isn't hard enough? Someone speculated in confusion. "I get it now. They're using the monsters to level up quickly," another viewer exclaimed in realization. It was only then that the audience understood the reason behind Lin Yi's slow progress through the first 10 floors. It had all been preparation for leveling up. Yet, faced with such an overwhelming number of monsters, even a bronze-tier professional would struggle to cope. Doubts began to arise among the spectators. At that moment, Lin Yi dispelled all skepticism with his actions. He began chanting incantations rapidly, and an immense concentration of fire elements gathered around him. Violet Flame Meteor. With a low shout, an astonishing fireball erupted, cascading into a dense rain of flames. The intense heat seemed to penetrate the screen, leaving the audience parched and breathless. The screen reverberated with deafening explosions as the fiery meteors engulfed the horde of monsters in an instant. Damage numbers like 421,546, 410,571, and 413,427 flashed repeatedly, each exceeding 400,000, enough to annihilate countless smaller monsters with just a fraction of their health. The previously bustling Trial Tower Plaza fell into a stunned silence. Although the audience couldn't see the exact damage values, the sight of monsters reduced to ashes was enough to convey the devastating power of the fiery meteors. After a brief pause, the crowd erupted into chaos. My God, is this even the same mage I know? That's insane. The experience points from this wave alone must be in the tens of thousands. No wonder he made it to bronze in just a week. This is on a whole different level. The crowd stared in awe at the young, handsome mage, their faces a mix of shock, admiration, and disbelief. Lin Yi's performance had unveiled just a fraction of his terrifying power, leaving everyone in awe. At this moment, nearly all attention shifted from the other challengers to Lin Yi. Watching others struggle through the trials paled in comparison to witnessing Lin Yi's explosive leveling spree. The fiery meteors continued to rain down, wiping out wave after wave of monsters. Over 20 minutes later, with only a minute or two remaining before the 30-minute time limit, Lin Yi embraced the two women and sped toward the floor's final boss. The speed of his netherwing flight left many experienced players astounded. Finally, the truth became clear: Lin Yi's seemingly slow progress was all part of a meticulously timed leveling strategy. Realizing this, the audience collectively gasped in astonishment. Truly, comparisons can be infuriating. For the challengers who had already been eliminated, the realization was even harder to stomach. The very monsters they had desperately avoided had become tools for Lin Yi to power level while escorting companions. It was almost too much to bear. Ultimately, Lin Yi and his companions reached the floor's Bossa level 11 Ironback Wolf King with over 70,000 hit points. For most Iron Tier professionals, it was an insurmountable obstacle. Just as everyone expected Lin Yi to face a real challenge, he barely paused. With a flick of his staff, he cast a spell. Fireball. A blazing, crimson fireball roared forward, striking the Ironback Wolf King with devastating force. The boss, mid-lunge, was sent flying as if hit by a speeding freight train. The fireball's intense heat engulfed the creature, reducing its health to zero in an instant. The crowd was left speechless. That enormous fireball, over a meter in diameter, was a basic fireball spell. A disbelieving mage in the audience attempted to cast the same spell, producing a small fireball barely the size of an egg. The stark difference left everyone gasping, the air seemingly growing hotter with their collective shock. As Lin Yi ascended to the 12th floor, all eyes were filled with awe and disbelief. This young man was undoubtedly the most astonishing dark horse in this year's professional trials. Now, everyone eagerly anticipated the inevitable confrontations. What would happen when Lin Yi faced top contenders like Nangong Ling, Gao Jiping, and Han Feng? The most anticipated moments are the clashes between the various prodigies. Lin Yi's inspiring story of rising from humble beginnings has spread through Jiangsheng like wildfire, resonating deeply with countless people. Coming from a single-parent family, he climbed his way to the top through extraordinary talent and unyielding perseverance, becoming the perfect example of a comeback story for the ordinary. Both the live audience and viewers online have become Lin Yi's staunch supporters, eagerly hoping this young man can outshine everyone in the head-to-head competition. To them, Lin Yi has become a reflection of their own aspirations, bearing the responsibility of achieving a remarkable turnaround and claiming the title of Jiangxing's #1. Standing at the scene, Yang Mei was already in tears. Years of hardship had finally paid off, and an overwhelming sense of pride surged within her. At this moment, all eyes in Jiangxing were fixed on Lin Yi. People were eager to see what other surprises this brilliant young man could deliver, and just how far he could push his limits. Lin Yi, meanwhile, was immersed in the joy of his rapidly increasing experience points. If not for Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanjing occasionally reminding him of the dwindling time, he might have continued grinding indefinitely, striving to surpass his limits. The 11th floor, the 12th, the 13th, the 14th. Just when everyone thought Lin Yi would finally stop, he continued to push forward, defying all expectations. Leading Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanjing, Lin Yi tirelessly fought through hordes of monsters. The audience was left in awe. My God, how terrifying is his damage output? Does he even have a limit? Even after hours of watching the grinding livestream, the audience remained astonished. Level 11 Puppeteer, Level 12 Dragonkin, Level 13 Treant, Level 14 Dark Akaliteach was instantly obliterated before Lin Yi. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from Lin Yi and his two companions. They had leveled up again. The audience was green with envy, especially upon seeing Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanjing gaining massive experience points just by luring monsters. Many couldn't hide their jealousy. Wang Dong, in particular, smacked his thigh in regret, berating himself for not teaming up with Lin Yi earlier. With the latest level up, Lin Yi's fireball damage had surpassed the 100,000 mark. At that moment, the Trial Tower leaderboard updated once more. The top 3 teams were led by Han Feng, Gao Jiping, and Nangong Ling. Other than them, only 4 teams remained, including Lin Yi's. When Lin Yi's group stepped into the 15th floor, everyone's attention was riveted. This marked the moment when Lin Yi's team would finally encounter the other competitors. Though they weren't in the top 3 yet, their progress was equally captivating. The 15th floor was vastly different from the previous ones. There was only one pathway, and the difficulty of the boss monsters had increased to the purple tier. Currently, the teams ranked 4th through 6th were struggling to make headway, their frustration evident as they neared despair. All eyes were on Lin Yi as he led the 2 girls onto the 15th floor. However, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The number of monsters had decreased yet again, and the mobs were now mixed with numerous elite monsters. For others, the difficulty had skyrocketed. Reaching the gatekeeping boss within the 30-minute time limit left no room for error. Most teams that reached the 15th floor had fallen on the way to the gatekeeping boss, never even catching a glimpse of it. Even those lucky enough to face it were overwhelmed by the sheer power of the level 15 purple tier boss. The best result in the previous year had been teams stalling between the 15th and 16th floors. This year, thanks to the emergence of numerous prodigies, especially the meteoric rise of Han Feng, the historical record had already been shattered. However, for Lin Yi, this might not necessarily be a good thing. Although elite monsters fell like paper under the onslaught of purple flame meteor and yielded more experience points, the sudden drop in monster density caused a significant reduction in overall experience gain. Lin Yi swung his staff again, purple flames raining down and reducing the monsters before him to ashes in the blink of an eye. He quickly calculated in his mind. At this pace, the experience gained on each floor of the trial tower would be around 100,000 to 150,000 points. If he could clear 30 floors, he might skyrocket directly to level 27, or perhaps even higher. Thinking of this, a faint smile crept onto Lin Yi's lips. Clearing the trial tower would take no more than a single day, and to climb 7 or 8 levels in just one day was nothing short of astonishing. Although it wasn't the most ideal scenario, Lin Yi was already quite satisfied. At that moment, Lin Yi sensed the presence of other teams approaching. More excitingly, a purple-colored boss-level monster radiating an intimidating aura also appeared in his line of sight. At last, Lin Yi was about to face a real challenge. In the spectator stands outside, for some reason, a few viewers began to look forward to Lin Yi encountering difficulties. I don't know why, but I'm oddly hoping to see Lin Yi mess up, one spectator couldn't help but say. Haha, same here, someone else chimed in. Maybe it's because he's just too invincible. It feels almost unreal. Even though most people expected Lin Yi to keep breezing through the challenges, a level 15 boss monster surely wouldn't make it too easy for him, right? Besides, the other teams wouldn't just step aside without a fight. If Lin Yi wanted to progress first, he'd have to demonstrate overwhelming strength. At this moment, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanjing clung to Lin Yi's arms, their eyes sparkling with sweetness. They had gradually grown accustomed to this mode of flight. Soon, the trio arrived at the final area of the current floor. Before them stretched an open plain, where a colossal golden portal stood imposingly. Passing through it would lead to the 16th floor, but it was clear this wouldn't be an easy task. Below the portal loomed a massive figure, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Two-headed ogre level, LV-15 boss monster, purple tier. HP, 295,217. Skills, mighty club sweep, twin head bite, bloodthirsty smash. At that moment, a team was locked in battle with the two-headed ogre but was clearly at a disadvantage. The ogre swung its enormous club casually, nearly taking out the frontline shield warrior in a single blow. Only the desperate efforts of the healer managed to keep him alive. With all their skills on cooldown and no way to resist, the three had no choice but to retreat from the golden aura's boundary in disarray. The ogre, seeing them withdraw, stopped its pursuit and returned to its position guarding the portal. The team's leader sighed and shook his head. Ugh, this is way too difficult. How on earth did those 3 teams ahead of us manage to get through? This was already their 20th attempt, yet they continued to fail miserably. Staring at the 3 team emblems engraved on the portal signifying the glory of those who had successfully passed, they could only measure their progress by these marks, as the trial tower leaderboard was out of their reach. Other observing teams nearby also shook their heads in resignation. Someone suggested, let's give it one last shot. If we can't make it, we'll call it quits. Just as they were about to step into the glowing boundary, Lin Yi descended from the sky with the 2 women in his arms. Who does this guy think he is, showing off like that? Someone muttered disdainfully. However, when they got a closer look at the 2 women, all 9 of them were left dumbfounded. No way. Isn't that Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanjing? And they're both in the arms of the same guy? Who is this guy, anyway? Seeing the 2 renowned beauties acting so docile, the onlookers were utterly flabbergasted. Was this really the same pair of unattainable ice queens they knew? Ignoring their stunned gazes, Lin Yi spoke calmly. Since you all seem to be hesitating, how about I go first? Hearing this, the 9 exchanged incredulous glances. This guy, is he for real? They thought. Normally, when facing a boss like this, everyone would spend some time observing, at least to figure out its attack patterns and skills before attempting a fight. Who would just charge in headfirst like this? If it had been anyone else, they might have offered a word of caution out of kindness. But seeing Lin Yi holding two goddesses in his arms, their jealousy surged like a tidal wave. Oh, trying to show off? Huh? Let's see how you fail. They exchanged knowing smirks and said, be our guest. Go right ahead. Outside, as the audience watched Lin Yi and his companions confidently step into the challenge zone of the level 15 two-headed ogre, disbelief was written all over their faces. Unbelievable. Lin Yi's just going straight for it? Does he really think nothing of a purple tire boss monster? Don't forget, even Nangong Ling's team spent a lot of time and effort to clear this stage. I have a feeling Lin Yi might finally stumble this time. On the magical screen, the two-headed ogre let out a thunderous roar, its sound waves reverberating through the air. Lin Yi smiled faintly, fully aware of the 9 onlookers waiting to see him fail. But was a level 15 purple tire boss monster really that powerful? As the colossal ogre charged toward him, Lin Yi's lips curled into a confident smirk. The tip of his staff began to gather an intense concentration of icy energy. Ice Spear. With a low incantation, a massive spear of ice materialized in midair. Accompanied by a deafening boom, it shot toward the two-headed ogre with terrifying speed. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the ice spear pierced through the ogre's heart. The towering beast, as large as a mountain, collapsed under the immense force, its body pinned to the ground and rapidly covered in frost. 375,612. The two-headed ogre's health bar instantly dropped to 0. One-shot kill. For a moment, everyone stood frozen in shock, utterly speechless. In the center of the screen, the towering twin-headed troll was suddenly pierced by a flash of icy light. Before its blood could even flow, it froze solid. Bang! A sharp, crisp sound shattered the silence, pulling everyone back to reality. Instinctively, their bodies trembled. Hissed, whether at the trial tower or watching the live stream. The audience collectively gasped. They had expected Lin Yi to struggle against the twin-headed troll, yet no one could have predicted this outcome. A one-hit kill. Once again, after a brief moment of stunned silence, the scene erupted into chaos. Excitement surged through the crowd as they enthusiastically shared their amazement with those around them. Whoa, is that really Ice Lance? Why does it look nothing like mine? Seriously, we're both mages, but the gap between Lin Yi and me is just unfathomable. Lin Yi took down the twin-headed troll in one shot. Even Han Feng couldn't manage that before. Doesn't that mean Lin Yi is way stronger than the others who came before him? Not necessarily. High damage is one thing, but true strength? That's only proven in a real fight. The crowd's emotions soared higher and higher. Even as their throats burned from shouting, they couldn't stop. It seemed the only way to release their inner shock was to cheer louder. High above, the gazes of the influential figures grew sharper. Beside them, Kuyuenda began to piece things together. Lin Yi's skill wasn't just powerful, it was exponentially stronger than ordinary spells. Was it due to a high-level skill? Or something else entirely? Kuyuenda speculated, but didn't dare jump to conclusions. After all, it had only been a century since the integration of the game world and reality. Many fields remained shrouded in mystery. Occasionally, individuals awakened extraordinary talents rare, but not impossible. Regret clouded Kuyuenda's face. He was certain Lin Yi was no ordinary mage. If only I had recruited him into the Jiangqing Mage Association earlier. With him, I might have had a shot at becoming a member of the Mage Council one day. The thought infuriated him, and in a fit of frustration, he slapped himself across the face, startling those nearby. Meanwhile, Lu Jiaoyang couldn't contain his laughter. Lin Yi's performance had once again shattered his expectations. This kid, aside from being a little too much of a flirt, would actually make a decent son-in-law. Chung Batian glanced at Gao Amping's sour expression and teased. For platinum tier items, huh? Gao Amping nearly lost his temper, but Nangong Zhe quickly intervened to stop him. Even so, Gao Amping couldn't help but spit out a threat. Old man, just you wait. Laugh while you Kami-sun will shut you all up soon enough. Chung Batian chuckled mockingly. Wanna bet on it again? At this, Gao Amping immediately fell silent. Though he still had faith in Gao Jiping, Lin Yi's overwhelming strength left him uncertain. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, having just used Ice Lance to obliterate the twin-headed troll, heard the collective gasps behind him and couldn't help but smirk. His mood was particularly light. Think you'll see me fail? Not a chance. He let out a soft chuckle and, flanked by his two companions, stepped into the glowing portal, advancing to the 16th floor. The teams who had spent hours battling and repeatedly failing stared at one another in disbelief. They could practically hear the sound of someone swallowing hard. So, the real fools here are us? This can't be real. A level 15 purple tire boss, killed instantly? I don't buy it. One team, unwilling to accept the truth, gritted their teeth, and approached the respawned twin-headed troll. Boom! The troll's spiked club came crashing down, leaving their heads ringing. The three of them scrambled away, rolling and crawling to escape. That's it. I'm done. How are we supposed to play with someone like that around? You guys keep going. We're out. Yeah, maybe we should call it quits too. One by one, teams forfeited the challenge, their forms dissolving into light as they exited. At this point, they were desperate to uncover the identity of the overpowered mage. In mere moments, the 7 original teams had been reduced to just 4. Lin Yi's display of dominance had indirectly eliminated 3 teams, prompting laughter from the spectators. After all, it was rare to see players give up simply because someone else was too strong. Now, only 4 teams remained. Han Feng, the frontrunner, had already reached the 21st floor, a feat unmatched in the Trial Tower's history in Jiangxing for decades. He was on the verge of breaking the city's record and advancing to the 22nd floor. Yet this final step was proving incredibly challenging. Han Feng was stuck, unable to move forward. The reason? The 21st floor's guardian boss was a significant leap in difficulty, a level 21 gold-tier boss. The fierce dragon swordsman excelled in offense but lacked in defense. Han Feng and his team launched attempt after attempt, employing dazzling and intricate techniques as if performing on a tightrope. Yet their efforts yielded little progress. This was already their 3rd attempt, the previous 2 ending in failure. Han Feng's eyes burned with determination, his fighting spirit undiminished. I'll surpass everyone. I will break through my limits. Besides Lin Yi, he was the one drawing the most attention. After all, Han Feng stood a real chance of breaking Jiangxing's all-time record. Trailing behind him was Gao Jiping. Though his level wasn't particularly high, he relied on several powerful boster pets to reach the 20th floor. Watching from above, Gao Onping nodded in satisfaction. Jiping, give it everything you've got. In contrast, the next contender, Nangong Ling, seemed to lag slightly behind. The shadow assassin excels in stealth and assassination, but struggles when faced with powerful boss monsters. Coupled with the fact that his 2 teammates are not top-tier players, the trio has only managed to reach the 18th floor, seemingly unable to go further. Meanwhile, on the 16th floor of the Trial Tower, Lin Yi's team suddenly appeared. The audience's eyes lit up with anticipation, thinking this might be a quick and decisive battle. However, on screen, the trio split up, once again employing the familiar strategy of pulling monsters. Lin Yi was clearly unwilling to miss out on this prime leveling area. He remained calm and unhurried, knowing that the ultimate goal was to clear the tower, and the timing didn't matter. Purple Flame Meteor. With a low chant from Lin Yi, fiery meteors rained down, engulfing monsters one by one. At the same time, his experience bar steadily climbed. The kill log kept flashing. Killed level 16 Blood Wolf, gained 10 experience points. Killed level 16 Beholder, gained 10 experience points. Killed level 16 Knight, gained 10 experience points. As Lin Yi read through the notifications, a sense of satisfaction filled his heart. Half an hour flew by, and he effortlessly unleashed Ice Spear to obliterate the floor's boss. The trio successfully advanced to the 17th floor. Lin Yi felt a twinge of regret. According to the Trial Tower's rules, these floor bosses were merely projections, and only the first challenger to defeat them could earn equipment or skill rewards. The bosses on the earlier floors had been defeated countless times, making it impossible to obtain rare items from them anymore. However, he wasn't concerned. After all, Jiang City's highest record was only the 21st floor. The bosses on the later floors were entirely new, promising valuable rewards. Before long, the trio reached the 18th floor. At that moment, Nangong Ling was also on this floor, locked in an intense battle with the guardian boss. Nangong Ling unconsciously straightened his posture, breaking into a nervous sweat for his son. Everyone knew that the upcoming challenge wasn't just about defeating the guardian boss, it would also spark a fierce confrontation between the 2 teams. Nangong Ling was well aware that he currently ranked 3rd and had no intention of letting Lin Yi surpass him easily. The top 3 rankings came with generous rewards, but more importantly, they granted direct entry to the upcoming national trials, the true battlefield. Gaining the attention of high-ranking officials would bring benefits far beyond a few treasures. Everyone understood this was a fight for opportunity, and no one was willing to back down. Tens of thousands of eyes were glued to the magical screen, afraid to miss any detail. To everyone's surprise, Lin Yi showed no urgency. Instead, he continued to level up at a leisurely pace. Man, you've got to admire Lin Yi's calm confidence. Exactly. I'm completely in right now. The audience buzzed with chatter, while Lin Yi remained unfazed, fully focused on his leveling progress. Purple Flame Meteor. With another low chant, a surge of radiant white light erupted from Lin Yi. Level up to LV25. The system notification echoed. Another level up. The audience's admiration for Lin Yi grew even stronger. This was the demeanor of a true powerhouse, composed, unshaken, and building strength patiently. Lin Yi is up to something big. I can feel it. At this rate, his level will keep climbing. He's going to achieve something unprecedented. With such anticipation, the audience wished for time to fast forward tenfold. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi, accompanied by Cheng Muqing and another teammate, finally headed toward the Guardian boss. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor, Nangong Ling was still locked in a relentless struggle. Within the glowing circle, the level 18 purple boss, the Dark Treant, loomed large, and Nangong Ling's eyes burned with frustration. Ultimately, Nangong Ling had to cut his trial journey short. Glancing at the two team marks etched on the golden door behind him, he knew they belonged to Han Feng and Wang Jiping. Don't get too cocky. The national trials will be my true stage, he muttered, clenching his fists. The trial tower's restrictions limited his class potential, preventing him from showcasing his full strength. It was said that the national trials would feature diverse formats, and he was confident he could achieve better results then. For now, securing a top 3 spot was paramount. It not only promised generous treasure rewards, but also served as a direct ticket to the national trials, bypassing the qualifiers. As for the latecomers, he could only offer his apologies. Without hesitation, Nangong Ling and his two teammates decided to block the entrance. With him standing guard, no one would pass the 18th floor today. Though he doubted anyone other than Wang Jiping and Han Feng could reach this floor, he chose not to exit the trial and spectate. Instead, he stayed to ensure no surprises. Seeing Nangong Ling's actions, the crowd erupted with excitement. While blocking the entrance wasn't a new tactic, any major family would do the same. The prospect of the showdown ahead was thrilling. At this moment, the entire city of Jiang had its eyes fixed on this scene. Lin Yi versus Nangong Ling. What kind of electrifying clash awaited? Before long, Lin Yi and his two teammates arrived at the final challenge of the 18th floor. In the dense, dark forest, the massive Dark Treant stood out starkly. Lin Yi descended slowly, facing the three figures approaching from the other side. Leading them was none other than the young master of the Nangong family, Nangong Ling. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Yi spoke coldly, trying to block the entrance. Did you bother asking for my opinion first? At this moment, Nangong Ling, along with two companions, blocked the path of Lin Yi and his group of 3. This scene was undoubtedly one of the most gripping moments in the trial of the professionals. Although Lin Yi had been unstoppable thus far, everyone present was eagerly anticipating the clash between these two teams. Nangong Ling, as a shadow assassin, was not to be underestimated. His ability to ascend to the 18th floor of the trial tower was proof enough of his prowess. Coupled with the natural advantage assassins held over mages, the outcome of this confrontation became the center of heated discussions. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Nangong Ling stopped in front of Lin Yi and scrutinized the trio. While he wasn't familiar with Lin Yi, he knew Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing very well. Observing the close dynamic among the three, Nangong Ling couldn't help but suspect that Lin Yi might be a kept man. Even if Lin Yi wasn't pursuing the two women, a faint sense of irritation arose in Nangong Ling's heart. Stop right there, Nangong Ling commanded sharply. The 18th floor is not a place for the likes of you. It would be wise to give up now. Lin Yi quickly realized Nangong Ling's intention. Unable to progress beyond the 18th floor himself, Nangong Ling was trying to block others from surpassing him and threatening his third-place position. Lin Yi's lips curled into a dismissive smirk as he retorted. So, failing to move forward yourself, you choose to obstruct others? How pathetic. Infuriated by Lin Yi's words, Nangong Ling threatened. When did nobodies like you gain the audacity to look down on me? Nangong Ling? This is your last chance. Leave the trial tower immediately, or face the consequences. With that, he gestured to his teammates, who instantly assumed combat stances. Since the trial tower had been live-streamed from the 11th floor onward, outright violence was prohibited under the watchful eyes of thousands. However, losing in front of such a massive audience would be equally humiliating. 10 seconds. Nangong Ling began his countdown, while the spectators clenched their fists in anticipation, eager to see Lin Yi's group's response. Lin Yi turned to his two female companions, intending to have them step back, instinctively wanting to protect them. But Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing exchanged a knowing smile and resolutely shook their heads. Lin Yi, leave this one to us. Cheng Muqing declared. You should take a break. There are more important challenges ahead for you to handle. Exactly, Lu Wanqing chimed in. We want to contribute too. We're not just here for decoration, you know? Since entering the trial tower, they had primarily played the role of luring enemies, which left them feeling somewhat unfulfilled and worried about being seen as mere sidekicks. Now, they finally had an opportunity to prove their worth. Seeing their determination, Lin Yi stepped aside, relieved to avoid direct involvement this time. The spectators' anticipation froze for a moment before erupting into a wave of heated discussions. Some worried whether the two campus beauties could handle Nangong Ling's entire team, while others believed Lin Yi would intervene if necessary. Keen-eyed viewers also noticed that Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing's levels had significantly increased, reaching levels 18 and 19 respectively, surpassing Nan Gongling and Gao Jiping. Although the audience wouldn't get to witness Lin Yi in action, their excitement remained undiminished. Even Lu Jiaoyang and Cheng Baishan's gazes were filled with expectation. Nan Gongling, seeing Lin Yi retreat, grew more convinced of his earlier assumption. This guy is definitely just a freeloader, he thought to himself. Fine, if they want to challenge me, they'll show them real pain. First, they'll take care of these two women, then he'll deal with that kept man. Without hesitation, Nan Gongling activated Shadow Stealth, his figure vanishing into the darkness. Despite the limitations imposed by the Darkwood Treant, the shadowy forest remained an ideal battleground for a shadow assassin. Meanwhile, the priest Nangong Shui swiftly cast buffs on her allies, and the gunfighter Nangong Zhan charged forward. Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing shared a confident smile. Former rivals in love, they now stood as steadfast partners in battle. Cheng Muqing began chanting, "Divine Blessing." A golden shield enveloped the three of them, even extending to Lin Yi in the back, filling him with a sense of warmth. With her level now higher, the holy priest's powers were beginning to shine, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary priests. Divine light amplification, holy radiance. Cheng Muqing continued casting, layering buffs onto Lu Wanqing. Lu Wanqing felt her strength and agility surge. Nan Gongling is yours. He'll handle the gunfighter, Cheng Muqing said to Lu Wanqing. Though primarily a support class, a holy priest was far from powerless in combat. Taking on a level 15 gunfighter would be no challenge. The holy radiance exposed the assassin's position, rendering even Nan Gongling's stealth ineffective. Within the light, a faint shadow betrayed his presence. Though it was fleeting, it was enough. Lin Yi silently marveled as the abyssal eye captured every movement of Nan Gongling. To his surprise, Cheng Muqing also displayed such keen observational skills. The two women worked together with remarkable synergy, skillfully maintaining their distance from the enemy while creating space for each other to cast their spells. Lu Wanqing's eyes gleamed with a green light, her vision suddenly sharpened. "Wind Eye Insight," she called out in a low voice. The shadowy figure that had already revealed itself became even clearer. "Found you," she said with a confident smile, her emerald longbow in hand and an arrow nocked. Storm arrow. In an instant, sharp sonic booms echoed as several arrows shot forth like meteors toward Nan Gongling's hiding spot. His expression changed dramatically. "Impossible. Shadow clone," he exclaimed, hurriedly performing the cloning technique. For dark silhouettes scattered in different directions. Lu Wanqing remained unfazed, her fingers deftly guiding the arrows, which abruptly changed direction to pursue the clones. Boom, boom. Explosive impacts resounded as the clones dissipated into wisps of black smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Gongling closed the distance, blood-red dagger in hand. "You brat, once I get close, I'll teach you a lesson." Lu Wanqing's gaze shifted slightly, a mocking smirk curling her lips. "Just a clown," she retorted, determined to avenge Lin Yi. Explosive arrow. A massive arrow streaked through the air, the void trembling as its sharp energy radiated outward. Nan Gongling's face turned pale with shock. What level is she? How can her abilities be this powerful? He muttered in disbelief. His investigations had indicated that Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing were at relatively low levels, yet their display of strength was overwhelming. Boom! A violent gust erupted, forcing Nan Gongling out of stealth and sending him staggering backward. 4,193. The damage number floated above him. Despite the storm arrow's immense attack power, Nan Gongling managed to mitigate much of the damage with his survival skills. Lu Wanqing, however, was undeterred. A taunting grin tugged at her lips. An assassin who can't reach their target is nothing more than trash. From that moment on, Nan Gongling was entirely under her control, struggling desperately but unable to break free. Meanwhile, Cheng Muqing swiftly dispatched the nearby gunner and priest before joining the fray, leaving Nan Gongling in an even more dire state. In less than a minute, a holy spear pierced through his shadow shield, leaving his health critically low. He finally collapsed to the ground. Nan Gongling now looked utterly defeated, his black leather armor in tatters, a bleeding wound gushing from his chest. "Why are they so strong?" Nan Gongling murmured, his face filled with confusion and indignation. Adding insult to injury was Lin Yi, who had been calmly observing the battle from the sidelines. Lu Wanqing and Cheng Muqing, meanwhile, were as cheerful as sparrows, eagerly awaiting Lin Yi's approval. "Lin Yi, sorry to keep you waiting," Lu Wanqing said with a bright smile. Lin Yi smiled faintly in return. "Not too long. Well done. Let's head inside." The two women exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly, both thinking, if Lin Yi had stepped in, Nan Gongling would probably have been defeated in an instant. The trio stepped into the challenge's glowing ring, and the dark treant began to awaken. From the sidelines, Nan Gongling shouted unwillingly, defeating me doesn't mean you'll clear the 18th level. The power of the Dark Treant is beyond anything you weaklings can comprehend. He clung to the hope that Lin Yi's group would fail, thus preserving his own ranking. Lin Yi turned back and glanced at him coldly. The Dark Treant. Is it really that strong? The dark tree spirit suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes, its colossal body towering at 100 meters, exuding a suffocating aura of dread. Lin Yi quickly scanned the monster's stats. Dark tree spirit. Level. LV18 Lord Monster Purple. HP. 849,723. Skills. Dual Life. Vine Lash. Night Glow. Rapid Regeneration. This was undoubtedly a formidable being, its HP even rivaling that of gold-tier Lord monsters of the same level. Yet, Lin Yi merely curled his lips in disdain, ready to unveil more of his power and show Nangongling the true meaning of disparity. Suddenly, the previously confident Lu Wanqing and Chang Muqing retreated behind Lin Yi in unison, a scene that left Nangongling puzzled. As confusion clouded his mind, Lin Yi's staff began to emit an intense black glow, and the astonishing speed of his spellcasting made Nangongling's pupils contract sharply. Could it be that this man is the true powerhouse of the team? Nangongling's realization struck like lightning as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yi's every move. A pitch-black mark shot toward the dark tree spirit at lightning speed. Hellmark. The towering monster trembled violently as the mark landed, its massive, serpent-like vines thrashing wildly in a futile attempt to block the spell. Lin Yi's spellcasting was fluid and precise, leaving everyone watching in awe. He was undeniably a born mage prodigy. Kuyuenda, filled with regret, slapped himself in frustration, prompting the surrounding dignitaries to subtly distance themselves from him. Ice Lance. With a low command from Lin Yi, a massive spear of frost shot through the air. Even from several hundred meters away, Nangongling could feel the bone-chilling cold, instinctively swallowing hard. Sensing imminent danger, the dark tree spirit frantically lashed out with countless vines to intercept the ice spear. However, the lance pierced through one thick vine after another, unstoppable, until it embedded itself deep into the monster's core. A dull, sickening sound echoed as the wooden body was impaled. Black liquid gushed out like a fountain, only to freeze instantly in the icy air. The crackling of ice spread throughout the dark forest, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. In the blink of an eye, the 100-meter dark tree spirit was engulfed in a layer of frost that spread rapidly. The closer it was to the ice spear, the thicker the frost became. With a sharp, resounding crack, the monster's body was completely encased in silver-white ice. 1,127,593. An astronomical amount of damage erupted in an instant, and the dark tree spirit collapsed with a thunderous crash. The sight left Nangongling and the others utterly stunned. Even Lu Wanqing and Cheng Muqing, who were accustomed to Lin Yi's extraordinary abilities, were dumbfounded. Every time they thought they had witnessed his limits, he would shatter their expectations with even greater feats. Nangongling stood frozen, muttering to himself, "No way, an 840,000 HP dark tree spirit taken down in one shot? How is this possible?" Beside him, Nangong Shui and her companions were equally shocked. Having battled the dark tree spirit multiple times on the 18th floor, they were well aware of its terrifying power. This only made Lin Yi's Ice Lance seem all the more overwhelming. Is this really just Ice Lance? The three of them gasped in unison, unable to fathom how the man they had dismissed as a mere pretty face was, in truth, a peerless powerhouse. A crushing sense of defeat washed over Nangongling. He finally realized that Lin Yi hadn't been unwilling to act, he simply hadn't deemed Nangongling worthy enough to make him act. This harsh truth drained all the strength from Nangongling's body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his spirit utterly broken. Lin Yi's Ice Lance not only annihilated the dark tree spirit, but also crushed Nangongling's arrogance into oblivion. Let's go. At this point, rankings no longer mattered. Nangongling only wanted to get away as quickly as possible. The bystanders were equally shaken, the sound of their collective sharp intakes of breath filling the air. Questions swirled in their minds. Just how high was Lin Yi's damage output? Judging by the numbers, he seemed to have surpassed even Silverdeer professionals. To put it in perspective, a typical level 35 Silverdeer professional with no equipment would have a base primary attribute of around 60,000, allowing them to deal bursts of damage in the hundreds of thousands. Yet Lin Yi, a first-tier bronze professional, had achieved something comparable or even greater. This was beyond extraordinary. And what was even more terrifying, it didn't seem to be his full power. The crowd was struck with a mix of awe and fear. This level of strength defied all logic. Even for someone with a hidden class, such overwhelming power was unheard of. The assembled elites exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes glimmering with suspicion and intrigue. Han Boyan exhaled deeply, his expression contemplative. The merging of two worlds is upon us. giving rise to countless chosen ones of destiny. Their power will undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary mortals. Lin Yi might very well be the fabled child of destiny. This speculation caused a massive stir among the elite and powerful. Kuyuinda, filled with regret, couldn't help but slap himself a few times in frustration. He had nearly brought Lin Yi into the Mage Association under his banner, which would have guaranteed immense benefits, but now that opportunity was lost forever. Gao Anping, noticing the growing conviction among the crowd, decided to dampen their enthusiasm. How could the child of destiny be just an ordinary mage? Lord Han, you must be mistaken. For all I know, my son might be the child of destiny. Clearly, he was the one most unwilling to see Lin Yi rise. Although the wager of 4 platinum-tier pieces of equipment wouldn't bankrupt the Gao family, the loss would undoubtedly be significant. Han Boyan nodded slightly in response. There is indeed a chance we're mistaken. Let's wait and see. Chung Batian, however, looked displeased. Even if Lin Yi isn't the child of destiny, do you really think that kid Gao Jiping is? Keep dreaming. Gao Anping sneered, his confidence slowly returning. He cast a sidelong glance at Chung Batian, thinking to himself, just you wait, I'll make sure you're utterly shocked later. Lin Yi might be strong, but my son has a chance too. Only he knew that Gao Jiping, who was currently battling on the 20th floor, had yet to unleash his full strength. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, accompanied by 2 women, entered the 19th floor of the trial tower. The crowd waited patiently as the familiar leveling process began. Lin Yi fed the flesh and blood of elite monsters into his beast space to nurture and strengthen his young holy dragon. Watching the dragon approach level 21, Lin Yi couldn't hide his delight. Fresh out of the trial tower, Nangong Ling and her companions witnessed this scene and were stunned. They finally understood why Lin Yi, despite his formidable strength, had taken so long to reach the 18th floor. It was all part of his leveling strategy. Nangong Ling's admiration for him deepened. In what felt like the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. The boss guarding the 19th floor posed no significant challenge to Lin Yi. Shortly afterward, the 3 ascended to the 20th floor, and once again, all eyes were glued to the scene with heightened anticipation. Gao Jiping was still battling on the 20th floor. As an extraordinary beastmaster, Gao Jiping could control 3 times as many pets as an ordinary beastmaster. To break records in the trial, the Gao family had spared no expense, offering rewards across the land to acquire young boss-tier creatures. At this moment, 4 of his 6 pets excluding 2 golden-tier bosses were already summoned and were fiercely attacking the boss guarding the 20th floor. Gao Jiping decided it was time to reveal his trump card. Summon Shadow. Let's finish the 20th floor quickly. With a flash of golden light, a majestic shadow silver wolf appeared and joined the fray. The onlookers were astonished and rose to their feet. A golden-ear boss. Now this is getting exciting. Lin Yi glanced at his young holy dragon, his eyes brimming with joy. Let's go. Once we clear the 20th floor, we can start farming gear. Countless pairs of eager eyes were fixed on the magical display screen, afraid to miss a single moment of the action. With Gao Jiping still battling on the 20th floor, Lin Yi was about to face him head-on. The crowd collectively held their breath, their hearts pounding like drums. Lin Yi's performance had always been astonishing. Whether facing ferocious monsters, level guardians, or the massive health pool of the Darkwood Treant, he could always deliver a fatal blow in a single strike. However, Gao Jiping was no ordinary contender either. At this moment, his lineup of level 17 Lorder pets 1 gold, 2 purple, and 2 regular was working together to take down the guardian monster on the 20th floor. In the midst of the battle, the shadow silver wolf unleashed razor-sharp silver beams from its mouth, while the other pets displayed their unique abilities. Gao Jiping stood with his arms crossed, his eyes sharp and focused, directing the intense fight with unwavering attention. Though these pets were highly intelligent and could act autonomously in combat, under the expert command of a skilled beast tamer like Gao Jiping, their efficiency and power were elevated to an entirely new level. However, beast tamers had a critical weakness: their own defensive capabilities were limited. If an enemy bypassed the pets to target the tamer directly, even the strongest pets would be rendered helpless. For this reason, the shield rock warrior, Gao Yongfu, stayed close by Gao Jiping's side, ready to protect him from any unexpected threats. Suddenly, the scout Gao Hua appeared beside Gao Jiping and whispered a report. "Young master, a team is approaching. It's not Nangong Ling. It's Cheng Muqing, Lu Wanqing, and an unfamiliar man." Hearing this, Gao Jiping's brows furrowed, and a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Cheng Muqing? Her? She had the audacity to reject me, Gao Jiping? So, it turns out she's found another man. Fine, just fine." Although the guardian monster's health had dropped below 15, with victory within reach, Gao Jiping abruptly ordered his team to cease their attack. "Let's go. I want to see this for myself," he said with a cold smirk. "Cheng Muqing, that girl dares to defy me? They'll crush her hopes with my own hands. The 20th floor will be her end. Advancing further? As long as I, Gao Jiping, am here, she can dream on. Gao Yongfu and Gao Hua exchanged glances, puzzled by their young master's decision but choosing to follow silently. The three quickly abandoned the nearly completed battle and headed out. This scene did not go unnoticed by the crowd in the trial tower square, sparking a wave of commotion. Speculation ran wild as people wondered if there was some deep-seated grudge between Gao Jiping and Lin Yi, prompting such a dramatic exit just as victory was within reach. High above, Gao Anping, the head of the Gao family, witnessed the scene and nearly choked with rage. He bellowed furiously, "That ungrateful son! Unbelievable! Do you realize leaving now might cost you the rewards?" Gao Anping was filled with regret, blaming himself for being too preoccupied with family affairs and neglecting to discipline his son. Though Gao Anping had confidence in his son's abilities, watching him squander a clear advantage was enough to make his blood boil. Yet at this moment, Gao Jiping paid no mind to any of this. His mind was consumed with a single goal: to teach Cheng Muqing a lesson she would never forget. Lu Jiaoyang and Cheng Batian burst into hearty laughter, slapping their thighs without a care, their joy unrestrained. Mockingly they sneered, "Old Gao, your boy's got no brains, huh? What a fool. He was so close to clearing the stage, yet he still went looking for trouble? Must have a screw loose." The scene shifted abruptly to the 20th floor of the trial tower. Lin Yi, accompanied by two female companions, descended from above, only to be greeted by three figures approaching from the opposite direction. His brows furrowed slightly as he thought, another ambush? First Nangong Ling, now Gao Jiping. Do these people have nothing better to do? Gao Jiping didn't address Lin Yi directly. Instead, he turned to Cheng Muqing with a cold smirk. "Cheng Muqing, surprised to see me? Rejecting me, Gao Jiping, and still dreaming of passing the 20th floor? Keep dreaming." Cheng Muqing was momentarily stunned, her face filled with confusion. She quickly explained to Lin Yi, "It's not like the Thes just a weirdo. I guess he's mad because I didn't team up with him, so now he's causing trouble." "I'm sorry, Lin Yi." Her eyes reflected both guilt and frustration. Lu Wanjing sighed helplessly and said with a soft snort, "I've heard before that the young master of the Gao family is impulsive. Seems the rumors aren't unfounded." Lin Yi suddenly understood the situation and gave Cheng Muqing a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, it's no big deal. Trash like this? Just kick it out of the way." As for Gao Jiping, Lin Yi didn't take him seriously at all, treating this encounter as just another minor episode in the trial tower. "What arrogance!" Gao Jiping shouted angrily. "Today, I'll personally eliminate all of you." As he spoke, the star emblem on his forehead began to glow, and summoning circles appeared one after another on the ground. Out of the formations emerged 5 formidable level 17 boss-tier pets: a shadow silver wolf, a striped giant tiger, an ice frost python, a black clawed bear, and a one-eyed giant. The spectators erupted in excitement. While Gao Jiping's behavior was childish, his strength was undeniable. When it came to combat, he didn't mess around. With such a powerful lineup, Lin Yi would have no choice but to take him on. Gao Jiping waved his hand and commanded coldly, "Crush them! Show them what real pain feels like." With a series of beastly roars, the 5 boss-tier pets charged toward Lin Yi and his companions. Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanjing's expressions shifted slightly. They hadn't expected Gao Jiping to be this strong. Lu Wanjing was already drawing her longbow, while Cheng Muqing's staff began to glow, both ready to fight at a moment's notice. But Lin Yi remained unusually calm. He said nonchalantly, "Beast taming? That's child's play." As he finished speaking, the staff in his hand began to emit a faint starlight. A massive summoning circle materialized on the ground, leaving everyone stunned. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, a thunderous roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry shattered the air. From within the summoning circle, a colossal figure slowly emerged. Its 20-meter-long body was covered in thick, golden scales. It was none other than a level 21 Saint Dragon. Saint Dragon Growth Stage. Level: LV21 Boss Tier Gold. HP: 2,523,971. Skills: Holy Dragon Breath, Rolling Impact, Earth Spike Assault, Razor Claw Tier. With over 2 million HP, enhanced by a fully maxed out beast taming skill, its health skyrocketed to a staggering 2.5 million. Lin Yi's eyes were sharp and commanding as he gave his order. "Xiao Jin, go. Crush them." While killing wasn't allowed, destroying these pets would be more than enough to make Gao Jiping pay a heavy price. With an earth-shaking dragon roar, the ferocious Saint Dragon charged forward. The boss-tier pets trembled in fear, except for the shadow silver wolf, which seemed unaffected. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The brutal clash between these creatures was a spectacle of sheer carnage, leaving onlookers breathless. Gao Jiping stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Lin Yi had actually summoned such a powerful pet. Gradually, he began to recognize the Saint Dragon's features. Adventurers who had pursued the Saint Dragon in the past had publicly released its illustrations. Although its level had increased and its appearance had changed, there were still traces of its former self. Impossible. How could the Saint Dragon be under his control? Gao Jipeng's eyes widened, his face full of bewilderment. When Lin Yi summoned the Saint Dragon, everyone was left speechless. Some spectators even dropped their drinks and snacks without realizing it. The shock was soul-piercing. Most had expected Lin Yi to use some other spell. Who would have thought he'd summoned such a terrifying boss-tier pet? Finally, someone in the crowd recognized the Saint Dragon. Wait, isn't that the Saint Dragon that appeared recently in the Soulbreak Mountains? How did it become this powerful? One person exclaimed. I heard the Blood Wolf mercenary group tried to capture it, but ended up being completely wiped out by the Shadow Demon Lord. A wave of gasps swept through the audience. If the Saint Dragon is with Lin Yi, does that mean Lin Yi is the Shadow Demon Lord? At that moment, everyone was utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the young man standing in the arena. That fearsome Shadow Demon Lord is actually Lin Yi. This shocking revelation hit everyone like a sledgehammer, leaving their hearts pounding. A low murmur rippled through the crowd as someone pointed out Lin Yi's lightning-fast casting speed, which was identical to that of the Shadow Demon Lord. Previously, some had speculated, based on the projection crystal, that the Shadow Demon Lord was young, likely under 20 years old, though many had been skeptical at the time. However, the moment Lin Yi summoned the sacred dragon, all doubts vanished into thin air. The more the onlookers thought about it, the more this theory seemed to make perfect sense. Faced with so much evidence, there could only be one conclusion. Lin Yi was the Shadow Demon Lord. This realization sent a collective gasp through the crowd. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, damn. Just how insanely powerful is Lin Yi to single-handedly wipe out the Blood Wolf mercenary group with such ease? What was even more astonishing was that Lin Yi's strength seemed to be growing at an alarming rate. A sharp-eyed observer pointed out, did anyone notice? Lin Yi's level increased by 4 in just 10 hours inside the trial tower. This revelation sparked yet another wave of astonishment. Someone in the crowd, brimming with excitement, declared, I've got a feeling this is going to be the most glorious celebration Jiangxing has ever seen. By now, the atmosphere in the trial tower plaza had reached a fever pitch. The enthusiasm and excitement were almost tangible, surging through the air as if they could shatter the heavens. Wang Dong's eyes were as wide as saucers, and finally, they filled with deep admiration for Lin Yi. He couldn't help but exclaim sincerely, Igu, you're absolutely incredible. Even the powerful figures in the crowd were taken aback by the thunderous cheers. They exchanged meaningful glances, equally stunned by the revelation that Lin Yi was the Shadow Demon Lord. Han Boyan shook his head with a wry smile and sighed. How many more surprises does this kid have in store for us? At this point, he had to admit that even though he had spent a fortune to help his son switch classes 6 months early, there was no way to compete with Lin Yi. They simply weren't on the same level, the gap was just too vast. But Han Boyan quickly adjusted his mindset. Well, it's a blessing for Jiangxing. It seems today we're going to see some long-standing records shattered. I wonder how far Lin Yi will climb. Will it be the 26th floor? The 27th? Or even higher? His perspective shifted swiftly. Since his own son couldn't compare, there was no point dwelling on it. Instead, he chose to look forward to Lin Yi bringing glory to Jiangxing. After all, in the upcoming national trials, Lin Yi would be representing Jiangxing. Having a broader perspective was crucial. In stark contrast, Gao Amping's mood was far from optimistic. When he saw Lin Yi summon the sacred dragon, he shot to his feet, his face dark and stormy. Through gritted teeth, he muttered, so it was this guy who destroyed the Blood Wolf mercenary group and took the sacred dragon hatchling. Unbelievable. His emotions churned like a storm. If it hadn't been for Lin Yi, that extraordinarily powerful sacred dragon would have belonged to Jiping. His resentment reached its peak. Sensing the tension, Han Boyan's gaze swept meaningfully across the crowd. With a serious tone, he declared, ladies and gentlemen, the top 3 talents entering the trial tower today will represent Jiangxing in the national trials. It is our duty to protect them. I expect them to remain unharmed during this period. Understood? Han Boyan's commanding aura spread instantly, making it hard for those around him to breathe. Even among platinum-ranked professionals, there were varying degrees of strength. As a level 58 platinum powerhouse, Han Boyan's authority as Jiangxing City Lord was unquestionable. Immediately, the surrounding dignitaries voiced their agreement. Cheng Batian and Lu Jiaoyang pounded their chests in assurance. Rest easy, City Lord. Anyone who dares harm Lin Yi or the others will be going against all of yous and they'll pay a heavy price. Their disapproving gazes shifted toward Gao Anping. Feeling the pressure, Gao Anping quickly suppressed any ill intentions that had begun to surface. He knew all too well that if he made one wrong move, the Gao family could face utter ruin. Taking a deep breath, he could only hope for a miracle. Otherwise, he would have to part with 4 pieces of platinum equipment. While the outside world buzzed with excitement, the battle within the trial tower's 20th floor raged on. The sacred dragon and the 5-leader level monsters engaged in a brutal fight, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, a scene that was both thrilling and terrifying. 2 of the weaker leader monsters were already gravely injured. The sacred dragon, demonstrating remarkable combat intelligence, focused its attacks on the weaker opponents. Suddenly, the shadow silver wolf unleashed a crescent-shaped energy blade, slashing at the sacred dragon's golden scales. The screeching shriek sound echoed as the blade left faint blood trails on the dragon's body, inflicting over 10,000 points of damage. Yet, with its staggering health pool of 2.5 million, the sacred dragon barely seemed phased. This was nothing more than a mosquito bite. With a thunderous roar, the sacred dragon launched a ferocious charge. Its golden claws swiped across the one-eyed giant, leaving a ghastly wound that exposed flesh and shattered bones. Even internal organs could be seen spilling out. The sheer brutality of the scene left the spectators gasping in horror. "That's terrifying," someone exclaimed. Gao Jipeng snapped out of his shock upon seeing the one-eyed giant's devastating injury. Realizing the dire situation, he made a decisive move, summoning another pet without hesitation. A level 17 golden leader monster appeared out of thin air, eliciting yet another round of astonished cries from the crowd. "My God! Another golden leader monster!" someone exclaimed. The strength of Gao Jipeng really is impressive. If it weren't for Lin Yi, he might have crushed the competition and taken first place. Even the young Lord Han Feng might not have stood a chance. But someone else quickly shook their head with regret. What a shame. He just had to provoke Lin Yi. Now it looks like Helby's stuck on the 20th floor. Even with Gao Jipeng playing his trump card, the crowd's confidence in Lin Yi remained unshaken. After all, Lin Yi himself had yet to cast a single spell. Now that they knew Lin Yi was the Shadow Demon Lord, the audience's faith in him only grew stronger. Lin Yi securing first place and setting a new record in Jiangqing's history is already a foregone conclusion. The only suspense that keeps everyone on edge is how far he will push through the trial tower. On the battlefield, a shadow shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. It was the Shadow Panther, its agile figure tracing a graceful arc in midair as it lunged toward the sacred dragon. Simultaneously, 5 other Lord-level monsters swiftly took their positions, forming a flawless 6-pointed star formation with their combined might. A glint of triumph flashed in Gao Jipeng's eyes as he shouted, "Activate the power of the hexagram." In an instant, the 6 Lorder pets radiated a dazzling starlight, intertwining into a breathtaking sea of brilliance. This surge of energy erupted like a tidal wave, instantly elevating their aura to an unprecedented level. Roar! The 6 Lorder pets let out a deafening roar in unison, shaking the heavens as they unleashed a ferocious assault on the sacred dragon. The battle quickly escalated into an intense back-and-forth struggle, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect Gao Jipeng to have such a trick up his sleeve." While the sacred dragon could still prevail, it would come at a considerable cost. He took a single, deliberate step forward, a seemingly ordinary movement that instantly sent the spectators into an uproar. Lin Yi is going to step in personally. Finally, we get to see his true strength. Gao Jipeng is in real trouble now. Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanning's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lu Wanning, in particular, was filled with curiosity, as her impression of Lin Yi was still rooted in his early days as a novice mage. Lin Yi's expression remained calm, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. The abyssal staff in his hand began to emit an enigmatic, misty glow. "Fog formation," he murmured, and in an instant, a gray, oppressive mist engulfed the battlefield like the breath of death itself. The 6 powerful pets suddenly froze in place, their eyes glowing a menacing blood red. The next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. They began to attack each other with unrestrained savagery. The Shadow Panther pounced on the Cyclops, its razor-sharp claws tearing deep, bone-revealing gashes into its target. The spectral Silver Wolf unleashed a series of silver-white energy blades, nearly slicing the Frost Serpent in two. Chaos erupted across the battlefield. Panic overtook Gao Jipeng as he desperately tried to command his pets through his mental link, but it was futile. His once obedient and loyal companions were now like frenzied beasts, utterly ignoring his every command. Why is this happening? What's going on? Gao Jipeng's heart ached as he watched his beloved pets tear into each other. Lin Yi smirked coldly, gesturing for the sacred dragon to retreat temporarily. Raising his staff once more, this time the abyssal staff blazed with a brilliant crimson light. The surrounding air seemed to ignite, and the sky turned a fiery red. Purple flame meteor. Lin Yi intoned decisively. In an instant, dozens of enormous flaming meteors materialized out of thin air, descending from the heavens like divine retribution. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed relentlessly as the ground was pounded into massive craters. Flames surged skyward, and searing heat waves rolled through the battlefield. 613,250, 624,512, 602,781. The terrifying damage numbers flashed incessantly, and the 6 Lorder pets were obliterated in the apocalyptic onslaught. Even the 2 gold-ranked elite Lord pets were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. A stunned silence blanketed the scene as everyone stared in disbelief. They had only ever seen Lin Yi use purple flame meteor to clear ordinary monsters, but now they truly understood the devastating power of this skill. Gao Jiping stood frozen, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. The heir of one of Jiangqing's 4 great families had been utterly defeated and even reduced to tears. The sight was both astonishing and oddly comical. Bathed in the glow of the roaring flames, Lin Yi's figure appeared towering and indomitable. Every gaze was fixed on him, filled with awe and reverence. And yet, this was only the beginning of his display of strength. The sound of Gao Jiping's anguished cries echoed through the 20th floor of the trial tower. His eyes were bloodshot, and tears streamed down his face like broken strings of pearls. "My shadow silver wolf, my dark panther." His voice was choked with emotion, barely able to form words. To him, these pets meant more than anything in the world. The Gao family had spared no expense, gifting him 6 Lord-level pets, each worth a fortune comparable to several pieces of platinum-grade equipment. The crowd witnessing the scene was momentarily stunned before bursting into uproarious laughter. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my God, did I just see that?" Gao Jiping was actually reduced to tears by Lin Yi. Another chimed in, "This is insane. I'm dying of laughter, definitely the funniest thing I've seen all year." One of Jiangqing's 4 major families, the prestigious Gao family, had produced what could only be described as a man-child. The absurdity of the scene instantly lightened the tense atmosphere on the trial tower plaza, as the crowd, overwhelmed by the intense events earlier, welcomed this unexpected comic relief. Standing at a distance, Gao Onping's face darkened like a storm cloud. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. He recalled how, as a child, Gao Jiping would cry when things didn't go his way, but never had he disgraced himself like this in public. Useless brat. Disgraceful son. Gao Onping trembled with rage, his chest heaving as if he might explode on the spot. At that moment, Lu Jiaoyang and Cheng Batian exchanged a knowing look, then mockingly imitated Gao Onping's tone. "My son Jiping will surely amaze you all." Lu teased. Cheng followed up laughing, "Old Gao, your son has indeed surprised us, just not in the way you might have hoped." Hearing this, Gao Onping felt a surge of fury clog his chest. His face turned from red to pale blue as if he might faint. He shot the 2 men a venomous glare before mounting his steed and storming away, unable to endure the humiliation any longer. Cheng Batian called out after him, "And don't forget the 4 pieces of platinum equipment you owe us. Make sure they're delivered before the trial ends." Gao Onping staggered midair at the reminder, nearly falling from his mount. This gamble had been a devastating loss. Not only had he forfeited 6 Lord-level pets, but he now had to pay out 4 pieces of platinum-grade equipment, a blow that would set the Gao family back a decade, possibly relegating them to the weakest of Jiangqing's 4 great families. "Fine. You'll have them soon," Gao Onping said through gritted teeth before disappearing into the horizon. Lu Jiaoyang and Cheng Batian exchanged triumphant smiles, their mood soaring. "Not bad, not bad. 2 for Lin Yi, and 1 for each of our daughters." They burst into hearty laughter, drawing envious looks from the onlookers. It was clear to all that Lin Yi shared a close bond with Cheng Muqing and Lu Wangqing, making him a likely candidate to marry into one of their families. Given Lin Yi's incredible potential, he was destined to become at least a legendary-level powerhouse, perhaps even a god-tier one. With Lin Yi on their side, the Cheng and Lu families were poised for meteoric success. Inside the 20th floor of the trial tower, Lin Yi stood before the sobbing and broken Gao Jiping, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. A grown man crying like a child, it was truly unbecoming. But Lin Yi had no intention of letting him off easy. Gao Jiping had to pay for his arrogance. "Arc Surge!" Lin Yi shouted, and blue lightning crackled from his abyssal staff. The rarely used spell unleashed its full destructive force. Crackle! The arc shot through the air, wrapping around Gao Jiping and his 2 companions. Under Lin Yi's precise control, the electric currents devoured their health like a ravenous beast. Terrified, Gao Jiping abruptly stopped crying, fumbling to use life-saving tools and skills. But it was all in vain. The power of the arc far surpassed that of bronze-tier attacks, dealing over 100,000 points of damage. Lin Yi's precise control left the trio on the brink of death, their health perpetually hovering near zero. Whenever they managed to recover a sliver of vitality, the arc would swiftly drain it away again. Gao Jiping's face was filled with despair. If this continued, He would have no choice but to quit the trial tower, as his injuries would become irreparable. Regret consumed him. If he could turn back time, he would slap himself silly for his earlier arrogance. Why had he tried to show off? Why had he invited this disaster upon himself? All he had wanted was to breeze through the 21st floor and make Cheng Muqing regret rejecting him. Instead, it was he who now regretted everything, his pride shattered beyond repair. As Gao Jiping and his companions dissolved into motes of light, Lin Yi felt a wave of satisfaction. Cheng Muqing and Lu Wangqing's admiration for him reached new heights, their affection for him deepening quietly. A man like Lin Yi, handsome, powerful, and kind, was a rare gem not just in Jiangsheng, but throughout all of Huaxia. They both knew they had to hold on to him tightly. Their eyes met briefly, and in that instant, they each read the other's determination. Humph, Lin Yi is mine, they both thought in unison. Sensing the tension, Lin Yi quickly smiled and said, let's keep going. With Gao Jiping no longer in their way, the floor's guardian boss posed no challenge for Lin Yi. The holy dragon alone was enough to bring it to its knees, let alone with Lin Yi's magic at play. After casting a few spells, they cleared the level with ease. This time, the crowd was less shocked. After all, Lin Yi had just obliterated 6 Lord-level pets of feat that made clearing the 20th floor seem almost mundane. But their excitement quickly reignited. The 21st floor was the current highest record in Jiangxing, and the city's young lord, Han Feng, was currently battling there. The secret class of Dragonblade swordsmen was indeed formidable, but even so, taking on a level 21 gold-tier boss solo was no small feat. Typically, a boss's stats were 30 times those of regular monsters. The Purple Lord monster possesses attributes 50 times greater than ordinary monsters, while the Golden Lord monster's attributes surpass those of regular monsters by a staggering hundredfold. This immense disparity in strength makes challenging a Golden Lord monster of the same level incredibly difficult. Those who succeed are without exception extraordinary individuals. Han Feng was one such individual, standing on the brink of greatness yet falling just short. He had lost count of how many times he had challenged the gatekeeping Lord monster. His best attempt only managed to reduce its health by 50. Witnessing this, everyone couldn't help but marvel at the formidable difficulty of the 21st level. Someone mentioned Gao Jiping, sparking a wave of agreement. If not for his arrogance, he might have been the one to break through this stage as an extraordinary beast tamer. After all, he had made it this far with only a level 17 strength. Now, all hopes rested on Lin Yi. Based on the strength he had demonstrated, the 21st level seemed within his reach. Everyone eagerly anticipated him surpassing Gao Jiping, though there was also concern that Han Feng might try to interfere again. Lin Yi continued to methodically accumulate experience. As the difficulty increased, relying solely on the 2 women to draw enemy fire was no longer sufficient. He brought out the sacred dragon to join the fight. The 4 of them, alongside the dragon, fought with all their might. Purple flames rained down continuously, and the log updated rapidly. Defeated level 21 Bloodclaw Tiger, gained 19 experience points. Defeated level 21 Earth Brown Bear, gained 23 experience points. Lin Yi's experience bar climbed rapidly. Before long, a radiant white glow enveloped him. Level increased to LV26. Lin Yi's mental attribute surged again, enhancing the power of all his skills. Cheng Muqing and Lu Wangqing also leveled up, both reaching LV20. The crowd watching was filled with envy. A short-haired woman couldn't help but exclaim, if Lin Yi agrees to be my boyfriend, I'll find him 100 girlfriends. The men around were green with envy. Many struggled to find even one girlfriend. Yet Lin Yi could easily attract countless admirers. The crowd buzzed with discussion, every move Lin Yi made drawing attention. When he flew toward the endpoint with Cheng Muqing and Lu Wangqing, countless envious gazes followed them. Finally, Lin Yi set off for the location of the gatekeeping Lord Monster, a moment that gripped everyone's hearts. Over there, the young city Lord Han Feng was still battling. People wondered if these 2 remaining teams would cross paths. As Lin Yi moved swiftly, the endpoint of the 21st level drew closer. It was a unique expanse of ice, covered in seemingly eternal frost. Walking on it, one could clearly see their reflection. The moment they stepped onto the ice field, a thin layer of frost formed on Lin Yi and his companions, slightly slowing them down and stiffening their movements. Beneath the thick ice lay the final gatekeeping Lord Monster, the Ice Wyrm. Surprisingly, Lin Yi encountered no interference from other competitors on his way. When they reached the ice field, they saw Han Feng and his 2 teammates resting. Han Feng was gulping down a health potion. Sensing someone approaching, he didn't pay much attention at first. His thoughts were simple. If someone wanted to break through, they should rely on their own strength. Interfering with others wouldn't make one a hero. He kept his eyes closed to rest until Lin Yi and his group drew near. Then, he opened them, his gaze landing on the trio. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Han Feng grew cautious. Cheng Muqing, Lu Wangqing, but who is this man? He was familiar with Cheng Muqing and Lu Waning's abilities and knew that, despite their secretive professions, their levels weren't high enough to make it here on their own. There was only one explanation: the man before him was exceptionally powerful. Since when did Jiang City produce such a figure? Could he be a hidden genius nurtured by a prominent family? With this thought, Han Feng decided to extend a friendly gesture. I am Han Feng. May I ask for your distinguished name? As the young city lord of Jiang City and a future leader, Han Feng's composure far exceeded that of someone like Gao Jiping. Lin Yi was slightly surprised. No trouble this time? After dealing with troublemakers like Nangong Ling and Gao Jiping, encountering someone rational was indeed unexpected. To secure his position in the top 3, Nangong Ling resorted to the despicable tactic of blocking others from advancing. Meanwhile, Gao Jiping, much like a spoiled child, began provoking Lin Yi's team for no apparent reason after learning of Cheng Muqing's presence. In stark contrast, Han Feng stood out as someone entirely different. This young man, with his broad perspective, disdained using underhanded methods to disrupt others. Clearly, when it came to raising a son, Han Boyan had far more foresight than Gao Amping. Lin Yi, I've heard much about the young city lord. Han Feng greeted Lin Yi first, his tone polite and respectful. The two exchanged pleasantries, but the awkward atmosphere was hard to miss. In truth, Han Feng had never heard of Lin Yi's name before, while Lin Yi only knew a little about Han Feng through Cheng Batian. Watching the scene unfold, Han Boyan could only sigh and shake his head with a wry smile, relieved that his son wasn't as rash as Gao Jiping. Breaking the silence, Han Feng proposed, Brother Lin, why don't you give it a try? Having just completed his own challenge, he was still recovering but saw this as an opportunity to observe Lin Yi's strength. Though Han Feng appeared humble, his pride remained unyielding. In his view, having transitioned half a year earlier, his position as Jiang City's best was indisputable. If even he couldn't break through, then Lin Yi stood no chance. Still, he offered a friendly reminder. The ice WIRMS attacks are quite tricky. It can suddenly emerge from beneath the ice, so be cautious and dodge carefully. Lin Yi nodded in appreciation, forming a favorable impression of Han Feng. Thank you for the advice, Brother Han. We'll give it a shot. Even Lin Yi couldn't hide his excitement. Breaking past this level meant making history in Jiang City, as no one had ever defeated the Guardian boss beyond the 21st floor. According to the rules, each successful challenge yielded equipment tailored to the challenger. With his level rapidly increasing, Lin Yi's current gear had become outdated and badly needed an upgrade. Lin Yi gazed at the vast icy expanse before him, sensing a massive presence stirring beneath the surface. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Cheng Muqing and her companion, speaking softly, let's go. The two women obediently followed, and the trio stepped into the challenge circle together. The sight left Han Feng and his companions dumbfounded. Han Chang exclaimed, they're being so reckless. Entering without any preparation? That's pure folly. Han Li nodded in agreement, exactly. Even the young city lord wouldn't dare charge in like that. He's just an ordinary mage. Where does he get the confidence to challenge it hidden? I'd wager he won't last a minute before being defeated. Han Feng, however, shook his head slowly. Not necessarily. Lin Yi gives me a different impression. He might even be stronger than Nangong Ling and Gao Jiping. Even if it's his first attempt, he should at least be able to reduce the ice WIRMS health by 30. Han Chang and Han Li were stunned. They hadn't expected the young city lord to hold Lin Yi in such high regard. After all, when Han Feng first challenged the ice WIRM, he had only managed to reduce its health by 35. It was only after repeated attempts and adjustments that he gradually improved, though even his best effort only brought the boss down to 60 of its health. Defeating it remained a distant goal, as the lower the boss' health, the more ferocious its attacks became. A truly grueling phase of the battle. Han Chang scoffed, impossible. At most, he'll manage 20. You're overestimating him, young city lord. Han Feng chuckled lightly. Let's wait and see. While they didn't fully understand Lin Yi's true capabilities, the spectators were already convinced. Lin Yi clearing the 21st floor was a foregone conclusion. The only question was how long it would take. The trial tower plaza buzzed with discussion. I bet he'll do it in under a minute. With an average level 21 gold tier boss, its health is around 2 million, and its magic resistance is extremely high. Even for Lin Yi, it can't be that quick. Don't forget about the Holy Dragon. That ice WIRM is in for a rough time. I'm guessing 30 seconds. Speculations flew back and forth. Aside from a few skeptics, nearly everyone believed Lin Yi would succeed. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and his two companions had reached the center of the icy plain. Hiss. Cheng Muqing drew in a sharp breath as the cold grew even more intense. Fortunately, a warm, gentle holy light enveloped them, providing some comfort. Be careful, Lin Yi said, his staff glowing as he summoned a sky shield that enveloped him like an eggshell. He could feel the ice WIRM lurking beneath the surface, ready to break through at any moment. Step by step, Lin Yi advanced toward the center, intending to lure the ice WIRM out. Han Feng, watching from a distance, was astonished. Lin Yi appeared utterly unguarded, fully exposing himself to the ice WYRM. How can he be so bold? Han Feng thought, stunned. In his experience, his team would always take a defensive stance, waiting for the ice WYRM to lose patience. Lin Yi's proactive approach seemed reckless, risking losing his combat effectiveness in an instant. But then, in the next moment, Han Feng's eyes widened in shock, his expression filled with disbelief. Beneath Lin Yi's feet, a cracking sound echoed sharp and clear, like a massive hammer striking the ice. The thick surface shattered in an instant, and a massive, snow-white figure emerged with an ear-piercing screech, lunging straight at Lin Yi. The creature was over 20 meters long, its girth requiring 4 people to encircle it. It resembled a white train, with dense, stubby tendrils writhing beneath its body. Its numerous compound eyes gleamed with malice, and its segmented, bulging body exuded a menacing presence. The ice WYRM had finally appeared, and its ferocity surpassed everyone's expectations. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing almost let out startled screams. Just as Han Feng thought Lin Yi's fate was sealed, an immense array of light suddenly blossomed beneath Lin Yi's feet. Accompanied by a deafening dragon roar, a holy dragon emerged with a mighty presence, its tail sweeping the frost worm high into the air. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled like lightning as he swiftly analyzed the frost worm's attributes. Frost worm. Level: LV-21 Lord Class Monster. HP: 2,138,247. Skills: Frost Breath, Worm Sonic Wave, Ice Resistance. This frost worm might be a headache for others, but for me, the hardest part was forcing it to appear. If it had stayed hidden beneath the ice, it would have been troublesome indeed, Lin Yi thought to himself, his hands moving without hesitation. The abyssal staff in his hand began to gather an intense concentration of wind elements. Emerald green streams of wind intertwined, forming a terrifying wind blade 10 meters long, spinning at high speed. Even just witnessing it sent chills down one's spine. Whoosh! Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the emerald green whirlwind spun violently, as if tearing the void itself, roaring as it slashed toward the frost worm locked in combat with the holy dragon. Slash! The sound of flesh tearing echoed across the icy plains. The frost worm was nearly cleaved in half, a massive gash splitting its body wide open, white fluid spraying out like a torrential rain. 915,312. The staggering damage number flashed, wiping out nearly half of the frost worm's health. Lin Yi smirked slightly, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Good thing this worm has decent magic resistance and can withstand critical hits. Otherwise, the damage would have far exceeded 910,000. However, outside the battlefield, Han Feng and the others were utterly dumbfounded. The sword in Han Feng's hand slowly dropped, accidentally poking Han Chang's foot, though he didn't even notice. It wasn't until Han Chang let out a yelp of pain that the trio snapped back to reality. When did frost worms become so feeble? That gash alone is proof that Lin Yi's attack shaved off at least 45 of the worm's health. Is this guy even human? Han Chang was utterly shaken. Han Feng coughed lightly and asked in a teasing tone, Han Chang, what was it you said earlier? That Lin Yi could only take off 20 of the worm's health at most? Han Chang forced a bitter smile and retorted, didn't you say he could only manage 30? Did I say that? Han Feng feigned confusion, as if he had no recollection. Han Li, standing nearby, quickly chimed in, I don't recall the young city lord saying that. Han Chang, wasn't it you who made that claim? Hearing this, Han Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. You sly devil. Twisting words just to curry favor. Han Chang understood that this was simply the young city lord's way of expressing astonishment. They had struggled for so long, barely managing to chip away at the frost worm's health. Yet Lin Yi, with a single strike, had nearly halved it. The gap between them was nothing short of an abyss. Han Feng's expression grew complex. He had thought himself to be the undisputed number one in this generation of Jiang City. But Lin Yi's sudden rise had crushed his pride. Reflecting on his earlier judgment that Lin Yi stood no chance of passing the trial, he now found it laughable. Lin Yi's stunning performance had once again shattered the spirits of Jiang City's so-called geniuses. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Yi is about to clear the 21st floor, isn't he? Not just the 21st floor, might go even higher. At this moment, Han Feng was filled with both admiration and envy. Despite having transitioned to his advanced class 6 months earlier, he was still no match for Lin Yi. What more could he say? He was simply outclassed. The audience was equally stunned, though having already witnessed Lin Yi's earlier feats, they managed to maintain a somewhat steadier composure. Watching from the sidelines, Nangong Ling felt his spirits lift as he noticed Han Feng's dejected demeanor. He even began to accept his own defeat. Look at Han Feng's face. Compared to that, my reaction is perfectly normal. Aside from that monster Lin Yi, am still a genius in Jiang City, Nangong Ling thought, his gaze growing more determined and resolute. As the crowd watched the still unfolding battle, everyone stood up in excitement. It was clear to all Lin Yi was about to break Jiang City's long-standing record. Even the most influential figures in the city couldn't hide their quickened breathing. How many years has it been? Someone's finally going to shatter Jiang City's record. In this moment, Lin Yi became the beacon of hope in everyone's eyes. Amid the crowd's fervent attention, the Holy Dragon launched a relentless barrage of attacks, preventing the worm from retreating back into the ice. Meanwhile, Lin Yi effortlessly continued his spellcasting. Hell Imprint. Whirlwind Slash. In the next instant, the wind blade roared as it spun, slicing through the air. Enhanced by the Hell Imprint, the wind blade extended to 20 meters in length, nearly matching the frost worm's massive body. This time, the spinning wind blade didn't strike horizontally, it cleaved down vertically. The 20-meter-long wind blade, sharp beyond compare, carved a 100-meter-long gash across the icy surface before striking the frost worm directly. Rip. The sound was like fabric being torn apart. Under the wind blade's might, the frost worm's enormous body was neatly split in two along its spine. 1,813,517. An astronomical damage number flashed, instantly depleting the frost worm's remaining health. The white fluid gushed out like mist, covering the icy plains in a layer of frost. In less than 10 seconds, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yi had slain the frost worm. The 21st floor of the trial tower was cleared, breaking a record that had stood in Jiang City for decades. This is unbelievable. At that moment, the entire city erupted into an unparalleled celebration. At the plaza of the trial tower, the spectators and the citizens of Jiangxing, following the event through live broadcasts, were all brimming with excitement. The historical record of the trial tower had finally been broken. For every city, the trial tower is not just a symbol of identity but also a measure of strength. The higher the record, the more exceptional the city's talents, and the brighter its future. For decades, Jiangxing's trial tower record had stagnated at the 21st floor, ranking near the bottom among neighboring cities. Ever since Han Boyan took office, he had been determined to change this situation, sparing no expense and even arranging for his son, Han Feng, to switch professions early in hopes of restoring Jiangxing's prestige. Although this hope was not fulfilled by Han Feng, it was accomplished in one fell swoop by Lin Yi. Han Boyan couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, his eyes gleaming with joy. Regardless of who broke the record, Jiangxing had become more radiant because of it. In this era dominated by monsters, having a strong protector is undoubtedly the greatest reassurance. And Lin Yi, a peerless prodigy, is destined to be a future powerhouse. Lin Shen, Shadow Demon Lord, Shadow Demon Lord. The cheers celebrating Lin Yi's record-breaking feat echoed across the city. People wept tears of joy, embraced one another, and laughed uncontrollably. On every street corner, voices of admiration could be heard. I knew Lin Shen could do it. He really did it. He really did it. I never thought I'd live to see Jiangxing's trial tower record broken with my own eyes. This kid is extraordinary. Absolutely incredible. From today on, Lin Shen is my only idol. Exactly. Anyone who dares to slander Lin Shen will have to answer to me. On the 21st floor of the trial tower, Han Feng stood in stunned silence as he witnessed the ice WYRM fall at Lin Yi's feet. His mind was a complete blank. Though he had sensed Lin Yi's potential to pass this level when he first unleashed the whirlwind blade, seeing it with his own eyes still left him utterly speechless. For the first time, Han Feng felt genuine admiration for a peer, even a touch of reverence. Having once faced the ice WYRM himself, he knew all too well how terrifying it was. Yet, against Lin Yi, this formidable foe stood no chance. The gap between them was undeniable. A moment later, a sense of relief flashed across Han Feng's eyes. The immense burden on his shoulders had finally been lifted. His father had sacrificed so much for Jiangxing to break the record, and Han Feng had given his all, but the pressure had often been suffocating. Now, with Lin Yi's success, Han Feng felt an unprecedented sense of ease. He even thought that perhaps he might have a chance to challenge the 21st floor himself one day. Nearby, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanning were equally overjoyed. They gazed at the young figure standing beside the fallen monster, their eyes filled with awe. At this moment, Lin Yi occupied their every thought. Lin Yi himself wasn't overly emotional, though he wasn't indifferent either. After all, breaking Jiangxing's historical record was something to be proud of. However, compared to his ultimate goal of conquering the entire trial tower, this achievement was just a stepping stone. A faint smile graced his lips as he thought, this is only the beginning. Suddenly, a piece of equipment enveloped in golden light appeared, hovering midair. It was the trial tower's reward for the first clear of this level. Without hesitation, Lin Yi retrieved it. It was a pair of boots, adorned with intricate black and gold cloud patterns. Boots of the victor. Grade: gold. Attributes: agility 600, movement speed 20, casting interruption chance 75. Skill: burrow technique. Seeing the stats of the boots of the victor, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. A whopping 600-point agility boost was equivalent to leveling up. The significant increase in movement speed, combined with the 75 reduction in casting interruption chance, would substantially enhance his combat capabilities. Not to mention the burrow technique, which further improved his survivability. Without hesitation, Lin Yi swapped out his Phantom Strider boots. While the Phantom Scout ability was decent, it paled in comparison to the boots of the victor. If the rewards on the 21st floor are this impressive, I can't wait to see what surprises lie ahead. Lin Yi felt a surge of determination, eager to climb higher and claim even greater rewards. With that thought, Lin Yi turned to Han Feng outside the light barrier and said with a smile, "Brother Han, I'll go on ahead." Han Feng, now recovered from his shock, responded with renewed resolve, "Brother Lin, I'll catch up soon." Lin Yi offered a calm smile. Then, accompanied by Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanning, stepped into the next level of the trial tower. As this scene unfolded, the citizens of Jiangcheng, still immersed in their celebratory fervor, began to regain their composure. A shared question arose in their hearts. What is Lin Shun's true limit? Is it the 26th floor, or even beyond? Could he possibly clear the entire trial tower? As they entertained this near-miraculous possibility, a wave of dreamlike anticipation surged within them, only to be quickly tempered by a sense of disbelief. They shook their heads, almost unwilling to trust their own imagination. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lin Yi exclaimed inwardly, though a flicker of anticipation glimmered in his heart. In Jiangcheng, the crowd held their breath, their eyes fixed on the trial tower, ready to witness the limits of their revered Lin Shun. Lin Yi, accompanied by Cheng Muqing and another remarkable companion, stepped into the 22nd floor. The familiar leveling up routine unfolded once again. Despite his eagerness to clear the stages and acquire new gear, Lin Yi remained patient. The people of Jiangcheng had also learned to wait. They understood that the more Lin Yi accumulated now, the higher he would ascend in the future. Drawing enemies, casting purple flame meteor, and repeating the cyclite was a seemingly monotonous process. Yet in Lin Yi's hands, it flowed effortlessly like a well-rehearsed symphony. The trio worked in perfect harmony, their movements seamless and synchronized. Each time the experience points increased, Lin Yi's lips curled into a faint smile, savoring the steady progress toward shattering new limits. Finally, the flame-scaled beast, the boss monster guarding the 22nd floor, fell under their combined efforts. Though stronger than the ice worm from earlier levels, it was still no match for Lin Yi. He did it. Lin Shun is still going. The crowd erupted into jubilant cheers, their excitement shaking the very ground beneath them. The reward for clearing the floor was a piece of golden equipment, the Victor's Bracer. Its attributes far surpassed the Crocodile Fong Bracers, offering 10 times the health and mana bonuses and granting the Victory Guardian skill. Lin Yi instantly realized this was part of the Victor's set, and once complete, it would undoubtedly bring an incredible boost to his power. Equipping the new gear, Lin Yi led his team forward with steady determination. The 23rd, 24th, and 25th floors fell in succession. With each victory, the people of Jiangcheng erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. From sunrise to moonrise, their enthusiasm remained undiminished. Suddenly, a burst of white light radiated from Lin Yi had leveled up to 27. Along with this achievement came 3 new pieces of the Victor's set: gloves, a hat, and a belt. Each item brought significant enhancements, but the hat trick skill was particularly impressive, instantly boosting Lin Yi's explosive power by 50. With renewed excitement, Lin Yi led his team into the 26th floor. However, the sight before them caused everyone to hold their breath. 2 golden boss monsters, both at level 26, stood in their path. This unexpected challenge left everyone wondering, how would Lin Yi overcome this trial? The male and female blazing sawtooth tigers, both at level 26 and classified as Lordier monsters, boast a staggering health pool of 7,135,631 each. These 2 fearsome beasts stood on the crimson earth of Flame Mountain, their bodies engulfed in blazing red flames. Every step they took left scorch marks on the ground. The sheer power of a single tiger was overwhelming, but together, their combined might was unimaginable. The citizens of Jiang City watched the scene unfold with bated breath, their hearts gripped with tension. They saw Lin Yi standing alone against the 2 monstrous creatures, unable to suppress their worry for him. Yet, to their surprise, Lin Yi's expression remained calm, relaxed, even with a hint of excitement. For him, this was finally a worthy challenge, an opponent that would push him to his limits. Stay back for now, Lin Yi softly instructed Cheng Muqing and the others by his side, before stepping forward on his own. The 2 sawtooth tigers let out deafening roars, their sharp fangs glinting menacingly. They moved to flank Lin Yi, one on each side, preparing to attack. Suddenly, a powerful sonic wave erupted from them, a force that would leave ordinary people dazed and incapacitated in an instant. But Lin Yi reacted swiftly. The moment he felt the faintest discomfort, he cast a spell. Immunity Dispel. A radiant white glow enveloped Lin Yi, dispelling the effects of the sonic wave. Without hesitation, he followed up with Netherwing, and a pair of broad black wings unfurled behind him. He soared into the air effortlessly, evading the coordinated strike of the two tigers. Flames erupted from the sawtooth tigers' mouths, but Lin Yi quickly summoned the Sky Shield. A shimmering silver barrier formed around him, blocking the Inferno completely. Despite the relentless barrage of attacks, Lin Yi remained composed, carefully observing and waiting for the right moment to launch his counteroffensive. At last, he created some distance between himself and the tigers. "Now it's my turn, little kitties," Lin Yi sneered, summoning his holy dragon. The massive, pale golden creature materialized, its level 23 power sufficient to hold the tigers at bay for a while. Gray mist began to emanate from Lin Yi's staff, spreading rapidly and enveloping the two tigers. "Fog array," he shouted. The tigers' eyes turned blood red, and they began to attack each other in a frenzy. Blood splattered onto the scorching ground, evaporating instantly. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yi started gathering his magical energy. Crimson light radiated from his staff as he chanted, "Purple Flame Meteor." A massive flaming meteor descended from the sky, crashing into the two frenzied tigers with devastating force. 715,256. 709,215. The damage numbers floated in the air, representing over 10% of the tiger's health wiped out in an instant. But Lin Yi wasn't satisfied. Shaking his head, he prepared to unleash his true trump card, his recently fused Silverdeer skill, Earth Prison. His abyssal staff channeled an intense concentration of earth energy, forming a shimmering golden barrier. The crowd erupted in excitement as they witnessed the spectacle. Those familiar with such abilities instantly recognized the power of a Silverdeer skill, gasping in astonishment. Lin Yi has already mastered a Silverdeer skill. Cheers broke out among the onlookers. "We might actually stand a chance now," Han Boyan, overcome with emotion, exclaimed. This kid Lin Yi is truly limitless in potential. Not even when Han Feng reached the 21st level had he felt this exhilarated. As Lin Yi's attacks continued to overwhelm the sawtooth tigers, the heavy weight that had been pressing on Han Feng's heart at last began to lift. After 2 hours of fierce battle, he finally defeated the ice worm. Lin Yi's achievement once again stunned the crowd. Though few could aspire to his level, this victory was undeniably exhilarating. As Han Boyan's voice rang out, the words, "Seed Candidate," exploded like thunder, shaking everyone present, especially the influential figures in the audience. The crowd, initially caught up in the excitement of Lin Yi's continuous breakthroughs, almost missed this crucial announcement. Han Boyan's reminder was like a cold splash of water, instantly pulling everyone back to reality. Signs of the merging of two worlds had begun to emerge, and the Huaxia nation acted swiftly, deciding to hold a nationwide trial to select unparalleled talents. Han Boyan continued to explain that the trials in Jiangsheng were merely the prelude. Next came the main city professional tournament, culminating in the National Trial Championship. If Lin Yi could conquer the 26th floor, he would be directly promoted to a seed candidate, bypassing the main city tournament and advancing straight to the national finals. This revelation stirred a wave of excited murmurs among the crowd. Huaxia was divided into 5 major cities: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Qilin. Each main city governed nearly a fifth of the nation's territory. Jiangsheng, a mere small city under the jurisdiction of White Tiger City, was now on the verge of producing a peerless talent capable of competing in the national trials. Such a notion would have been unthinkable in the past. While Wang Jinyan, Han Feng, and others still had a chance to compete in the main city professional tournament, their success was far from guaranteed. At this moment, all hopes were pinned on Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, you have to succeed." The tension in the air spread like wildfire. As everyone held their breath, Lin Yi completed the casting of his Earth Prison skill in an instant. Boom! Within a 200-meter radius, dense and sharp earthen spikes formed from concentrated earth elements, creating a terrifying cage that enclosed the entire area. Simultaneously, massive earth-colored hands emerged from the ground, each spanning tens of meters wide. In comparison, the jagged-toothed tigers seemed like mere toys. These colossal hands gripped the two flame, jagged-toothed tigers tightly, leaving them with no escape. The Earth Prison's 9-second immobilization was inescapable unless the giant hands were destroyed. Squelch, squelch. Sharp earthen spikes pierced from all directions, penetrating the bodies of the two flame, jagged-toothed tigers and leaving horrifying wounds. This was merely the first wave of the Earth Assault's triple strike. 1,402,153, 1,419,127, 1,395,794. Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanning stared wide-eyed at the string of damage numbers. Every time people thought Lin Yi had reached his limit, he would deliver yet another astonishing surprise. The two women were rendered speechless, their gazes fixed on Lin Yi's tall, commanding figure. Lin Yi himself was inwardly amazed. The power of the Earth Prison, used for the first time, exceeded his expectations. He had initially worried that 9 seconds of immobilization might not be enough to secure the prison's integrity, but now he realized his concerns were unnecessary. Unless his opponents were extraordinarily powerful, they would be forced to endure the full brunt of the Earth Assault's triple strike. However, this also meant Lin Yi couldn't attack directly during those 9 seconds. But after enduring consecutive waves of attacks, the two jagged-toothed tigers were already on the brink of collapse. As the Earth Prison dissipated, Lin Yi unleashed his prepared purple flame meteor. Boom, boom, boom. The flaming meteors obliterated the freshly freed jagged-toothed tigers, reducing their health bars to 0 and turning them to ash. Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. Everything had gone so smoothly. The crowd, initially silent, erupted as they witnessed Lin Yi crush the two golden leader-tier beasts. Their admiration for him reached an unprecedented peak. Lin God is unstoppable. My goodness, I can't believe what I just saw. Who would have thought our Jiangsheng would produce a true dragon like Lin God? Do you think Lin God could create a miracle and clear the entire trial tower? At these words, the entire venue fell silent. Is that even possible? I believe in Lin God. To me, he is the very definition of a miracle. The crowd erupted again, their hopes quietly pinned on Lin Yi to achieve the impossible. Meanwhile, as Lin Yi cleared the 26th floor, far away in the White Tiger main city's Trial Tower Management Centera Grand Hall with a starry dome, numerous miniature trial towers were arranged in the center. Some stood nearly a meter tall, while others were less than half a meter, totaling thousands in number. Around the trial towers, over 100 powerful trial officials, all platinum-ranked, diligently monitored the status of each tower. This was an annual event where representatives from various factions gathered to observe. Any discovery of an exceptional talent would result in immediate attempts to recruit them. This year, however, with the drastic shifts in the world's balance, the Huaxia Nation's Elder Council had issued an order to spare no effort in uncovering talent, making this year's trials more significant than ever before. Occasionally, a trial tower would emit a dazzling light, drawing everyone's attention. This signified that a challenger within the tower had reached a certain level, at least the 26th floor, which was the threshold for triggering the tower's glow. When such an event occurred, a report was immediately made, and personnel were dispatched to the corresponding city to grant the challenger seed candidate status or even recruit them outright. However, most glowing towers were among the taller ones, and it was rare for a smaller tower to shine. That was until, in the middle of the trial tower cluster, an unassuming small tower suddenly emitted a brilliant light, capturing the attention of countless trial officials. Impossible, is that the trial tower from Jiangxing? At that moment, in the trial tower's monitoring room, murmurs of astonishment echoed among the trial officers. All eyes were fixed on the glowing emblem of Jiangxing. Jiangxing? Isn't that a small town near the Duanhuan mountain range? One of the trial officers asked, frowning. If I remember correctly, it's been stuck on the 21st floor for years. Someone made it to the 26th floor. Another officer exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be a malfunction in the trial tower? As soon as the suggestion was made, it was met with unanimous head-shaking. A senior trial officer spoke in a deep voice, impossible. The trial tower is one of the cornerstones of Huaxia. It was originally forged by several demigod-level powerhouses, modeled after the Celestial Tower. Its stability is beyond question. The atmosphere in the monitoring room grew heavy. While there was a sense of awe in their eyes, it was tempered by perspective. In a major city like Baihu City, such an achievement wasn't particularly groundbreaking. Looks like Jiangxing has produced a rising star. One trial officer remarked softly. This person might very well qualify to become one of Baihu City's seed candidates. This comment resonated with the others. The more exceptional talents Baihu City harbored, the greater its chances of achieving stellar results in the upcoming competition. And with better results came more abundant resource allocations. In this fiercely competitive era, rare resources were incredibly scarce and immensely valuable. Should we send a team to investigate? Someone suggested. Talents from small towns might lack the foundational stability seen in larger cities, but they often possess immense potential. With proper cultivation, they could achieve greatness. The group nodded in agreement. Achieving such feats with limited resources was a testament to extraordinary talent. Just as they began discussing who to send, the door to the monitoring room was suddenly pushed open. An elderly man with sharp eyes and flowing silver hair stepped into the room. dressed in a simple combat uniform with a massive sword strapped to his back. He spoke in a booming voice. Jiangcheng, you say? I'll go myself. Everyone immediately rose to their feet and saluted. Greetings, Dean Wu. They couldn't understand why this elder had taken such a sudden interest in Jiangcheng. After all, his status was far from ordinary. This was Wu Weilong, the vice dean of Baihu Academy, one of the 5 top academies in Huaxia, and an epic-level powerhouse at the pinnacle of his strength. Wu Weilong waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed on the glowing emblem of Jiangcheng, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Just then, another elderly figure, dressed in black, entered the room with a playful remark. Old Wu, are you that bored? What's the point of going to such a remote place? The trial officers were startled. Only someone of equal standing would dare to address the dean so casually. Someone discreetly glanced up and immediately recognized the newcomer. Gasping in shock, it was Xie Bin, the 6th elder of the Mage Association. The Mage Association was one of Huaxia's most elite organizations, spanning across the 5 core regions. Xie Bin stood at the very pinnacle of its hierarchy, a man whose power likely surpassed even Wu Weilong's. Wu Weilong didn't take offense at the remark. Chuckling, he replied, I happen to have a disciple in Jiangcheng. I've got nothing else to do, so I thought I'd visit. Care to join me? Xie Bin shrugged indifferently. Why not? It's only a couple of hours' trip. With that, Xie Bin's staff began to radiate a faint golden glow. A 2-meter-tall portal materialized out of thin air. Let's go, Wu Weilong called out. You mages sure have it easy, not even needing to leave the building to set up a teleportation spell. The 2 powerhouses stepped into the portal, leaving behind a room full of stunned expressions. That's targeted teleportation magic, someone whispered in awe. The Mage Association truly has unparalleled depth. After a moment of marveling, the trial officers returned to their duties. With Wu Weilong and Xie Bin personally taking action, there was no need to send anyone else. Meanwhile, on the 26th floor of Jiangcheng's trial tower, Lin Yi had just defeated 2 flame saber tigers and was examining his latest Prizia cloak of victory. Grade: Gold. Attributes: 1200 spirit, 1200 stamina. Special skill: Victory Pact, which allows the wearer to form a temporary non-aggression contract with a creature. Lin Yi read aloud, his face lighting up with joy. As expected, high-tier gold equipment. Donning the cloak of victory, Lin Yi activated the first bonus of the victory set, a 10 boost to a mage's spirit attribute. Seeing the set bonus, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. For him, spirit was the most critical attribute. His max-level abilities provided extraordinary skill bonuses, making every increase in spirit attribute incredibly impactful. With the cloak equipped, Lin Yi's spirit attribute soared to 12,000. Adding the 10 bonus brought it to 13,200 in attribute level, typically achievable only by silver-tier professionals. Pride and satisfaction filled his heart. This boost would undoubtedly accelerate his progress through the tower. I must admit, every challenge in the innovation zone creates a positive feedback loop, Lin Yi mused. The stronger I get, the higher the floors I can clear, and the better the rewards I receive. In turn, this makes me even stronger, allowing me to reach new heights. Let's go. Just 3 more pieces to complete the set, Lin Yi declared, his spirit high. With Chang Muqing and another teammate by his side, he stepped into the glowing portal leading to the next floor. As Lin Yi disappeared into the light, excitement flickered in everyone's eyes. Only 4 floors remained before the final challenge. What once seemed like an unattainable dream was now within reach. Even Jiangcheng's influential figures clenched their fists, silently rooting for this young man to make history. Even after weathering countless storms in life, everyone felt a suffocating tension in the air. Breaking the previous record would be enough to send them into a frenzy of excitement. But clearing all 30 floors of the trial tower? That was a myth so far-fetched, it was beyond their wildest dreams. Just as everyone was fully engrossed in the competition, a soft golden light suddenly illuminated the void. A portal appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by faint ripples of magical energy. Moments later, 2 imposing figures stepped out from the portal, standing effortlessly in the void as though it were solid ground. The sudden and extraordinary scene instantly drew the attention of many influential figures in Jiang City. They turned their heads in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief. A teleportation portal. This was a high-level spell beyond the grasp of ordinary epic-level mages. Those who could wield it were either the pinnacle of epic legends, or even more formidably a legendary-ranked powerhouse. Han Boyan, riding a griffin, quickly descended before one of the figures and bowed respectfully. Teacher, what brings you here? It turned out that he had once studied at White Tiger Academy, and, through a twist of fate, became a disciple of Wu Weilong. Han Boyan's current achievements were largely thanks to Wu Weilong's guidance and mentorship. Wu Weilong's eyes showed a glimmer of satisfaction upon seeing his pupil. He patted Han Boyan on the shoulder and said, "Well done, Boyan. I remember how you insisted on returning to Jiang City to break the Trial Tower's record, even when I suggested you take up the role of City Lord in Wucheng. I can't believe you actually did it and far exceeded expectations. Receiving such praise from his teacher, Han Boyan's eyes brimmed with excitement, and his chest swelled with pride. However, he soon scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Truth be told, Lin Yi's appearance was purely unexpected. I just happened to benefit from it." "Oh, Lin Yi is the young man currently challenging the tower." Han Boyan suspected that his master had come after hearing about someone in Jiang City surpassing the 26th floor. He quickly gave a brief rundown of Lin Yi's current progress to the two figures. Meanwhile, the influential figures of Jiang City, upon learning that this was the city lord's teacher, all greeted Wu Weilong with utmost respect. In this world, hierarchy was strictly observed. Though the legendary rank was only one step above the epic rank, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth. Hearing this, Wu Weilong and Xie Bin, his companion, both showed keen interest. A natural-born genius? Now that's intriguing. Their gazes shifted to the screen, where Lin Yi was skillfully luring monsters on the 27th floor. Wu Weilong's lips curled into a faint smile. A clever boy using every opportunity to grow stronger. But this method has its limits. Others have tried it before. Before he could finish, his expression abruptly changed. On the screen, a fiery meteor obliterated the monsters in an instant. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he turned to his old friend, Xie Bin, who looked equally perplexed. "Is that the violet flame meteor?" Xie Bin, naturally familiar with the spell, was more shocked by its overwhelming power. Even an ordinary golden-ranked mage wouldn't display such destructive force. Both of them instinctively glanced at the leaderboard. Lin Yi, mage, level 27. Just a regular mage? The two were utterly dumbfounded. Initially, they thought Jiang City had merely produced a talented individual, nothing worth much attention. After all, they themselves had cleared similar levels in the past, even going further. However, witnessing the extraordinary power of the violet flame meteor firsthand, their interest was thoroughly piqued. Wu Weilong raised a hand to silence Han Boyan's explanation she wanted to observe for himself. On the screen, wave after wave of monsters fell to the devastating violet flame meteor. The sight left Wu Weilong and Xie Bin in awe. They turned to Han Boyan and asked, "Has Lin Yi always been like this?" Han Boyan quickly replied, "Yes, Lin Yi has been climbing from the first floor. He spends about half an hour on each floor before advancing. By my estimation, he's already leveled up at least 6 times." Hearing this, Wu Weilong and Xie Bin couldn't help but inhale sharply. 6 levels? Such efficiency implied an astronomical number of defeated monsters, indirectly proving Lin Yi's immense strength. Their curiosity about Lin Yi reached an unprecedented peak. Not long after, Lin Yi once again stood before the floor boss of the 27th level. 2 golden-ranked lord monsters. The entire population of Jiang City held their breath. Though tension lingered, recalling Lin Yi's earlier displays filled them with renewed confidence. Wu Weilong and Xie Bin, on the other hand, were brimming with curiosity, eager to see how this young man would handle the challenge. The battle began swiftly. Clad in the victor's set, Lin Yi's power had reached new heights. His Earth Prison Cage skill now dealt nearly 1.8 million damage, an astonishing figure. In just 3 waves, he inflicted over 5 million total damage. Such destructive power was terrifying, especially against 27-level golden-ranked lord monsters, whose health hovered around 8 million. Mr. Ray. In the next moment, the 2 lord monsters turned on each other in a frenzy of self-destruction. Violet flame meteor. The first meteor struck, and the monster's health visibly plummeted. Earth Prison Cage. Wave after wave of spikes inflicted dramatic injuries, leaving massive wounds on both monsters. Violet flame meteor. The final meteor descended, and both lord monsters collapsed on the spot. The 27th floor cleared. The people of Jiang City erupted into uncontrollable excitement. Wu Weilong and Xie Bin exchanged glances, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. What kind of monster is this boy? Wu Weilong and Xie Bin exchanged a glance, both involuntarily sucking in a sharp breath. They had encountered many geniuses before, but someone as unique as Lin Yi was truly unprecedented. The vivid images of the recent battle replayed in their minds. Lin Yi's spellcasting speed was as swift as lightning, his damage output as fierce as a volcanic eruption, his skill rotations seamlessly connected, and his control effects suffocatingly persistent. Every detail silently spoke of Lin Yi's extraordinary power. Wu Weilong couldn't help but speak, his tone tinged with amazement. "Old Xie, spells at the bronze and silver levels must be second nature to him by now, right?" Xie Bin's shock was even more profound. He blurted out a curse before he could stop himself. "Second nature, my ass? At most, it's close to instant casting like this guy." The moment the words left his mouth, he realized his lapse in composure, but the astonishment in his expression was undeniable. What was thought to be the immensely challenging 27th floor had been conquered by Lin Yi with effortless ease. Even more jaw-dropping was the fact that this young man had not only mastered Silverdeer skills ahead of time, but wielded them with such precision and proficiency that it was simply mind-boggling. With the sharp insight of two epic-level experts, they naturally recognized the sheer power of the skilled Earth Prison. A flicker of uncontrollable excitement flashed in Xie Bin's eyes, and his mind began sketching a vision for the future. We've struck gold. If we can bring this kid into the Mage Association and nurture him properly, he'll at least reach our level someday. He might even have a shot at entering the legendary tier. The thought that this incredible prodigy was discovered during a casual outing with an old friend was beyond anything Xie Bin could have anticipated. Watching Lin Yi continue his climb through the tower, Xie Bin couldn't help but laugh heartily, his eyes gleaming with anticipation and curiosity about how far Lin Yi could go. The higher the floors Lin Yi conquered, the more it proved the boundless potential of this young man. Wu Weilong's gaze sharpened, his tone carrying a hint of warning. What's so funny? This is White Tiger City's talent. He should obviously join the White Tiger Academy. The academy is the right place for newly awakened individuals. Don't even think about poaching him, you old ghost. Xie Bin sneered, retorting without hesitation. Nonsense. The academy only produces showpieces. Which strong individual hasn't grown through life and death battles in the wild? Besides, for a prodigy like Lin Yi, the Mage Association is clearly the best choice. In modern Huaxia, the concept of vocational academies for awakened individuals had emerged in the past 3 decades. The 5 major academies, when not tracing their origins, had a history of only 30 years. Opinions about these institutions remained divided. One side argued that beginners could establish a solid foundation in the academies, paving the way for greater achievements in the future. The other side contended that the academies merely produced sheltered talents, whose real-world combat capabilities paled in comparison to adventurers tempered in the wilderness. With both sides at an impasse, a compromise was reached. Newly awakened individuals were free to choose their own path, whether to enroll in an academy, join an adventure organization, or become independent adventurers. Hearing Xie Bin's words, Wu Weilong's beard nearly bristled with fury. He snapped angrily, "Xie, you old ghost. Are you looking for a fight?" He was filled with regret, silently berating himself for inviting Xie Bin along in the first place. Who would have thought this old fellow would try to steal Lin Yi right under his nose? It was outrageous. The massive sword behind Wu Weilong appeared in his hand in an instant, signaling his readiness for action. Xie Bin, however, merely let out a cold chuckle, his blue staff glowing ominously as he prepared to counter. Afraid of you? Let's settle this with our skills. Whoever wins gets the kid. The prominent figures of Jiangsheng, watching this escalating confrontation between two epicter powerhouses, were struck with a mix of awe and dread. None dared intervene, but all were equally stunned. Lin Yi's performance had far exceeded their expectations, to the extent that these two legendary figures were willing to risk their dignity to claim him. Han Boyan felt his scalp tingle, fearing that if these two truly clashed, Jiangsheng would be turned upside down. However, he knew his teacher's temperament well enough to be certain that things wouldn't go that far. Stepping forward, Han Boyan quickly interjected, "Teacher, and you, esteemed mage, there's no need to rush. Lin Yi is still climbing the tower. Let's wait until he's finished before making any decisions. Ultimately, it should come down to Lin Yi's own choice. Teacher, why not wait until he comes out and then discuss it with him personally?" Han Boyan's words were carefully chosen. On one hand was his own teacher. On the other, an epicter mage at his peak. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. That said, his loyalty clearly leaned toward his teacher. In his view, as someone born and raised in Jiangsheng, Lin Yi would naturally lean toward joining the White Tiger Academy. Hearing this, both Wu Weilong and Xie Bin dialed back their auras slightly. Xie Bin silently calculated in his mind. This kid is from Jiangsheng, and the city lord is Wu's student. I don't have the upper hand here. If I want Lin Yi to join the Mage Association, they'll have to offer something substantial. He turned back to observe Lin Yi's progress through the tower, his thoughts already racing. Wu Weilong was equally unwilling to back down. He began formulating what terms he could offer to entice Lin Yi to join the White Tiger Academy. Despite their earlier hostility, the two weren't truly at odds. They were old friends, after all. But encountering a once-in-a-lifetime talent like Lin Yi had stirred their competitive spirits, each eager to recruit him into their respective organizations. As the tension subsided, Han Boyan let out a quiet sigh of relief, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his lips. After all these years, his teacher's fiery temper hadn't changed a bit. Resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement, truly the demeanor of a bloodthirsty warrior. Lin Yi silently sighed, his sharp gaze sweeping over the opponent before him. The battle instincts coursing through his veins seemed to ignite, but he suppressed the surge of adrenaline, maintaining his composure. The challenge of the 28th floor had officially begun. Lin Yi stood at the center of the trial arena, forming seals with his hands as purple flames danced at his fingertips. The radiant bursts of violet flame meteor lit up the space like a dazzling firework display, painting the surroundings in shades of violet and crimson. From a distance, Xiebin watched Lin Yi's every move intently, the admiration in his eyes growing more profound by the second. This kid's precision and spell control even at my prime. I couldn't hold a candle to him, Xiebin thought to himself in awe. It's unbelievable that a small town could produce such a prodigious talent. The dawn of a new era is upon us, and Lin Yi might just be the chosen one to lead it. I must find a way to recruit him into the Mage Association. The raw, untamed energy emanating from Lin Yi as he cast his spells only reinforced Xiebin's conviction. Suddenly, a blinding white light exploded around Lin Yi. Level up to LV28. The system notification echoed, prompting a wave of cheers from the audience. Go, Lin God! Enthusiastic shouts reverberated throughout the trial tower. Among the spectators, Nangong Ling and Han Feng exchanged glances, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. They knew all too well the sheer determination it took to climb this far in solitude, pushing oneself to the absolute limit. Even with Lin Yi's strength, they couldn't claim they would have achieved the same. Thanks to Lin Yi's seamless execution of his skills, the 28th floor challenge was cleared with ease. The crowd's excitement only grew as they eagerly anticipated his attempt at the 29th floor. When 3 level 29 golden elite monsters appeared, the atmosphere turned tense. Yet Lin Yi remained calm, effortlessly combining violet flame meteor with earth prison to neutralize the threat. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he cleared the 29th floor without a hitch. The trial tower erupted in thunderous applause, the cheers deafening. This victory signified that Lin Yi was now only one step away from achieving an unprecedented feat conquering Jiang City's trial tower. Such glory, unmatched by anyone in the surrounding cities, was within his grasp. Incredible! Who would have thought Jiang City would produce a genius like him? An elderly man exclaimed excitedly. When I'm old, I'll have the best story to tell my grandson that his grandfather witnessed the legendary Lin Yi conquer the trial tower. Even the two epicter powerhouses, Wu Weilong and Xiebin, couldn't hide their astonishment. Wu Weilong, in particular, was filled with regret. When Lin Yi had challenged the 27th floor, he had only mildly regretted inviting Xiebin. Now, he was practically kicking himself. Why did I have to bring in this shameless old fox? Now he's trying to steal this talent from me. Wu Weilong fumed inwardly. The two locked eyes, their gazes brimming with unyielding determination. Xiebin scoffed confidently, "Humph, let's see who's more capable." He was certain no ordinary mage could resist the enticing offers he could make. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was equally thrilled. Having cleared 3 consecutive floors, he was rewarded with 3 more pieces of the Victor's set. The Victor's staff, Victor's robe, and Victor's pendant. The equipment, adorned with intricate black and gold patterns, radiated an aura of mystery. Lin Yi meticulously examined the attributes of his new gear. Victor's staff gold tier. Spirit 1200, ignore defense 1200, mana 12,000. Skill. Light of Victory releases a holy light shockwave, knocking back enemies. Victor's robe gold tier. Spirit 1200, magic resistance 1200, defense 1200. Skill. Victory shield stackable. Victor's pendant special tier. Reduces skill cooldown by 20. Contains a 500 cubic meter storage space for non-living items. The powerful attributes of the gear left Lin Yi pleasantly surprised. Without hesitation, he swapped out his old equipment, the sleek black and gold ensemble, making him look even more heroic and commanding. The magical screens displayed Lin Yi's striking figure and flawless profile, eliciting waves of shrieks and cheers from the audience. Wow, he's so handsome. I want to be his girlfriend, a young girl couldn't help but exclaim. But for Lin Yi, the most exciting aspect was the full activation of the set bonus now that he had collected all 9 pieces. Victor's set bonus 169. Increases total spirit attribute for mages by 20. Victor's set bonus 299. Unlocks the set skill, Goddess of Victory's Blessing grants invincibility for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 3 days. Seeing these bonuses, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp. This is incredible. His eyes lit up with excitement as he realized the potential of the ultimate skill. Paired with a teleportation artifact, it would be the perfect escape tool when facing an unbeatable foe. Compared to his strength before entering the trial tower, Lin Yi's power had undergone a complete transformation. Eagerly, he opened his stats panel, and the numbers that greeted him were nothing short of astonishing. Level: LV28. Attributes: Strength 5100, Spirit 14300, Set bonus 20, Stamina 5700, Agility 6300, HP 89,000, MP 215,000. Although his skills hadn't changed significantly, only minor adjustments to equipment granted abilities, the sheer increase in his base attributes was staggering. Lin Yi quickly calculated that even a basic fireball spell could now deal over 300,000 damage with ease. If he cast Earth Prison, it could inflict a total of 3.2 million damage in one round, and 3 rounds would push the damage close to 9 million. Such power was enough to instantly annihilate a gold-tier boss monster of the same level. Lin Yi couldn't help but reflect on how rare it was for anyone to even contend with a boss of this caliber. A professional capable of such a feat was already considered a once-in-a-generation prodigy, someone who might not even exist in an entire city. Take Han Feng, for instance. He was only able to defeat a level 21 gold-tier boss after achieving a personal breakthrough. In Jiang City, apart from Han Feng, only Lin Yi had this potential. However, Lin Yi was acutely aware that his current strength was far beyond merely competing with a gold-tier boss. He was on the verge of outright one-shotting them. The gap between him and others was like heaven and earth. If Han Feng was a prodigy, then Lin Yi was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime genius among geniuses. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with joy. His cautious and methodical approach had paid off handsomely. The growth in his power was nothing short of extraordinary. Such rapid progress would have been impossible in the outside world, even with the talent of auto-maximizing skills. For Lin Yi, the trial tower was undeniably a treasure trove for accelerated growth. Only one floor remained. It was said that completing the trial tower would grant an incredible reward, though no one knew if the rumors were true. Excitement surged in Lin Yi's heart. This legend had circulated in Jiang City for ages, but no one had ever proven it. Now, he was about to uncover the truth himself. The entire population of Jiang City shared in his anticipation. The moment was almost here. Under the eager eyes of the crowd, Lin Yi stepped into the 30th floor. A brilliant golden light surged forth, enveloping him in an instant. To everyone's shock, he seemed to vanish into thin air. Cheng Muqing and the others were left standing in stunned silence, as if the 30th floor was a forbidden zone, allowing no one but Lin Yi to rely on their own strength. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Wu Weilong and Xie Bin wore grave expressions, fully aware of the significance of the 30th floor. Passing this stage might lead to rewards tied to the legendary Sky Tower. The livestream screen shifted, and Lin Yi's voice confirmed he was still there, allowing the spectators to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Lin Yi himself was equally stunned. The layout of the 30th floor was entirely different from the previous 29 levels. Before him stretched a dark green swamp, eerily silent without a single minor monster in sight. Deep green bubbles occasionally burst on the swamp's surface, releasing thick, poisonous fumes that enveloped the area with an ominous aura. The toxic mist was so potent that, even with the protection of his sky shield, Lin Yi could faintly detect a rancid stench. His vigilance heightened no small monsters? The more unusual the situation, the more it indicated that the 30th floor was no ordinary challenge, and far exceeded the difficulty of the previous levels. Suddenly, an earth-shaking dragon's roar echoed from the sky. A real dragon! Wu Weilong and Xie Bin's eyes were filled with awe. With their wealth of experience, they could tell from the roar Alanite wasn't a subspecies of a dragon. This was a true dragon. Hiss. The 30th floor, is this challenging? The two couldn't help but smile bitterly. At the early stages of a professional's career, facing a dragon was nothing short of a pipe dream. Only those who had ascended to the epic or legendary tiers, leveraging the unique traits of their class, could even hope to stand a chance. The audience in Jiang City collectively rose to their feet, their faces filled with disbelief and even despair. A dragon? How could it be a dragon? Following Lin Yi's gaze, a dark green figure emerged from the horizon, accompanied by the deafening roar. The creature's body stretched over 50 meters long, dwarfing even a level 25 holy dragon in comparison. The crowd gasped in unison, overwhelmed by the sheer presence of the creature. Green Dragon Callus. Level: LV 30. Boss Tier: Purple Gold. HP: 23,572,915. Skills: Corrosive Dragon Breath, Dragon Suppression, Toxic Mist, Green Dragon Roar. Hiss. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. A Purple Gold Boss Monster. Purple Gold bosses were a tier above Gold Tier ones, with attributes twice as high. In actual combat, even 10 Gold Tier bosses of the same level wouldn't stand a chance against one. Though the final opponent was far beyond his expectations, Lin Yi felt no fear. A dragon? So what? With his current power, he could bring it down just the same. A surge of battle lust ignited within him, burning hotter with every passing second. The green dragon Callus dove from the sky, its massive wings generating an overwhelming force. Its speed was astonishing within the blink of an eye. It was right in front of Lin Yi. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the green dragon slowly opened its mouth, its voice deep and authoritative. Humans, I am the ultimate guardian of the trial tower. Defeat me, and you shall earn unparalleled glory. The dragon's eyes gleamed with wisdom as it continued. Show me the full extent of your power without hesitation. Do not worry about harming me. Within this trial tower, I have the ability to revive countless times. Likewise, I will hold nothing back. Even if you suffer a fatal blow, the tower will resurrect you. There's no need for fear. Lin Yi immediately understood. This colossal dragon was clearly tamed by powerful humans and placed here to train and cultivate human geniuses. He nodded slightly, signaling his readiness. The green dragon raised its head and let out a deafening roar. The swamp beneath it erupted with a chain of green bubbles, which burst violently. In an instant, toxic mist enveloped the surroundings, and Lin Yi felt his breathing grow labored as his body succumbed to poisoning. The dragon's eyes flashed with a sly glint, seemingly relishing the scene. Suddenly, the dragon unfurled its massive wings, and its enormous body hurtled toward Lin Yi like an arrow released from a bow. Its tail, like a gigantic whip, slashed through the air in a twisting arc. Though Lin Yi possessed the sky shield, capable of withstanding over 3 million damage, he dared not take on the dragon's 200,000 attack power hidden. Lin Yi quickly activated the swift aura. While its synergy with his netherwing wasn't as potent as before, it still boosted his speed significantly. With a swift movement, he effortlessly dodged the dragon's dive and tail strike. As a natural-born combat species, the dragon's battle instincts were deeply ingrained in its bloodline. Missing its dive, it immediately adjusted its strategy. With a sharp turn of its head, it unleashed a stream of corrosive dragon breath. The viscous, dark green breath carried a nauseating stench, and, if it struck the sky shield, could likely shatter it in just 2 hits. However, Lin Yi had already adapted to the rhythm of this fierce combat. His staff glowed brightly, and in an instant, swift teleportation transported him 100 meters away. Whoa! Instant cast swift teleportation? Xiaobin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. This guy is insane. Lin Yi now appeared 100 meters behind the green dragon. The massive creature's bulk made it hard to turn around quickly, exposing a fatal vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi's staff rapidly gathered dense earth elements, his casting speed astonishingly fast. The entire crowd in Jiangxing grew ecstatic. They were all too familiar with this move. Lin Yi's signature technique was about to unfold. Earth prison, Lin Yi shouted, and in an instant, massive earthen spikes rose to form a cage, locking the green dragon firmly in place. The earthy hands of the prison gripped the dragon's limbs, tail, and even its head, rendering it immobile. The green dragon roared furiously, spewing corrosive dragon breath that left faint marks on the prison's surface. Fortunately, the earth prison could withstand one more attack. Suddenly, countless sharp, terrifying spikes sprouted from the prison, each with a diameter of several meters. They pierced the dragon's body repeatedly, tearing a massive, bloody wound, a horrifying sight. 2,518,629. 2,842,154. Two massive damage numbers appeared, totaling nearly 5 million. The dragon instantly lost a fifth of its health, and its agonized roars grew even more ferocious. The corrosive dragon breath spewed again, and the earth prison, already at its limit, shattered instantly. The dragon's eyes turned bloodshot, and it now regarded Lin Yi as a mortal enemy in a fight to the death. Poisonous fog. A dense, green toxic mist surged forth, enveloping Lin Yi and relentlessly corroding his sky shield. Though the damage seemed minor at first, its cumulative effect was devastating. Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly, but he remained calm. His staff radiated a dazzling light as pure magical energy cleansed his body. Purification. In the next moment, the layers of green mist visibly dissipated. A max-level skill like this was truly remarkable. Ordinary purification spells would have been useless here. Typically, low-level skills are suppressed when used against high-level monsters or practitioners, significantly reducing their effectiveness. High-level practitioners hold not just numerical advantages but qualitative superiority. However, Lin Yi's max-level skills minimized such restrictions to the greatest extent. Swift teleportation. Lin Yi dodged the dragon's dive once more. The 3-second cooldown on swift teleportation proved invaluable, making him nearly untouchable unless his next position could be perfectly predicted. With the netherwing widening the gap, Lin Yi's staff began to glow with a greenish hue. A massive wind blade was forming, larger than any he'd conjured before. Whirlwind slash. This time, Lin Yi even activated the Song of the Wind Spirit, which boosted his wind element spell damage by 40. The enormous wind blade spun and cut through the air, leaving a sharp, white trail before slamming into the dragon's body. Shards of its dark green scales scattered as the dragon, despite its high magic resistance, failed to withstand the devastating attack. The blade nearly severed its tail, leaving a deep, bloody gash across its body, a chilling sight. 2,972,531. With the Song of the Wind Spirit's enhancement, the damage from Whirlwind Slash even surpassed that of Earth Prison's single strike. In just a short span, Lin Yi had inflicted devastating damage on the green dragon, Karis, reducing its health by nearly a third. Witnessing the dragon repeatedly wounded under Lin Yi's relentless assault, while he effortlessly maintained control, the crowd erupted into cheers of excitement. Victory was now within reach. Even Wu Jiangwei and Xiaobin held their breath unconsciously, their minds consumed by a single thought. What kind of monster is Lin Yi? Forest god. My forest god. A desperate cry pierced through the skies above Jiangcheng. In the audience, a middle-aged man was trembling with excitement, his face flushed red as though he might faint at any moment. I can't take it anymore. Oh my god, he gasped, his voice filled with disbelief and astonishment. Around him, the crowd was swept up in a frenzy. Someone exclaimed loudly, the shock of today alone is more than all the shocks combined over the past few decades. And indeed, who could have predicted that Jiangxing would not only break decades-old records in the trial tower, but also push through the barrier of the 30th floor? Lin Yi's emergence was like a divine gift to Jiangcheng, a prodigy sent from the heavens to change the fate of the city entirely. Praise for Lin Yi spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Jiangcheng. The older generation of professionals, in particular, reacted even more dramatically than the younger crowd. After all, they had witnessed countless disappointments over the years, clinging to hope each time only to be let down again and again. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on the trial tower. The green dragon's health was steadily depleting, and the resolve of the people of Jiangxing grew stronger with each passing second. Even a fearsome dragon seemed destined to fall before Lin Yi. Roar! The green dragon, Callus, let out an earth-shaking roar, but it was powerless to harm Lin Yi. Even when its fiery breath swept across the battlefield, it couldn't penetrate the impenetrable sky shield. The dragon's shock mirrored that of the crowd. It couldn't help but wonder, when did low-level human professionals become this powerful? Humans had long survived in this monster-infested world by relying on epic, legendary, or even demigod-level warriors. In the early days, humanity was far too weak, but the rare, extraordinary talents among them grew exponentially stronger as time passed. Those prodigies could often face multiple lordier monsters of the same level and prevail, which was the foundation of humanity's survival. But now, this young mage before Callus was suppressing a dragon of equal Runka terrifying feat. Yet, defeating a dragon, especially one of its kind, was far from an easy task. The green dragon suddenly roared toward the heavens, its voice louder and fiercer than ever before. Lin Yi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, but his innate immunity and cleansing aura activated instantly, dispelling the effect in a heartbeat. In the next moment, everyone was stunned to witness the green dragon rapidly regenerating before their very eyes. In mere seconds, it had returned to its peak condition, its power undiminished. Its previously halved health bar was once again full. Seeing this, Wu Weilong and Xie Bin could only shake their heads with wry smiles. This is what a true dragon is like, they muttered. Defeating one in an unknown fight is nearly impossible at lower levels. The crowd stared at the rejuvenated green dragon in utter shock. Well, what? It can come back to life? That's so unfair. Someone couldn't help but shout. An elderly man, who had been silent and watching with worried eyes, finally spoke up. It's not just a second life. Dragons are known for their incredible vitality. They can regenerate at least 3 times. Who knows how many times this green dragon can revive? Hiss! Everyone gasped sharply at the old man's words. Just one regeneration was already outrageous. Could it really regenerate multiple times? This is ridiculous. Someone cursed under their breath. In that moment, the crowd wished they could rush in to help Lin Yi, their eyes filled with concern. Can Lin Shin hold on? Someone murmured. Everyone knew that the cage-like spell Lin Yi was using was immensely powerful, but such spells also demanded a heavy toll on the caster. Could Lin Yi's mana sustain such a prolonged battle? Anxiety gripped their hearts once again. Lin Yi, too, was momentarily surprised to see the dragon restored to its peak condition. Young human, I admit you are strong, but the nobility of dragon bloodlines is beyond your comprehension. Come, let us continue this battle. Callus roared, charging forward once more, its voice tinged with arrogance. As Lin Yi observed the familiar attack patterns, the surprise in his eyes gradually faded. Is that all? You think this will wear me down? You're underestimating me, he muttered. For most, facing a regenerating dragon would indeed be despair-inducing. But Lin Yi, feeling the boundless reserves of mana within him, couldn't help but smile. With a staggering 210,000 mana points at his disposal, Lin Yi could cast his most mana-intensive spell, Earth Cage, 200 times. You want to play a war of attrition? Fine. Let's see how many times you can regenerate. However many times you revive, they'll take you down just as many. Lin Yi's confidence surged. Rapid blink. Earth Cage. In an instant, the familiar scene unfolded once more. The green dragon was imprisoned as if it were a helpless chick, followed by a flurry of sword strikes piercing its body. Green blood gushed from the wounds, sizzling as it dripped onto the swampy ground. 2,951,321. 2,713,452. 6 seconds later, the dragon broke free, only to be met with another devastating whirlwind slash. 3,157,431. Lin Yi's precise and fluid execution shaved off another third of the dragon's health bar in no time. Seeing Lin Yi's composed demeanor, the crowd in Jiangxing couldn't help but perk up. Whoa, am I the only one who thinks Lin Shen looks totally relaxed? Is that just me? I told you, Lin Shen never lets us down. What were you all worried about? Shut up. Who was the one trembling like a leaf and almost wet themselves earlier? Alright, let's just keep watching. Hopefully, Lin Shen can keep this up. Under the crowd's expectant gaze, Lin Yi activated Earth Cage once more, trapping the green dragon mid-escape. Invisible forces pinned it down as sharp earthen spikes pierced through its massive body. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi's skill shaved off nearly 5 million health points from the green dragon. At that moment, the onlookers were stunned to realize just how short the cooldown time of Lin Yi's skills was. Xia Bin was so thrilled that he almost yanked out his own beard, drawing in a sharp breath. Just by using the Earth Prison skill, Lin Yi's efficiency in slaying the monster surpassed even that of a gold-tier professional. It wasn't that his skill damage was more outrageous than that of gold-tier professionals, but while others could cast one skill in the same amount of time, Lin Yi could unleash 4 or 5, or even more. The cumulative power was truly astonishing. Xia Bin couldn't help but think to himself, if this guy ever steps onto the battlefield, he'll undoubtedly become a god of slaughter, a nightmare for monsters. Xia Bin made up his mind to bring Lin Yi into the Mage Association, even volunteering to mentor him personally. The thought of nurturing a future powerhouse with his own hands filled him with delight. However, his fantasies were interrupted by a cold snort from Wu Weilong beside him. The two men exchanged glances, each lost in their own thoughts, before turning their attention back to the magical display screen. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted as the green dragon's battered body rapidly regenerated to its peak condition. Dragon rebirth. This time, instead of being surprised, Lin Yi laughed heartily. Let's see how many times you can resurrect. The young women in the crowd gazed at him with infatuation, while the eyes of Cheng Muqing and the others practically turned into heart shapes. Lin Yi repeated his earlier tactic, teleporting swiftly to the green dragon's back and unleashing a relentless barrage of spells. Soon, another Earth Prison struck its vital point with pinpoint accuracy. The green dragon let out agonized roars. Although it could regenerate its health, the pain was unbearable, forcing it to howl incessantly. If not for the Trial Tower's rules compelling it to fight to the end, it would have fled long ago. At this moment, the green dragon even regretted having so many opportunities to resurrect. Fewer lives might have meant less suffering. In its heart, it roared. This human brat is no ordinary person's an absolute monster. Such terrifying spellcasting speed, and he doesn't even seem to tire. It's absurd. Once, twice, 3 times. The green dragon resurrected a total of 6 times. Anyone else would have despaired long before, but not Lin Yi. Instead of showing exhaustion, he seemed to be thoroughly enjoying himself. Whirlwind slash. Lin Yi shouted sharply. A massive, azure wind blade spiraled through the air, slicing through the void and leaving deep white scars in its wake as it struck the green dragon's head with immense force. The terrifying wind blade, over 20 meters long, cleanly severed the dragon's head. Dark green blood sprayed like a fountain, dyeing the sky a ghastly green. Watching the enormous, grotesque head fly through the air and land in the swamp, Lin Yi appeared momentarily stunned, even slightly unsatisfied. Is that it? At his words, the crowd seemed to awaken from a dream. Just a moment ago, they had been silently counting the green dragon's resurrections, quietly worrying for Lin Yi. But in the next instant, that terrifying green head had soared skyward. Everyone stood frozen, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Their bodies trembled as they tried to suppress their movements, fearing they might shatter this surreal moment. Wait, is it really over? Did he actually clear it? Is the trial complete? Is the green dragon really not coming back to life this time? The murmurs of doubt spread through the crowd. It wasn't until golden light enveloped Lin Yi's entire body and the trial tower emitted an earth-shaking roar that everyone finally believed it. Lin Yi had truly cleared the trial. The handsome young man, bathed in golden light, had done it. He had conquered the trial tower. Something the people of Jiangxing had never dared to imagine was now a reality, accomplished by this extraordinary youth. Jiangxing erupted into celebration. At that moment, the boy wrapped in golden radiance became the heart and soul of Jiangxing. I knew it. Lin Shen would pull it off. Lin Shen, You're my one and only God. This is a miracle, a true miracle. The trial tower let out a deep, resonant chime that echoed throughout Jiangsheng. People poured into the streets, sharing the joyous news with one another. This was a moment of pure jubilation for the people of Jiangsheng. The trial tower radiated dazzling golden light, illuminating every corner of the city. Bathed in this golden light, ordinary citizens felt their exhaustion melt away, while lingering illnesses deep within their bodies were significantly alleviated. Minor ailments were instantly cured, leaving them feeling healthier than ever. For professionals, the benefits were just as remarkable. Some found themselves leveling up, while others experienced bursts of inspiration that advanced their skills. Whether they were ordinary people or professionals, everyone gained immense benefits from this golden ray. And it was all thanks to the young man named Lin Yi. Thank you, Lin Shun. May his journey as a professional be smooth, and may he soon become a peerless powerhouse to protect humanity's prosperity. Some even knelt in gratitude, facing the direction of the trial tower. Even Wu Weilong and Xie Bin, two legendary figures, couldn't help but smile, moved by the atmosphere. It was clear that this golden blessing would bring monumental changes to Jiangsheng's future. The rise of new talent was no longer just a dream. This kid is definitely the chosen one. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with resolve. Once Lin Yi emerged, they were determined to recruit him into their respective factions. By now, the magical display screen had gone completely dark. It was obvious that Lin Yi was receiving his rewards for clearing the trial. Both men were brimming with curiosity. What kind of reward could it possibly be? As the magical screen gradually dimmed, a golden rain cascaded down from the 30th floor of the trial tower, bathing Lin Yi in its glow. His experience bar surged upward at a visible pace, his level skyrocketing from LV29 to LV30 in an instant. Even the massive 1.2 million experience points required for LV30, along with the 2.4 million capacity of his experience pool, were instantly filled to the brim. The golden light stopped seeping into Lin Yi's skin and transformed into a gentle whirlwind swirling around him, as if celebrating this monumental breakthrough. Overjoyed, Lin Yi could hardly believe that completing the trial would yield such incredible rewards. This meant that once he completed the Silver Deer advancement quest, he could immediately ascend to LV32 and officially become a Silver Deer professional. Feeling the surging power coursing through his body, Lin Yi's lips curled into a confident smile. At this moment, he was more than capable of overpowering ordinary Silver Deer professionals. He silently planned his next steps. Upon leaving the tower, he would immediately focus on completing the advancement quest to prepare for using the arcane mage class change scroll. At the same time, he eagerly anticipated learning from his mother the identity of the mysterious figure who had intruded into their home years ago. Lin Yi's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sharp sound of an object hurtling through the air. Taking a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the nearest drop of golden liquid earth tyrant's blood. It was none other than an epic-grade treasure, the essence of the Saint Domain dragon known as the Earth Tyrant. This blood had the power to trigger an ancestral evolution in subspecies dragons. Thrilled, Lin Yi turned to the majestic dragon by his side, now grown to a length of 30 meters, and said, "Xiao Jin, your moment to change your destiny has arrived." Under the nourishment of the golden rain, Xiao Jin's level had also reached LV30, making it a formidable golden lore-tier creature. Following Lin Yi's command, Xiao Jin transformed into a streak of light and lunged at the golden droplet, swallowing it in one swift motion. An earth-shattering dragon roar echoed across the sky as Xiao Jin's body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Its frame rapidly elongated, its dragon blood and shattered bones spraying outward, only to be swiftly healed by the Earth Tyrant's blood. Xiao Jin's front legs grew thicker and more powerful, now covered in golden scales. Its hind legs swelled with muscle, capable of supporting its now massive 6-meter-long body. Razor-sharp claws extended from its toes, appearing as though they could pierce through a mage's shield with ease. Golden spikes protruded along its tail and joints, while a pair of golden wings sprouted from its back, their slightest flutter generating a powerful gust of wind. Once the Earth Tyrant's blood was fully absorbed, Xiao Jin completed its astonishing metamorphosis. Lin Yi gazed at the 6-meter-long behemoth before him, its sinewy muscles, ferocious fangs, and commanding presence, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Xiao Jin, you must strive to surpass even the Earth Tyrant itself one day." Xiao Jin let out a series of thunderous roars in response, expressing its determination to live up to its master's expectations. Lin Yi then opened Xiao Jin's attribute panel, eager to examine the specific enhancements brought about by this incredible transformation. The Earth Saint Dragon, level 30 lore-tier monster, with a majestic purple-gold aura, boasted a staggering 26 million health points, 310,000 attack power, and skills such as Holy Dragon Breath, Rolling Impact, Earth Spike Assault, and Claw Tier. Lin Yi stared intently at the information panel before him, his heart pounding with excitement. After transforming into the Earth Saint Dragon, Xiao Jian had not only ascended to the ranks of purple gold lore tier monsters, but had also surpassed the strength of its previous form as the venomous green dragon. Even without the additional 20 boost granted by Beast Mastery, Xiao Jin's power was already far superior to before. With the boost added, the advantage was undeniable. Standing on the broad back of the dragon, Lin Yi couldn't help but envision the exhilarating future of soaring through the skies on a dragon. Just the thought alone was enough to set his heart racing. Yet, this was only the first treasure he had gained. Soon after, the second treasure appeared before Hima's skill book. Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the epic tier skill book titled Fog of the Fool. Grade: Epic. Attribute: once learned, the user gains mastery over the epic tier skill Fog of the Fool. Blessed by the Trial Tower, this skill can be learned by any level. Lin Yi understood the priceless value of this skill book. If auctioned, it could easily be exchanged for dozens of pieces of epic equipment. Yet, without hesitation, he chose to learn it. Clasping his hands together, he successfully acquired Fog of the Fool in an instant. The innate ability activated automatically, and the skill was immediately maxed out. Fog of the Fool LV70, passive effect. It shrouds the user in an invisible mist, rendering them immune to detection by anyone below God Ear. This includes blocking all surveillance and prediction methods such as insight or foresight. Though it offered no direct combat enhancement, the skill provided Lin Yi with immense peace of mind. He no longer had to worry about his max-level abilities being exposed, or about being captured for inhumane experiments by powerful figures. Lin Yi was overwhelmed with emotion. The rewards from this Trial Tower run were beyond worth it. However, the most astonishing treasure was yet to come: a Celestial Tower invitation. Grade: Special. Attribute: the bearer of this invitation is granted entry to the legendary Celestial Tower for ultimate trials. Requirement: epic tier or higher professions only. As he held the invitation, Lin Yi's breathing quickened, and his mind went blank. The Celestial Tower, it was the stuff of legends. Rumor had it that those who passed its trials could ascend directly to become a god among gods. Though he couldn't use it yet, it was undoubtedly an extraordinary opportunity for rapid advancement. After reviewing all the treasures, Lin Yi felt a sense of surrealism. Each of the 3 treasures was priceless, leaving him in a daze. Taking a deep breath, he walked toward the golden teleportation array, ready to leave the Trial Tower. Meanwhile, the Trial Tower square was bustling with people. Despite the late hour, the crowd remained, eagerly watching the faintly glowing tower, waiting for their hero to emerge. Suddenly, the tower erupted in a blinding white light. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, a young figure appeared at the entrance of the Trial Tower. In an instant, thunderous cheers erupted, shaking the heavens. Lin Shen! Lin Shen! The deafening chants reverberated like tidal waves, echoing across Jiang City and beyond. As Lin Yi stepped out, he was overwhelmed by the sea of cheers. Hearing the crowd call his name, he froze momentarily before a surge of emotion welled up within him. Raising his victory staff high, a confident smile spread across the young man's face. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that the cheers in Jiang City finally began to subside. Yet, countless pairs of eyes remained fixed on the youth who stood at the center of everyone's attention. Even Han Boyan, among the distinguished figures present, couldn't hide his envy. It was no exaggeration to say that Lin Yi was now destined to become the most renowned figure in Jiang City, surpassing even the city lord in prestige. As the crowd quieted, 2 epic tier pinnacle figures could no longer contain their excitement. In a flash, they appeared beside Lin Yi. In the plaza in front of the city lord's mansion, a massive crowd had gathered, their voices buzzing with speculation. All eyes shifted from Lin Yi, who had just emerged from the Trial Tower, to 2 unexpected visitors. These 2 elderly men exuded an extraordinary presence, their every movement radiating a powerful aura. Even the city lord showed them exceptional respect. Could they be esteemed guests from White Tiger City? Someone whispered. My goodness, has Lin Shan's fame reached such heights already? Clearing the entire Trial Tower, it's an unprecedented feat. No doubt about it, he's Jiang City's once-in-a-century prodigy. Amid the murmurs, the 2 elderly men strode purposefully toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't recognize them, he could clearly sense the overwhelming energy emanating from their presence. Before he could say a word, the 2 men had already pushed their way to him, both eager to speak, the tension between them palpable. Lin Yi, greetings. I am Wu Weilong, Vice Principal of White Tiger Academy, the burly elder began, taking the lead. I've come specifically for you. If you're willing to join White Tiger Academy, not only will we waive all tuition fees, but we'll also provide you with a generous scholarship. The tall, thin elder beside him, slightly jostled, managed to interject. Lin Yi, I am Xie Bin, 6th elder of the Mage Association. You're smart enough to understand that a vocational academy can only take you so far. As a mage yourself, the Mage Association is undoubtedly a better fit for you. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. He was quite familiar with White Tiger Academy, one of the 5 top-tier vocational academies in Huaxia, under the jurisdiction of White Tiger City. Before awakening his talent, joining White Tiger Academy had been his ultimate dream. The academy boasted an abundance of resources and legendary instructors, making it a coveted destination for aspiring professionals. As for the Mage Association, Lin Yi knew only a little, mainly that it was a prestigious organization of top mages renowned throughout Huaxia. However, given that he hadn't been a professional for long, he lacked comprehensive knowledge about such organizations. "Greetings, esteemed elders," Lin Yi said politely, nodding slightly. Yet, his eyes held a trace of vigilance. Being approached by 2 powerful strangers immediately after exiting the trial tower, both keen to recruit him, was enough to put anyone on guard. Who knew what their true intentions were? The 2 elders were momentarily taken aback by his calm demeanor. This wasn't how they'd expected things to play out. With their status as legendary figures, shouldn't a young man like Lin Yi be overjoyed and torn between which offer to accept? Why was he so composed? In comparison, their eagerness seemed almost misplaced. City Lord Han Boyan, worried about the growing awkwardness, quickly signaled Cheng Batian with a glance. As the person closest to Lin Yi, Cheng Batian was the ideal mediator. "Uncle Cheng," Lin Yi greeted warmly as Cheng Batian approached. The 2 elders' eyes lit up simultaneously, and they quickly said, "Please explain to this young man that we mean no harm. We're simply here to invite him." Cheng Batian felt a chill run down his spine. It was clear that both men were determined to recruit Lin Yi, and their earlier exchange had nearly escalated into a confrontation. A careless explanation could easily offend one side, leading to disastrous consequences. Carefully choosing his words, he said in a calm tone, "Xiao Yi, Vice Principal Wu, and Elder Xia are both legendary figures at the peak of their professions. They've come to Jiang City because you cleared the 26th floor of the trial tower, earning the title of seed candidate. You don't need to worry. Both gentlemen are sincerely inviting you to join their organizations. White Tiger Academy is the dream institution for new professionals, while the Mage Association is the ultimate sanctuary for mages. The decision is yours to make." Cheng Batian's tactful introduction highlighted the strengths of both sides without offending either. Lin Yi felt a weight lift off his shoulders. So, this was all because he had cleared the 26th floor and earned the seed candidate title. It seemed they had been waiting here, not expecting him to succeed. At this moment, Wu Weilong spoke again. "I'll call you Xiao Yi, all right? You're from Jiang City, so you must understand the prestige of White Tiger Academy. Don't listen to that old man's nonsense. Our academy has a comprehensive training program. If you join us, we'll provide everything you need, from equipment to skills to advancement plans, until you reach the legendary rank. And if you're willing to work hard, even the mythical rank isn't out of reach." Wu Weilong's offer was straightforward and enticing. Everyone, including Han Boyan, couldn't help but gasp in amazement, their eyes filled with envy. Covering all expenses up to the legendary rank? Even Lin Yi's heart couldn't help but race at the thought. But Xiebin merely chuckled coldly. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, "White Tiger Academy's offer is rather modest, don't you think? Lin Yi, if you join the Mage Association, not only will we cover all your resources up to the legendary rank, but when you achieve that rank, we'll gift you 2 legendary artifacts of your choice, equipment or skills. It's up to you. Moreover, within the association, you'll have access to countless mages. If you wish to collaborate with any of them on spell research, just let me know. They'll even personally mentor you if you'd like. And that's not all if your current class is a standard mage. Don't worry. Once you reach the gold rank, the association will provide you with a hidden class transfer scroll for the elemental mage class. How's that for an offer?" Xiebin's conditions left everyone, including Han Boyan, utterly stunned, their hearts filled with envy. This is truly enviable. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The allure of an epic artifact and the elemental mage class advancement scroll left everyone dazzled. The terms proposed by Xiebin far surpassed Wu Weilong's offer. If Lin Yi agreed, he would instantly rise above the 4 great families of Jiangqing. Xiebin scanned the crowd with a smug smile, his confidence practically radiating. He had laid all his cards on the table, convinced that no one could resist such temptation. Lin Yi, overwhelmed by the sudden attention, felt a little dizzy and struggled to regain his composure. "Young man, surely you now understand the gap between the White Tiger Academy and our Mage Association?" Xiebin said with a sly grin. "What is there to hesitate about? Miss this chance, and there won't be another one." Standing nearby, Wu Weilong was seething with rage. Xiebin's higher bid was a blatant provocation. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, Wu Weilong roared, "Xie, you old codger, do you think I'm someone to be trifled with? Today, I'm going to break your brittle old bones." With that, Wu Weilong drew his massive sword, turning briefly to Lin Yi and shouting, "Kid, our White Tiger Academy can provide epic artifacts too. We can even find you a hidden class scroll. There's no need to rush your decision." Xiebin's eyes narrowed, refusing to back down. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Before the words even finished, the two epic-level powerhouses began brawling like common street thugs. Wu Weilong smacked Xiebin on the backside with his sword, while Xiebin jabbed Wu Weilong in the ribs with his staff. One yanked the other's beard, while the other tugged at an ear. The scene devolved into utter chaos, tinged with an absurd sense of comedy. It was clear, however, that the two were holding back, refraining from using any extraordinary powers. Otherwise, the entire square would have been reduced to rubble. My goodness, am I seeing this right? Two epic-level powerhouses fighting over Lin Shan? This is insane. Lin Shan's charm must be off the charts. The crowd was in awe, gaining a more vivid understanding of Lin Yi's extraordinary appeal. After all, it was rare to see such powerful figures lower themselves to vie for someone. The elite and wealthy of Jiangxing stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Han Boyan was the first to snap out of it. He rushed to restrain his teacher while signaling others to pull Xiebin away. Master, Elder Xie, stop fighting. If you keep this up, you'll scare Lin Yi away. At this, Wu Weilong and Xiebin, still clutching each other's beards, turned abruptly. They saw Lin Yi taking cautious steps back, a flicker of unease in his eyes. He wasn't afraid, but he clearly wanted to avoid entanglement in this mess. If the two truly started using their powers, even a stray skill could mean his end. Realizing this, Wu Weilong and Xiebin immediately ceased their scuffle and, in a flash, appeared before Lin Yi. So, join the White Tiger Academy Mage Association. Their eager gazes sparked envy among the onlookers, particularly young talents like Han Feng and Nangong Ling, who wished they could trade places with Lin Yi. Lin Yi took a deep breath and asked a crucial question. Dean Wu, Elder Xie, I need to know what's the price of accepting these terms? The two were momentarily speechless. Xiebin was the first to respond. You won't need to risk your life. A genius like you is a treasure of the Mage Association. Until you reach the epic level, you won't be asked to do anything. After that, you'll need to complete some tasks assigned by the association. Additionally, you'll be required to serve for 50 years, but the obligations will loosen significantly after that. Don't worry, our association imposes few restrictions. Only in critical situations would you be called back. Wu Weilong nodded in agreement. The White Tiger Academy's terms are similar. Early on, your only focus will be on strengthening yourself. Later, you'll teach at the academy for 50 years, but the workload won't take up much of your time. In key moments, you'll be called upon to fight for the academy. Otherwise, your time is your own. Considering an epic-level powerhouse's 300-year lifespan, it's hardly unreasonable. Both spoke honestly, knowing that once a contract was signed, it couldn't be violated. For any organization to function properly, there had to be rules. A completely unregulated arrangement wouldn't last. Indeed, no one would nurture you for free without expecting something in return. Lin Yi's inner turmoil began to settle. He didn't find the conditions unfair. It made sense. Without contributing value, why would anyone invest resources in you? While the offers from the White Tiger Academy and Mage Association were tempting, they didn't hold much appeal for Lin Yi. His abilities far outstripped those of his peers, allowing him to tackle dungeons and secret realms on his own. He could obtain resources independently. For him, giving up 50 years of freedom for these benefits simply wasn't worth it. And the prospect of being forcibly summoned in critical moments, the loss of control over his own destiny, was the most unsettling aspect. Once the contract was signed, breaking it would be nearly impossible. With this in mind, Lin Yi no longer hesitated. He spoke with firm resolve. Thank you, Dean Wu and Elder Xie, for your generous offers. However, I've dreamed of becoming a free adventurer since I was a child. I hope you can understand. The crowd was stunned into silence. Wu Weilong and Xiebin exchanged incredulous looks. They had assumed Lin Yi's choice would be either the White Tiger Academy or the Mage Association. But to reject both outright? Is this guy out of his mind? Gasps erupted from the onlookers. In that instant, the atmosphere in the conference hall froze abruptly. All eyes turned to Lin Yi, filled with disbelief. The young man had just resolutely rejected the tempting offers from two of the most powerful factions without hesitation. Han Feng and the others' eyes turned red with frustration, wishing they could accept this heaven-sent opportunity on Lin Yi's behalf. Unfortunately, Wu Weilong and Xiebin only had eyes for Lin Yi, ignoring everyone else. Even Han Boyan and the others were equally shocked, unable to fathom why Lin Yi would give up on such a direct stepping stone to an epic-level future. Only Cheng Batian sighed inwardly. Having interacted closely with Lin Yi before, he knew that beneath the humble exterior of this young man lay an unyielding pride. From the moment Lin Yi raised that question about freedom, Cheng Batian had already guessed his decision. Wu Weilong and Xiebin were equally stunned, their eyes filled with confusion. Over the years, they had extended olive branches to countless talents, but never had anyone rejected them as decisively as Lin Yi. Unable to hold back, Xiebin spoke up to persuade him, his tone brimming with admiration for the young mage's talent. In truth, Compared to the lifespan of at least 300 years at the epic level, the legendary level offers at least 1,000 years. 50 years is truly insignificant. I took the same path back then. Wu Weilong immediately chimed in. Exactly. Most of the White Tiger Academy's tasks involve mentoring disciples, and there's very little real danger. Lin Yi appreciated their goodwill but still politely declined, saying, "Thank you both for your kind offers, but for now, I have no intention of joining any faction. Perhaps in the future, if I achieve something significant, I might reconsider." Han Boyan and the others could only sigh in frustration. Although it was Lin Yi's personal choice, they couldn't help but feel anxious. Little did they know that these seemingly enticing conditions held no allure for someone like Lin Yi, who possessed unparalleled talent. No matter how exceptional the mentor, their guidance could never match the pace of his own growth. Besides, with the Arcane Master's scroll in his possession, the Mage Association's appeal had significantly diminished. Xiebin's eyes showed regret as he handed over an ancient parchment scroll. Very well. Since you've made up your mind, I won't insist. If you ever change your mind, the Mage Association will always welcome you. With that, he opened a portal in midair and disappeared in a flash. Wu Weilong cursed under his breath. That old ghost Xie, leaving me behind. He knew Xiebin was annoyed about their earlier competition over Lin Yi. Turning back, Wu Weilong sighed softly. I agree with old Chao's views. Before the national trials, you can come to me anytime, and we can discuss terms. As he spoke, he handed Lin Yi a token. Suddenly, Wu Weilong remembered the primary purpose of his visit. Slapping his forehead, he said, "Ah, I almost forgot. As a reward for passing the 26th level of the trial tower, you've been selected as a seed candidate for White Tiger City, which means you'll skip the White Tiger City's professional tournament. Hey, race the proof, take it." Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. He had long anticipated that with the ongoing world fusion, this generation of newly awakened professionals would face an unprecedented grand event. The Jiang City trials were merely the beginning. The national trials would be the true highlight. Rumor had it that the outstanding performers in the national trials would represent the nation in battles against the talents of the other 4 countries, potentially influencing the fate of the nation. Lin Yi expressed his sincere gratitude. Thank you. Dinwu. Wu Weilong waved it off dismissively. The primary purpose of this meeting had already been achieved, and discovering Lin Yi's talent was just an unexpected bonus. In 2 weeks, the main city's professional tournament will officially begin, he reminded, his gaze full of anticipation. Although Lin Yi didn't need to personally participate in the competition, Wu Weilong emphasized the importance of the ranking battles among the seeded players. He spoke earnestly. If you can secure a top position, you'll have a significant advantage in the national trials. Be sure to remember this. Lin Yi nodded repeatedly, responding seriously. Understood. He'll keep that in mind. Wu Weilong let out a soft sigh, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Not joining the White Tiger Academy might actually be a blessing in disguise. If you can stand out in the national trials and become a rising star admired by all, resources will naturally gravitate toward you. Keep it up, I'm looking forward to your performance. Gratitude surged in Lin Yi's heart, and he nodded solemnly once more. Thank you for your guidance, Dinwu. Very well, we'll meet again in White Tiger City. Wu Weilong turned to leave, but his gaze landed on Han Boyan nearby. He feigned anger and said, Han, I'm leaving first. Why don't you ever come to White Tiger City to visit me? Instead, you make me come looking for you. As he spoke, he lightly kicked Han Boyan on the hip, clearly venting some frustration over Lin Yi's refusal to join. Han Boyan gave a helpless smile. Teacher, let me see you off. No need. Wu Weilong waved dismissively. With your slow pace? Just bring the kid to me in a few days. I'll train him personally. Before his words even fully landed, Wu Weilong's figure had already vanished into thin air. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, marveling at the mysterious methods of a legendary powerhouse. Lin Yi, however, remained calm, as if he had long grown accustomed to such displays. The spectators exchanged glances, some showing traces of regret, but Lin Yi maintained his composed demeanor, unaffected by the opinions around him. Han Boyan hesitated briefly, then chose to remain silent. After a moment, he smiled again and turned to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you've not only broken the Jiangcheng record this time, but also completed the trial flawlessly. You're undoubtedly the #1 in Jiangcheng. Then, facing the tens of thousands of spectators, he announced loudly, everyone, I hereby declare the Jiangcheng trial successfully concluded. Next, we will present the rewards to the top 3 teams. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yi's team secured first place, followed by Han Feng's team in second and Gao Jipeng's team in third. The 3 teams ascended the podium one by one, but nearly all eyes were fixed on Lin Yi. The others seemed to fade into the background. Even Han Feng, who had previously conquered the 22nd floor, now appeared overshadowed. The crystal projection faithfully recorded this moment, heralding a surge in Lin Yi's reputation in the days to come. Yet, what thrilled Lin Yi most were the two epic-grade treasures he received. He carefully examined the ring and rune in his hands. The ring of Aeoli was of epic quality, with attributes of 5,600 spirit, 120,000 mana, and 10 spell lifesteal. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. This ring was incredibly powerful. He had assumed that epic rings required at least a silver-level professional to equip, but to his surprise, this one could be used at level 30. It was simply unbelievable. Next, he turned his attention to the fixed-point teleportation rune. This epic-grade item allowed him to set a specific location and teleport there instantly within a 10th of sandmile range, while being invulnerable during the process. The cooldown time was 5 days. Lin Yi was overjoyed, thinking to himself that this was a permanent teleportation rune, a true lifesaver. Jiangqing had truly gone all out this time. For Lin Yi, this rune was incredibly practical. By setting the teleportation point at home, he could instantly return after any outdoor adventure, saving countless hours. It was a game-changer. As all the ceremonies concluded, night had fallen. Many of the formalities were simplified, and the audience gradually dispersed. The Jiangqing trials officially came to an end, and Lin Yi finally felt a wave of relief. After hours of intense battles and photo opportunities, he was utterly exhausted. Han Boyan gave him some earnest advice. Lin Yi, I'll inform you when the main city's professional competition begins. Use the remaining time to level up once or twice more. Aim to perform well in the seed ranking battles. To the others, Lin Yi was still at level 28. Advancing to the silver tier within 2 weeks seemed nearly impossible. However, given Lin Yi's progress, reaching level 30 was entirely feasible. What they didn't know was that Lin Yi had already quietly reached level 30. Smiling, Lin Yi nodded, choosing not to reveal the fact that he was on the verge of completing his advancement quest. Lu Wanning blushed slightly and said shyly, Lin Yi, see you tomorrow. Cheng Muqing added playfully, Lin Yi, I'm coming to your house for dinner tomorrow. Sure. Lin Yi nodded lightly in agreement. Cheng Batian and Lu Jiaoyang beamed as they said to Lin Yi, kid, we've got a surprise for you tomorrow. Muqing and Wanning will bring it over. The platinum-grade equipment promised by the Gao family is already on its way and will arrive tomorrow. Curiosity sparkled in Lin Yi's eyes, but he didn't press for details. He simply replied, all right, they'll wait and see. Thank you, Uncle Cheng and Uncle Lu. After wrapping up the conversations, Lin Yi walked toward Yang Mei, who had been waiting for him all along. A wave of warmth surged in his heart. No matter what, his mother was always there for him. Xiaoyi, I'm so proud of you. Tears glistened in Yang Mei's eyes. The emotion she felt today surpassed anything she had experienced in decades, even more than when she fell in love with Lin Zhennan. Lin Yi's heart was filled with joy. No amount of admiration from the outside world could compare to his mother's approval. Let's go home. All right. The two of them boarded the car arranged by the city lord's mansion and left slowly. On the drive, Yang Mei couldn't stop recounting the praises others had given Lin Yi that day, her happiness surpassing even that of receiving compliments herself. Lin Yi listened with a cheerful smile, feeling a deep sense of peace. This was the familial bond he wanted to protect. As for the questions about his past, he decided not to bring them up now. This wasn't the right moment. Lin Yi thought to himself, tomorrow will be soon enough. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the glass window, spilling onto Lin Yi's bed. He slowly opened his eyes, taking a deep breath as he savored the comfort of his new home. Although he had only moved in 2 days ago, he had already adjusted to the rhythm of life here. The exhaustion from conquering 30 floors of the Jiangqing Trial Tower the day before had completely vanished after a night of deep sleep, replaced by a sense of ease and rejuvenation. Xiaoyi, come have breakfast. Yang Mei's gentle call came from outside the door, accompanied by the enticing aroma of freshly prepared food. Lin Yi perked up immediately and got out of bed. He pushed the door open softly and made his way to the dining area. The dining table was laden with a hearty breakfast. Crispy on the outside, soft and thin-side fried eggs, roasted meat with a tantalizing cumin aroma, and a glass of fresh milk. These were all specialty ingredients provided by the Cheng family, not only delicious but also highly nutritious. Lin Yi sat down and began eating without hesitation. Slow down, don't choke, Yang Mei said with a touch of amusement as she watched her son devour the food. Her eyes carried a hint of relief as she gently reminded him, oh, and don't forget to drink the fresh milk Muqing brought over. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement, continuing to focus on the meal in front of him. Meanwhile, Yang Mei sat nearby, chatting about the events surrounding the trial tower from the previous day. She mentioned how the city was celebrating the Golden Rain spectacle, with many businesses taking the opportunity to offer discounts. Some even suggested designating that day as Jiangqing's exclusive holiday, calling it Miracle Day. Plans for the proposal were already underway. You'd better stay home today, Yang Mei advised with a smile. You don't want to get mobbed by enthusiastic citizens. Wanqing and Muqing will be coming over later, and we'll have lunch together. With that, she stood up, began clearing the table, and headed toward the kitchen. Amid the sound of running water, Yang Mai's tone suddenly grew serious. Xiao Yi, I promised you before if you became Jiangcheng's #1, I'd tell you the truth about the past. You've done it, so I won't go back on my word. Lin Yi paused, his expression turning solemn. Mom, don't worry. I won't act recklessly. I won't make a move unless I'm absolutely certain. Yang Mei took a deep breath and began recounting the events of the past. It was the Blood Shadow Tower. The ones who stormed into our home back then were members of the Blood Shadow Tower. She described that terrifying night. A group of individuals wearing blood-red masks and cloaks burst into their home, frantically searching for a scroll left behind by Lin Yi's father. Fortunately, I hid it well, Yang Mei continued. They even considered harming us, but seemed to be stopped by some unknown force before leaving quietly. With that, Yang Mei turned and retrieved a scroll from another room. On it was an illustration of blood-red masks and cloaks. The leader's cloak had a fierce tiger head emblem on the back. He must have been one of Blood Shadow Tower's 5-star assassins. Lin Yi took the scroll, his eyes flashing with a trace of cold determination. He silently pondered the origins of the Blood Shadow Tower, a top-tier underground organization in Huaxia, notorious for assassinations. Its scale and influence rivaled that of the Mage Association. The Blood Shadow Tower accepted all kinds of bounty missions without exception. Two possibilities surfaced in Lin Yi's mind. Either someone had used the Blood Shadow Tower to conceal their identity while issuing the mission, or the Blood Shadow Tower itself was interested in his father's scroll. Either way, this was shaping up to be a dangerous and intricate puzzle. A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he muttered under his breath. The mastermind behind all this is the most despicable. This person is likely connected to my father in some way. If this is the work of the Bloodkill Tower, I will personally uproot it. He then turned to his mother, his tone softening. Mom, don't worry. I've got this. Something like this won't happen again. Quickly suppressing the killing intent in his heart, Lin Yi shifted the conversation to mundane family matters, trying to create a relaxed atmosphere. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was nearly noon. The doorbell rang, announcing the arrival of Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, as expected. Auntie, sorry to disturb you. Lu Wanqing greeted politely, as was her usual manner. Cheng Muqing, ever lively, grinned and said, Auntie, here I am again, mooching a meal. Yang Mei looked at the two girls standing before her, each charming in her own way, her eyes filled with warmth and amusement. She welcomed them warmly. Come in, Wanqing, Muqing. It's great to see you. You didn't have to bring so many gifts. Lin Yi stood nearby, smiling brightly. This was his first time bringing classmates home, and he couldn't help feeling a little excited. Cheng Muqing playfully blinked at him and asked, So, Lin the great genius, care to share your thoughts on clearing the trial tower? Lu Wanqing, on the other hand, remained quiet and composed, her gaze resting silently on Lin Yi. Lin Yi shrugged lightly, feigning nonchalance. What can I say? It was too easy, no challenge at all. His deliberately boastful response left the two girls momentarily speechless. They had expected a modest reply, but his casual confidence caught them off guard. Giggle. Both burst into laughter, their clear, melodious voices filling the room. Even Yang Mei, busy in the kitchen, couldn't help but smile at the sound. Lin Yi invited the girls to sit down, and the three began chatting. When he learned that Han Feng was setting off for White Tiger City that very day, he was slightly surprised but didn't dwell on it. After all, his path was his own. Lu Wanqing then mentioned, We're leaving tomorrow as well, heading to White Tiger Academy for further training. Hopefully, we can stand out in the main city professionals tournament. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Work hard at White Tiger Academy. Aim to break through to bronze tier and catch up to my level soon. The two girls' cheeks flushed slightly at his teasing remark. After chatting for a while longer, Cheng Muqing, noticing Lin Yi's unflappable demeanor, pouted and complained, You're so boring, Lin Yi. Aren't you even a little curious about the surprise my dad prepared for you? Lin Yi laughed heartily, having already seen through their little ploy. He deliberately refrained from asking, which only made Cheng Muqing more anxious. Fine, tell me about it. Unable to tease Lin Yi as planned, Cheng Muqing pouted, retrieved a ring from her storage bracelet, and handed it to him. Lu Wanqing also presented another ring. Yesterday, the head of the Gao family made a bet with my dad and Uncle Cheng. After listening to the story, Lin Yi clicked his tongue in amazement. The Gao family really took a hit losing 6 Lordier pets to me and having to cough up 4 platinum tier items. He happily accepted the 2 rings, one silver white and the other fiery red, looking like a matching pair. Frost ring platinum tier, spirit 4200, equipped with the skill Frost Heart, increasing ice magic damage by 30 upon activation. Lava ring platinum tier, spirit 4200, equipped with the skill Lava Heart, increasing fire magic damage by 30 upon activation. Lin equipped without hesitation, Don't you think these rings look like tokens from your dad's, as if they're giving you two away to me? Even the usually outgoing Cheng Muqing blushed at his blunt words. The two girls, flustered like startled rabbits, fled to the kitchen, leaving Lin Yi laughing heartily behind them. Perhaps having two beauties by his side wasn't such a bad idea after all? Throughout lunch, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing avoided making eye contact with Lin Yi, though the overall atmosphere remained lively. Yang Mei grew increasingly fond of the two girls. Come visit Annie often. Okay, she said with a warm smile as she saw them off after the meal. The girls still had packing to do for their departure to White Tiger City the next day. Stretching lazily, Lin Yi also left the house. His schedule was packed for the day. He first donned his concealer mask as a precaution and headed to the Qing family estate. He had two main tasks. First, to ask Cheng Batian to assign discreet guards to protect his mother. Second, to have Cheng Batian gather information on the Bloodkill Tower. Without hesitation, Cheng Batian agreed, having already regarded Lin Yi as the future son-in-law of the Cheng family and tying their family's fate to him completely. After leaving the Cheng estate, Lin Yi visited the Lu family with the same requests, which Lu Jiaoyang readily agreed to. With his plans in place, Lin Yi felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Now, he could focus entirely on advancing to the Silverdeer profession. Without delay, he set off for the Professional Advancement Monument in Jiang City. Advancing to Silverdeer was unlike the previous stages of Iron or Bronze. Beyond the usual requirements, it also involved completing a specific advancement task, a test of humanity's resolve by the world's will. In the early days, human professionals held no significant advantage over monsters, relying only on their intelligence and skills to gain a slight edge. However, once they stepped into the Silver Realm, the world's will would bestow upon them the Silver Halo, transforming them entirely. The effects of the halo varied depending on the profession. Some experienced a dramatic increase in health, others saw their magical energy surge, and some had their skills' power greatly amplified. This transformation elevated silver professionals to the elite class of humanity. But the path to ascension was not an easy one. The world's will imposed rigorous trials, requiring professionals to meet 3 other conditions before completing a task assigned at the Ascension Monument. Only by passing this final challenge could they ascend under the protection of the world's will. Lin Yi adjusted his concealer mask and strode toward the Ascension Monument. Before long, he arrived at the monument square, where a massive stone monolith stood before him. Intricate totems covered its surface, with golden light flowing through the carvings. Without touching it, Lin Yi could sense a spiritual connection with the monument. Professionals' experience points and skill levels have met the requirements. You may now claim the Silver Ascension task. Would you like to accept it now? The monument inquired. Lin Yi accepted without hesitation. However, instead of receiving the expected task, a different question arose. A platinum artifact, the Wind Spirit card, has been detected in your possession. The Ascension task will be replaced with a special task that grants a more powerful silver halo upon completion. Do you agree to the change? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. A special Ascension task. He recalled what he had read in textbooks. Those with extraordinary luck would sometimes attract the special attention of the world's will, receiving higher difficulty tasks with far greater rewards. This meant his silver halo could potentially be several times stronger than others. For Lin Yi, difficulty was never an issue. He immediately agreed to the task change. Special Ascension task. Redemption of the Wind Spirits, the monument announced. Within the Soulbreaker Mountains, a group of wind spirits is in peril. Rescue them and earn their recognition to complete the task. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he remembered the treasure he had acquired from the Blood Wolf mercenary group, the Tear of the Spirit. Not only did it accelerate the comprehension of wind-based skills, but it also garnered the favor of the wind spirits. He was relieved he hadn't sold it. Still, Lin Yi was in no rush to act. He understood that special Ascension tasks came with immense opportunities and risks. Gathering sufficient intelligence was crucial. Acting impulsively would only lead to failure. Even ordinary Ascension tasks could take months or years to complete, so he prepared himself for a long-term challenge. Leaving the Ascension Monument, Lin Yi turned toward the Treasure Pavilion. This time, he planned to upgrade his equipment comprehensively, sell off old gear, and stock up on essential resources like skill books for his Silver Ascension. Additionally, outdoor exploration supplies for the Soulbreaker Mountains were indispensable: tracking powder, healing potions, disposable protective formations, and more. The Treasure Pavilion in Jiangcheng was far grander than the one in Wulong Town. The golden dragon sculpture at the entrance was so lifelike it seemed ready to roar into the sky, leaving Lin Yi in awe. Zhang Fu, having heard the news, was already waiting at the door. When he saw Lin Yi, his eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. After ensuring no one was around, Zhang Fu quickly ushered Lin Yi into a private room. "Young brother, you're incredible," he exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Not only did you break Jiangcheng's historical records, but you also conquered the entire trial tower. I was there yesterday, and it was absolutely thrilling." Admiration filled Zhang Fu's eyes. He was grateful that he had invested in Lin Yi back in Wulong Town. Otherwise, how could he have risen so quickly to become the second-in-command in Jiangqing? Just last night, the Treasure Pavilion's Jiangqing chief returned and, upon learning of Zhang Fu's connection to Lin Yi, promoted him directly to the second-in-command position, specifically to handle matters related to Lin Yi. At this rate, becoming the top leader was only a matter of time. Lin Yi was undoubtedly Zhang Fu's benefactor. Hearing Zhang Fu's genuine praise, Lin Yi smiled modestly. Elder Zhang, you flatter me. I just got lucky, that's all. Zhang Fu beamed with admiration. Let's not downplay it, just being able to call you Brother Lin is my privilege. My achievements today are all thanks to you. He understood his position well and was determined to stay close to Lin Yi, who he believed would one day become a legendary powerhouse, perhaps even a godlike figure. No need to be so formal, Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. Zhang Fu continued to express his loyalty. From now on, if there's anything you need from me, just say the word. It's as good as done. By the way, regarding the card I gave you earlier, I've now applied for the highest level Black Gold Dragon card on your behalf. It offers an 80% discount on purchases, a credit limit of 10 billion Huaxia coins, and most importantly, full confidentiality for your information. We will no longer sell any intelligence related to you. As a savvy businessman, Zhang Fu left no room for ambiguity in his actions. Every benefit of the Black Gold Dragon card made Lin Yi's eyes light up, especially the last one, confidentiality of his personal information, which was something Lin Yi valued most highly. The Wanbao Pavilion announced that it would no longer sell any intelligence related to Lin Yi. Just as this news reached Lin Yi's ears, Zhang Fu brought him another piece of exciting information. Brother Lin, do you remember asking me to track down the wind spirit before? Zhang Fu said with a mysterious smile. I just got promoted to deputy manager, so I used my new authority right away. I've got news. Hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up instantly. He had only intended to gather some casual information, but Zhang Fu had gone out of his way to uncover a lead for him. Where is the wind spirit now? Lin Yi asked eagerly. Seeing Lin Yi's reaction, Zhang Fu felt a surge of satisfaction, knowing he had made the right move. He began to explain slowly. Someone spotted a squad of spirits clashing with humans near Camp 88 in the Soulbreak Mountain range. I managed to collect samples of the spirit's blood and hair. As he spoke, Zhang Fu retrieved a transparent crystal box from his side. Inside were traces of bluish blood and strands of dark green hair, radiating a powerful wind elemental aura. Lin Yi took the box, his mind already racing with strategies to track the wind spirit. Just as he was about to ask further, Zhang Fu pulled out a skill book with a grin. This is a tracking spell, Zhang Fu explained. With just a small amount of blood or hair, you can pinpoint the general location of your target. If you need it, Brother Lin, it's yours. A warm feeling rose in Lin Yi's chest. His appreciation for Zhang Fu grew even more. Having such a thoughtful ally was indeed a great advantage. I can't just take this skill book for free, Lin Yi said. It just so happens I have some gear to offload. I'll deduct the cost from that. Though not immensely wealthy, Lin Yi's resources were nothing to scoff at. He carefully stored the tracking spell and the wind spirit samples, determined to act quickly to seize this rare lead. This was crucial for his advancement mission, and there was no room for error. Not wasting any more time, Lin Yi retrieved various pieces of equipment from his victory pendant, including the once famous nether robe. You're selling all of these? Zhang Fu's hands trembled slightly, his eyes glinting with astonishment. The collection included several gold-tier items, with the lowest being silver-tier, an absolute fortune in itself. Brother Lin, are you in a hurry to sell? Zhang Fu asked. Lin Yi, slightly puzzled, shook his head lightly. Zhang Fu quickly said, if you're not in a rush, that's even better. Brother Lin, you might not realize your own influence. Items like the nether robe symbolize your identity as the Shadow Demon Sovereign Theory, one of a kind. I propose hosting an auction in Jiang City. I guarantee these items will fetch prices beyond imagination. Who knows, we might even trade them for legendary tier gear. The idea of gold tier equipment selling for legendary tier prices might sound far-fetched, but such was the power of fame. As an unseen century prodigy of Jiang City, Lin Yi had no shortage of admirers willing to pay a premium. Lin Yi's eyes brightened, and he nodded in agreement. Brother Jiang, I'll leave it all to you. Later, help me prepare some silver tier spell scrolls. It'll take my time choosing them. Also, one more thing. Help me gather intel on the Bloodkill Tower. Zhang Fu's expression turned serious, and he nodded solemnly. I'll keep an eye out. When I meet with other city leaders in a few days, I'll discreetly inquire without exposing your identity. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Take any necessary expenses from the proceeds of the auction. There's no rush, handle it at your own pace. The two exchanged a knowing glance and said no more. Shortly after, Lin Yi purchased some outdoor exploration gear from Zhang Fu and quietly took his leave. Before heading to the Soulbreak Mountain range, he needed to return home briefly. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, Zhang Fu's role was gradually evolving into that of a devoted retainer. If Lin Yi were to establish a family or faction in the future, Jiang Fu would undoubtedly be among his first loyal followers. Meanwhile, in a luxurious manor elsewhere in Jiang City, a sinister plot was brewing. Though not as historically prominent as the Qing family estate, this manor was equally grand, reflecting its owner's wealth and status. After all, not every gold-tier professional could amass such an impressive legacy. At this moment, the entire Li family was on edge, trembling with fear under an oppressive atmosphere. Li Jun sat at the head of the room, his face etched with grief. Just yesterday, his only son had perished in the trial tower, a devastating blow that left him heartbroken. My son may have been reckless and mediocre in strength, but the treasures I gave him should have ensured his survival. There's no way he could have died in the trial tower. Li Jun growled through gritted teeth. While accidents occasionally occurred during trials, they mostly involved ill-equipped commoners. It was exceedingly rare for a noble heir to meet such a fate. Someone must have done this. Someone killed my son. A murderous glint flashed in Li Jun's eyes. Have you investigated everyone who had conflicts with my son in the past month? He demanded, turning to his trembling butler. The butler swallowed hard and replied cautiously, Yes, sir. Young master had disputes with 80 individuals over the past month, but most were minor arguments. Only a few had the capability to harm him. However, one person stands out as highly suspicious. Who? Li Jun clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Lin Yi. The same Lin Yi who broke records yesterday, the butler answered quickly. Witnesses saw him arguing with the young master before entering the trial tower. Lin Yi even used a spell to attack him after the young master insulted his mother. Given Lin Yi's abilities and motive, he is the prime suspect. Li Jun's voice was cold and deliberate. Very well. Keep investigating. If it really is him, I don't care if he's Jiang City's hero, I will make him pay. Go to Wanbao Pavilion and buy information on him. The butler hesitated, then replied reluctantly, I already tried this morning, but Wanbao Pavilion refused to sell. Narrowing his eyes, Li Jun pondered for a moment before saying, Then hire the Bloodkill Tower. Let their assassins track him down. Some matters were inconvenient to handle personally, but with the Bloodkill Tower involved, there would be no such concerns. At this moment, Lin Yi remained unaware that Li Jun had set his sights on him. Even if he knew, he likely wouldn't be too concerned. From the moment he killed Li Kuang, he had anticipated a confrontation with the gold-tier professional. This was why he had entrusted the Qing and Lu families with protecting his mother. After briefing Yang Mei on the situation, Lin Yi set off for the Soulbreak mountain range without delay. Sitting on the broad back of the dragon, Lin Yi felt the frigid wind being blocked by Xiao Jin, creating a tranquil haven around him. He carefully examined the vial of wind spirit's blood and a strand of hair he had obtained from Jiang Fu, sensing the faint essence of wind energy within. He could even catch a hint of an unusual fragrance. Legends about the spirits surfaced in his mind. It was said they hailed from another realm, all of them female, and reproduced through the sacred spirit mother tree. While the truth remained uncertain, it was widely known that wind spirits were masters of wind elements, born as natural archers and mages. Lin Yi mused that aside from completing his advancement mission, obtaining some treasures along the way would be an unexpected bonus. His thoughts wandered to the complexities of this world. In addition to the 5 great human nations, including Huaxia, there were numerous intelligent races coexisting, such as elves, goblins, dwarves, dragons, and beastmen. These races, scattered across the lands during the merging of the 2 realms, shared intricate and often tense relationships with the 5 nations, far too complicated to summarize in a few words. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh, imagining a day when the world fully merged and the gods descended. But he quickly dismissed his daydreaming, realizing that before such a distant future arrived, he needed to amass enough strength to face the unknown dangers ahead. Returning to the task at hand, Lin Yi carefully reviewed the description of the tracking spell. By using the blood or other related items of a target creature, the spell could trace their whereabouts within a maximum range of 1 kilometer, provided the target's level did not exceed LV 50. Compared to its previous form at level 30, the spell now boasted significant improvements in both range and level limits. Tracking spell. Without hesitation, Lin Yi cast the spell on the emerald blood in his hand. A faint glow rippled outward, forming a hazy trail in the air. Xiao Jin, follow it. At his command, the golden dragon let out a soft growl and flapped its wings, accelerating forward. Lin Yi closed his eyes to rest, leaving only a sliver of his consciousness to observe the surroundings. Meanwhile, deep within the soul-severing mountain range, a wind spirit was fleeing for her life. Lena's breaths came in ragged gasps, her disheveled hair and torn leather armor adding to her desperate appearance. Her pointed ears and glowing green eyes marked her as an elf, but her face was etched with worry. How did it come to this? Lena screamed internally. What began as a 5-member expedition from her tribe had now left her as the sole survivor. The priestess's prophecy echoed in her mind. The hope of our wind spirit tribe lies with the human in that direction. Yet every human she encountered had either been greedy, attempting to capture them, or indifferent, showing no reaction to the token she carried. Doubt crept into Lina's heart, but she forced herself to press on. No, the priestess prophecy can't be wrong. I must find that humanity is our savior. Gritting her teeth, she steeled her resolve. Suddenly, a hissing sound reached her ears. Fear flickered in Lina's eyes as she swiftly drew her emerald glass longbow and fired an arrow, all while continuing to sprint with remarkable agility. As a natural-born archer, her skills far surpassed those of ordinary beings. Damn it, if not for the spirit mother tree being tainted, reducing my power to LV30, I wouldn't be struggling against these monsters. Lina cursed under her breath as she glanced back. A black spider, half the size of a human, was chasing her with alarming speed, leaping through the forest with its silk threads. This LV28 venomous black-striped spider wasn't even the most terrifying threat. What truly weighed on Lina was the group of nearly 10 larger LV30 elite black-striped spiders in pursuit. At the rear of the swarm, roaring LV30 purple Lidera venomous black-striped spider queen loomed ominously. Even at her peak, Lina would have approached such a foe with caution. Despair surged within her as she thought, damn it, my mission is not yet complete, I can't die here. Whoosh! A sharp strand of webbing sliced past her face, leaving a shallow cut. Lina instinctively dodged, but the blood trickling down her cheek was a grim reminder of her predicament. She knew that at this rate, she would inevitably become a meal for the spiders. What do I do? How can I survive this? Great Spirit God, please grant me guidance and deliver your humble servant. Lina whispered a desperate prayer. Since the merging of the realms, divine miracles had not been seen for over a century. Firing another volley of wind arrows to temporarily hold off her pursuers, Lina activated her acceleration ability. Green wind energy swirled around her, boosting her speed as she darted forward. Just as she began to feel a glimmer of hope, her smile froze. Ahead of her, more massive black spiders emerged from the forest, parting the trees as they closed in. At some point, the black-striped spider swarm had encircled her. Lina's heart sank, her eyes filled with despair as she watched the dark mass of spiders closing in from all sides. It's over, she thought hopelessly. At that moment, a deafening dragon roar shattered the air. Lina instinctively looked up, her emerald eyes widening in shock and awe. High in the sky, a colossal figure bathed in golden light descended. Its immense size, razor-sharp claws, prominent horns, and spiked tail left no doubt it was a mighty golden dragon. Sacred dragon. Lina's startled cry shattered the silence of the Broken Soul mountain range. A golden dragon spiraled through the sky, diving straight toward her. Fear pierced her heart like a blade of ice, but in the next instant, her expression froze. Standing atop the majestic sacred dragon was a human? Lina rubbed her eyes, making sure she wasn't hallucinating. Sacred dragons were known for their pride. They would never allow a mere mortal to ride them. There was only one explanation: this person must be the master of the sacred dragon. A dragon rider? She speculated silently. Suddenly, the wooden compass in Lina's hands began to tremble violently. Her face lit up with joy. It's the human foretold by the priest. Just as she was about to call out, a swarm of black-striped spiders surged toward her like a relentless tide. The sudden shift from hope to despair nearly broke her. In that critical moment, the sacred dragon let out a thunderous roar, accompanied by a gust of powerful wind. Purple flame meteor. A deep voice rang out, and a massive crimson fireball streaked past Lina, incinerating the venomous spiders in an instant. Level 28 mobs? Pathetic. The young man atop the sacred dragon smirked disdainfully. Good thing I made it in time. If anything had happened to this wind elf, my promotion quest would have been delayed. He turned his gaze to Lina, who was still in shock. Hey, clueless elf, get on. Lina snapped out of her daze. The boy before her was strikingly handsome, and she couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Without hesitation, she leapt up, grabbing the outstretched hand of the young man, Lin Yi, and climbed onto the dragon's back. With a powerful beat of its wings, the sacred dragon soared into the sky, leaving behind only the sharp threads of spider silk. Xiao Jin, take care of those pests, Lin Yi said casually, uninterested in further action. Instead, he began studying Lina. A wind elf finally found one. Lina, too, was quietly observing the young human. So, he's a mage, not a dragon rider. Could he really be the one the priest was searching for? Her heart stirred. This human seemed to embody the very image of a hero she had imagined. Feeling the immense power radiating from the sacred dragon beneath her, Lina quickly composed herself and bowed respectfully. Master Mage, I am Lina. Thank you for saving my life. Lin Yi offered a faint smile. No need for formalities. Just call me Lin Yi. He was already contemplating how to subtly reveal the elf relic in his possession. Gaining the wind elf's trust was critical. But soon, Lin Yi realized he didn't need to overthink. Lina suddenly dropped to her knees before him, pleading earnestly, "Master Lin Yi, please save our wind elf tribe." Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. "Lina, you must be mistaken. Aside from acquiring a couple of elf-related artifacts in the past, I've never had any dealings with elves." Lina shook her head fervently, her voice trembling with emotion. "Master Lin Yi, am not mistaken. You are the savior the priest prophesied. This relic has been vibrating non-stop ever since it sensed your presence. There's no doubt about it. Please, you must help us." Lin Yi's eyes narrowed thoughtfully as he nodded. Internally, he couldn't help but smirk. So that's how it is. Seems the Wind Elves are unaware that the worlds will assign me a promotion quest. This opens up some interesting possibilities for negotiation. He gave Lina a reassuring smile. "Lina, please stand up. If it's possible, take me to your priest. I need to visit your Wind Elf tribe anyway, and if I can help, I won't refuse." "Master Lin Yi, if you can command a sacred dragon, I'm sure you can do it." Lina's eyes sparkled with hope, tears threatening to spill over. At that moment, Xiao Jin was locked in battle with the venomous Spider Queen. Lin Yi chuckled. "All right, Xiao Jin, stop playing around and finish it off." With a deafening roar, Xiao Jin unleashed a devastating dragon breath, obliterating the Spider Queen in an instant. Lin Yi casually picked up 2 silver items dropped by the creature, glanced at them briefly, and tossed them into his pendant. "Lina, lead the way." Of course. The elven girl was overjoyed. Not only had she found hope for her people, but she was also experiencing the thrill of riding a sacred dragon for the first time. As they flew, the two began to chat, gradually becoming more familiar with one another. Lin Yi learned about the crisis facing the Wind Elves. Something to do with the Underdark? Dark corruption? Looks like this quest won't be simple, he mused. As a squad leader, Lina's knowledge was limited. Lin Yi realized he would need to meet the Wind Elf priest to gather more detailed information. Xiao Jin soared swiftly, and before long, an ancient, verdant forest came into view. In the lush green forest ahead, towering trees stretched skyward, piercing through the clouds. Even from above, their colossal presence was awe-inspiring. Lina stood up eagerly, her voice brimming with excitement. "Lord Lin Yi, just ahead lies the location of our elven tribe. However, it is protected by a magical barrier, so you'll need to have the sacred dragon lower its altitude." Lin Yi nodded in understanding. "I see. A magical barrier," he murmured. It made sense. This region, the perilous Duanhuan mountain range, was fraught with dangers. Without proper protection, the tribe would have long been annihilated by the monstrous threats lurking here. As Lin Yi willed it, the sacred dragon's massive wings spread wide, and it swiftly dove toward the heart of the dense forest. In mere moments, it descended to just a few hundred meters above the ground. "That's enough," Lina called out immediately. She closed her eyes, her slender, fair fingers tracing intricate patterns in the air, as if performing an ancient ritual. Her lips moved softly, chanting a mysterious incantation. Suddenly, a faint hum resonated, and a light green aura rippled outward from Lina, expanding in all directions. Above the forest, a transparent protective barrier shimmered into view, its undulating surface creating an opening akin to a doorway. "Lord Lin Yi, we must hurry inside, or the entrance will close soon," Lina urged, her tone anxious. Lin Yi gave a slight nod. With a powerful thrust of its golden wings, the sacred dragon surged forward, entering the barrier through the opening with ease. A subtle sensation of spatial distortion swept over them, and the scene before their eyes transformed dramatically. The greenery here was boundless, the vitality of the vegetation almost overwhelming, tenfold stronger than before. Towering trees stood like titanic pillars, their sheer size dwarfing even the sacred dragon's massive form. At that moment, a sudden surge of energy emanated from Lina, catching Lin Yi off guard. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she explained, "Ever since arriving in this new world, we have refrained from using the wind barrier freely, for fear of provoking the world's will, which suppresses our power. I only dared to risk it this time to find you, Lord Lin Yi. The priestess says that once the two worlds merge, we'll finally be free from these constraints." Lin Yi's heart trembled at her words. While the 5 great nations and various intelligent species on Blue Star had engaged in exchanges, the relationships were complex and tangled. He hadn't anticipated that the world's will would impose such restrictions on other intelligent races. If these limitations were lifted with the merging of the worlds, the resulting power shifts would be unpredictable. This realization filled Lin Yi with urgency. He understood that he had to grow stronger and establish his own influence before the worlds fully merged. Lina continued, "Lord Lin Yi, follow me. The dark corruption spreading from the underground city is terrifying. Even the elven mother tree has been affected. This year, our tribe hasn't been able to bring forth any new young elves. Returning to her homeland seemed to loosen her guard, and she poured out her concerns without restraint. No new young elves? Is it really that dire? Lin Yi asked, his surprise revealing a deepened understanding of the elven tribe's plight. No wonder they had sent out Lena and her companions on such a dangerous expedition. Don't worry. If there's anything I can do, I promise to help, Lin Yi assured her. Lena nodded fervently, her face lighting up with hope. To her, Lin Yi was now her tribe's only chance. As they walked and talked, their pace quickened. Suddenly, the sound of rustling reached their ears. The underbrush parted, revealing several figures with features similar to Lena's. Most wore leather armor, while one was clad in a mage's robe, marking them as a patrol team from the elven tribe. Lena, you're back, the leader, a young elven woman, exclaimed with delight. Lena's eyes sparkled with emotion as she embraced her companions joyfully. You made it back safely, but what about Linda and the others? Someone asked. A shadow crossed Lena's face. They didn't make it. I'm the only one who survived. I'm sorry, she said, her voice heavy with sorrow. Grief washed over the group, and a few younger elves even shed tears. Lena quickly composed herself, her tone resolute as she continued, but Linda and the others' efforts weren't in vain. I found Lord Lin Yi. He is the hero foretold by the priestess, the one destined to save our tribe. At her words, all eyes turned to Lin Yi, their gazes filled with a mix of awe and curiosity. What a handsome human. Could he have some elven ancestry? One of them murmured softly. Lin Yi smiled warmly. It's a pleasure to meet you all. The elves blushed, lowering their heads shyly. Lord Lin Yi, please, you must save our tribe. One of them pleaded. Lin Yi took note of their strength. Many of them appeared to possess the power of silver-ranked warriors. If even the tribe's patrol team was this strong, the higher-ranking members of the elven tribe must be at least platinum level. For a problem that even platinum-level elites couldn't resolve, could he truly succeed? Still, since the Worlds will had assigned this as his advancement mission, there must be a way. Let's go meet the priestess. One of the elves suggested, their grief momentarily set aside as they led Lin Yi forward. The elven mage summoned a wind spell, enveloping the group and boosting their speed significantly. The deeper they ventured, the more Lin Yi could feel the overwhelming vitality around them. It was even more potent than at their initial landing site. Yet beneath this vibrancy, he also sensed an unusual and ominous force. A dark, ominous aura filled the air as Lin Yi realized that the corruption of the elven mother tree was far worse than he had anticipated. Before him unfolded a dreamlike scene. Towering ancient trees stood in harmonious disarray, and various vine-like plants intertwined to form sturdy, natural habitats. Elves flitted about, laughing and playing among the lush greenery. Lena respectfully led Lin Yi forward. Master Lin Yi, please follow me. The priestess has been awaiting your arrival. Lin Yi's sudden appearance caused a stir among the elves. Oh, a human. It's been ages since we've seen a human. Is this human really a guest of the priestess? Could he be here to solve the corruption of the mother tree? Whispers and murmurs rose all around. The younger elves, initially cautious, were drawn in by Lin Yi's gentle smile. They began to gather their courage and approach him, some even daring to come closer to examine him curiously. When they saw Lena leading Lin Yi toward the priestess's dwelling, their eyes sparkled with excitement and hope. Before long, Lin Yi was brought before the elven priestess, Catherine. In the past, the priestess, as the bridge between the elves and their deity, held an unrivaled position of authority within the tribe. Even in this new world, where direct communication with the divine had become a thing of the past, Catherine's strength and the elves' peaceful nature allowed her to maintain her leadership over the entire tribe. But recently, Catherine appeared uncharacteristically weary. The elven mother tree was under an unprecedented assault, and the situation had reached a critical juncture. Without a solution, the mother tree would suffer irreversible damage. Catherine's face lit up with joy upon seeing Lin Yi. Master Lin Yi, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. She instinctively activated her innate ability to observe him. In this new world, humans, favored by the gods, could directly sense basic information about each other as adventurers, while other intelligent beings relied on specific skills. A green glow flickered in Catherine's eyes, only to fade into astonishment as her heart surged with disbelief. Her elven insight had failed. The young man before her was a complete enigma, his attributes entirely obscured. How can this be? As a level 78 epic elven priestess, I can't discern anything about him even at such close range. Catherine was deeply shaken, though her composure, honed through centuries of experience, prevented any outward display of shock. She recalled fragments from her prophecy. A powerful mage atop a floating city, the hope of the elven race, and countless beings bowing in reverence. However, since yesterday, her divination had ceased to function entirely. She had dismissed it as overuse of her abilities, never imagining that even face-to-face, she would learn nothing about Lin Yi. Her respect for Lin Yi grew immensely as a flame of hope ignited in her heart. The future of the elven tribe rested on this mysterious man. What Catherine did not know was that Lin Yi's epic skill, the Fool's Veil, rendered him impervious to detection, even by demigods. Lin Yi, for his part, was equally unsettled. The face before him, beautiful and seemingly only a few years older than his own, had actually witnessed centuries of life. The Wind Elf Priestess Catherine, level 78. Just this simple information was enough to astonish Lin Yi. He had assumed the elven leadership to be capped at the platinum level, but Catherine had reached the epic rank. However, having previously encountered epic-level figures like Wu Weilong and Xie Bin, Lin Yi maintained his composure. Lady Catherine, it is a pleasure to meet you as well, Lin Yi said with a slight bow, striking a balance between respect and confidence. Though the elves sought his assistance, he knew he did not need to overly humble himself, even before such a legendary figure. Catherine spoke softly. Lina, you may leave us. In the small dwelling woven from green vines, only Lin Yi and Catherine remained. Lin Yi, unhurried, sipped the fruit drink prepared by the Elvisa refreshing, sweet beverage brimming with vitality. At last, Catherine broke the silence. Master Lin Yi, Lina must have briefed you on some of the challenges facing our tribe. On behalf of all the elves of the elven tribe, I humbly ask for your aid. Lin Yi tilted his head curiously. I am merely a bronze-tier adventurer. Why would someone of your caliber, an epic priestess, require my assistance? Catherine explained. A century ago, when our tribe fell to this world, we quickly adapted after an initial period of panic. However, our peace was short-lived. 50 years ago, during the Second World Fusion, a spatial rift appeared within our territory. Lin Yi's interest was piqued. This seemed to be the crux of the issue. Catherine continued. That rift connects to a unique dungeon realm. From my observations, it contains a vast underground city teeming with powerful dark energy. At first, it posed no immediate threat. But 30 years ago, the dark energy began seeping into our land. Its strength is overwhelming. Though the mother tree initially resisted, it has grown weaker over time. Now, it can no longer nurture new elves. If this continues, once our generation passes, the elven tribe will face extinction. Her eyes were filled with sorrow, though she withheld the full truth. The reality was far graver. The dark energy not only sought to destroy the elves, but to corrupt them into dark elves. If the wind elven mother tree were to be completely polluted, all existing elves would succumb to darkness. This was the true urgency driving Catherine. Lin Yi pondered aloud. Then why does the priestess not enter the dungeon herself to resolve the issue at its source? Catherine shook her head with a hint of helplessness. I would if I could, but the dungeon restricts entry to those below level 30. So that was it. Lin Yi now understood why they needed him. He even felt a spark of excitement. Exploring the dungeon could help him complete his advancement tasks and yield great rewards. Still, Lin Yi voiced his concerns. The elven mother tree has nurtured someone as powerful as you. Yet this dark energy is corrupting it. How can I, a mere bronze-tier adventurer, hope to resolve such a problem? Catherine quickly nodded. Your concern is valid. Based on my observations of the dungeon, it has both outer and inner layers. Master Lin Yi, you need only venture into the outer layer to retrieve a specific item that can temporarily suppress the dark energy's spread. She had a simple plan in mind, to buy time until the world fully fused. Once that happened, divine intervention would resolve everything. Lin Yi considered this for a moment before replying, Very well, Lady Catherine. However, I will need some assistance. If the dark contamination brought by the underground dungeon cannot be eradicated, the consequences for the elven tribe might be far graver than what Catherine had described. Lin Yi thought to himself, knowing full well that no one would be naive enough to completely reveal their predicament that would be akin to exposing their vulnerabilities to an adversary. Catherine looked momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure, smiling. Of course, Lord Lin Yi. As long as you are willing to lend your aid to the elven tribe, feel free to state any request. Lin Yi remained silent, slowly standing up under the puzzled gaze of the elven priestess. From his pocket, he retrieved 2 tokens, the Wind Spirit card and the Tear of the Elf. A flash of sorrow crossed Catherine's eyes as her slender fingers gently brushed over the teardrop-shaped tear of the elf. In that instant, she realized that Lin Yi was the fabled hero who had avenged the elves. Thank you, Lord Lin Yi, Catherine said, her regard for him visibly growing after the tokens were revealed. You will forever be a friend of the elven race. If you are willing to assist us, I will gift you 3 vials of moon water. It is a treasure highly beneficial to mages and surely to your liking. Lin Yi's eyes lit up briefly, but he quickly shook his head. Priestess Catherine, it seems you lack sincerity in dealing with me. The moon water alone will suffice, but as for the matter of the dark contamination, you will need to seek help elsewhere. Catherine frowned slightly, confused. Lord Lin Yi, please wait. The moon water is a precious treasure nurtured by the ancient tree of our tribe. However, the tree has been corrupted by the dark contamination, and no new moon water can be produced. What remains is all we have left. Please believe in the sincerity of the elven people. Lin Yi let out a soft chuckle. Priestess, you still refuse to be honest with me. First, you haven't provided detailed information about the underground dungeon, nor have you disclosed the exact target. It's hard to believe you haven't attempted exploration yourselves. I suspect most of the elves who entered met with misfortune. Isn't that right? Second, you've downplayed the severity of the dark contamination. Do you think offering me 3 vials of moon water is enough to deceive me? Do you take me, Lin Yi, for a fool? Is this how the elven tribe treats its benefactors? With a cold snort, Lin Yi shook his head in disappointment and began to walk away. Suddenly, Catherine teleported in front of him, nearly causing him to collide with her heaving chest. Her eyes were filled with urgency, and she was visibly flustered. Lord Lin Yi, it's not what you think. I simply haven't had the chance to explain fully. Even Catherine, faced with the potential extinction of her people, couldn't remain calm. What Lin Yi deduced wasn't far from the truth. The elven tribe had indeed sent members into the dungeon, but the situation was far worse than he had imagined. None survived, and only a small amount of intelligence and treasures were retrieved. Sensing Catherine's emotional turmoil and the surge of her epic-level power, Lin Yi grew wary. What is this, priestess? Do you intend to force me into compliance? He asked coldly. Catherine quickly shook her head, suppressing her aura entirely. Lord Lin Yi, please name your terms. As long as it is within the elven tribe's power, we will fulfill them. Lin Yi relaxed internally. Success. He had laid the groundwork by leveraging his act of saving Lina and presenting the 2 tokens to gain favor, then feigned dissatisfaction to walk away. By retreating, he advanced, and Catherine had fallen into his trap. Although he was secretly elated, his expression remained calm, and his tone softened. Anything I ask for? Anything. Very well. First, I need 10 vials of moon water. Second, I need an artifact capable of storing experience. Third, I need practical skill books and equipment to strengthen myself. After all, my current strength is limited. Acting recklessly could endanger myself and potentially implicate the elven tribe. Lastly, I need detailed information about the underground dungeon. Without it, I cannot agree to help. Lin Yi listed his conditions one by one, leaving Catherine stunned. Humans truly were insatiable. For a moment, she even questioned whether her prophecy had been mistaken. This man seemed less like a savior and more like a vampire draining her people dry. Lin Yi smirked slightly. Priestess, everything is negotiable. Take your time. Surely, you wouldn't want to see the elven tribe perish, would you? Struck at her core, Catherine's anger faded, and her expression turned somber. After a long pause, she sighed. You're right, but your demands are excessive. It's not that I'm unwilling to grant them, it's simply that the elven tribe has little left to give. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Let's hear it. He hadn't intended to push too hard anyway. If the elven tribe decided to cut ties altogether, his advancement quest would be doomed. Restarting the mission would waste an entire month, far too inefficient. 5 vials of moon water. That's the maximum a single person can use effectively. Any more would be pointless. Fair enough, Lin Yi agreed readily. As for the artifact to store experience, we do have one, but it must be returned after use. It's a sacred relic of the elven tribe, and storing experience is only one of its secondary functions. That works, Lin Yi replied. After all, he only needed it to gain the massive experience points unavailable within the dungeon. For the skill book and equipment, I can provide one of each. However, our stock is limited due to our long disconnection from the gods. If you agree, I am authorized to provide them to you now, but only on the condition that you return with a dark crystal capable of sustaining the elven tribe for at least 3 years. Catherine's gaze fixed firmly on Lin Yi, making it clear this was her bottom line. Lin Yi stopped at the right moment, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing through his eyes. He turned to Catherine and asked softly, "Is the dark crystal the artifact that alleviates dark corruption?" Catherine nodded in confirmation and then revealed a startling truth. The entire underground city is, in fact, the lair of a powerful black dragon. Seeing Lin Yi's astonishment, she quickly added, "Its interior is vast and intricate, but you need not worry about the black dragon appearing on the outskirts. Your target lies in the outer city, where the black dragon's minions reside. Defeat them, and you can obtain the dark crystals." Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully as Catherine continued to explain. The elven tribe once sent their kin to retrieve some dark crystals, and they succeeded. Without them, the ancient tree would have long succumbed to corruption. This time, she withheld nothing. As her words trailed off, Lin Yi's quest log updated. The special advancement quest, Redemption of the Wind Elves, was updated with new information. The objective now required him to collect 30 dark crystals to save the Wind Elves. A system notification echoed in his mind. Note: The more dark crystals collected, the higher the completion rate of the quest. Exceptional completion will yield additional rewards. Catherine looked at Lin Yi and spoke softly. Wait here. I'll fetch you the moon water. With that, she stepped out of the vine-covered cottage. Lin Yi keenly noticed her demeanor had grown colder toward him, clearly still displeased by his earlier rash actions. However, Lin Yi merely smirked, unfazed. Every man for himself, it's human nature, he thought. Besides, I still intend to help the Wind Elves, just while ensuring my own interests are maximized. While waiting, Lin Yi occasionally waved at the curious little elves peeking through the windows, feeling a rare sense of joy. Soon, Catherine returned. Lin Yi turned to face her, his eyes lighting up as they fell upon the treasures she brought. Catherine sighed gently. These are for you. I hope you will do your utmost to collect as many dark crystals as you can. In her heart, she was filled with conflicting emotions. Though the prophecy was not absolute, Lin Yi undoubtedly possessed extraordinary potential. According to Lina, Lin Yi had even tamed a holy dragon, an ability far beyond ordinary mortals. If even he failed, Catherine feared she would be forced to resort to the last, desperate measure, a choice that would come at a great cost, and one she was loath to make unless absolutely necessary. Lin Yi nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I will give it my all. If I manage to collect more dark crystals, I will deliver them to you. Internally, he mused, since I've accepted this task, I must see it through. Gaining benefits obligates me to fulfill my role. Moreover, this quest is critical to my advancement. There's no room for half measures. With that, he began to carefully inspect the treasures laid before him. To his surprise, the moon water was not measured by bowls but existed as individual drops, 5 silver-white beads, each shaped like a crescent moon, marvelously unique. A system notification immediately followed. Moon water. Grade. Platinum. Effect. Permanently increases spirit attribute by 2,000 points per drop. Note. A sacred treasure of the elves, deeply tied to their origins. Each individual may consume a maximum of 5 drops. Lin Yi's eyes widened in delight. A single drop of moon water could boost his spirit attribute by 2,000 points, a far greater benefit than he had anticipated. This was a permanent enhancement, incomparable to temporary boosts from equipment. For a professional adventurer, consuming such a treasure was akin to gaining a lifelong advantage over others. Without hesitation, he drank the moon water. 1 drop, 2 drops. All 5 crescent-shaped beads coursed through his body like a torrent. In an instant, the immense energy within the moon water erupted, filling him with a refreshing, invigorating sensation. His spirit attribute surged to an astonishing 42,000 points, reaching 50,400 when factoring in the 20 bonus from his victor's set. The dramatic increase in power astonished Lin Yi. With just these 5 drops of moon water, his strength had soared to new heights. A single fireball spell could now deal millions of damage, and his most powerful Earth Prison spell could inflict over 80 million damage in one casting, enough to annihilate the venomous green dragon he once struggled against in mere moments. Compared to his earlier trials in the Tower of Trial's 30th floor, his strength had multiplied several times over. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Yi turned his attention to the second treasure. A cyan horn engraved with intricate elven runes he could not decipher. A system notification appeared. Horn of the Wind Elves. Grade. Special. Effect. A sacred artifact of the Wind Elves, capable of communicating with divine beings. Allows the bearer to store experience points equivalent to 20 times their current level. Lin Yi marveled at the horn. So, this is an artifact that connects the Wind Elves to their gods. No wonder it must be returned after use. But that's fine, I only need it for the underground city. 20 times my experience points? That's more than enough. He happily stored the horn in his victor's pendant. Meanwhile, Catherine's expression betrayed her inner turmoil. She reiterated, Lord Lin Yi, please ensure the horn is returned. It is of great importance to us. She couldn't help but feel a pang of loss. If the artifact were to be lost in the underground city, it would be an immeasurable blow. Lin Yi nodded and shifted his gaze to the third treasure. A pale green ring adorned with intricate elven runes, emanating an air of mystery. The system notification followed. Blessing of the Wind Elves. Grade. Platinum. Effect. 200,000 mana. 20 damage to wind element spells below epic grade. Skill. Elven Blessing temporarily increases spirit attribute by 10 for 1 minute. Cooldown. 24 hours. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with joy. Another platinum grade ring. With this, all 4 rings on his hands were now platinum, leaving only his silver grade invisibility mask as the last non-platinum piece in his arsenal. Catherine had clearly put great thought into her selection. Finally, Lin Yi turned to the 4th treasure, a rare summoning skill book. Its title read, Summon Ancient War Tree, Bronze Grade. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he wasted no time activating it. Clapping his hands together, he instantly mastered the skill. His innate talent pushed it to max level in an instant. As he reviewed the ancient war tree stats, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh heartily. Brimming with confidence, he set off for the underground city. The War Ancient Tree Summon entity had its rank elevated to a level 30 lore-tier monster, with its health skyrocketing to 4,735,229 points. Its skill repertoire was also comprehensively upgraded. Root Bind, Vine Shot, Rapid Regeneration, Wooden Activation, Vision Sharing. With these abilities maxed out at level 30, the War Ancient Tree's capabilities underwent a dramatic transformation. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart. With such a powerful ally by his side, he could almost ensure that no enemy in the forest could escape his grasp. The combination of Wooden Activation and Vision Sharing, in particular, made reconnaissance incredibly easy. He silently rejoiced at the fortuitous gains he had made even before entering the dungeon. Noticing that Lin Yi had finished preparing and his emotions had steadied, Catherine softly suggested, "Lord Lin Yi, if you're ready, we should set out immediately." Her tone carried a sense of urgency, clearly indicating her impatience. Every second of delay meant the elven mother tree would sink deeper into corruption, a potential catastrophe for the elves. Understood. Lin Yi responded decisively and followed Catherine out of the vine hut. The eyes of the elves turned to Lin Yi in unison. Among them, the elders, having learned that Lin Yi was their savior, gazed at him with added reverence. "Lord Lin Yi, may you return safely," they chorused, voices brimming with blessings. Lin Yi smiled in response, raising his staff, which caused the young sprites to look at him with awe in their sparkling eyes. "Lord Lin Yi is so cool," a young sprite couldn't help but exclaim. Catherine, witnessing the scene, shook her head with a faint hint of helplessness. She had refrained from telling her people about Lin Yi's opportunistic bargaining earlier, deciding it was unnecessary as long as he truly helped the elves out of their plight. However, the thought of those 5 drops of moon water still made her heart ache slightly. Following Catherine, Lin Yi weaved through the cluster of vine houses until they stopped before a colossal, verdant ancient tree. The towering tree stretched over 1,000 meters high, with a diameter close to 100 meters, exuding an intense vitality and an abundance of wind elemental energy. Yet, at the same time, tendrils of dark energy coiled ominously around its trunk. "This is the Elven Mother Tree, the foundation of our tribe's survival," Catherine explained. Lin Yi scrutinized the tree closely and noticed that half of it had already been consumed by darkness, with the corruption continuing to spread. The blue-green cocoons of light that once nurtured life were now lifeless, cutting off the elves' source for new births. He realized that if this continued unchecked, the elven tribe would inevitably fade into history. "The dungeon entrance is located at the back of the tree," Catherine said as she led him around to the other side. The sight before them was even more unsettling. A swirling black vortex rotated slowly, its dark energy seeping into the ancient tree, weaving a sinister network of black webs. Lin Yi suddenly understood the entrance to this dungeon was hidden behind the Elven Mother Tree. The black dragon must have sensed the tree's existence and aimed to use it to anchor the dungeon to reality, breaking free from its confinement. He recalled that most dungeons were fragments of worlds left behind when 2 realms collided. To certain intelligent beings, such confined spaces were nothing short of torment. "To think I'd encounter something like this? Truly." Lin Yi cast an odd glance at Catherine, silently lamenting their poor luck. "Perhaps this is a trial from the gods for our elven tribe. If we can overcome this calamity, our tribe will surely be reborn," Catherine said firmly. "Lord Lin Yi, please help us gather enough dark crystals." With that, she bowed deeply once more. "No problem. Leave it to me." Lin Yi nodded solemnly. His earlier hard bargaining had been for his own benefit, but now, with this critical mission in hand, he couldn't stand idly by. Besides, this tied directly to his advancement quest, so he was determined to give it his all. Catherine hesitated briefly before cautioning, "This is a solo dungeon, so you must go in alone. If you encounter something you can't handle, you can retreat temporarily." Without further comment, Lin Yi extended his spiritual energy toward the black vortex. Instantly, a flood of information surged into his mind. Level 35 Silverdeer Dungeon, Black Dragon Underground Castle Entrance, Difficulty, Hell Mode, Restrictions, only for players below level 30, Maximum Participants, 1. Hell Mode Dungeon. Lin Yi sighed internally. And it's solo. The difficulty just multiplied. This is just the outer city. The inner city will likely be even more terrifying. Fortunately, he didn't need to delve too deep. "Priestess Catherine, I'll head in now. Wait for my good news." With these words, Lin Yi resolutely stepped into the black vortex. In an instant, Lin Yi vanished from sight. Catherine stood motionless, her mind replaying the visions from her prophecy spell. A floating city, a powerful mage standing like a deity, slaying formidable demon lords, commanding the allegiance of countless beings, her own figure among them. Could it be that the elven tribe is destined to submit to Lord Lin Yi? This thought was the root of her tolerance toward him. After all, A strong individual has their pride and would not easily tolerate threats. We'll see. If the elven god truly abandons us. Catherine's gaze flickered with uncertainty. As Lin Yi stepped into the swirling black vortex, a wave of dizziness swept over him, piercing straight into his soul. It was a sensation unique to crossing spatial boundaries and traversing the barriers between worlds, one that no magic could shield against. Soon, the discomfort faded completely. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing on an expansive, shadowy plain. Above him was not a blue sky but an endless expanse of deep purple rock formations. This is truly the underworld. Lin Yi's gaze was drawn to a solitary peak, with faintly visible spiraling pathways around it, resembling a staircase reaching the heavens. Suddenly, a deafening dragon's roar echoed throughout the subterranean realm, sending shivers down his spine. A system notification appeared. You have entered the Hell-level dungeon's secret realm. Clear all monsters, and find the key to the inner city to complete the mission. Defeat the first boss monster to earn the right to leave the dungeon freely. Stay hidden at all times. Exposing your location will summon the entire dungeon's monsters to attack. Lin Yi smirked disdainfully, thinking to himself, unlike other dungeons, the exit here only opens when the boss is defeated. But from the moment I stepped in, I had only one goal: completion. Clearing all monsters and obtaining the key to the inner city? Perfect. I'm just as curious about that mysterious inner city. Before his thoughts settled, Lin Yi's wings unfurled behind him, propelling him into the air like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Stay hidden? Not necessary. The merrier. It saves me the trouble of hunting them down. He chuckled softly as the radiant glow from his victory staff illuminated the surroundings, and a massive magic circle materialized in midair. The holy dragon, Xiao Jin, let out an exhilarating roar, resonating with its master's fighting spirit. In the distance, a black dragon bellowed furiously, roaring repeatedly as if summoning its minions from the outer city, vowing to annihilate the intruder. Standing atop Xiao Jin's back, Lin Yi gently stroked its head and murmured a promise: be patient. Once we're stronger, I'll help you slay that black dragon and take you to the next level. Summon the ancient war tree. Lin Yi wielded his staff, and a colossal tree resembling an armored giant emerged before him, its sharp branches gleaming like swords. He finally understood why Catherine had taught him this skill. The outer area of the dungeon was sparse aside from the crude stone huts. Only scattered, eerie purple trees dotted the landscape. For other adventurers, advancing step by step, carefully avoiding monster hordes, and hunting isolated enemies to gather shadow crystals might be the only way forward. But Lin Yi clearly had no need for such caution. Nature's activation, shared vision. The war tree's dual skills activated instantly, flooding Lin Yi's mind with a torrent of information. Not far away, a group of kobolds was charging toward him. Xiao Jin, let's hunt. Lin Yi laughed heartily, steering Xiao Jin into action. The holy dragon's golden wings spread wide, blotting out the sky as they surged forward at an astonishing speed. Ahead, a dense swarm of kobolds came into view. Level 32 common kobolds. Level 33 elite kobolds. Level 34 boss kobold captains. Level 35 purple dragonblood kobold lords. Every tier of kobold was present, their strength significantly enhanced by the black dragon's blood. Particularly the level 35 purple dragonblood kobold lord. Its stats were on par with some same-level golden boss monsters. The system displayed: Dragonblood Kobold Lord. Rank: Level 35 Boss Purple. HP: 42.4 million. Skills: Kobold Roar, Axe Cleave, Dragonblood Slash. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at these stats. This was just the first boss monster, and it was already this formidable. Not to mention the countless minions and elites surrounding it. For a level 30 wind elf, even the strongest ones, this challenge would be insurmountable. The Hell-level dungeon's secret realm was clearly not designed for ordinary adventurers. Perfect, Xiao Jin, let's do this. Lin Yi's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. These were treasures of experience and gear, just waiting to be claimed. He could feel it. A bountiful harvest was imminent. Through the war tree's shared vision, Lin Yi noticed another wave of gnolls approaching from farther away. Yet, he remained calm. He had to finish off this batch of kobolds before the second wave arrived. Then, he would relocate to avoid being surrounded. Efficiently clearing monsters while evading encirclement. What could be better? Intruders of Emperor Caesar's domain, die. The Dragonblood Kobold Lord's guttural roar echoed, and kobolds in the distance hurled their spears, some with explosive force that shattered the air. Sky Shield. The spears struck the barrier, but only caused ripples on its surface. Earth Cage. Lin Yi cast a wide area spell, covering a massive radius of 200 meters. It was the perfect tool to deal with the kobolds before him. Boom. Massive stone hands crushed the kobolds, while jagged, razor-sharp earth spikes pierced through their ranks. 8.11 million. 8.23 million. 7.96 million, 8.05 million. A cascade of staggering damage numbers filled the air. Whether common kobolds, dragonblood kobolds, or even the kobold captain bosses, all were instantly annihilated. After 3 waves of Earth Cage, Lin Yi's total damage output soared to nearly 26 million. Even the dragonblood kobold lord had lost half its health in the process. In an instant, his quest log exploded with updates. Lin Yi's rewards were piling up, was reaping a massive haul. The sounds of battle echoed all around, and experience points flooded in like a tidal wave. Lin Yi's vision was almost overwhelmed by the constantly updating log panel, while the ground was littered with kobold corpses. Thankfully, he had borrowed Catherine's wind spirit horn. Otherwise, losing such a massive amount of experience points would have been a regret he couldn't bear. Within a 200-meter radius, the kobolds receded like a retreating tide, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield. Lin Yi cast Earth Prison, and violet energy spread across the ground as sharp spikes erupted, piercing countless kobolds. Blood seeped into the earth like streams, and the air was thick with the stench of iron. Damage numbers popped up continuously, and experience points accumulated at a frenetic pace. After 2 rounds, Lin Yi had already gained an astonishing 1 million experience points. He licked his lips, unable to hide his excitement. This level of efficiency could only be achieved in dungeon instances. It was unparalleled in the outside world. When dealing with scattered kobolds, Lin Yi switched to using Violet Flame Meteor. Although it lacked the sheer impact of Earth Prison, it still dealt an impressive 4 million damage. As the experience points continued to skyrocket, Lin Yi marveled at how quickly his strength was growing. Once the battle was over, Lin Yi descended on Xiaojin, his golden companion. Before him lay a glittering sea of loot, including silver equipment and even a piece of gold-tier gear. He quickly gathered everything and made a rough tally of his spoils. Dozens of black iron items, over 10 bronze items, 3 or 4 silver items, and the coveted piece of gold equipment. Lin Yi carefully examined the attributes of the gold-tier berserker armor and, satisfied, stored it away. Then, he turned his attention to the real objective of this venture, the dark crystals. In his hand was a diamond-shaped crystal, about the size of a fist, emitting a strange glow. At that moment, Lin Yi understood Catherine's plan. He had obtained a total of 12 dark crystals this time, far exceeding the usual haul of even the most skilled elven warriors. Turning to face the desolate, dark purple terrain and the ruins of the underground city, Lin Yi's desire for more experience points and treasures burned even stronger. Without hesitation, he decided to press on. Xiaojin spread its wings and soared into the unknown. Using the vision granted by the war ancient tree, Lin Yi spotted a new wave of monsters on the distant horizon. This army was far larger than the kobold forces he had just faced, surging forward like an unstoppable tide. As foretold by the cryptic warnings of the dungeon, revealing one's presence would summon the hunters of the Black Dragon clan. Though Lin Yi feared nothing, he knew well that picking off his enemies one by one was the wisest approach. Standing on the outskirts of the dungeon amidst the vast desert, his gaze swept over the crumbled ruins and scattered stone walls. The descendants of the Black Dragon were spread across the land, but they provided him with an ideal battlefield. Using the vision granted by the faintly glowing purple tree, Lin Yi deftly avoided the encirclement of the enemy forces. Xiaojin dashed ahead tirelessly, soon identifying a new hunting ground. Suddenly, a thunderous and arrogant dragon roar shook the skies, once again provoking the Black Dragon Lord in the distant central city. The response was a furious and deafening roar of rage. Lin Yi immediately sensed the enemy's movements. A mixed army of gnolls and kobolds was charging toward him, while farther away, black-scaled wyverns, hellhounds, and ogres stirred restlessly, ready to join the fray. As he looked at the approaching beast tide, a gleam of excitement lit up his eyes. This horde promised even richer rewards in experience and loot than before. Within the beast tide, a variety of foes emerged: LV-32 ordinary kobolds, LV-33 regular gnolls, LV-34 elite dragonblood gnolls, and LV-34 lord-tier dragonblood kobold captains. However, the most striking of them all was a golden Lidera LV-35 golden lord class dragonblood gnoll king. Lin Yi quickly scanned the attributes of the dragonblood gnoll king: 81.5 million HP, 790,000 attack power, and a set of formidable skills including Black Dragon Bloodline, Dragon Blood Burst, Dark Triple Strike, Gnoll Howl, and Gnoll Bite. This was an exceptional dragonblood creature, far surpassing ordinary golden tier leaders. Finally, a worthy opponent. Lin Yi murmured to himself with excitement. The kobold leader he had defeated earlier had dropped a piece of golden equipment. This dragonblood gnoll king might yield something even more valuable: latinum tier loot. Determined to take the initiative, Lin Yi gave the command, and Xiaojin dove down, unleashing a torrent of scorching dragon breath that swept through the horde of monsters. As a dragon, Xiaojin inherently suppressed these creatures infused with dragon blood. Wielding his victorious staff, Lin Yi summoned a glowing earthen energy. Earth prison, he called out. Instantly, a 200-meter diameter area transformed into a forest of yellow, jagged spikes. The cage-like formation crushed swathes of enemies, their blood splattering in red, black, and green hues, painting a gruesome scene. 8.01 million, 8.13 million, 8.07 million. Damage numbers surged like waves, but Lin Yi remained unfazed. His combat log refreshed at lightning speed, displaying a steady stream of kills. Defeated LV-32 Ordinary Kobold. Gained 457 XP. Defeated LV-33 Elite Dragonblood Kobold. Gained 1,195 XP. Defeated LV-34 Dragonblood Kobold Captain. Gained 16,310 XP. Defeated LV-33 Ordinary Gnoll. Gained 619 XP. One wave of attacks earned him over 600,000 experience points, far surpassing his previous gains from the kobolds. However, the Dragonblood Gnoll King was clearly more cunning than its kobold counterparts. A black dragon blood shield enveloped its body, reducing Lin Yi's potential damage of over 7 million by half. Even so, dealing 3 million damage per strike was a mere drop in the ocean compared to its 81.5 million HP. The Dragonblood Gnoll King launched its counterattack. Its muscular legs exploded with power as it leaped into the air, reaching a height that even surpassed Xiaojin. Dark Triple Strike. With a massive greatsword glowing with ominous black energy, it unleashed 3 consecutive slashes of dark sword energy, each spanning 30 to 40 meters. The sword energy was eerie, carrying a shield-corroding force that rippled through the air in waves of black distortion. With its terrifying attack power of 790,000, each strike could deal millions of damage, enough to instantly kill most adventurers below the silver tier. Even silver tier professionals would struggle to survive such an onslaught. A hell-level dungeon indeed lives up to its name. This makes the Dark Altar look like child's play, Lin Yi remarked, though his tone remained calm. Unfortunately for you, you're up against me. His sky shield could withstand nearly 10 million damage, so he had little to fear. Moreover, Lin Yi never fought recklessly. Teleport. With a flick of his staff, he instantly evaded 2 of the sword slashes. The third strike, though unavoidable due to its proximity, merely caused a faint ripple on his sky shield before dissipating harmlessly. Lin Yi smirked. If you can't break my shield, how do you plan to fight me? Unfurling his spectral wings, he soared into the air and issued a command to Xiaojin. Go play with those small fry. This one is mine to handle. His eyes burned with fighting spirit as he resolved to use this battle to test the limits of his recent growth and power. The sacred dragon dove with a powerful sweep of its wings, the razor-sharp barbs on its leathery appendages slicing through the monsters like the scythe of death itself. Lin Yi observed coldly as Xiaojin efficiently cleared the battlefield, his gaze locking onto the Gnoll King. Teleport. Lin Yi murmured inwardly, his figure instantly appearing beside the target. Slow spell. The Gnoll King's movements suddenly became sluggish. Whirlwind slash. The staff in Lin Yi's hand radiated dazzling light, and under the blessing of the Song of the Wind Spirit, a massive green wind blade, tens of meters wide, began spinning and cutting relentlessly. With a deafening crash, the Gnoll King's defenses nearly collapsed, its body sent flying backward. 7.94 million. Its health dropped by a tenth in an instant, a flash of panic appearing in its eyes. Lin Yi was exhilarated, like a hawk circling in the sky, ready to deliver a fatal strike. Ice Spear. Fireball. He unleashed a series of precise spells, driving his opponent into a corner. Whirlwind slash. One more time. The massive wind blade nearly severed the Gnoll King's arm. The Gnoll King finally retaliated, enveloping itself in a dragon blood shield. Lin Yi sneered. You think that's enough? With a casual wave of his staff, a thick white shockwave shot out. Boom. The Holy Light Impact, a skill attached to the victor's staff, wasn't as powerful as a max-level spell, but it had a knockback effect. This was the perfect moment to press the attack. Whirlwind slash. Hat trick. The victor's hat replicated 50 of the damage, doubling the assault. 2 wind blades flew out in succession, slashing fiercely at the Gnoll King. Slash. Slash. 11.43 million. 5.69 million. The terrifying damage not only severed the Gnoll King's leg, but also inflicted devastating injuries on its body. Its desperate howl echoed across the battlefield. Lin Yi's expression brightened, recognizing the importance of equipment-attached skills. While they weren't as powerful as max-level abilities, when used strategically, they could still be game-changing. From this point on, Lin Yi completely dominated the battlefield. The Gnoll King's only hope was for reinforcements from the Black Dragon, but Lin Yi had no intention of giving it that chance. Earth Cage. The heavily injured Gnoll King couldn't even tear through the prison of Earth. Whirlwind slash. Lin Yi's eyes remained icy as the green wind blade spun rapidly, slicing cleanly through the Knoll King's neck. 12.94 million. The massive, grotesque wolf head was severed, and brown blood sprayed in all directions. Defeated LV-35 Golden Elite Boss, Dragonblood Knoll King. Gained 136,215 experience points. Lin Yi smiled, satisfied with this test run. Among the entire Jiang City, only Han Feng could barely manage to defeat a same-level Golden Elite Boss. But now, Lin Yi could effortlessly annihilate even those 5 levels higher. His gaze swept over the loot, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Platinum-grade treasure. He quickly collected all the items, saving them for later inspection. The remaining gnolls and kobolds, witnessing the fall of their king, were paralyzed with fear, as if the end of the world had arrived. Yet, the imposing dominance of the Black Dragon Emperor's authority kept them from daring to flee. Through his shared vision with the ancient war tree, Lin Yi noticed several waves of monsters closing in from behind. He decided to speed up the battle, opting for a cautious strategy of picking them off one by one before relocating the battlefield. Xiaojin, let's pick up the pace. Lin Yi called out with a smile as he leapt back onto the broad back of the sacred dragon. Earth Cage. Violet Flame Meteor. Alternating between 2 area effect spells, the results were devastating. Faced with this overwhelming damage, even ordinary elite monsters were no different from low-level mobs instantly killed with a single strike. Lin Yi's attacks swept across the battlefield like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. The ground was littered with the corpses of kobolds and gnolls, their blood soaking into the soil. System notifications flashed incessantly. Defeated LV-32 Normal Monster, Kobold. Gained 536 EXP. Defeated LV-33 Elite Monster, Kobold. Gained 1359 EXP. Defeated LV-34 Dragonblood Kobold Captain. Gained 16,893 EXP. Defeated LV-33 Mob, Gnoll. Gained 723 EXP. After clearing several waves of monsters, the experience stored in the Horn of the Wind Spirit surpassed the 3 million mark. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. This was enough to level up directly to LV-33, but he knew this was only the beginning. If he could clear the entire dungeon of its monsters, reaching LV-35 was just around the corner. At that point, all he needed to do was complete the advancement quest to become a Silver Tier professional, which would elevate his power tenfold or more. In addition to the abundant experience, the equipment scattered across the battlefield was a treasure trove that delighted Lin Yi. Over 100 items of varying levels shimmered with enticing brilliance, enough to outfit an entire mercenary group. Wasting no time, he cast a spell to summon a giant magical hand, sweeping up all the spoils into his inventory. These minor utility spells, like the jump spell and mage hand, were purchases from Jiang Fu that had proven to be incredibly useful. Stretching contentedly, Lin Yi cast his gaze toward the distant, looming monster horde. Time to go. Xiaojin, let's move. He leapt onto the broad back of his sacred dragon and soared into the air. Despite being in the sunless underground world, the massive distance of several kilometers between him and the cavern ceiling ensured a safe retreat. Not long after, the subordinates of the Black Dragon arrived at the battlefield. The Black-Scaled Wyvern, the Canine Demon Lord, and the Half-Lich Cassis 3 of the remaining LV-35 Gold-Tier elite monsters of the outer city glared furiously at the carnage before them. The scene was eerily similar to what had happened earlier. The ground was strewn with the bodies of gnolls and kobolds, and even the Gold-Tier Knoll King had been decapitated. The monsters let out enraged roars. This was a blatant provocation against the Black Dragon Emperor. Despite their fury, the Black-Scaled Wyvern and the Canine Demon Lord couldn't hide the flicker of fear in their eyes. So many of their forces had been wiped out, yet they still failed to capture the intruder. They knew they would face severe punishment when they next reported to the inner city. Both turned to Cassos in unison. Cassos, it's up to you to track the intruder. The Half-Lich began chanting an incantation, but he soon faltered, visibly shaken. Impossible, he exclaimed. My dark tracking spell can't locate this intruder. This spell can even track LV-40 creatures. He frowned in thought. The Black Dragon Emperor's barrier should prevent anything above LV-30 from entering the dungeon. It seems we'll have to wait for the intruder to resurface. Next time, the 3 of us must act together. The Black-Scaled Wyvern sneered disdainfully. Useless lich. Next time, I'll be the first to arrive and present the intruder's head to Emperor Caesar. With that, it spread its massive wings and flew off toward its lair. Cassos, his expression dark, pulled the Canine Demon Lord aside to discuss their next move. One by one, the monsters dispersed. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained blissfully unaware of the internal strife brewing among the monsters over their failed tracking efforts. If he'd known, he might have laughed out loud. His max-level Fool's Mist ability rendered him untraceable even by demigods, let alone a mere LV-35 elite monster. It was thanks to Xiao Jin's mobility and the Fool's Mist that Lin Yi could confidently reveal his position without fear of consequence. Having learned about the outer city's situation from the Elven Priestess, Lin Yi had meticulously planned his actions. Taking a deep breath, he landed within a simple stone structure. In the vast underground city, as long as he didn't actively reveal himself, the monsters would struggle to find his hiding spot. Rather than immediately inspecting his loot, Lin Yi kept a vigilant eye on the distant sky. According to Catherine's intelligence, the underground world was about to be engulfed by the dark tide, a devastating force that even dark creatures couldn't withstand. They would be forced to take shelter within structures. Only the inner city, protected by the Black Dragon Emperor, would remain unaffected, allowing its inhabitants to move freely during the tide. Before long, layers of dense black energy began to converge and spread, weaving into a dark curtain that blanketed the sky. The curtain expanded rapidly, enveloping every corner of the underground world. Lin Yi could even hear occasional screams in the distance. The living conditions in this underground world are truly harsh, he mused. No wonder they're so desperate to corrupt the elven mother tree and invade the surface. Lin Yi quickly cast Sky Shield. As the dark tide collided with the structure, the stone walls shimmered faintly, holding off the tide's assault. Observing the increasingly fragile building, Lin Yi felt reassured that Catherine's information was accurate. Hiding within certain stone structures could indeed shield him from the tide. Relieved, Lin Yi shifted his gaze to the central peak in the distance, the location of the inner city. The dark tide appeared even more intense there, and the protective barrier seemed to waver under its pressure. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with interest. Perhaps after clearing the outer city, he could use the chaos of the tide to infiltrate the inner city. Of course, he'd first need to acquire the key to enter. He was particularly intrigued by the Black Dragon Emperor. There might be unexpected opportunities waiting there. For now, there was no need to overthink it. Once he confirmed his safety, Lin Yi began eagerly examining the loot he'd gained from defeating the Knoll King. Lin Yi had just cleared the wave of monsters, reaping substantial rewards. In the Hell-level dungeon, even the drop rates of minor mobs were significantly boosted. He casually glanced at the pile of equipment on the ground, already categorizing them in his mind as future goods to be converted into cash. However, what truly caught his attention were a few rare treasures in his hands. The first thing that stood out was a pair of battle boots. On the back of the boots, a faint outline of small black dragon wings could be seen, giving them an incredibly striking appearance. Lin Yi carefully examined their attributes. Black dragon boots. Grade: Platinum. Attributes: Agility 20,000, Stamina 10,000, Movement Speed 50. Additional skill: Black Dragon Leap allows a dash jump in any direction with no recoil damage. Cooldown: 5 seconds. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with barely concealed excitement. The true value of these platinum boots lay at least half in their additional skill. He had never encountered a skill with such a short cooldown. It was almost on par with his max-level abilities. This skill would undoubtedly become a staple in his combat repertoire. Recalling the swift leaps of the Knoll King, Lin Yi suddenly understood it was all thanks to these boots. These boots were likely a reward from the Black Dragon Emperor to one of his subordinates, and now they had fallen into Lin Yi's hands. Lin Yi quickly analyzed the tactical potential of the Black Dragon Leap. Combined with his netherwing, his mobility would be vastly enhanced. In situations where teleportation wasn't viable, this skill could be the key to victory. For example, when facing the Knoll King's Shadow Triple Slash, a teleportation of 100 meters could only evade 2 of the attacks. But with Black Dragon Leap, he could dodge all 3 flawlessly. Unfortunately, the boots required him to reach level 35 to equip them. Lin Yi sighed, but quickly let it go. Clearing out this dungeon would easily bring him to level 35. Once he completed the promotion quest, he could wear them without issue. Besides, his current Victor's set already formed a cohesive system. A single piece of platinum equipment wasn't enough to justify abandoning his golden set, as an abrupt switch could lead to a drop in overall power. Lin Yi thought to himself, there's no rush. After taking down the remaining 3 Golden Lord monsters, there's bound to be more platinum gear. He could make a full switch then. He planned silently in his mind. The monsters were caught off guard today, but once the dark tide receded, they wouldn't be as easy to deal with. He decided to determine which one to tackle first when the time came. Pushing aside these thoughts, Lin Yi examined the remaining 2 pieces of golden equipment. Knoll Ring. Grade: Gold. Attributes: Strength 4,000. Bonus: 50 cubic meters of storage space. This ring was a top-tier item for warriors. Not only did it boost strength by 4,000, but it also had the rare feature of a storage function. Lin Yi nodded in approval. The storage ability alone doubled the ring's value, making it comparable to some lower-tier platinum equipment. The second golden item was a pair of bracers. Bloodlust Bracers. Grade: Gold. Attributes: Defense 5,000, HP 50,000. Special effect: 1 lifesteal applies to all damage types. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. This was another piece he could use. The lifesteal effect, in particular, meant that both physical and magical damage could restore his health. He made a mental note to equip this when he eventually replaced his victor's set. Among the golden treasures, Lin Yi also discovered an item that suited him perfectly: a bronze skill book, Flame Burst. Without hesitation, he learned the skill, and thanks to his innate talent, it instantly reached max level. Flame Burst LV30 detonates fire elements beneath an enemy, creating a pillar of flames. Cooldown, 2 seconds. With the Molten Ring's 30 bonus to fire-based skills, the power of Flame Burst rivaled that of his enhanced Whirlwind Slash. Lin Yi was secretly delighted this skill would make dealing with Lord monsters much easier. Additionally, Lin Yi collected over 20 dark crystals, which directly fulfilled his promotion quest requirements. If he wished, he could leave the dungeon now and hand the crystals over to the elven priest to ascend to the silver rank. But Lin Yi's ambitions went far beyond that. He wanted to gather more dark crystals and overachieve the promotion requirements. More importantly, he was eager to explore the inner city. After tallying his gains, Lin Yi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. At this moment, the dark tide outside had calmed slightly. From the distant central peak, faint roars of the black dragon echoed, filled with rage. Lin Yi couldn't help but ponder the black dragon's predicament. No wonder it was so desperate to return to the new world. It was truly a pitiful creature. From its perspective, it wasn't wrong, it was merely trying to survive. Being forced to shrink into such a confined space, bound by the world's will to remain in the inner city whenever the dungeon opened, was suffocating just to think about. Seen in this light, its pollution of the elven mother tree became somewhat understandable. But understanding was one thing, justice was another. To the elves, it was an unforgivable act of destroying their homeland. Lin Yi stood firmly on the elves' side and felt no sympathy for the black dragon. In the new world formed after the merging of two worlds, strength was the ultimate authority. Lin Yi closed his eyes briefly, savoring a moment of tranquility. According to the information gathered by the elves, the fluctuations of the dark tide were entirely unpredictable. Sometimes it lasted a few hours, other times it spanned day and night. With this in mind, he decided to wait patiently. Time passed quietly. Crash, crash, crash. The sound of retreating tides jolted Lin Yi out of his meditation. He snapped his eyes open, watching as the impenetrable darkness that veiled the underground world receded like a retreating wave. The awe-inspiring force of nature gave Lin Yi pause, but he didn't linger. The ominous black tide could surge back at any moment, and Lin Yi was determined to continue his hunting expedition. Summon the war ancient tree. Lin Yi lightly swung the victor's staff, and instantly, a jet-black war ancient tree rose before him. While its combat capabilities were average, its unique ability to share vision made it an indispensable ally for Lin Yi. Wooden activation. Vision sharing. Lin Yi commanded in a low voice. In an instant, the distant purple saplings came alive, as though granting Lin Yi countless pairs of eyes. With a nod, Lin Yi signaled Xiao Jin to roar. Roar! The ferocious dragon's roar echoed throughout the underground cavern, alarming the surrounding monsters. Waves of creatures began surging toward the distance. However, Lin Yi frowned at the sight of the 3 gold-tier Lord-class monsters still gathered together. This is tricky, he muttered to himself. Unless absolutely necessary, I'd rather not face 3 level 35 gold-tier lords at once. Unknown abilities are always the most dangerous. Lin Yi could leave the dungeon at any time after slaying the werewolf queen, but clearing the dungeon was his ultimate goal. Retreat for now, Lin Yi decided decisively, urging his holy dragon to ascend swiftly, distancing himself from the area. With the war ancient tree's all-seeing eyes, he could advance or retreat as needed, ensuring his survival. Before long, the monster horde arrived at the spot Lin Yi had just vacated. Finding nothing but emptiness, the black-scaled wyvern let out an earth-shaking roar. Damn it! That brat dared to toy with us. Foolish halflich, the wyvern sneered, its piercing gaze glinting coldly under its dark hood. Your plans are futile. That sneaky little pest hiding in the shadows will never confront us directly. Wyvern, remember what happened to the werewolves, the halflich warned icily. The black-scaled wyvern flapped its wings and soared off, snarling, You do what you want. I'll catch that cunning little rat myself and crush his skull. With that, it led its forces away. Watching the wyvern's arrogant retreat, the halflich seethed with rage. The wyvern had always looked down on other minions, and now the halflich's patience had snapped. Arrogant beast. Without Caesar's blessing, you're nothing but a lowly lizard. If that's how you want it, then go die. Malice flickered in the halflich's eyes as it turned to the Hellhound Lord to plot its next move. Meanwhile, Lin Yi observed the entire scene through the purple saplings. Unbelievable. Those 3 gold-tier lords are turning on each other, he thought, delighted. Typical dark creature sheatheded, impulsive, and lacking strategy. This is my chance. Fixing his gaze on the now isolated black-scaled wyvern, Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Xiao Jin, your promotion opportunity has arrived. By now, the holy dragon had devoured countless monsters, nearly reaching the level 30 cap. If it could consume the black-scaled wyvern, it would surely leap to level 31, significantly boosting its strength. With that, Lin Yi would have a better chance of dealing with the two remaining gold-tier lords. Others might worry about their pets becoming uncontrollable after surpassing their own level, but Lin Yi had no such concerns. For one, his beast taming skill was maxed out. More importantly, Lin Yi had tamed Xiao Jin during its infancy, even gifting it rare tyrant's blood to aid its transformation. Such a profound bond ensured Xiao Jin's unwavering loyalty. Charge! Lin Yi waited patiently for the monster horde to disperse before commanding the holy dragon to rush toward the wyvern's lair. Before long, a black stone cliff came into view, with the black-scaled wyvern perched atop it. At the base of the cliff swarmed an array of monsters. Level 32 kobolds, level 33 werewolves, level 33 shadow spiders. Nearly 5,000 of them, including numerous elite and lord-class creatures. Lin Yi estimated that clearing them all would yield at least 2 million experience points. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi held back for now. Once the black-scaled wyvern was dealt with, he would have plenty of time to clean up the rest. This time, Xiao Jin remained silent, allowing Lin Yi to approach the black stone cliff unimpeded. The oppressive aura of the wyvern loomed over him. Lin Yi sneered, gripping the victor's staff as crimson light began to gather. His newly acquired skill, Flame Burst, was about to make its debut. Flame Burst. A surge of fiery energy erupted at the cliff's edge, startling the black-scaled wyvern as it emerged to investigate. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the ground as a towering pillar of fire erupted. Caught off guard, the black-scaled wyvern had no time to react, forced to withstand the attack with its body. The searing flames engulfed it, igniting its black scales and leaving it a blazing inferno. 8,730,000. The devastating damage number flashed before Lin Yi's eyes. And the flames didn't stop there, they continued to burn the wyvern's body, sizzling and crackling. 270,000, 210,000, 290,000. The damage numbers kept popping up, and in mere moments, the black-scaled wyvern had lost over 10 million health points. The wyvern's stats appeared before Lin Yi. Level: 35 Lord-class monster gold tier. Health: 85,690,000. Skills: Black Dragon Bloodline, Dragon Breath, Black Scale Shield, Claw Assault, Shadow Radiance, Shadow Spear. It was far stronger than the werewolf King Lin Yi had faced before, yet its fate was sealed. The wyvern was now trapped at the entrance of its own lyra, once impenetrable fortress that had become its tomb. Holy Light Impact. A blinding beam of white light struck the wyvern, forcing it back into its cave. Another flame burst followed, rapidly depleting its health. Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smirk. Trying to escape? Today, they'll cook up a roasted wyvern feast just for you. Intruders! The black-scaled wyvern roared furiously in the dim cavern, its massive frame slamming against the stone walls with deafening force. What was once an unassailable lair had now become its prison. Every time it attempted to break free, Lin Yi met it heat with a fiery explosion. Boom! Flames erupted in the confined space of the cave, their intimidating force magnified tenfold. The wyvern's black scales were peeling away, its body torn and bloody. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of dark, glowing dragon breath. But Lin Yi was prepared. In an instant, he summoned the sky shield. A glowing white barrier materialized around him, impervious and steadfast. The dragon breath collided with the shield, producing a sharp, sizzling sound like fire scorching oil. Regret filled the black-scaled wyvern's heart. It should never have ignored the halflich's warning. Now, its only hope lay with the monstrous army at the mountain's base. Summoning all its strength, it let out a thunderous roar that shook the valley. At the foot of the mountain, an array of beasts, kobolds, gnolls, shadow spiders, and dark goblins stirred at the call, forming a black tide that surged toward the cliff. Lin Yi had anticipated this. He commanded Xiao Jin and the war ancient tree to intercept. Xiao Jin dived down, unleashing a golden dragon breath that tore through the monster horde, carving a path through the chaos. The war ancient tree, meanwhile, awakened nearby trees into treant warriors. Though ultimately torn apart, they bought Lin Yi precious time. With each monster slain, Lin Yi's experience points steadily increased. Back in the cave, Lin Yi pressed his assault on the wyvern. Fire burst. A crimson pillar of flame erupted, scorching the wyvern's flesh until it blackened. As its scales fell away, its magical resistance plummeted, leaving it vulnerable to nearly true damage. Shadow Radiance. Whirlwind Slash. Emerald wind blades danced like a reaper's scythe, slashing through the wyvern's body. Black blood splattered everywhere, sizzling against the stone walls. 9,120,000. The massive damage further drained the wyvern's health, leaving it with less than 20 million HP. Intruder, the mighty Black Dragon Emperor will not forgive you. The black-scaled wyvern snarled in its death throes. Lin Yi smirked coldly. Don't worry, I'll send it to keep you company soon enough. Holy Light Impact. Fire Burst. Triple Combo. A relentless barrage of attacks engulfed the wyvern completely. The final whirlwind slash cut through its neck like a reaper's scythe, severing its head. Defeated LV-35 Golden Elite Boss. Black-scaled wyvern. Gained 163,781 EXP. Lin Yi swiftly gathered the platinum treasures and golden equipment it dropped, calling Xiao Jin to enjoy the spoils. He turned to gaze at the monster army closing in on the mountaintop, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. All of this, a sea of experience points. Unfurling his nether wings, Lin Yi dove into the fray, initiating his killing spree. Purple Flame Meteor. Massive fireballs rained down like meteors, reducing the tightly packed monsters on the mountain path to ash. The sheer thrill of the carnage nearly made Lin Yi laugh. The destructive power of this purple flame meteor exceeded the sum of his previous 2 attempts. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed continuously, reaping the lives of the monsters below. Defeated LV-34 Shadow Spider. Gained 715 experience points. Defeated LV-32 Kobold. Gained 461 experience points. Defeated LV-33 Dark Goblin. Gained 573 experience points. Defeated LV-34 Dragonblood Gnoll. Gained 694 experience points. Lin Yi held the horn of the wind spirit, feeling the surge of experience points pouring into him like a tidal wave. A single spell, and hundreds of thousands of experience points were his in an instant. The sheer exhilaration of leveling up at this pace filled him with excitement. Lin Yi thought to himself that if others knew how effortlessly he could level up, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. He understood that many of the prodigies from prestigious families rose to prominence not just because of their talent or abundant resources, but because they had access to secrets that amplified experience gains. For instance, there were miraculous items that could triple or quadruple earned experience points or rare treasures that reduced growth obstacles and allowed powerful mentors to guide breakthroughs. However, such shortcuts were not available to everyone. Firstly, these treasures were incredibly rare, and even the 4 major families of Jiang City might not possess them. Secondly, relying on such methods often produced individuals who lacked real combat skills, requiring significant time and effort later to hone their techniques. For these reasons, few would choose this path unless under special circumstances. Even so, Lin Yi was confident that no matter what experience-boosting methods others employed, their leveling speed could never surpass his own. At this moment, he was relishing the thrill of battling the horde of monsters below, watching them dwindle rapidly. Meanwhile, using the shared vision of the ancient war tree, he kept a close watch on movements in the distance. Curiously, the remaining 2 golden tier boss monsters had yet to appear. Lin Yi shook his head slightly and sighed. Are they just going to leave the black-scale wyvern to fend for itself? These dark creatures are truly indifferent, even to their former allies. He knew full well that the Lich Half-Blood and the Canine Demon Lord were likely plotting something significant. But he wasn't in a hurry. Turning his gaze to the sacred dragon behind him, he could sense its rapidly growing power. Lin Yi smirked coldly and thought, once Xiao Jin completes its advancement, why should I fear challenging those 2 golden ear bosses hidden? Pushing aside his concerns, he refocused on his hunting spree. Alternating between Purple Flame Meteor and Earth Prison, he transformed the entire Blackrock Cliff into a fiery inferno. Finally, with one last wave of Purple Flame Meteors, the monster horde was completely wiped out. Using his spell hand, Lin Yi swiftly gathered the scattered loot. Over 100 pieces of equipment in total. This was an absolute windfall. As for the experience points, they had exceeded an astonishing 3 million. While Xiao Jin was still undergoing its advancement, Lin Yi instructed the ancient war tree to stand guard while he began sorting through the treasures left behind by the black-scale wyvern. The first item to catch his eye was the Dragon Belt, a platinum tier item with exceptional attributes: 200,000 health, 200,000 mana, 100 flight speed, and the Dragon Wing skill, which provided a 100 speed burst. These stats were roughly 20 times those of the Victor's Belt. With the Dragon Wing skill, it could triple the speed of the Umbral Wings, making short-distance travel nearly instantaneous. A glimmer of delight flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, though it was tempered by a hint of regret. This was yet another piece of equipment that required LV-35 to equip. He pondered silently, thinking that if he could acquire 1 or 2 more suitable items, he might consider replacing his Victor's set after advancing to the Silverdeer profession. After all, the Victor's set was a LV-25 gold tier set and couldn't compare to higher-level platinum tier gear. But Lin Yi wasn't in a rush. At his current pace, reaching LV-35 by the end of the dungeon run seemed entirely feasible. The other 2 golden tier items, while not suitable for Lin Yi, were still incredibly valuable. One was the Black Scale Tower Shield, exclusive to Shield Warriors, featuring the Black Scale block ability, which allowed the user to negate the next instance of damage when successfully blocking. The other was the Venomfang Dagger, designed for assassins, offering significant boosts to strength and agility and inflicting poison damage. Both items were outstanding, especially the Black Scale Tower Shield, whose block ability was exceptionally powerful. After carefully storing the equipment, Lin Yi turned his gaze toward the depths of the cave. By this time, Xiao Jin had completed its transformation. A thunderous dragon roar echoed across the sky as the sacred dragon soared aloft, its body now 100 meters long, exuding an aura no less imposing than the Black Scale Wyvern before it. Lin Yi quickly checked Xiao Jin's updated stats. Sacred Dragon Juvenile Stage. Level: LV32 Amethyst. Health: 85 million. Skills: Holy Dragon Breath, Rolling Impact, Earth Spike Assault, Rending Claws. Lin Yi's eyes lit up with joy. Xiao Jin had indeed advanced to LV32. The Black Scale Wyvern had proven to be the perfect nourishment for it. Even its base attributes now rivaled those of the Knoll King, and were only slightly inferior to the Black Scale Wyvern. However, when factoring in the 10 bonus from his max-level beast taming skill, Xiao Jin had already surpassed it. Excellent. With this, Xiao Jin can hold off the remaining 2 golden ear bosses for me. This time, we'll face them heat. Lin Yi's heart surged with excitement. With Xiao Jin's advancement, the end of the dungeon was within reach. Still, a trace of regret lingered in Lin Yi's mind. It's a pity my beast taming skill is only at the Black Iron level. Now that Xiao Jin has reached LV32, the bonus is capped at 10. If it advances to LV41, I won't be able to provide any additional boosts. I must find a way to acquire a higher-level beast taming skill in the future. Standing atop Xiao Jin's back, Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel at the experience. Riding a 100-meter sacred dragon was a sensation that could only be truly appreciated firsthand. Xiao Jin, let's go. Time to find those last 2 boss monsters. Just as Lin Yi willed Xiao Jin to take flight, the sky suddenly darkened. A layer of black mist quietly enveloped the area, and the Lich Half-Blood's eerie voice echoed across the heavens. Foolish boy, you will pay dearly for your trespass. As the chilling voice of the Demolic pierced the heavens, a pitch-black barrier instantly formed across the sky. Within the swirling black mist, countless monsters surged onto the plains at the foot of the mountain like a tide, their overwhelming numbers striking fear into the heart. It became clear that the Demolic had long led its army to approach stealthily, casting a massive magical barrier at the edge of the dark cliffs. Lin Yi suddenly understood. This explained why the ancient war tree's vision had failed to detect their presence. The art of concealment had shrouded them entirely. He let out a cold laugh. If the black-scaled dragons knew they had stood by idly, they would likely wish to devour these traitors whole. The Demolic soared into the air, its black robe billowing fiercely in the gale. From above, it looked down at Lin Yi with disdain, its voice dripping with contempt. That arrogant fool, I warned it, but it refused to listen. Very well, let it make its final sacrifice for the honor of Emperor Caesar. As long as you fall here, its death will have meaning. Lin Yi quickly assessed the information of the 2 golden tier Lord monsters. Hellhound Lord. Level: LV35 Lord Monster Gold. HP: 81.25 million. Skills: Black Dragon Bloodline, Hellhound Roar, Power Surge, Frenzied Slash. Demolic Cassos. Level: LV35 Lord Monster Gold. HP: 72.51 million. Skills: Immortal Body, Dark Shield, Physical Immunity, Dark Canopy, Spear of the Undead, Corpse Explosion. Although the Demolic's power surpassed that of the Black Scale Dragon, with its immortal body granting immunity to most physical attacks and partial resistance to magical damage, and its dark shield making it even harder to deal with, Lin Yi's eyes showed no trace of fear. Instead, a faint, mocking smile appeared on his face. Kill me? Let's see if you have what it takes. Lin Yi sneered as his victor's staff erupted with dazzling light. Earth Cage. The near-instantaneous spell surged forth, and within a 200-meter radius, massive earthen hands shot up and pierced the ground with sharp spikes. Countless monsters were instantly slain, and the Demolic was firmly trapped, suffering 2 waves of devastating earth spikes. 3.87 million, 4.19 million. Despite the immortal body mitigating part of the damage, the assault had already driven the Demolic into a fury. You despicable brat! I will rip your soul from your body and crush it beneath my feet. Fool, you talk too much. Lin Yi retorted without pause, his staff glowing with an intense red light as fire elements gathered madly. Flame burst. A massive pillar of crimson fire erupted like a blooming firework, engulfing the Demolic. The dark shield shattered instantly as roaring flames rolled and boiled, distorting the very air around them. 5.71 million, In mere moments, the Demolika's HP had dropped by over 10 million. Even more laughable was the fact that its black robe had turned to ash in the Inferno, revealing its true form, a skull-like head with scraps of flesh barely clinging to it. Its shriveled muscles stretched tightly over its bones, creating a terrifying and grotesque visage. Well, no wonder you hide under that robe. Turns out you look neither human nor ghost, Lin Yi mocked openly, his words further enraging the Demolika. You insolent brat. They'll see you dead. Hellhound, attack together. Offer him to the Black Dragon Emperor. The Demolika roared in fury. Howl. The Hellhound Lord responded immediately, letting out a deafening roar. Its massive black body loomed like a small mountain, with bulging muscles radiating raw power. Standing roughly 20 to 30 meters tall, its humanoid head bore jagged, razor-sharp teeth that exuded menace, setting it apart from ordinary gnaw-like creatures. It is said that the Hellhounds were once a cursed branch of humanity, ultimately degenerating into creatures of darkness. At this moment, a ferocious Hellhound Lord lunged at Lin Yi, but Xiao Jin was already eager to fight. With a sudden spread of its golden dragon wings, a surge of holy dragon breath burst forth, charging straight into the enemy ranks. Roar! The battle erupted in an instant. Lin Yi laughed aloud. Come at me. Though the monster horde was vast in number, they were nothing more than a nuisance in his eyes. The immediate priority was dealing with the half-lich Cassos on the other side. Once he eliminated this key target, he could join forces with Xiao Jin to take down the Hellhound Lord. After that, the remaining ordinary monsters would be nothing but fodder to be easily dispatched. As the Hellhound Lord kept him occupied, the half-lich's incantation was nearing completion. A burst of dark radiance erupted from his staff, enveloping the entire defensive barrier in an instant. Shadow Veil. A thick, black fog surged like a tidal wave, swallowing everything in its path. The monsters touched by the fog roared with maniacal glee as their attack power surged. Even the Hellhound Lord, locked in combat with Xiao Jin, was no exception. Lin Yi suddenly felt his movements sluggish, his spellcasting severely hindered. A chill ran through his heart. This was a domain skill? A technique that could both empower allies and weaken enemies. Its potency was undeniable. Instantly, Lin Yi felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier. The monster horde, which had been a mere annoyance before, now posed a genuine threat, capable of breaking through his sky shield if he let his guard down. No wonder you're so confident you can kill me. You've been hiding this trump card, Lin Yi muttered, realization dawning. Though the half-lich lacked offensive power compared to others, his support abilities far outclassed those of other boss monsters. But did you know I can regenerate my shield every 2 seconds? Lin Yi smirked as he teleported to evade the half-lich's incoming necrotic spear. Whirlwind Slash. Triple Cutter. His staff glowed with a green light, sending 2 spinning wind blades, one large and one small, hurtling toward the half-lich, instantly shaving millions off his health. Watching Lin Yi withstand wave after wave of attacks, the half-lich felt a surge of elation. Under the Shadow Veil, the monster horde was unstoppable. Boom! After enduring several consecutive assaults, Lin Yi's sky shield finally shattered. The half-lich erupted into wild laughter, convinced that the next wave of attacks would seal Lin Yi's fate. Yet Lin Yi's expression remained calm. Victory's Aegis. The holy shield formed by multiple pieces of the victory set stacked together wasn't as durable as the sky shield, but it was still formidable. The half-lich's laughter abruptly ceased, realizing with dismay that the new shield, while weaker, was still incredibly resilient. And just 2 seconds later, Lin Yi's sky shield reappeared. Impossible. The half-lich was filled with disbelief, unable to fathom a spell with such a short cooldown. Yet the evidence was undeniable. Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. Out of tricks, are we? Now it's my turn. He unleashed a barrage of attacks. Whirlwind Slash. Fire Blast. Earth Cage. Each skill landed with devastating effect, dealing millions of damage per hit. Relying on the sky shield's high durability, Lin Yi engaged in a frontal assault. If the shield broke, he switched to the Victory's Aegis to buy time, or retreated momentarily until the sky shield's cooldown was complete before launching another offensive. This relentless strategy drove the half-lich into a rage. He had never encountered such an indomitable mage before. Damn it, Hellhound. Get over here and help me. Panic set in as his health dropped below 20 million. As an incomplete lich, death meant the end for him. From afar, the Hellhound Lord, still battling Xiao Jin, was in disbelief. The strongest half-lich, backed by tens of thousands of monsters, was on the verge of defeat at the hands of a single human. It let out a furious roar, attempting to disrupt Lin Yi, but Xiao Jin kept it firmly suppressed. As a level 32 Amethyst Lord enhanced by the beast-taming skill, Xiao Jin was no pushover, and the Hellhound Lord's health had already plummeted by nearly 10 million. Lin Yi's gaze burned with determination as he shouted, "No one can save you now." With the half-lich as his target, the Hellhound Lord and the remaining monsters were merely obstacles to be cleared. He took a direct hit from the Halflick's necrotic spear, engaging in an all-out spell duel. 4.57 million, 5.09 million, 5.83 million. As time passed, the Halflick's mana reserves dwindled, and his dark shield frequently failed to activate in time. Whirlwind Slash. The final green wind blade sliced through the air, cleanly severing the Halflick's skeletal head. Defeated level 35 gold tier boss, Halflich. Gained 181,507 experience points. Staring at the fallen Halflich, Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. Without a doubt, this had been his toughest battle since entering the dungeon. But the outcome was perfect. The Halflich was vanquished. Now, only the Hellhound Lord remained. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Yi quickly pocketed the loot dropped by the Halflich, including 2 platinum-tier treasuries, a significant haul. Roar! The Hellhound Lord let out a terrified cry, unable to believe how quickly the Halflich had been defeated. With Lin Yi and Xiao Jin closing in, the Hellhound Lord's remaining 60 million health was rapidly dwindling. Without the Halflick's dark shield, it had no choice but to endure Lin Yi's relentless assaults. Fire Blast! As the final pillar of crimson flames erupted, the Demon Hound Lord let out a mournful cry and was reduced to ashes. Its massive body, charred and lifeless, collapsed to the ground, a scene both tragic and awe-inspiring. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the activity log, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. Slaying the level 35 golden tier boss had granted him 161,583 experience points. But this was only the beginning. At the foot of the mountain, there were still 8,000 or 9,000 monsters waiting to be harvested, a treasure trove of experience points. Excitement surged through Lin Yi as he shouted, "Xiao Jin, let's go hunting together." Standing atop the sacred dragon, Lin Yi waved his staff, unleashing a barrage of purple flame meteors and earth prisons. Flames and earthen spikes intertwined to form a deadly web, cutting down the monsters one after another amidst their anguished cries. Amid the carnage, equipment occasionally dropped from the fallen creatures. Kill notifications kept flashing. Level 33 Dark Spider, 617 EXP. Level 32 Demon Hound, 526 EXP. Level 34 Undead Warrior, 753 EXP. Level 35 Greater Demon Hound, 829 EXP. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Lin Yi thought to himself with exhilaration. If you want to level up quickly, dungeon expeditions are the way to go. With the final purple flame meteor, the horde of monsters before him was reduced to a sea of corpses. Only the raging flames remained, illuminating the battlefield's grim devastation. Lin Yi quickly extended his mana-powered hand, collecting the dropped loot into his victory pendant. Over 200 pieces of equipment were gathered, bringing his total haul to more than 500 items. They ranged from black iron to bronze and silver tiers, with bronze gear making up the majority. After a rough estimate, Lin Yi figured this batch alone could sell for billions. The experience points head gained were equally bountiful, around 5 to 6 million in total. At this point, the Wind Spirit Horn had accumulated over 12 million experience points, just shy of its 22 million capacity by about 9 million. Lin Yi calculated his next steps. As long as he delivered the Dark Crystal to Catherine, his advancement quest would be complete. That would take him straight to level 35. Even better, there were still some monsters left in the dungeon. Clearing them out should yield an additional 2 to 3 million experience points, making level 36 achievable in no time. Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel at his progress. Out in the open world, there's no way I could have gained so much in just a day or two. However, the looming dark tide was now the most pressing concern. Lin Yi decided to avoid the danger for now and return to deal with the remaining monsters once the tide had subsided. Riding the sacred dragon, he flew toward a stone structure in the distance, reminding himself to check the loot dropped by the Halflich and the Demon Hound Lord. Shortly after entering the building, the sky darkened once more, a black shroud enveloping the entire underground realm. Lin Yi sighed in relief. Good thing I had the intel from the Elven Priestess. If I'd been caught off guard by the dark tide, it would have been a nightmare. While waiting for the tide to pass, Lin Yi began sorting through his spoils. The first items to catch his eye were 2 platinum-tier treasures, one of which was a staff. Lich's Staff Platinum, Spirit 20,000. Ignore Defense 10,000. Spirit Attribute Bonus 20. Skill: Dark Barrier creates a sturdy barrier to prevent enemies from escaping. Holy! Lin Yi gasped, his excitement barely contained. The attributes of this staff were over 10 times better than his current victory staff, and the added skill, Dark Barrier, was a game-changer. He recalled how the Half-Lich had used this skill to trap him, though it ultimately became the Lich's grave. The barrier's power was undeniable. My luck is off the charts today. Lin Yi burst into laughter, his joy echoing through the chamber. Eagerly, he moved on to inspect the second treasure. Lich's Ring Platinum, Spirit 12,000. Mana 200,000. Skill: Dark Shield summons a shield imbued with lich power to absorb damage. Though it wasn't a platinum tier item for a different equipment slot, Lin Yi was still thrilled. He planned to replace Aura's Ring with this one once he hit level 35. While Aura's Ring provided a 600 point boost to Spirit and a spell lifesteal effect, the latter was of little use to him. With the Sky Shield in his arsenal, he rarely needed lifesteal. Carefully stowing away these two prized items, Lin Yi's gaze eagerly shifted to the next treasure. Silverder skill, Dark Canopy? Lin Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This half-lich was truly a treasure trove, having spilled all its possessions in one go. Thinking back to the battle earlier, if it weren't for the Dark Canopy, his Sky Shield would have been shattered to pieces long ago. After tallying up the loot from the half-lich, Lin Yi's gaze shifted to the platinum tier item dropped by the Hellhound Lord, a black cloak engraved with the image of a three-headed hellhound. The Hellhound cloak, platinum tier, boasted incredible stats: Constitution 10,000, Defense 20,000, Magic Resistance 20,000. Even more enticing was its attached skill, Summon Hellhounds, which could summon 10 elite hellhounds proficient in tracking and hunting, capable of even seeing through an enemy's invisibility. Although this item wasn't exclusive to mages, Lin Yi was more than satisfied. After all, having something usable was a win in itself, especially since he'd already acquired 3 platinum tier items, 2 of which were mage-specific, along with a silver tier skill book. With such abundant rewards, what was there to complain about? As for the few golden tier items that weren't of use to him, Lin Yi didn't mind. Those could be traded with other players for gear better suited to his needs. Such exchanges were quite common among professionals, as the value of equipment far exceeded that of Huaxia coins as one's level increased. Aside from the equipment, Lin Yi also collected over 80 dark crystals. Adding those to the 30 plus he already had, he now had 120 in total, 4 times the amount required for his promotion quest. He couldn't help but wonder if overachieving on the quest would make his silver halo even more powerful. Finally, Lin Yi's eyes landed on an ordinary white crystal, the key to the inner city of the dungeon. This special item could break through the inner city's barrier during the dark tide. His eyes widened with excitement. According to the Elven Priestess's intel, the dungeon was divided into 2 secret realms, the outer city and the inner city. Now that he had a way to enter the inner city, Lin Yi resolved to explore it. With the blessing of the goddess of victory, not even the Black Dragon Emperor can stop me, Lin Yi said confidently. Who knows? I might even snag some treasures from the Black Dragon Emperor himself. In the distance, a furious roar echoed from the central peak of the inner city, clearly signaling that the Black Dragon had realized its 4 golden tier minions had been defeated. Lin Yi smirked, unfazed. So what if you're angry? If you've got the guts, come fight me. Lin Yi closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the shorter, dark tide to end. 7 or 8 hours later, he began his final cleanup. Clearing the dungeon required eliminating all monsters, and obtaining the inner city key a mere matter of time for Lin Yi. Xiao Jian soared through the air, occasionally letting out taunting roars at the Black Dragon. Lin Yi used this opportunity to provoke the dragon further, laying the groundwork for his eventual entry into the inner city. With the vision-sharing ability of the War Ancient Tree, Lin Yi effortlessly pinpointed every remaining monster. One purple flame meteor after another rained down, wiping out waves of enemies in an instant. Defeated LV-33 Dark Spider, gained 617 EXP. Defeated LV-32 Hellhound, gained 432 EXP. Defeated LV-35 Greater Hellhound, gained 827 EXP. The log kept refreshing as tens of thousands of experience points poured in. Riding atop his holy dragon, Lin Yi cut through the dungeon like a grim reaper harvesting lives. The Black Dragon's roars grew more frequent, but remained powerless to intervene. The mighty, legendary Black Dragon Emperor, bound by the world's will, could only watch as a mere mortal ran rampant. Lin Yi grew even more pleased, urging Xiao Jin to provoke the dragon with even greater audacity. Amid this exhilarating hunt, the final wave of purple flame meteors descended, completely clearing the dungeon of all monsters. A broad smile spread across Lin Yi's face. The hell-level dungeon's secret realm finally cleared. At that moment, the dark sky suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light, as if the will of the world itself was judging Lin Yi's performance. In the heavens above, a golden screen of light slowly shifted, and images began to appear. The scene revealed the fiery destruction wrought by the purple flame meteor and the earth prison, like the scythe of death harvesting the lives of countless dark creatures. The head of the Knoll King was severed, the black-scale wyvern consumed by flames, and both the half-lich and the hound demon lord were reduced to charred remains. Lin Yi's display of skill was nothing short of breathtaking, though, regrettably, this awe-inspiring spectacle was witnessed by no one but himself. Wow, Lin Yi remarked with a hint of pride. This is truly my first solo dungeon clear in every sense of the word. The golden screen eventually froze, presenting the final judgment of the world's will. SSS rank. Though he had anticipated this outcome, Lin Yi couldn't suppress the excitement that spread across his face when the SSS rating appeared before his eyes. System notifications began to chime in rapid succession. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the Hell-level dungeon. Outer City of the Underground? Congratulations! You have received a reward of 1 million experience points. Congratulations! You have obtained the epic treasure, Stone of Invisibility. Congratulations! You have obtained the special treasure, Resurrection Stone. Congratulations! You have cleared the outer city of the underground. You are now allowed to remain in the underground world for 3 days, after which you will be forcibly teleported back to the surface world. An epic treasure? Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. The surprise was as sudden as it was exhilarating. The Stone of Invisibility appeared as an unremarkable, dull gray stone about the size of an egg, with no discernible patterns or markings. Its attributes were displayed as follows. Stone of Invisibility. Grade. Epic. Attributes. Can be embedded into equipment. When activated in a non-combat state, it grants invisibility, preventing detection by enemies of epic rank or below as long as no attacks are initiated. Note: this is a stone that can make you invisible. With it, you hold the world in your hands. Let's hope you are a gentleman with a righteous heart. Upon seeing the Stone of Invisibility's effects, Lin Yi's excitement soared. He had previously been pondering how to use the crystal key to access the inner city and reap its rewards, but the appearance of the Stone of Invisibility suddenly opened up new possibilities. What could be more enticing than the Black Dragon's treasure hoard? This is divine intervention, Lin Yi exclaimed, as he immediately set the Stone of Invisibility into his victory pendant. With a single thought, he felt his entire being fade into a state of intangibility. This wasn't the typical invisibility of an assassin, it was a spatial-level phasing, as if he had stepped into another dimension. As long as he refrained from initiating attacks, no area effect skill could force him out of this state, nor could any damage reach him while he remained invisible. The second treasure, the Resurrection Stone, was another excised artifact, but this one was intricately engraved with golden patterns, exuding an aura of immense value. Its attributes were as follows. Resurrection Stone. Grade. Special. Attributes. Effective when placed in storage equipment. Upon the carrier's death, the stone automatically activates, allowing the user to revive in full health and condition. Note: this is the will of the world rewarding a genius. The untimely death of a prodigy brings it great sorrow. No way. Even Lin Yi, usually composed, couldn't help but exclaim. The Resurrection Stone truly lived up to its name. It could bring him back to life. In this real, unforgiving world where death was absolute, the Resurrection Stone was an unparalleled, game-changing artifact. Lin Yi carefully stored it away, feeling a newfound confidence surge within him. This dungeon is absolutely incredible. Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel once more. Hundreds of pieces of equipment, worth billions in Huaxia currency, this single dungeon run had yielded enough wealth to establish a small family clan. If he called for followers, countless people would eagerly rally to his side. With such immense resources, founding a large mercenary group was well within reach. On top of that, the experience points he gained were enough to propel him to level 35, allowing him to ascend to the rank of Silvertier Professional once he left the dungeon. Additionally, he had acquired 5 level 35 platinum-grade equipment pieces, a Silvertier skill book titled Dark Canopy, the Epic Stone of Invisibility, and, most importantly, the Resurrection Stone. Adding it all up, even Lin Yi couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This single haul eclipsed what others might gain from dozens of dungeon runs. Oh, and there's this, Lin Yi said, retrieving the crystal key he had obtained earlier. Now that he had cleared the dungeon, the white crystal's functions had been fully unlocked. Key to the inner city of the underground. Grade. Special. Attributes. Allows the user to bypass the inner city barrier during the arrival of the Dark Tide. Can also be used in the main world to access the level 70 Hell level dungeon. Inner city of the underground. Requirement: level 51 or higher. As Lin Yi examined the dramatically transformed attributes of the crystal key, his pupils contracted sharply. The inner city of the underground was a level 70 Hell level dungeon. That meant the black dragon residing there was undoubtedly an epic deer dragon. What the? Lin Yi blurted out, his gaze locked onto the massive stone tablet in front of him. The inscription was clear. To enter this secret realm, one must possess a minimum strength of LV 51. The requirement immediately made him aware of the peril ahead. LV 51 signified just reaching the platinum rank, yet the secret realm likely harbored black dragon-level threats. It was akin to sending a fledgling bird to challenge a soaring eagle. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi quickly weighed the pros and cons. While clearing the secret realm seemed nearly impossible at his current level, sneaking in to investigate was feasible. He still had 3 days more than enough time to wait for the arrival of the Dark Tide, during which he could use the key to slip in unnoticed. Thinking about his stealth skills, the blessings of the goddess of victory, and even the life-saving trump card of the resurrection stone. A faint smile crept onto Lin Yi's lips. The risk was worth taking. In the distance, the roar of a black dragon reverberated, as if taunting him. Lin Yi murmured to himself, trying to mess with me? This time, I'll come to you. Without another word, he mounted his holy dragon and sped toward the central inner city. His plan was simple: reach the edge of the city barrier before the dark tide arrived, then wait for the right moment to infiltrate. As he flew, Lin Yi kept a close eye on his surroundings. The closer he got to the core area, the more exquisite the architecture became, with even the ornamental plants appearing more vibrant and lush. Before long, he arrived at the outskirts of the inner city and found a concealed spot to wait. To pass the time, Lin Yi closed his eyes to rest, occasionally teasing his mount, the holy dragon Xiao Jin. Ever since discovering that Xiao Jin was a female dragon, her flustered yet harmless reactions had become a source of amusement for him. 2 days passed, yet the dark tide had yet to arrive. Lin Yi grew increasingly anxious, wondering if his luck had run out. Finally, after hours of restless waiting, as the night sky deepened, he knew the moment had come. In the blink of an eye, an endless darkness engulfed the entire underground world. Unlike before, there were no longer the anguished cries of monsters. They had already been cleared out by Lin Yi. In a way, he had done this world a favor. Zzz. Lin Yi witnessed the dark tide corroding the inner city barrier up close for the first time. Despite its overwhelming power, the barrier, reinforced by the will of the world, remained unyielding. Not even an epic-level black dragon could easily breach it. Before long, the black dragon's roars faded away. Based on his observations over the past few days, Lin Yi deduced that it had likely gone to rest. This was his chance. Activating his stealth skill, Lin Yi cast a sky shield on himself for added protection. Using the cover of the dark tide, he darted toward the barrier. The constant zzz sound of dark energy eroding the shield was unnerving, like nails on a chalkboard. He quickly pulled out the white crystal key, which emitted a mysterious power that surged toward the dark barrier, creating a small fissure. Without hesitation, Lin Yi unfurled his nether wings and shot through like a flash of lightning. Almost immediately, Lin Yi activated his stealth function again, vanishing into thin air. Though he had the fool's mist to mask his presence, breaking through the barrier inevitably left traces. If the black dragon detected him, his plan would be ruined. Meanwhile, in the castle, the black dragon, preparing to sleep, suddenly opened its eyes and scanned the surroundings in confusion. Was that just my imagination? There's no way this barrier could be breached, it muttered, a hint of savagery flickering in its eyes. Once I'm out of here, I'll make sure to enjoy myself. A nice elven beauty should do the trick. With that, it closed its eyes and drifted back to sleep. Having successfully infiltrated, Lin Yi sighed in relief. As long as he didn't make a move, the black dragon would never detect him. He began leisurely surveying the inner city. The first thing that caught his eye was an impossibly tall solitary peak, with a spiral staircase winding upward. At the summit stood the castle of the Black Dragon Emperor, while the base was surrounded by clusters of ornate, magnificent buildings far superior to those outside. What surprised Lin Yi was the complete absence of life. Could it be that the inner city only houses the black dragon? Did it eat all the other creatures? He speculated, shaking his head before flying toward the peak. Time was of the essence, and he couldn't afford to waste a moment. With the aid of his nether wings, Lin Yi easily ascended, soon reaching the summit. A colossal black structure loomed before him, its scale at least 100 times that of a human castle. Every part of it seemed magnified, exuding an overwhelming sense of grandeur. Snore, snore, the sound of the black dragon's snores from afar reassured Lin Yi. He began searching the vast structure with haste. He knew he only had one chance to act, and had to locate the most valuable treasure. After scouring most of the building, he found nothing but empty halls and chambers, nothing worth noting. Only one place remained, the hall where the black dragon slept. It was the only area he had yet to explore. Snore, snore. The thunderous snores echoed as Lin Yi took a deep breath and stepped into the vast hall. His 6-foot frame seemed insignificant against the towering 1,000-foot-wide entrance. And there it was, the black dragon's enormous form sprawled before him. Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel to himself. This beast, it's absolutely massive. Even as it lay curled up, the massive black dragon's body stretched across hundreds of meters. Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder, if it fully extended itself, its length might approach a kilometer. The dragon's tail was covered in sharp barbs, and a casual flick of it sent out deafening shockwaves, making one's hair stand on end. White streams of vapor visibly puffed from its nostrils, and Lin Yi estimated that an ordinary bronze-class adventurer would be blown away instantly if they got too close. Confronted with this colossal creature, Lin Yi doubted whether he had the power to pierce its scales. Even the holy dragon at his side, which had reached level 32, seemed like a mere ant compared to this black dragon. The Black Dragon Emperor, Caesar, was level 80A peak epic tier powerhouse and a terrifyingly powerful dragon. Recalling his earlier taunt back in the outer city, Lin Yi felt a strange thrill rise in his chest. The Black Dragon Emperor was indeed fearsome, but with the invisibility stone in his possession, Lin Yi bolstered his courage. What's there to be afraid of? Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, Lin Yi began searching for treasure in the vast hall, which was as expansive as a small city. For an average person, this would have taken a great deal of time, but with his netherwing ability, Lin Yi moved at lightning speed. Soon, his gaze locked onto a spot beneath the black dragon. Scattered around the dragon were piles of glittering gemstones and various pieces of equipment, some completely crushed beneath its massive body, others partially visible. Lin Yi's eyes lit up at the sight: gold, platinum, and even epic tier gear. No wonder these treasures hadn't been found elsewhere. The dragon had been using them as a sleeping cushion. The legends about dragons hoarding treasures to sleep on were apparently true. Then, Lin Yi's attention was drawn to a golden robe radiating a brilliant glow. It was unmistakably an epic tier mage's robe. His breathing quickened, and he silently urged, "Roll over already." But the Black Dragon Emperor merely let out a thunderous snore, showing no signs of moving. Lin Yi was tempted to prod the dragon's tail with his staff, but he knew he only had one chance to act. The moment he made a move, his invisibility would be undone, and there would be no second chances. So, he waited patiently. Minutes turned into hours. 2 hours passed, and Lin Yi's time in the underground world was running out. 1 hour, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, just as he was about to give up and settle for a nearby platinum item, the Black Dragon Emperor finally shifted its massive body. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Yi seized the fleeting opportunity and snatched the epic mage's robe. As he did, something unexpected caught his eye: a black crystal hidden beneath the robe. Other treasures were too far to reach, but this crystal was within arm's length. Without hesitation, Lin Yi grabbed it as well. After all, no treasure guarded by a dragon could be worthless. At the very least, it had to be of gold-tier quality. The moment Lin Yi took the robe and black crystal, his form emerged from the dimensional fold. The unfamiliar presence instantly triggered the Black Dragon Emperor, who opened its eyes with a start, its awareness snapping into focus. Its epic-level reflexes far exceeded Lin Yi's expectations. "You insolent worm! You dare court death?" the Black Dragon roared. Not even the slaughter of its minions in the outer city had enraged it as much as this. The dragon could never have imagined that this tiny insect would sneak into its inner sanctum while it slept, attempting to steal its treasures. Roar! The dragon's bellow unleashed a shockwave that sent everything in the hall flying, as if a small earthquake had erupted. Its massive eyes burned with murderous intent, locking onto the thief before it. Although the dragon had stored most of its treasures in a spatial dimension, the 2 items that had been stolen were now beyond recovery. The shockwave struck Lin Yi, but it didn't shred him to pieces as the dragon had expected. Instead, a clear ding rang out, and a solid layer of divine golden light enveloped Lin Yi. Victory Goddess's blessing. This protective shield could withstand all subdivine attacks for at least 10 seconds. A sly grin spread across Lin Yi's face as he looked at the enraged dragon. Raising a single middle finger, he taunted, "See you later, little black dragon. Better luck next time." Roar! The Black Dragon Emperor unleashed a devastating breath attack, its sheer fury consuming the entire hall in a black inferno. The entire space was reduced to ash in an instant, but when the flames subsided, Lin Yi was nowhere to be seen. Having witnessed the dragon storing the rest of its treasures, Lin Yi had no intention of lingering any longer. A misstep now would be far too costly. Roar! The black dragon's frustration boiled over. "You wretched worm! He'll find you, I swear he'll find you. I will tear you apart mercilessly and trample your soul underfoot for 10,000 years." Lin Yi declared viciously, his voice cold and resolute. Yet, deep in his heart, he was already calculating. By the next time they crossed paths, the Black Dragon Emperor might very well be the one quivering before him. Leaving the dungeon behind, Lin Yi returned to the Elven tribe. These past days, Catherine had been waiting for him tirelessly, refusing to leave even for a moment. She had even entrusted the tribe's daily affairs to the other Elven elders. At this moment, she was pacing anxiously inside her tent, her face etched with worry. 5 days. It's been 5 whole days, and there's still no news from Lin Yi, Catherine muttered to herself. He only needed to defeat one of the 4 Lord monsters to obtain 30 dark crystals. How could he still not be back? Could he have failed? Her mind was swarming with countless speculations. If even Lin Yi couldn't accomplish the task, then they might have no choice but to resort to the last option. That thought weighed heavily on Catherine's heart, as the outcome of that plan would only be marginally better than succumbing to the darkness and becoming a dark elf. Just as Catherine's thoughts spiraled out of control, A soft hum resonated from the elven mother tree, and the black vortex began to tremble. Her attention snapped to it instantly, her heart clenching as though gripped by an unseen force. He's coming out? Did he succeed? Catherine rushed outside, her gaze fixed intently on the black vortex. With a faint sound, a familiar young figure emerged before her eyes. Lord Lin Yi, you're finally back, Catherine exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in her eyes. Unable to contain herself, she threw her arms around Lin Yi as soon as he appeared. Just moments ago, Lin Yi had been flipping off the Black Dragon Emperor with a triumphant smirk as he exited the instance. But in the next second, he was enveloped by an incredibly soft sensation, like falling into a cloud of cotton candy, with just a hint of breathlessness. Catherine's embrace was rather ample, a detail that Lin Yi couldn't help but notice. From a distance, Lena witnessed the scene, her eyes wide with disbelief. Oh my goodness, am I seeing this right? The High Priestess and Lord Lin Yi are. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily set down the fruit basket she was carrying and ran off, covering her face. Lena's sudden appearance brought an abrupt end to Lin Yi's moment of indulgence. Catherine immediately stepped back, her excitement giving way to a realization of what she'd just done. Oh no, what was I thinking? She stammered, her cheeks turning as red as an apple as she fidgeted awkwardly. Lin Yi's lips curled into an amused smile, savoring the lingering sensation from the embrace. He noticed Catherine's ears turning red as well, a sign of her flustered state. Seeing that she was still struggling to regain her composure, Lin Yi decided not to rush things and instead turned his attention to the spoils he had claimed from the Black Dragon. The first item was an epic robe. It was a long, flowing garment with intricate black patterns woven into its edges, exuding an air of mystery. The centerpiece of the robe was a lifelike, ferocious dragon head that seemed almost ready to leap out of the fabric. Lin Yi carefully examined the robe's attributes. Black Dragon Robe Epic. Spirit, 100,000. Magic Resistance, 100,000. Defense, 100,000. Damage Reduction, 20. Skill, Black Dragon's Roar inflicts fear and intimidation on enemies below the epic rank for up to 10 seconds, depending on their level. Requirement, level 40. Holy Lin Yi drew a sharp breath, his eyes lighting up with excitement. 5 attributes, each more incredible than the last. And a 20 damage reduction? That's essentially like having a constant damage shield. And the Black Dragon's Roar skill being able to affect even epic-level enemies is absolutely insane. Grinning from ear to ear, Lin Yi muttered, haha, all that effort over the past few days was worth it. This is a jackpot. An epic piece of equipment specifically for mage priceless. I doubt even the 4 great families of Jiang City could produce something like this. Level 40 isn't too far off, I'm almost at level 35. Just a few more levels, and I'll be able to use it in no time. With his excitement bubbling over, Lin Yi carefully stowed away the Black Dragon robe. Then, his gaze shifted to a black, diamond-shaped crystal, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He almost thought he was hallucinating. Dark Source Special. Can sever the corruption from the Dark Source and permanently seal the passage to the dungeon. What the? Did I seriously just stumble across something this incredible? Lin Yi felt like his luck was on a roll. This crystal meant that he could completely resolve the Elven Mother Tree's corruption. Moreover, once the passage was sealed, only he, with the crystal key, would be able to access the dungeon's inner sanctum. Lin Yi's gaze flicked to Catherine's graceful figure, and a faint smile played on his lips. This elf quite the temptation. Clearing his throat, Lin Yi spoke with a confident smile. High Priestess Catherine, the task you entrusted to me has been completed. Suddenly, Lin Yi's voice softly broke the silence. Catherine. The sound of her name was like a bolt of lightning, instantly pulling the shy and flustered Catherine back to reality. She spun around abruptly, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked eagerly at Lin Yi. Master Lin Yi, did you retrieve the dark crystals? Her voice trembled slightly. A faint smile flickered in Lin Yi's eyes as he nodded lightly. Yes, I got them. Hearing this, Catherine clasped her hands over her chest and bowed deeply. On behalf of the entire elf tribe, I thank you for your great kindness. With these dark crystals, we can effectively mitigate the pollution afflicting the Elven Mother Tree. Lin Yi accepted her gratitude calmly, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. I did retrieve the dark crystals, but the moment those words left his mouth, Catherine's heart tightened. Countless possibilities raced through her mind. Could it be that there aren't 30 pieces? Or was there some other complication? Watching her anxious expression, Lin Yi deliberately teased her. But there's quite a lot of them. Are you sure you can take them all? Catherine's emotions surged like a roller coaster. She couldn't help but pout slightly. Master Lin Yi. Her imagination ran wild. Could there possibly be over 100? Anything beyond that seemed inconceivable. After all, the 4 Golden Lord monsters of the underground dungeon were each formidable foes, let alone defeating them all. Lin Yi stopped toying with her and, under her astonished gaze, slowly revealed all the dark crystals he had collected. Catherine's mouth fell open wider and wider, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. She began counting carefully, as if afraid this was all just a dream. 30, 60, 90. When she reached the final piece, she exclaimed, "There are 180 dark crystals." "My goodness," Catherine murmured in disbelief. "Master Lin Yi, am I dreaming?" Previously, the elves risked their lives just to retrieve a few, and even that was no more than 10 or so at best. Lin Yi crossed his arms, leisurely watching Catherine's astonished reaction. He had to admit, her current expression carried a unique charm, mature, yet tinged with an endearing innocence. Quite adorable. Catherine swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she asked, "Master Lin Yi, did you clear the entire dungeon?" Lin Yi nodded calmly.
Yes.
"Ah," Catherine gasped audibly, her small mouth drawing in a sharp breath. For a moment, the handsome young man before her seemed to merge with the image of the mage from her prophecy. Catherine's demeanor shifted entirely to one of reverence. "Master Lin Yi, I humbly request that you entrust these dark crystals to the elf tribe. They are vital to our future, and I promise to provide you with ample rewards." Lin Yi nodded lightly. Of course. While the dark crystals were indeed valuable, they held no practical use for him. Only by trading them with the elf tribe could their full potential be realized. As Catherine carefully stored the dark crystals, Lin Yi spoke almost casually, "Priestess Catherine, during my time in the dungeon, I could feel the boundless power of darkness. Even if the dark crystals cleanse the corruption from the elven mother tree, it's only a temporary solution. It doesn't address the root of the problem, does it?" Catherine froze for a moment, a hint of helplessness in her expression. "You're right, but there's no other choice for now. At least this will delay the mother tree's complete corruption. I won't hide it from you without the dark crystals. If the mother tree succumbs entirely, we would all be transformed into wicked dark elves. That is a fate we cannot bear." Lin Yi could sense that Catherine had begun to trust him, even sharing such dire consequences with him. Catherine continued, "You are a genius among humans, so you must know that this world is destined to merge again. When that time comes, we can only hope that the elven god will descend to help us resolve this crisis once and for all." Lin Yi suddenly understood. No wonder Catherine had been so easily swayed before. She was shouldering an immense burden. "Priestess Catherine, forgive my bluntness," Lin Yi said, his voice calm yet piercing. "Even if the world merges, are you certain the elven god will descend? Can you be sure the elf tribe will still receive her protection?" Though his tone was measured, his words struck a nerve. Catherine's face turned pale. This was a possibility she had long avoided confronting. In fact, Lin Yi had already noticed it. When he first entered the elf tribe, he felt no aura of divine faith. It was clear that the elf tribe had been abandoned by their god. "The elf tribe will not be forsaken by the gods." Catherine tried to argue, but even she couldn't muster confidence in her words. She seemed lost, her entire being thrown into confusion. Now, with Lin Yi tearing away the facade so bluntly, she found herself at a complete loss. Lin Yi once again stirred up Catherine's emotions, skillfully posing a thought-provoking question. "Why place your hope in deities? If you already know the source of the darkness, why not try to resolve it?" Catherine's face darkened instantly, her brow furrowing deeply. She answered in a low voice, "The Black Dragon Caesar is an epic-level dragon. I am no match for him." Seeing that Catherine had fully fallen into the rhythm he had set, Lin Yi's lips curved into a faint smile. With a light chuckle, he made an irresistible proposal. "What if I could help you eliminate the source of the darkness and completely stop the pollution of the elven mother tree by the underground forces?" A glimmer of hope flashed in Catherine's eyes, as if she had suddenly seen a light in the darkness. She exclaimed excitedly, "That's right. Lord Lin Yi is still young. In a few years, he might just be able to defeat the Black Dragon Caesar." At that moment, Catherine seemed to have an epiphany, her mind suddenly clear. She made a bold decision on the spot. "If Lord Lin Yi can help us resolve the source of the darkness in the future, then our elven tribe will become your loyal followers." Hearing Catherine's promise, a trace of barely concealed excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Suppressing his joy, he maintained a calm demeanor and asked, "Are you certain?" Catherine answered firmly, "I represent the elven tribe in forming a pact with you, Lord Lin Yi. If you succeed in eliminating the darkness from the elven mother tree, our tribe will pledge eternal loyalty to you." As Catherine solemnly declared this oath, Lin Yi repeated it with equal gravity. In that instant, both of them felt an invisible force binding them together. This signified that if Lin Yi fulfilled his promise in the future, the elven tribe would be bound to serve him, or they would face the severe consequences of the world's will. Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. To him, this pact was worth far more than any treasure. Catherine alone, as an epic-level powerhouse, was an invaluable ally. Until Lin Yi fully matured, her assistance would be immeasurable. With the backing of the elven tribe, Lin Yi's influence had already surpassed that of Jiang City's 4 great families. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but say, in that case, I'll resolve the elven tribe's problem as soon as possible. With that, Lin Yi walked toward the black vortex in front of the elven mother tree under Catherine's puzzled gaze. With a swift motion, he summoned the source of the darkness into his hand. It was a diamond-shaped black crystal, radiating a terrifying aura that made Catherine shudder. Then, a scene that left Catherine utterly stunned unfolded. Lin Yi casually tossed the source of darkness into the vortex. The previously slow-spinning black vortex suddenly froze, then began spinning wildly at an incredible speed. Waves of overwhelming energy seemed ready to erupt from within, the terrifying fluctuations causing even Lin Yi's heart to race. Amid it all, he faintly heard the furious roar of the black dragon Caesar. In the underground world, the black dragon was on the verge of madness, sensing the disappearance of the passage to the main world. This meant his dream of returning to the main world was completely shattered. The source of darkness that Lin Yi had seized was now being used to seal the dark passage. Roar! You damn thief! You are unforgivable, and I will never let you go. The black dragon's enraged roar gradually faded in Lin Yi's ears. The black vortex before them spun faster and faster, eventually shrinking into a single point of light before vanishing completely. A gentle breeze swept past, and Catherine shivered, her eyes filled with disbelief. What just happened? The dark force that has plagued the elven tribe for 50 years has been resolved just like that? Catherine exclaimed, her mouth agape. It's resolved. It's truly resolved. An overwhelming sense of joy and relief washed over her, even more intense than when she had first seen the 180 dark crystals. Now, with the dark crystals, they could completely purify the elven mother tree and restore the tribe's vitality. In the distance, jubilant cheers erupted from the elven tribe. Catherine could already sense the elation of her people. I represent the elven tribe in thanking you, Lord Lin Yi. Catherine knelt on one knee before Lin Yi, lightly kissing the back of his hand. This gesture symbolized her pledge of loyalty to him. In her eyes, there was nothing but admiration for Lin Yi. She harbored no resentment for his earlier manipulations. After all, she had expected this issue to be resolved only when Lin Yi became a superpower, yet it had been dealt with now. What was there to complain about? Rise, Catherine, Lin Yi said gently, helping her up. His eyes were also filled with joy. Gaining the allegiance of the Wind Elves had far exceeded his expectations for this journey. With a slight smile, Lin Yi said, there's no time to waste. Let's completely purge the dark energy from the elven mother tree. Once we use the dark crystals on the mother tree, my ascension task will be complete. Catherine's eyes sparkled with excitement. It had been many years since she had seen the elven mother tree radiate life. In fact, many of the younger elves had never seen the mother tree in its true form. She had been awaiting this day for a very long time. Without hesitation, Catherine began channeling the energy within the dark crystals, directing it toward the elven mother tree. Buzz! The dark crystal erupted with a surge of powerful energy, forming a visible vortex. The dark energy within the mother tree of the elves was drawn out as if by a massive pump, rushing frantically toward the crystal suspended in midair. Lin Yi watched in astonishment, unable to contain his amazement. He had never imagined that the mother tree, which appeared to be only partially tainted, contained such an overwhelming amount of negative energy. If that energy were to explode, it could instantly annihilate a platinum-level expert. The towering, 1,000-meter-tall branches of the lush tree swayed gracefully, producing a rustling sound as if humming joyfully. A sturdy branch extended toward Lin Yi, gently brushing against his cheek in a gesture of gratitude. Lin Yi looked up at the sky, noticing that the once half-black, half-green trunk had been fully restored to a vibrant green. At the treetop, the previously lifeless light cocoons were now glowing faintly yet brightly, pulsing with vitality. This was the origin of the elves, and Lin Yi could foresee a new wave of elven reproduction flourishing in the tribe's future. Catherine was already overcome with emotion, weeping uncontrollably as she knelt and kissed the roots of the mother tree. At the exact moment the dark energy within the tree was completely purged, Lin Yi's system log began to scroll wildly. Congratulations! You have completed the Special Class Advancement Quest, Redemption of the Wind Elves. Bonus rewards are being calculated due to overachievement. Congratulations! You have earned the Silver Aura, Redeemer of Elves. You now meet the requirements to ascend to a Silver Tier class. The aura will automatically activate upon promotion. Redeemer of Elves Aura. Buff effects include 100,000 mana, 30 mental power, 20 spell cooldown, 20 chanting time, and maximum affinity with the elven race. Reading the aura's description, even the battle-hardened Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp. This aura provided 5 attribute enhancements. Even an average mage would see a significant boost in combat power with such upgrades, let alone someone as skilled as Lin Yi. This aura alone compensated for numerous weaknesses in traditional class systems and was permanent, unaffected by the user's level progression. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with anticipation, could finally ascend to the Silver Tier class. Without hesitation, he retrieved the Silver Ascension Orb from his storage pendant. This rare item was highly sought after and difficult to obtain from ordinary monsters, making direct purchases the most practical option at this stage. Lin Yi immediately channeled the orb's power into his body. A surge of potent magical energy arose from within him, radiating pure light that spread outward, enveloping him in an aura of divine sanctity. Successfully absorbed the Silver Ascension Orb. Requirements met. Promotion to Silver Tier class successful. Level increased to LV 31. New skills unlocked. Earth Barrier, Frost Rainstorm, Thunderblade. And this was just the beginning. Lin Yi's stored experience pool, along with the reserves within the Horn of the Wind Elves, instantly transformed into Ascension energy. Layers of white light enveloped Lin Yi, making him appear like a radiant sun, exuding an aura of inviolable holiness. Level increased to LV 32. Level increased to LV 33. Level increased to LV 34. Level increased to LV 35. In mere moments, Lin Yi surged from LV 30 to LV 35. Feeling the doubled power coursing through his body, Lin Yi's heart raced with excitement. His overall strength had increased exponentially in this brief span of time. Without delay, Lin Yi equipped himself with the latest gear tailored to his newfound power. He donned the Lich's staff, the Lich's ring, and the Hellhound cloak, each piece transforming his aura significantly. Catherine's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she couldn't comprehend how a simple class advancement could bring about such drastic changes. Eagerly, Lin Yi opened his character stats panel, marveling at the transformation. Level: LV 35. Attributes: Strength 40,000, Constitution 60,000, Mental Power 115,050 from Aura and Staff, Agility 60,000. Health: 850,000. Mana: 3,200,000. From any perspective, Lin Yi's power had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Nearly all his equipment had been upgraded to Platinum Tier, and his skills had received substantial enhancements. His primary mental power attribute had skyrocketed to 115,000 points, and with the 50 boost from the Silver Aura and Lich's Staff, it reached an astonishing 160,000. Not even LV 40 peak Silver Tier experts could rival such a feat. Every spell Lin Yi now cast would deal at least 4 times the damage it once did. Nowadays, Lin Yi only needs to lightly swing his arm to unleash a whirlwind slash, capable of causing devastating destruction in an instant. He couldn't help but imagine that if he encountered that half-lich again, even with the protection of a dark shield, a few waves of attacks would likely be enough to completely obliterate it. After ascending to the silver rank, Lin Yi unlocked 3 new abilities: Earth Bastion, Froststorm, and Thunderblade. Thanks to the boost from his innate talent, all these skills had already reached their maximum level of 40. Earth Bastion allows him to summon a solid barrier formed by earth elements to cover allies or a designated area. Depending on the coverage size, it can block up to 500 times his mental attribute in damage, with a cooldown of only 1.8 seconds. This skill not only protects himself but also shields his allies, and the defensive area can be adjusted as needed. With Lin Yi's mental attribute of 160,000, the Earth Bastion can withstand an astonishing 75 million damage. Froststorm creates a chilling storm within a 250-meter diameter, dealing 200 times his mental attribute in damage to enemies while inflicting a freezing and slowing effect. The cooldown is also 1.8 seconds. Though it lacks strong crowd control properties, it compensates with explosive damage output, far surpassing group attack spells like Purple Flame Meteor. Lastly, Thunderblade addresses Lin Yi's lack of strong single-target attacks. This skill harnesses free-floating electric charges in the air, condensing them into a sharp blade that delivers a lethal strike to the target. It deals 300 times his mental attribute in damage, with a chance to inflict a lightning stun effect. The cooldown remains at 1.8 seconds. Seeing these staggering numbers, Lin Yi couldn't help but take a deep breath. Based on his latest mental attribute evaluation, a single Thunderblade could deal 48 million damage. This means 2 consecutive attacks would be enough to instantly kill that half-lich, even with its dark shield. Feeling the immense destructive power coursing through him, Lin Yi momentarily felt as if he had become a completely different person. He realized that he could now face, and possibly surpass, most gold-level elite monsters hidden. Although Lin Yi had not yet reached the gold stage, he was confident in his ability to confront gold-tier professionals directly. After all, most individuals at level 50 had base attributes around 1 million. Even those with special professions rarely exceeded 2 or 3 times that amount. However, Lin Yi's advantages were not limited to his attributes. His skill efficiency, spell cooldowns, and casting speed far surpassed ordinary standards. When combined, These factors made his overall combat power far exceed what his raw stats could suggest. Lin Yi firmly believed that he now had the strength to defeat any gold-tier professional, earning him the title of the strongest below platinum. As for reaching the platinum level himself, it was still uncertain, as it was said to trigger a qualitative transformation. After reviewing his attribute panel, Lin Yi couldn't help but exhale deeply. He was astonished to find that his strength had undergone yet another remarkable transformation without him even realizing it. At this point, his individual power alone was enough to place him at the pinnacle of Jiang City. And with the addition of his allied elf tribe, he could easily dominate all forces in the region. At this moment, Catherine was staring at Lin Yi in awe, her eyes filled with shock. Although Lin Yi's current power was obscured by the Fool's Mist, the energy surge during his rank up was unmistakable. Catherine couldn't help but recall her own experience of ascending to the platinum rank, which had not caused such an intense reaction. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed as she sincerely praised, "I never expected Lord Lin Yi to ascend to silver so quickly. It seems following you was indeed the wisest decision. I thought it would take me another 2 or 3 years to break through to the epic rank, but at this rate, it might happen much sooner." Amid her admiration, Catherine's respect for Lin Yi grew even stronger. After a moment, she regained her composure and respectfully suggested, "Lord Lin Yi, we should inform our tribe of the good news that the mother tree has recovered. At the same time, it's time to officially announce that the elf tribe will pledge its allegiance to you." Catherine was eager to share this exciting news. After all, aligning with someone as powerful as Lin Yi would undoubtedly open up boundless opportunities for the future of the elf tribe. Very well. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. The two then walked side by side toward the elf tribe, with Catherine deliberately falling half a step behind to show her respect for Lin Yi. Meanwhile, in a mansion somewhere in Jiang City, a deep, furious voice echoed. It was Li Jun questioning his subordinate. "Are you certain it was Lin Yi who killed my son? Do you have any concrete evidence?" The butler, hearing this interrogation, broke out in a cold sweat and began trembling uncontrollably. The atmosphere in the Li family's grand hall was so heavy it was almost suffocating. The family guards stood to the side, each one drenched in sweat, their nerves stretched taut as they dared not provoke the formidable golden-ranked expert. They knew all too well that with a mere flick of Li Jun's hand, they could be reduced to ashes. Beads of sweat rolled down the steward's forehead as he suppressed his fear and reported, "Master, based on the investigation over the past few days, none of those who bore grudges against the young master had the ability to harm him. Their associates all claimed they never encountered the young master in the trial tower. Only Lin Yi remained suspicious. His companions, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, were not easily questioned. When we visited their homes, we were turned away, told that the two young ladies had gone to White Tiger City. As for Lin Yi, he headed toward the Soulbreak Mountains a few days ago. After ruling out all other possibilities, we can conclude that the one who killed the young master must be Lin Yi." Li Jun's eyes glinted with tangible killing intent as he listened. His deep voice was laced with fury. "Lin Yi, is it? How dare he kill my son? I will make him taste the bitterness of blood. And as for the Cheng and Lu families, they must have been involved as well. I'll ensure they pay a heavy price for this." As Li Jun's emotions flared, faint arcs of lightning flickered around him. The guards barely dared to breathe, terrified they might become the outlet for his wrath. As a rare hidden-class thunder warrior, Li Jun's power was enough to inspire dread in anyone who crossed his path. "Go," Li Jun ordered coldly. "Contact the Bloodkill Tower immediately. Hire 5 4-star assassins to track Lin Yi down and eliminate him. If possible, I want him captured alive. Also, monitor the movements of his mother closely. From what I've heard, he cares deeply for her. I'll make him watch as I personally torture her to death in front of him." The steward's pupils contracted in shock, but he immediately responded, "Understood, master." Inwardly, he couldn't help but feel pity for Lin Yi. 4-star assassins were elite killers at the peak of the golden rank, experts in assassination and poison. For an ordinary golden-ranked professional, encountering them was almost a guaranteed death sentence, let alone facing 5 of them at once. As the steward departed, he marveled at the master's ruthless methods. With the expertise of a professional assassin team, it wouldn't take long to pinpoint Lin Yi's location. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained blissfully unaware of the storm brewing against him. He and Catherine had just emerged from the forest, only to be surrounded by a group of jubilant elves. Clearly, they had sensed the transformation in the mother tree. The dark energy that had plagued it was finally gone. The entire village of Shilon was brimming with vitality like never before. The elves cheered and danced in circles, their joy uncontainable. Catherine, her face glowing with delight, grabbed Lin Yi's hand and led him through the joyous crowd toward the central platform of the village. Atop the platform stood an emerald green throne, its intricate decorations and mysterious runes exuding an air of supreme importance. Ordinarily, only Catherine was permitted to sit there. But today, she respectfully invited Lin Yi to take the seat. Once Lin Yi was seated, Catherine turned to face the gathered elves and declared loudly, "Everyone, I'm sure you've all felt it. The problem that has plagued us for so many years has been resolved. The Mother Tree has been freed from the darkness at last. A new dawn awaits our people, and we will once again embrace a brighter future." Her words were met with a thunderous eruption of cheers. Elderly elves wept tears of relief, while the younger ones sang and laughed with abandon. Lin Yi looked at the beautiful, radiant elves and couldn't help but smile. It was indeed a heartwarming sight. As the celebration continued, Catherine's impassioned words stirred the crowd's excitement even further. "All of this is thanks to Lord Lin Yi." Catherine's voice echoed across the square in Huron Village, her gaze filled with reverence as she looked up at Lin Yi, who stood tall on the platform. Lin Yi stood there with a composed demeanor, his posture upright, as his calm eyes swept over the dense crowd of elves below. Catherine continued, "It was he who bravely ventured into the dungeon world, not only saving our village but also completely eradicating the evil force." As her words fell, she knelt without hesitation, taking Lin Yi's right hand in hers and pressing a gentle kiss on the back of it. The solemn gesture caused a stir among the elves gathered below, their eyes gleaming with awe and anticipation. Feeling the honor bestowed upon him, Lin Yi smiled faintly and reached out to help Catherine to her feet. "Catherine, it is my honor to accept your allegiance," he said, then leaned down to place a light kiss on her forehead as a symbol of acceptance. The gesture was like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, rippling through the crowd and igniting their fervor. "Lord Lin Yi, please accept our allegiance." The call resounded from all directions as the elves knelt in unison, their eyes filled with devotion as they gazed up at him on the platform. For the next hour, the elves came forward one by one, each kissing the back of Lin Yi's hand to pledge their loyalty. Lin Yi responded with a warm smile, returning the gesture with a light kiss on their foreheads, cheeks, or hands. Each interaction brought a wave of excitement, and the elves' faces flushed with joy and exhilaration. After the ceremony concluded, Lin Yi followed Catherine back to the vine-covered house. As soon as he sat down, Catherine handed him a cup of meticulously prepared herbal tea. Lin Yi took a sip, his eyes lighting up. "This is excellent. Could you prepare more for me? I'd love to have this regularly." Catherine nodded with a gentle smile before proceeding to give Lin Yi a detailed overview of Huron Village. The community consisted of over 1,000 elves, most of whom were at the bronze or silver rank, with about 1/10 being gold or platinum-ranked warriors. Remarkably, there were over 100 individuals above the gold rank. Hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes flickered with surprise. This force was even stronger than the combined strength of the 4 major families in Jiang City. Though the restrictions of the worlds will limited their power, Catherine could still exert peak platinum-level strength in the outside world. After finishing her explanation, Catherine presented Lin Yi with the wind spirit horn, explaining that it was a sacred artifact of the elven tribe. Since they had pledged their loyalty to him, it was now his to safeguard. Lin Yi gladly accepted it, secretly delighted by the artifact's ability to store vast amounts of experience points. Following this, Catherine brought out several other treasures. Among them, one item caught Lin Yi's attention: a wind veil mask. This platinum-tier piece of equipment not only significantly reduced damage from wind-based skills, but also came with the Spirit's Eye ability, which could detect invisible units below the platinum level. With great anticipation, Lin Yi donned the mask, feeling a gentle light merge with his features. This equipment was far superior to his previous abyssal gaze and perfectly suited his needs. Although Catherine had tested Lin Yi's attributes using the Spirit's Eye before, thanks to his Fool's Mist ability, much of his information remained concealed. The advanced mask's functionality immediately caught Lin Yi's attention. It could seamlessly toggle between visibility and concealment, ensuring he stayed inconspicuous. Eagerly, he shifted his focus to the next item, the Storm Scroll. This epic-grade item radiated powerful magical energy. Lin Yi carefully examined its attributes. Upon use, it would unleash the epic spell Roar of the Wind, requiring a staggering 1 million mana points to activate. He silently rejoiced, knowing his current mana reserve of 3.2 million was more than sufficient to wield this formidable scroll. Catherine really put a lot of thought into this, Lin Yi reflected. She must be worried about me encountering danger while out on my journey. He carefully placed the scroll into his storage pendant, hoping he'd never have to rely on this life-saving trump card. Next were 2 skill books, each teaching a Silverdeer spell, Wind Strangle and Storm Lash. Lin Yi quickly absorbed and mastered both skills, instantly leveling them to their maximum potential. Wind Strangle LV40 creates a razor-sharp windstorm within a 200-meter radius, dealing mental power 200 damage to each target, with the added effects of knockback and stunning enemies. With a cooldown of just 1.8 seconds, it was an exceptional crowd control weapon. Storm Lash LV40 conjures a tempestuous whip formed from wind elements, dealing mental power 350 damage with each strike. The ability had a cooldown of only 1.6 seconds, making it a powerful single-target attack. Lin Yi excitedly calculated the potential damage of these skills. With the 40 bonus from the Song of the Wind Spirit, their destructive power would reach even greater heights. Given his current mental power of 160,000, a single strike from Storm Lash could inflict a staggering 56 million damage. What level of strength have I reached now? Lin Yi wondered, eager to find a worthy opponent to test his newfound power. With only a few days left until the White Tiger City's seed selection tournament, he resolved to push himself further, aiming to gain another level or two. Maybe I should visit the Wanbao Pavilion and check if any new dungeon realms have appeared, Lin Yi mused, as he began planning his next course of action. Lin Yi fell into deep thought, weighing the options before him. Suddenly, an idea struck him like a bolt of lightning. Dark Veil skill book. He slapped his forehead as he recalled the Silverdeer skill book he had obtained from the half-lich in the dungeon world. With all his recent gains, this treasure had almost slipped his mind. Without hesitation, Lin Yi immediately took out the Dark Veil skill book and gave it a light tap. The pages dissolved into streams of light, surging into his mind. The innate ability activated automatically, and Dark Veil instantly reached max level. Eagerly, he checked the skill's attributes. Dark Veil LV40, an area-based skill, creates a shadowed zone that can envelop allies or enemies. Allies with dark attributes gain a 150 boost. Enemies take mental damage equal to X 50 per second, experience a 50 reduction in vision, and suffer a 20 decrease in both defense and magic resistance. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Lin Yi's eyes widened, and excitement was written all over his face. This wasn't just a powerful support skill, it could also weaken opponents and deal continuous damage. With his current mental power of 160,000, the skill could inflict 8 million damage per second. Though it might not seem overwhelming at first glance, the power of sustained damage was not to be underestimated. Even high-level boss monsters would crumble if trapped in the zone for tens of seconds. What thrilled Lin Yi even more was the skill's flexibility. Its range could be adjusted freely based on his mana. He understood well that in the real world, skills were far more versatile than in games. Both damage output and area of effect could be tailored to fit individual needs. Brimming with excitement, Lin Yi stood up and took a deep breath. He had stayed in Huron Village for several days, enjoying his time with the elves, but he couldn't linger forever. This was a critical period for rapid power growth, and seizing opportunities during the national trials to gather more resources was his top priority. The seed contestants of the White Tiger City ranking tournament were not to be underestimated, with even the weakest capable of clearing the 26th floor of the trial tower. Lin Yi neither underestimated himself nor let his guard down. Despite his automax level talent, his opponents might possess unique abilities, rare treasures, or even the blessings of fate. Some might hail from prestigious families. Recalling that Han Feng had changed classes 6 months early, Lin Yi was certain that White Tiger City was full of hidden talents. Surpassing them in a short time would be no easy feat. Time to level up, Lin Yi resolved firmly. No time to waste. He turned to Catherine with a smile. I think it's time for me to take my leave. If I ever need your help, I'll summon you with the elf horn. Catherine froze for a moment, a hint of reluctance flickering in her eyes. During these past days, she had grown increasingly fond of Lin Yi, finding his presence reassuring. Tentatively, she asked, Lord Lin Yi, can't you stay a bit longer? Lin Yi chuckled and teased. What? You can't bear to see me go. If I stay another day, you'll have to keep me company. Catherine's cheeks flushed a deep red, and her chest rose and fell rapidly, as if she were seriously considering his words. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Surrounded by so many beautiful elves, he feared he might lose control if he stayed any longer. He reminded himself that now was not the time for indulgence. When his strength was sufficient, he could enjoy life to the fullest. Farewell, Catherine. I'll come back to visit you all someday, Lin Yi said with a hearty laugh as he strode out of the vine-covered house. He summoned his holy dragon, Xiao Jin, and soared into the sky. Xiao Jin's massive, 100-meter-long body drew gasps of amazement from those around. Catherine had already explained to Lin Yi how to navigate the elves' barrier, so he could now come and go freely. Watching his tall figure fade into the distance, Catherine's eyes clouded with a trace of longing as she softly murmured, Lord Lin. Once outside the barrier, Lin Yi glanced back, only to find the extraordinary scenery disappearing without a trace. Even the concentration of spiritual energy in the air had dropped significantly. With the awakening of the elf mother tree, the natural energy within the barrier had grown far stronger, creating a stark contrast with the outside world. As Xiao Jin carried him toward the Soulbreak Mountains, Lin Yi reached out to Jiang Fu. Brother Jiang, are there any dungeons or secret realms above level 35 near Jiang City lately? Jiang Fu was taken aback. What? Little brother, you've already reached the silver tier? Yep, just made it, Lin Yi replied. I want to see if I can level up a bit more before the big tournament. Got it. They'll look into it for you right away, Jiang Fu promised. Jiang Fu's words left Lin Yi feeling a bit helpless. At the moment, he had two options. Venture deeper into the Broken Soul mountain range in search of hidden dungeons, relying on luck, or stick to the outskirts and grind monsters steadily. While the latter was slower than dungeon farming, spending a little over a week, there could still yield a considerable amount of experience points. After a moment of deliberation, Lin Yi decided to stay on the outskirts of the mountain range to level up. Compared to the slim chance of finding a hidden dungeon, steady grinding felt more practical. He quickly summoned Xiaojin back into the beast-taming space though Xiaojin was great for traveling, its efficiency in leveling was too low, as most monsters would flee in fear of its overwhelming aura. Unfurling his netherwing, Lin Yi shot into the sky like an arrow, boosted by his flight belt operating at 100 speed. Although Jiang Fu didn't have any leads on hidden dungeons, the monster distribution map he provided was still incredibly useful. Lin Yi darted through the air, quickly locking onto his first target, a pack of LV-38 woodland gray wolves. Nearly 100 massive gray wolves, each larger than a water buffalo, were rampaging through the mountain slopes in pursuit of prey. A glint of excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as an intense chill began to gather around his staff. Frost Storm. With the incantation, the entire area was instantly transformed into a frozen wasteland. A torrential downpour of icy rain fell, freezing the ground into a glacial domain. The wolves looked up in terror, but their attempts to flee were futile as their speed was reduced by 90, leaving them almost immobile. Amid the cacophony of cracking ice, the robust gray wolves were turned one by one into lifelike ice sculptures. In the next moment, with a resounding crack, the entire pack shattered into countless shards of snow and ice. Against the devastating critical damage of tens of millions, the wolves, each with less than 1,000,000 health, stood no chance. Even the pack leader, the Wolf King, fell without resistance. As his experience points skyrocketed, Lin Yi smiled with satisfaction, swiftly collecting the loot before taking flight toward his next target. And so, Lin Yi began an efficient leveling spree in the Broken Soul mountain range. Though it couldn't compare to dungeon farming, his speed and overwhelming attack power made his grinding efficiency hundreds of times greater than that of ordinary players. The only bottleneck was the time spent locating suitable monsters. Otherwise, his progress would have been even faster. By the end of the day, after a single thunderstrike sword cleaved through an attacking LV-46 golden saber-toothed tiger, Lin Yi finally leveled up to 36. Accumulating over 1,000,000 experience points in just one day was an impressive feat. Each level up increased his primary attributes by 10,000 points, along with an additional 5,000 bonus points, and Lin Yi could feel his power growing steadily. He was thrilled by the continuous surge of strength within him. At this rate, reaching one more level before the competition seemed well within reach. To achieve that goal, he estimated he'd need another 6 or 7 days of hard work. As night fell, Lin Yi decided to return to his campsite to rest and prepare for tomorrow's battles. However, not long after he left, several figures dressed in red uniforms and masked faces appeared in the shadows, the assassins from the Bloodkill Tower. They whispered among themselves, plotting how to ambush their target from Jiangcheng. Confident in their abilities, the assassins believed that taking down a Silverdeer professional would be a simple task. Enough talking, let's get this over with quickly, one of them commanded. Without another word, they concealed themselves and began pursuing Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi had just encountered an LV-36 frenzied wild boar, which he dispatched effortlessly with a single fireball spell. As he prepared to take off again, a sudden chill swept through the air. Out of nowhere, a dagger glowing with an eerie blue light pierced through the void, aiming straight for Lin Yi's chest. The dagger materialized out of thin air, glowing faintly with an eerie blue light, as though it had emerged from the void itself. Lin Yi's pupils constricted sharply as he instantly realized 5 golden-ranked assassins. His mind raced with calculations. Level 50 peak-tier golden-class professionals, with primary attributes typically reaching around 1,000,000. While their skill levels might not match his, even low-level golden skills could inflict damage in the tens of millions. Together, the combined assault of the 5 assassins could deal nearly 100 million damage, far exceeding the 70 million defensive capacity of his earth barrier. What unsettled Lin Yi the most was the blue glow emanating from the dagger mage bane venom. A single strike would render him helpless, like a fish on the chopping block. There was no time to dwell on who had orchestrated the attack. Lin Yi's gaze instantly regained its composure. Thankfully, he had maintained his earth barrier all along. Without it, his life would have been in grave danger. Boom. In less than half a second, the earth barrier shattered with a thunderous crash. It absorbed the force of 3 daggers, but 2 more were still closing in. For most people, half a second would be too short to do anything but freeze in terror, or rely on an emergency instant cast scroll. For Lin Yi, however, it was enough to cast a spell. Sky Shield. Triple cast. In an instant, 2 shields of light, one large, one small, materialized around him. Though not as sturdy as the earth barrier, they were sufficient to absorb over 40 million damage. Clang! The final 2 daggers, spent of their momentum, failed to penetrate the shields. The 5 assassins were masters of stealth, only revealing themselves during the moment of attack. Though the immediate danger had passed, Lin Yi's eyes now burned with killing intent. If not for his initial precautions, the outcome could have been disastrous. Dare to ambush me? Lin Yi said coldly. By now, the assassins had likely returned to their stealthy state, lurking in the shadows and waiting for another opportunity to strike. But Lin Yi had no intention of giving them that chance. Spirit eyes. Lin Yi's eyes turned a deep shade of green, radiating a mysterious energy that pierced through illusions. He could now clearly see 5 figures cloaked in blood-red capes, 100 meters away, staring back at him in alarm. It was evident that their failure to break through Lin Yi's shields with their combined assault had left them in shock. After all, even level 50 hidden class mages often fell to their coordinated strikes, let alone someone still below silver rank. The lead assassin exclaimed, "This target isn't just a bronze mage, his power has skyrocketed." As far as they knew, Lin Yi had been a mere bronze mage just days ago. No matter how extraordinary, a bronze mage shouldn't have been capable of this. The footage of Lin Yi clearing the tower wasn't a secret. They had analyzed it extensively before deciding on the assassination. Yet they had still failed. Even if he's a silver mage, this level of power is absurd. This kid is a monster. The assassin's eyes were filled with shock. Watching Lin Yi's tower footage had given them a sense of his strength, but facing him in person, the overwhelming pressure was far more intense. "He spotted us," one assassin muttered, feeling the weight of Lin Yi's gaze sweep over them. Upon recognizing their distinct blood-red attire, Lin Yi's expression turned icy. Blood Shadow Pavilion assassins? Could it be those who once threatened my mother are targeting us again? He recalled his mother's words. Years ago, a group of Blood Shadow Pavilion assassins had tried to capture her and his grandmother to extract information, only to be thwarted by an unknown force. If not for the arcane scroll, what could they be after this time? Speculation swirled in Lin Yi's mind, his killing intent growing stronger. No matter who sent them, they'll capture them and get the answers myself. None of these assassins are walking away. Under the effect of spirit eyes, the assassins had nowhere to hide. Now that he was prepared, Lin Yi felt no trace of fear. Realizing their exposure, the assassins exchanged glances, their expressions hardening. Attack together and take him down. His shields haven't fully regenerated. This is our chance. If we can't subdue him, we'll kill him outright. The group nodded in unison, and in the next instant, their figures hurtled forward. As high-agility assassins, they crossed the 100-meter distance in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! They moved like arrows loosed from a bow, activating various speed-boosting skills to achieve astonishing velocity. Lin Yi, however, unfurled his nether wings, enhanced by the dragon flight belt, matching their speed with ease. With a light push off the ground, he activated Black Dragon Leap. The black glow of his dragon boots erupted, propelling him upward with immense force. Lin Yi soared into the air, his nether wings adjusting his posture with agility as he began to channel his next spell. The assassins lunged at empty air, their faces etched with shock. The sight of a mage displaying such incredible agility was beyond belief. The earth barrier reformed once again, with layers of dense, earthy yellow light manifesting around Lin Yi. The assassins stood dumbfounded, unable to believe how quickly the shield had regenerated. The lead assassin gritted his teeth and barked out orders. "Try again. Give it everything you've got. If you fail again, scatter and retreat immediately. Regroup at the usual spot." The group responded in unison. The target strength far exceeded expectations, rivaling that of a level 50 prodigy. Assassins typically excel against mages, but only if they strike with precision. Now that Lin Yi had created distance and activated his shield, the situation had turned decidedly against them. With a powerful push off the ground, the assassins launched themselves toward Lin Yi. One precise strike would be enough. The poison on their blades could incapacitate the mage instantly. Lin Yi smirked coldly, thinking to himself how reckless they were. If they had scattered, they could have at least made him work harder. But by attacking Hedon, they were sealing their own fate. Electricity crackled as the thunder sword began to form atop the lich staff, emitting a sharp, piercing hum. In an instant, a colossal blade of thunder materialized before the assassins, radiating an aura of death that made the air itself feel suffocating. It is rare for anyone to excel across multiple disciplines, but Lin Yi's abilities shattered the assassins' preconceived notions. Their frustration grew as they began to doubt the reliability of their intel. Due to Lin Yi's use of the Fool's Mist, the Bloodkill Tower had been unable to accurately assess his strength, relying instead on estimates based on his prior actions. Yet, in just 1 week, Lin Yi's power had grown beyond all expectations. The thunder sword tore through the air, leaving a visible trail in its wake. In the blink of an eye, it hurtled toward the lead assassin at the front of the group. his face twisted in fear, cold sweat pouring down as he desperately invoked his life-saving skill, twin daggers of the crescent moon. With his left hand, he drew a secondary dagger, crossing it with his primary weapon to form a faint golden crescent. As an advanced-level professional, he had mastered this skill, which could have incoming damage. However, the Thunder Sword's power exceeded 50 million damage points. Even halved, it was an unstoppable force. With a deafening roar, the colossal blade shattered the crescent barrier in an instant. The lead assassin was impaled by the thunderous strike, the searing pain ripping through his very soul. He didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated. The damage dealt totaled an overwhelming 26.81 million. At level 36, Lin Yi demonstrated the terrifying ability to defeat a level 50 professional in a single strike. He had originally planned to test his newfound strength on monsters, but it seemed a group of assassins had volunteered themselves as practice targets. Lin Yi's cold gaze swept over the remaining 4 assassins, sending shivers down their spines. Their eyes were filled with terror as they recalled the fate of their leader. They knew all too well that they were doomed. "Run!" one of them shouted, snapping the others out of their stupor. Acting as one, they turned and bolted in a desperate attempt to escape. Lin Yi sneered. "Run? Do you really think you can get away?" The green glow of his staff lit up once more, and the surrounding air began to hum with the energy of wind elements. The assassins felt a chill deep in their hearts, wishing they could sprout wings and fly away. Wind Shredder. A terrifying storm of razor-sharp wind blades erupted, engulfing an area hundreds of meters wide. The assassins were paralyzed with fear, but the storm's speed was far greater than theirs. Trapped within the vortex of blades, they struggled in vain as the relentless winds tore into them. Agonized screams filled the air as their bodies were shredded, leaving them bloodied and broken. When the storm finally subsided, 3 of the assassins had been torn to pieces, their remains scattered into the wind. Only one was left alive, spared intentionally by Lin Yi but left unconscious and gravely injured. Lin Yi walked over to the surviving assassin with an expression as cold as ice. Summoning his sacred dragon, Xiaojin, he effortlessly hoisted the unconscious man onto the dragon's back. Determined to uncover the mastermind behind the attack, Lin Yi cast a water ball spell to awaken the assassin and bound him tightly. "Speak. Who hired you to assassinate me?" Lin Yi's voice was icy and devoid of emotion. The wind howled around them as they hovered thousands of meters above the ground. Yet, despite the deadly situation, the assassin's eyes remained resolute. "Bloodkill Tower never betrays its clients," he declared. This was one of the Bloodkill Tower's ironclad rules. Revealing the details of a mission was punishable by death or worse. Lin Yi had anticipated this response and didn't expect the assassin to cooperate willingly. As the assassin finished speaking, Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with an unusual light. Truth compulsion. This was a bronze-tier skill Lin Yi had acquired from Jiang Fu. It had the power to force someone to reveal the truth. When Li Jun received the news of the assassin's failed mission, his eyes widened in disbelief. He glared furiously at the butlers standing before him, drenched in cold sweat, and barked, "What happened? The mission failed? And several of them are dead? Are you sure you hired 5 4-star assassins?" The butler, trembling with fear, stammered out a reply, his voice shaking. The message from Bloodkill Tower said the intel might have been wrong. Of the 5 assassins, 4 are dead, and the 5th is missing, likely captured alive by Lin Yi. "I really don't know what went wrong." "Useless." Li Jun's face darkened ominously as he kicked the butler with full force. A sickening crack echoed as several of the butler's ribs broke. He collapsed into a heap, writhing in pain, his face pale, yet he dared not make a sound. Li Jun's mind raced, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Could someone be protecting Lin Yi from the shadows? But he already turned down the invitations from White Tiger Academy and the Mage Association. "I've thoroughly investigated Lin Yi's family background. It's just an ordinary family. However, he does have close ties with the Cheng and Lu families. Could they be the ones pulling the strings?" He continued to ponder. If the remaining assassin has been captured, Bloodkill Tower's rule of never revealing their clients' identities might hold, but who can guarantee that? "No, I can't just sit and wait. If my identity is exposed and Lin Yi comes knocking with the Cheng and Lu families, they'll have no chance to escape." Making a swift decision, Li Jun declared, "The only way to gain the upper hand now is to capture his mother." He turned to the butler and questioned, "Have you tracked Lin Yi's mother's daily routine? And what about the family assets are they dealt with?" The butler, enduring the pain, replied, "Rest assured, master. I've gathered all the necessary information. Yang Mei is usually at home preparing dinner around this time. If you're planning to act, now is the perfect opportunity. As for the asset transfers, about half of them are completed so far." Li Jun nodded, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. "Then it's decided. Forget about the rest for now. Lin Yi, you killed my son Quanger. This debt will be repaid with your life." Let's move out immediately. Without hesitation, he stormed out the door, heading straight for Lin Yi's residence. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was interrogating the sole surviving assassin, entirely unaware that Li Jun was already on his way to his home. Though the truth extraction skill was only a bronze level ability, when maxed out, it was still effective against gold-tier professionals. Who hired you? Lin Yi asked coldly. It was Li Jun from the Jiang City Li family, the assassin answered involuntarily. Lin Yi's thoughts crystallized, and he let out a small sigh of relief. So, it was him. Looks like the fact that I killed his son has come to light. Hiring 5 gold-tier assassins to deal with Mew had a bold move. He sneered. Too bad they ran into me. If it had been platinum-tier assassins, I might have had to put in some effort. But a few gold-tier ones thinking they could kill me? What a joke. Lin Yi had already recorded the assassin's confession using a projection crystal. With this evidence, he now had every reason to act against the Li family directly. Even the city lord of Jiang City would have no grounds to interfere, as it was the Li family that struck first. He pressed on with his questioning. Does Blood Kill Tower have a killer with a tiger head symbol on the back of their cloak? The assassin struggled to answer. That's Bloodfang Tiger, one of Blood Kill Tower's core assassins. But I'm just an external member, so my knowledge is limited. Before the assassin could finish, his face contorted in agony. Veins bulged across his face, blood seeped from his orifices, and he collapsed, lifeless. Although Lin Yi regretted not obtaining a complete account, the critical information was already in his hands. First, the mastermind was the Li Familia minor concern given his current strength, especially with the support of the elves. Second, the identity of the assassin who had once threatened his mother had come to light. Bloodfang Tiger, a core assassin of Blood Kill Tower. It seems the person behind that incident must have close ties with Blood Kill Tower, Lin Yi mused. A core assassin isn't someone just anyone can hire. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with determination as a resolute decision formed in his mind. Though Blood Kill Tower was renowned for its assassins, it also recruited external killers. With the capabilities of the Invisibility Stone, he was confident he could assume such a role. After the White Tiger main city's seed selection tournament concluded, there was still time before the national trial competition, leaving room for further plans. Lin Yi didn't rush. Instead, he casually tossed the lifeless assassin beside him off the dragon's back. From a height of 1,000 meters, the body would surely be reduced to pulp upon impact. Just as he was about to return to Jiangsheng, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. The screen displayed a message from Chungbatian. Xiao Yi, come back quickly. Li Jun is trying to kidnap your mother. She's safe for now, just a bit shaken. Reading those words, Lin Yi's eyes turned bloodshot, and a surge of intense anger erupted within him. Li Jun, you're courting death. Although Li Jun had previously sent assassins after him, this time, the threat to his mother ignited an even fiercer rage. At that moment, Li Jun became Lin Yi's sworn target for elimination. Without hesitation, Lin Yi retrieved the fixed-point teleportation rune he had obtained during the trial tower competition. To prepare for emergencies, he had already set a coordinate point at his home. While Xiao Jin's speed was impressive, Lin Yi's urgency left no room to wait for the rune's 5-day cooldown period. The golden rune swiftly manifested in the air, forming a portal large enough for one person. Lin Yi returned Xiao Jin to the beast-taming space and stepped into the portal without a second thought. In an instant, a flash of golden light enveloped him, and Lin Yi reappeared in his own room. He immediately rushed to the living room. Though the house remained intact, the courtyard outside was in chaos, evidence of a fierce confrontation. Guards from the Chung family were stationed around, keeping watch. Chung Batian, Lu Jiaoyang, and even the city lord, Han Boyan, stood in the center of the living room. Mom, are you okay? Lin Yi's heart ached at the sight of his mother's dazed and helpless expression. Yang Mei, initially confused, quickly recognized her son and threw herself into his arms. Holding back tears, she choked out, "Son, I'm fine now, thanks to everyone's timely help. When they said you'd been assassinated, I was so scared of losing you." Lin Yi comforted her softly. "It's all over now, Mom. There's nothing to worry about anymore. I've taken care of those assassins. You're safe." Once Yang Mei calmed down, he asked a maid to escort her to rest, then turned to Chung Batian and Lu Jiaoyang to express his gratitude. Chung Batian recounted the events. Li Jun had attempted to kidnap Yang Mei to threaten Lin Yi. However, due to the presence of covert guards, the plan was thwarted almost immediately. The Cheng and Lu families had each assigned a gold-tier professional and 5 silver-tier professionals to ensure her safety. This formidable defense forced Li Jun to abandon his plan and flee. Lin Yi pressed for Li Jun's whereabouts. Chung Batian had the captured Li family steward brought in. The steward, trembling and begging for mercy, revealed that Li Jun had fled to Black Rock City in Sakura Country. This semi-militarized town on the border between the two nations posed a significant challenge. Despite everyone's attempts to dissuade him, Lin Yi remained resolute. Black Rock City? Huh? If they refused to hand over Li Jun, then they'll have to face the consequences. He requested a blood sample from Li Jun and intelligence on Black Rock City, preparing to pursue the fugitive himself. Amid the shocked gazes of those present, Lin Yi summoned his sacred dragon, Xiao Jin. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Jin spread its massive wings and carried Lin Yi into the distance at lightning speed. The hunt for Li Jun had officially begun. After Lin Yi departed, Cheng Batian shook his head and sighed, his gaze revealing a mix of emotions. He murmured to Lu Jiaoyang, who stood beside him, "Let him go. I trust Lin Yi knows what he's doing. Our only task is to protect his family." Lu Jiaoyang nodded in agreement, and the two immediately began dealing with the aftermath before them. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was already flying on the sacred dragon just outside Jiangqing. In his hand, he tightly held a glass vial containing Li Jun's blood. The soul crystal embedded in his staff glimmered faintly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi chanted softly, "Tracking spell." Just as when he had sought the wind spirit earlier, a faint beam of light rose slowly from the blood sample, extending in a specific direction. Following the light with his gaze, Lin Yi's eyes grew cold. "Blackrock City," he muttered, recalling the information Cheng Batian had provided. Blackrock City was a small adventurer's town located at the border between Sakura Nation and Huaxia. It lay on the far side of the Soulbreak Mountains. While it maintained a facade of peace with Huaxia, occasional skirmishes occurred, and its strongest fighters were only at the platinum level. Li Jun must be planning to escape into Sakura Nation through Blackrock City, Lin Yi sneered. Even following standard procedures, it would take at least a few days to complete the extradition process. That's more than enough time. You won't get away. The fire of vengeance burned brighter in his heart as he resolved to eliminate his enemy completely. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. If Blackrock City refuses to cooperate, then I'll wipe it out as well. With the wind spirit at his side, even platinum-level fighters posed no threat to him. The sacred dragon continued its flight, cutting through powerful air currents without the slightest disturbance to Lin Yi's steady form. In truth, Lin Yi had never expected to intercept Li Jun midway. Instead, he was fully prepared for a larger conflict. The reason he hadn't sought help from the Cheng and Lu families was precisely to avoid dragging them into a potentially catastrophic international dispute. After all, acting alone made it easier to remain unnoticed, whereas involving prominent families could lead to unpredictable consequences. Taking out the wind spirit horn, Lin Yi issued a command to Catherine. "Catherine, assemble the wind spirits immediately and prepare for battle." Receiving his summons, Catherine instantly sensed the intense killing intent emanating from Lin Yi. Without hesitation, she replied, "As you command, Master Lin Yi." She then began rallying her kin for war. Although leaving the spirit realm would weaken their powers, Catherine could still unleash peak platinum-level strength, with the potential for brief bursts of legendary-level might. Sakura Nation? Humph. Lin Yi snorted coldly, recalling the world-changing events of a century ago. The monster invasion had wiped out most small nations, but Sakura Nation had seized the opportunity to rise, annexing the remnants of the Kimchi Nation and eventually standing alongside the other four major powers. However, tensions between Sakura Nation and Huaxia had always simmered, with Sakura Nation harboring ambitious designs. Now, daring to shelter his sworn enemy only added to their list of transgressions. Before long, Blackrock City came into view. The city was even less impressive than Wulong Town, housing only a few thousand fighters. Its strongest figure was a 53-level platinum warrior, with just over a dozen gold-level fighters. The rest were mostly iron and bronze ranks. Most inhabitants were Sakura Nation's garrison forces, with a handful of freelance adventurers. At that moment, within a reception room in Blackrock City, Li Jun sat respectfully before a short but imposing man. This man was Taro Sawada, the overseer of Blackrock City and a 53-level shadow warrior. "General Sawada," Li Jun said obsequiously, "I am sincerely seeking asylum in Sakura Nation. I humbly request your assistance in facilitating my entry." Taro Sawada's shrewd eyes gleamed as he replied indifferently, "Mr. Li, your situation is rather delicate. You must understand, our council members have long harbored distrust toward Huaxia. This won't be an easy matter." His words were laden with implication. "Without sufficient incentives, don't expect us to help." Suppressing his anger, Li Jun maintained a fawning smile. He cursed the greedy official inwardly, but had no choice but to comply. Producing a briefcase, he presented it with an even more ingratiating expression. "I understand the rules, General Sawada. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll look kindly upon my request to enter Sakura Nation." Feigning nonchalance, Taro Sawada glanced at the briefcase, though a flash of greed betrayed his true thoughts. The resources controlled by a peak-level gold-tier professional were undoubtedly a tempting prize for Li Jun. When Sawada Taro casually agreed to help him, Li Jun felt a wave of relief. As long as he joined Sakura Nation, the Cheng and Lu families would not dare to act recklessly against him. Li Jun recalled the scene of his previous plan's failure, and rage surged within him. That cunning bastard Lin Yi had stationed so many bodyguards around a mere ordinary person and even attracted the heads of the Cheng and Liu families. If not for his quick reaction, he would have already met his end. Damn you, Lin Yi. Just you wait. Li Jun gritted his teeth. I will make you pay for this. The death of his only son had left him like a stray dog, running for his life. Such a deep-seated grudge could never be left unresolved. Li Jun vowed to remain hidden in the shadows, keeping a close eye on Lin Yi and ensuring he would know no peace. With these venomous thoughts in mind, he began networking with other professionals, aiming to establish connections with local powers to secure better opportunities for growth. With the backing of his considerable wealth, Li Jun quickly earned some recognition. As a peak gold-tier professional, he was a highly sought-after individual wherever he went. The atmosphere at the gathering gradually became more congenial. Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the entire city. Roar! The immense sound echoed through the air, causing all the professionals present to instinctively look up to the sky. Above, a massive golden creature hovered and spiraled through the skies. Stretching nearly 100 meters in length, its body was covered in menacing scales, and its razor-sharp claws and barbed tail glinted with a chilling light. Then, a voice brimming with murderous intent echoed, Li Jun, show yourself. The professionals present were stunned. As low-ranking iron and bronze-tier individuals, they had never witnessed such a magnificent sight. It's a holy dragon. It's really a holy dragon. There's someone riding on it. Good heavens. Who could this powerful figure be? Who is Li Jun? This person seems to be looking for them. Meanwhile, inside the city lord's mansion, Li Jun's face turned ashen, and his fists clenched tightly. Damn it! How could they have found me so quickly? His gaze involuntarily shifted to Sawada Taro, seated in the main position. Sawada was his only lifeline. Sawada Taro raised an eyebrow and said coldly, come with me and let's see who dares to act so brazenly in my city. With that, he strode decisively outside. Outside the city, the crowd of onlookers had grown larger and larger. When they saw Sawada Taro emerging, they immediately parted to make way. In the sky, the visitor was none other than Lin Yi. Using his tracking magic, he had already confirmed that Li Jun was here. A streak of black light cut across the sky, enveloping the entire city in a shadowy darkness. This was the Black Shadow Barrier. Lin Yi's gaze locked onto Li Jun, who was following a short man out of the mansion. His eyes burned with tangible killing intent. He could not and would not forgive the harm done to his mother. Listen carefully. I am only here for Li Jun. Hand him over, and I will leave immediately. Lin Yi's voice reverberated through the air. At that moment, Li Jun recognized Lin Yi as well. Their eyes met, and both were filled with unrelenting hatred. General Sawada, he is my mortal enemy. If you can capture him, I will give you all my wealth. Li Jun was initially startled to see Lin Yi pursuing him alone, but soon, a surge of joy filled his heart. This was the perfect opportunity for revenge. Sawada Taro's eyes gleamed with greed. All of Li Jun's wealth was no small sum. Very well. Your enemy is my enemy. I will help you capture him, and you can deal with him however you wish afterward. Glaring at Lin Yi in the sky, Sawada Taro shouted sternly, how dare you act so arrogantly in my city? Do you think Sakura Nation is easy to bully? You Hua Nation scum, know your place and come down here. As his words fell, the crowd erupted into an uproar. Everyone had initially assumed the person riding the holy dragon was a powerful figure from Sakura Nation. To their shock, this fool turned out to be from Hua Nation. Outrageous. A Hua Nation clown dares to cause trouble in our Sakura Nation. Kill him. Kill him. Take him down. I can't believe I admired him earlier. He must not be spared. Take his holy dragon. Skin this Hua Nation dog alive. General Sawada, please act quickly and capture this arrogant thief. The people of Sakura Nation harbored deep animosity toward Hua Nation, a sentiment cultivated through a specialized education system that cast Hua Nation as an enemy to inspire national pride and motivation in Sakura Nation citizens. Hearing their vicious words, Lin Yi hesitated no longer. Since you all wish for death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Roar. Feeling its master's determination, the holy dragon, Xiao Jin, let out a thunderous roar and unleashed scorching dragon breath in all directions. Loader professionals were instantly reduced to ashes. How dare you? Sawada Taro was stunned to see Lin Yi strike first, then erupted in fury. I will tear you to pieces. Sawada's eyes turned cold as he flew into the air, not even bothering to conceal his movements. As a platinum-tier professional, dealing with someone like Lin Yi should have been effortless. Li Jun's face lit up with smugness, as if he could already see Lin Yi's demise. But the next scene left him utterly shocked. What is that? Li Jun's eyes widened as he saw Lin Yi take out a green horn. Toot, toot. The piercing sound of the horn resonated through the sky, and a massive teleportation array activated instantly. The elves of Shilon village, who had been long prepared, stepped into the magic circle without hesitation, following their leader, Catherine. One by one, elegant figures emerged from the portal, their auras overwhelming. The woman leading them, in particular, exuded an aura that struck terror into everyone's hearts. Elves. So many elves. The crowd's eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Yi smirked coldly and commanded, "Kill them all. Today, Li Jun must die, and this city will fall." The elves keenly sensed Lin Yi's unmasked killing intent. Even though they were a race that had always revered peace, they now gripped their bows and staffs tightly, ready for battle. Once, Lin Yi had saved their entire tribe. Now that he was in danger, they were determined to stand by him, even at the cost of their lives. "Attack!" Catherine commanded decisively, and within moments, hundreds of elves sprang into action. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows, glowing with sharp green light, sliced through the air and surged toward Blackrock City. The sudden assault threw the Sakura Nation's fighters into panic. Those who had been clamoring moments ago to deal with Lin Yi and seize the sacred dragon were now trembling in fear. Though the sacred dragon's breath was immensely powerful, it was just one dragon. In contrast, the elven army before them numbered in the hundreds, and each was a formidable warrior. Even with their powers diminished outside their homeland, the elves were not to be underestimated, especially Catherine. The sheer strength she exuded made Sawada Taro's brow furrow deeply, his heart gripped by dread. Sawada Taro, who had previously dismissed Lin Yi as insignificant, now realized the situation had taken a dramatic turn. Furious, he glared at Li Jun and growled through clenched teeth, "Damn it! That brat came prepared. Li Jun, you're utterly useless." Li Jun, trying to maintain his composure, replied nervously, "General Sawada, let's focus on the current crisis. I'll answer for my failures after this." These elves were clearly summoned by Lin Yi. If we defeat him, the problem will resolve itself. He quickly suggested a plan. "General Sawada, you handle the elven leader, and leave Lin Yi to me." Hearing this, Sawada Taro's mood lifted slightly, and he barked out his orders, "Fine. I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Everyone attack." But before his command could fully echo, the green rain of arrows was already upon them. The fighters outside the city gates fell one after another. Against such a massive assault, even bronze and silver-level fighters stood no chance. The 1,000-strong Sakura Nation force crumbled like fragile paper under the elves' relentless offensive. Elven mages stood at the rear, casting supportive spells for their allies while launching offensive magic into Blackrock City. However, the city's magical barrier successfully withstood the attacks. Outside, the battlefield was littered with corpses, yet inside the city, everything remained intact. Watching their comrades fall, the fighters within the city erupted in anger. "Damn cowards, launching a sneak attack. How despicable! If we catch those elf women, we'll make them beg for mercy." Their vile curses echoed throughout Blackrock City. Finally, the defenders began their counterattack. Arrows, spears, and various spells shot out from behind the barrier. While individual attacks posed little threat, their combined force was not to be underestimated. At that moment, Catherine stepped forward. Facing the seemingly impenetrable barrier and the barrage of incoming attacks, her gaze remained icy and indifferent. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy erupted from her, shaking the very air. The expressions of everyone in Blackrock City changed instantly. This is epic deer power. She's reached that level? The defenders were dumbfounded. Any thoughts of retaliation vanished as Catherine's overwhelming strength brought them to their senses. Their only hope now lay in the barrier holding firm. While magical barriers were standard for cities of the current era, smaller cities like Blackrock had relatively weaker defenses. Fully aware of this, Catherine did not hesitate to unleash her full power. Roar of the wind. Her robes billowed fiercely as the emerald staff in her hand radiated dazzling light, leaving even Lin Yi astonished. He recalled once receiving a scroll detailing this very spell. Above, the dense air particles coalesced into a massive vortex. The howling of the wind reverberated in all directions, and a vibrant green hurricane quickly engulfed the entire city. The spells cast by the Sakura fighters moments before were obliterated by the devastating storm. The roaring emerald tornado descended with thunderous might, tearing through everything in its path. The city's defenders felt as though the apocalypse had arrived. Such a high-level spell was more than enough to annihilate any obstacle. Impossible. How can someone of this caliber exist? Li Jun's eyes widened in despair. At that moment, everyone, including Sawada Taro, had only one thought. We must hold the line, or we're finished. Boom. The relentless green tempest grew ever larger, its deafening roar shaking the heavens. Just when the defenders thought the barrier might hold, their faces turned ashen once more. Crack, crack, the chilling sound of shattering glass filled the air as countless tiny fractures spread across the surface of the once impenetrable barrier. With a sharp, resounding explosion, the entire magical barrier collapsed in an instant. The defensive shield outside Blackrock City was finally breached, revealing the true face of the city. Lin Yi turned and issued a command to Catherine. Hold off the others for me. Minimize casualties if possible. If you can't hold on, use spatial transfer. Don't force it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi raised his head and roared, "Attack!" His voice thundered across the battlefield, shaking everything in its path. Li Jun, I'll show you the true meaning of despair. The small golden dragon beneath Lin Yi spewed streams of dragon breath, leaving a trail of fiery destruction in its wake. Low-level combatants stood no chance, falling instantly. In mere moments, Blackrock City was transformed into a living inferno. Frozen ice rain. Lin Yi swung his staff, unleashing a silvery white glow that enveloped a 100-meter radius. Deadly shards of icy rain poured down, instantly freezing combatants into statues of ice. Moments later, a storm of arrows from the elves shattered the frozen figures into countless shards, scattering them into the air like glittering snow. Lin Yi cut a figure of ruthless dominion, a god of death with no mercy for the warriors of the Sakura Kingdom. His gaze locked firmly on Blackrock City as he charged forward, consumed by a single thought. Li Jun must die. The city was engulfed in thick smoke and the anguished cries of its people. The acrid stench of burning flesh filled the air. Scarlet flames surged with the help of fierce winds, spreading rapidly in all directions. With the barrier destroyed, the city's residents had nowhere to flee, trapped under Lin Yi's dark domain like caged animals. Help! General Sawada, save us! Please, General, do something, or the entire city will be destroyed. Panic-stricken cries echoed endlessly, yet no one could escape Lin Yi's grasp. He had meticulously planned this assault, leaving no room for survivors. Lin Yi began unleashing a series of devastating spells: Wind Strangle, Earth Prison, Violet Flame Meteor. Waves of magical attacks rained down relentlessly, extinguishing countless lives in an instant. The warriors of the Sakura Kingdom were paralyzed with fear, scrambling desperately toward the inner sanctum of the city lord's mansion, hoping for the protection of Sawada Taro. Even Sawada Taro himself was deeply shaken. Though Catherine had just cast a wide-range advanced spell and her energy had slightly waned, she still maintained her platinum peak strength. Attack! Sawada Taro barked, setting aside his anger toward Li Jun for now. After all, even an LV-50 Golden Tier warrior like Li Jun was crucial in this dire moment. With a grim tone, Sawada Taro commanded him, "We'll hold off the elf as best we can. You must take down that boy." Li Jun nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with terror. Yet he had no choice but to fight with everything he had. Attack! The remaining Golden Tier warriors of the City Lord's mansion charged toward Catherine alongside Sawada Taro, while Li Jun rushed straight at Lin Yi. "Come on." Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Let me show you how I'll cut you down." Catherine, having been instructed not to intervene, spared only a fraction of her attention to Lin Yi's side as she focused on countering the attacks of Sawada Taro and his men. The hatred between Lin Yi and Li Jun ran deep, their gazes locked with lethal intent. "You killed my son. Today either you die or I do." Li Jun roared. "You dared to harm my mother. Not even the heavens can save you now." Lin Yi retorted coldly. There was no more room for words. Only one of them would walk away from this battle. Thunderflash. Die. Li Jun bellowed, his face twisted with fury. As an LV-50 Thunder Warrior, he couldn't believe he would lose. His massive figure, cloaked in crackling lightning, closed the gap between him and Lin Yi in an instant. With a mighty swing of his greatsword, he unleashed Thunder Strike. Seeing this, Lin Yi's smirk deepened with disdain. A petty trick. Teleport. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi reappeared 100 meters away, leaving the Thunder Strike to hit nothing but empty air. Whip of Wind. Lin Yi seized the opportunity while Li Jun was still regaining his balance. Pale green energy coalesced into a whip-like shape. Crack. A streak of emerald energy lashed out, striking Li Jun's arm despite his swift attempt to dodge. His heavy armor shattered instantly. 9,600,000. Even with defensive skills reducing the damage, Li Jun lost close to 10 million health points in one blow. Panic surged within him as he realized the sheer power of Lin Yi's magic. No wonder the previous assassins had failed. At this rate, he could only endure one or two more hits before being critically injured or even killed. As an LV-50 Thunder Warrior, Li Jun had just over 20 million health points, and his alarm grew to its peak. Meanwhile, Lin Yi felt an exhilarating surge of confidence. To him, no Golden Tier opponent was worth fearing. Dark Veil. With a casual wave of his staff, Lin Yi summoned a dense black mist that rapidly engulfed the area. Li Jun's face twisted in terror. The oppressive fog seeped into his body, draining his health at an alarming rate while also reducing his visibility and defensive stats. 2,610,000. 2,490,000. With each passing second, his health plummeted. Without his defensive skills, he wouldn't have lasted more than 5 seconds in this suffocating darkness. What kind of monstrous spell is this? Li Jun gasped, his voice trembling with fear. Watching his opponent flail in the dark, Lin Yi's lips curled into a cruel smile. I'll make you wish for death. Wind strangle. With another wave of his staff, Lin Yi conjured a whirlwind of razor-sharp blades. Agonized screams echoed through the mist, so harrowing that even Sawada Taro, locked in his own battle, paused in shock. The sheer brutality of Lin Yi's methods was beyond belief. Countless wind blades tore into Li Jun, leaving him utterly defenseless. It was as if a surgeon's scalpel was methodically stripping away his flesh, layer by layer. The excruciating pain pierced his very soul. As his flesh was shredded and his bones crushed, his screams gradually faded, until finally, there was only silence. Lin Yi exhaled deeply, the flames of his fury finally extinguished. Those who dared to provoke him would face the ultimate judgment. When the dark veil dissipated, Lin Yi stood alone amidst the carnage. The expressions of all who witnessed the scene were a mix of shock and dread. Lin Yi had single-handedly slain an LV-50 Golden Peak warrior. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Lin Yi's cold gaze turned toward Sawada Taro and his men. At that moment, Sawada Taro felt a chill run down his spine. Forcing a strained smile, he stammered, Lord Lin Yi, now that Li Jun has been dealt with, why don't we call a truce? As Lin Yi's gaze turned toward him, a wave of unprecedented terror swept over Sawada Taro, paralyzing him to his core. The pressure from Catherine was even more suffocating, like a mountain crashing down on him. If it weren't for the support of a few gold-rank professionals nearby, Sawada Taro would likely have perished on the spot. Even so, within just a few short minutes, more than half of his life force had been drained. Forcing himself to suppress his fear, Sawada Taro managed a strained smile in an attempt to curry favor with Lin Yi. This scene plunged the professionals from Sakura Nation into a pit of despair. They could not accept the reality of their general bowing to the enemy and erupted in protest. General, how could you do this? Would rather fight to the last breath than surrender to this villain. If you've got the guts, kill me. Do it now. Most of these professionals had undergone extreme indoctrination and harbored deep-seated hostility toward Huaxia Nation. Encounters in the wild between the two sides were almost always hostile, contributing to the endless conflicts over the years. Now, seeing Sawada Taro ready to capitulate, they were enraged to the point of madness, shouting in fury and even hurling insults. At that moment, several swift arrows pierced through the air, silencing the protesters instantly as their lives were snuffed out. In the presence of elves, these low-level professionals were as fragile as paper. Despite the fury burning within him, Sawada Taro forced a smile and explained to Lin Yi, Lord Lin Yi, Sakura Nation and Huaxia Nation have always coexisted peacefully as neighbors. Please reconsider and spare the people in the city. Otherwise, the consequences could be disastrous. If you agree to stop, I can report to my superiors that this was an invasion by beasts from the Duanhuan mountain range, and ensure that you won't be implicated. Sawada Taro's submissive demeanor was nothing new. It was a tactic Sakura Nation often employed when faced with overwhelming adversaries. Lin Yi smirked disdainfully and said coldly, if you had handed over Li Jun earlier, you wouldn't be in this situation now. And yet, you dared to covet my sacred dragon? Utterly delusional. You're not too dumb. Thuff, you're clearly stalling for time, hoping reinforcements will arrive. Let's make a bet. Do you think your backup will get here before I finish wiping you all out? Lin Yi's tone was laced with mockery, as if he had already seen through Sawada Taro's plan. With most nations employing similar defensive measures, cities typically had early warning systems to handle emergencies. But Lin Yi wasn't worried. There was still time before any alarms were triggered. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Sawada Taro's face turned pale, and he stammered, that's impossible, I swear. Before he could finish, Lin Yi interrupted him sharply, enough? Stop playing games. From the moment Lin Yi began his operation, he had no intention of leaving any survivors. Anyone who knew the truth could not be allowed to live. Just as Huaxia Nation couldn't intervene in Sakura Nation's affairs, the reverse was also true. Without evidence, it would simply be a case of destroyed and forgotten. Catherine, clean up those small fry. Lin Yi ordered coldly. Understood, Lord Lin Yi, came Catherine's calm response, echoed by the chorus of elves behind her. No, please. Seeing this, Sawada Taro desperately tried to plead for mercy again, but his cries fell on deaf ears. Once the command was given, it was carried out without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air filled the battlefield as they tore through flesh with deadly precision. The elves showed no trace of mercy. Those who dared to offend Lin Yi had to die. One by one, the remaining survivors fell under the relentless assault. The higher-ranked professionals directly faced Lin Yi's attacks, frost rain, earth prison, whirlwind execution. A barrage of terrifying spells was unleashed by Lin Yi without restraint. Even Catherine, standing nearby as an observer, couldn't help but be stunned. In such a short time, Lord Lin Yi had grown even more powerful. Silver-ranked professionals had no chance of survival against Lin Yi's magic, and even weaker gold-ranked ones met the same fate. At this moment, Lin Yi resembled a walking magical artillery unit, delivering damage that rivaled the combined efforts of all the elves. Despair consumed Sawada Taro as he felt his courage crumble. He regretted his earlier greed in accepting Li Jun, who had turned out to be a ticking time bomb. Now, his only option was to fight with everything he had. Attack. Hold them off until the epic-ranked Master Araves can still win. Sawada Taro shouted as he fought while retreating. He eventually withdrew to the City Lord's mansion, where a small defensive barrier offered some protection. This was the last stronghold of survivors. Everyone else had already been annihilated by Lin Yi's spells. With the elves' keen eyesight, the remaining professionals had nowhere to hide. Suddenly, Catherine furrowed her brow slightly and turned to Lin Yi. Lord Lin Yi, I sense an epic-ranked individual approaching rapidly. Estimated arrival in 10 seconds. Lin Yi remained calm, his expression unchanging. This timing was within his expectations. In fact, Sakura Nation's response was even slower than he had anticipated. Catherine, use another epic spell to finish them off completely. After that, return to the Elven tribe and rest immediately. Lin Yi instructed, fully aware that casting an epic spell would leave Catherine in a weakened state for some time. The mother tree of the elves has been healed and will recover soon. Catherine nodded resolutely, her eyes gleaming with determination. Raising her emerald staff high, an intense light burst forth as violent wind elements swirled wildly around her. Suddenly, the air was filled with countless massive arrows, sharp as if they were real. Hurricane Arrow Storm. Catherine shouted in a low but firm voice. Zzzzz. The massive arrows tore through the air, the sonic booms deafening. The defensive barrier of the City Lord's manor was pierced effortlessly, as if it were paper. Thousands upon thousands of arrows rained down like a torrential storm, covering every inch of the area. In the blink of an eye, all resistance was obliterated, and the entire manor was reduced to rubble. Lin Yi watched the scene unfold, his eyes filled with awe. He thought to himself, they say that beneath the realm of epic, all are but ants. But if I can transition to an arcane mage and maximize my talents, perhaps I can truly challenge an epic tier fighter even as a platinum tier. Amid the ruins, faint glimmers of light flickered remnants of platinum tier equipment that once belonged to Sawada Taro. All other ordinary equipment had been shattered to pieces by the powerful magical assault. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Though these items were not suited for a mage and might carry tracking marks, an idea sparked in his mind. If used wisely, perhaps I can set a trap. With this thought, Lin Yi decided to collect the equipment. Even after the dust settled, these items would still be a valuable asset. The once heavily guarded Blackrock City was now a desolate ruin, shrouded in the stench of death. Lin Yi's expression remained indifferent as he thought to himself. The people of Sakura Nation brought this upon themselves, especially after conspiring with my enemy, Li Jun, to harm me. Catherine anxiously inquired, Lord Lin Yi, an epic tier fighter will arrive any moment now. What will you do? The elves can return to their homeland instantly using the elven horn, but you don't have that option. Don't worry, I already have a plan. You all leave first, Lin Yi assured her confidently. Though his teleportation rune was still on cooldown, he had another treasury, a token from the abyss, dropped by the demon mage Cassio when he was slain at the Dark Altar. Lin Yi decided to take this opportunity to explore the abyss. If he could grow stronger there, he could return and participate in the White Tiger City's seed selection tournament. Securing the top seed position would not only grant him an edge in the national trials, but also earn him significant recognition. At that point, even if word of Blackrock City's destruction reached the public, the Huaxia Nation would never hand over a true prodigy to Sakura Nation. Lin Yi had planned everything meticulously on his way here. He was never reckless, and even now, with his murderous intent surging, he remained clear-headed. As the elves departed one by one, silence returned to the area. Lin Yi murmured to himself, the first layer of the abyss, I hope this journey proves fruitful. With that, he activated the abyssal token using his mana. Dark, sinister runes began to spread across the void, forming the chilling symbol of a demonic eye. Moments later, the demonic eye transformed into a black, misty portal at Demon Gate. Without hesitation, Lin Yi stepped through it. Now, only the faint crackling of flames echoed in the ruins of Blackrock City. Mere seconds after Lin Yi's departure, a formidable warrior arrived at the scene, landing amidst the debris. This man was Yamamoto Kawa, a renowned epic tier wandering swordsman from Sakura Nation. Who dares do this? Who would challenge Sakura Nation? Yamamoto Kawa roared, his heart seething with rage as he surveyed the devastation before him. The moment he sensed Blackrock City had lost all contact, he had rushed here at full speed, but even so, he was too late. The entire city had been slaughtered without mercy. Corpses lay strewn everywhere, their deaths gruesome and tragic. Yamamoto Kawa furrowed his brows, sensing traces of magical energy lingering in the air. An epic deer fighter attacked Blackrock City? But why? His expression darkened further. No matter the reason, Sakura Nation will not let you get away with this. He immediately contacted headquarters for assistance. Blackrock City has been completely annihilated, requesting an oracle to investigate the culprit. Before long, a mysterious woman dressed in a traditional kimono appeared, stepping out of a swirling vortex of darkness. She was Hanada Miko, an epic deer Onmyoji diviner. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.